Crackle. The time is now 10:03 a.m. October 13th, 2030. This may be this station's final broadcast. Shanghai has already fallen and become a dead zone. Do not go there. Do not go there. To all fellow survivors, do not look directly at the blood moon for more than 3 seconds, do not greet the shadows under streetlights, and do not believe that dead relatives will come back to life. The flame of humanity will never be extinguished. Crackle. Chen Ye listened to the chaotic static in the radio and felt icy cold all over. The entire convoy was shrouded in suffocating despair. Shanghai, one of the world's leading supercities, had now become a forbidden zone for humanity. Months earlier, anomalies had broken out all over the world. In a very short time, some small countries had simply become human exclusion zones. Humanity's conventional weapons were nothing but a joke before the anomalies. Anomalies could not be killed, or at least they were extremely hard to kill. Chen Ye had escaped from Jiangxing, formed a convoy with a group of survivors, and planned to head for the survivor base in Shanghai. At this moment, he was riding a vintage 28-inch crossbar bicycle in the convoy with a large bundle tied behind the seat containing all his belongings. As for why in the middle of the apocalypse he had not switched to a car as his vehicle and only gotten hold of an old crossbar bicycle, Chen Ye had once smashed a car window with a rock and opened the door. But without a key, he simply could not start the car. As an ordinary person, he could not possibly hotwire a car by pulling out 2 wires and connecting them together like in the movies. Without a key, it was extremely difficult for Chen Ye to gain access to a car. No one had expected the apocalypse to come suddenly, so nobody had learned such skills in advance. As for why he hadn't managed to get an electric scooter or a motorcycle, the reason was the same. Even this crossbar bicycle was the only one left in the bicycle shed. The convoy's composition was chaotic. Some drove modified off-road vehicles, some drove buses, and some rode motorcycles. There were even people driving mobility scooters and electric scooters. Naturally, quite a few rode bicycles. After all, a bicycle's range and carrying capacity were far better than 2 legs. Everyone in this convoy had to keep 2 iron rules in mind. Rule number 1, don't fall behind. Don't fall behind. Don't fall behind. Rule number 2, stockpile as many supplies as possible. The first rule outranks the second. Without supplies, there were still ways to survive because there would always be kind-hearted people willing to give you some. Or, if you fell behind, the only thing waiting for you was death. Most of the people in the convoy were survivors who had fled from Jiangxing. They planned to go to Shanghai. As one of the country's greatest metropolises, everyone believed Shanghai surely had a way to deal with the anomalies. Before they even reached their destination, they heard the news on the radio. Shanghai had already become a dead zone. That was one of the country's greatest metropolises with tens of millions of people in a single city. And now, when the news sank and desperate sobs rose from all around, the small flames of hope that had been in their eyes were now all blank gray despair. The convoy advanced in that extremely low mood. An indescribable atmosphere spread through the ranks. Night fell, and the convoy camped. The blood moon quietly rose into the sky and hung on the treetops, casting a bloody veil over the world. The ominous aura of the anomalies instantly flooded the land. The survivors lowered their sobbing voices as if afraid of startling some unknowable horrors deep in the darkness. Night was when the anomalies were most active. From the distant towns that had become human exclusion zones, faint cries for help drifted over, luring humans to come and rescue them. Such tricks were common among the anomalies. Chen Ye took the bundle off the back seat of his crossbar bicycle and found the camping pot, the portable stove, and half a bottle of mineral water. The camping pot and the portable stove had been scavenged by Chen Ye along the way as he fled. Also scavenged was the hand crossbow at his waist. In this chaotic apocalypse, sometimes people were more terrifying than anomalies. He tore open the package, dropped the noodle cake into the pot, poured in half a bottle of mineral water, and lit the portable stove. Blue flames licked the bottom of the pot, and the water inside slowly began to release bubbles. After a moment's thought, Chen Ye added a sausage before stopping. This was the last canister of gas. Once it was used up, it would probably be difficult to eat anything hot in the future. Hot steam rose from the pot, and the fragrance of instant noodles slowly drifted outward. As steam curled up from the camping pot, Chen Ye fell into thought. Now Shanghai had already fallen and become a dead zone. Which path should he take from here? He remembered seeing a post online before the anomaly outbreak. The post had said anomalies cannot be killed, only those who awaken a transcendent sequence can kill them. At the time, he had not believed it, thinking it was some madman talking nonsense. After the anomaly outbreak, he had shot an anomaly with his hand crossbow. The result was that it had no effect at all. Transcendent sequence. The post had said there were many ways to awaken a transcendent sequence. Some people awakened suddenly with no warning at all. Others could awaken after being injected with a drug called the sequence injection. That post also said there were hundreds of sequences and each sequence had different abilities. He was truly curious. What kind of power was the transcendent sequence anyway? The pot on the portable stove was giving off the smell of instant noodles. In the past, Chen Ye had disliked instant noodles. But in the current environment, having instant noodles was already good enough. Yet even a bowl of instant noodles many people did not have. Around him, many survivors smelled the fragrance and could not help swallowing their saliva, greed creeping into their eyes. If Chen Ye had not lifted his hand crossbow, someone would probably have come up to snatch it already. Some people had not eaten for an entire day. He finished the bowl of noodles quickly. Throughout the whole process, he never put down the hand crossbow in his hand. Washing the bowl was such a luxury that he could only postpone it until he found an ample water source later. Every single drop of water was precious now. He lit the last cigarette from the pack, crushed the empty pack into a ball, and tossed it away. In such an apocalypse, cigarettes had also become scarce goods. Each one smoked meant one fewer left. The faintly glowing flame lit up the outline of Chen Ye's profile. The mellow aroma lingered between his mouth and nose slightly, easing his anxiety and confusion. A cigarette was smoked until he tasted a burnt smell before it was thrown away. Night had fallen, and Chen Ye planned to take out the blanket he had scavenged from a villa district and make do for the night. Just as his hand touched the blanket, a message appeared in Chen Ye's mind. Upgrading the blanket requires 129 kill points. Do you wish to upgrade? Upgrade. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Ye understood what the line he saw meant. What he had awakened was not a sequence ability, but an upgrade system. As long as he was willing, he could upgrade any object he touched. The blanket in his hand, the hand crossbow at his waist, or even the portable stove he had just used to cook. The only requirement was kill points. As long as he had enough kill points, he could even upgrade the blanket into a magic carpet. After the initial excitement, Chen Ye felt like a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. He had no kill points at all. Just as Chen Ye was feeling disappointed, another message appeared. Since this is the host's first time using this system, the system can lend the host 300 kill points with a repayment period of 1 month. It could lend to him. Without a second thought, Chen Ye immediately selected confirm and borrowed. In this kind of apocalypse, he might be killed by anomalies by tomorrow, and not borrowing would make him an idiot. With kill points in hand, Chen Ye looked at his old crossbar bicycle. To him right now, this bicycle was his most important possession. Upgrading this old crossbar bicycle was definitely the most worthwhile plan. Chen Ye had seen with his own eyes that those who fell behind never caught up again. The convoy's first iron rule: don't fall behind. Don't fall behind. Don't fall behind. Use all my kill points to upgrade the bicycle. Chen Ye tried to issue a command to the system in his mind. The system quickly responded. Are you sure you want to spend 300 kill points to upgrade the bicycle? Chen Ye immediately confirmed. An hourglass countdown appeared above the old crossbar bicycle. Upgrade countdown 045959045958. The night of the apocalypse was quiet. Perhaps because human activity had ceased, even the stars in the sky seemed more numerous. If not for the occasional sobs around him, Chen Ye would have felt that this world had never changed at all. The eastern horizon was faintly tinged with the pale white of dawn. A system notification woke Chen Ye. Upgrade complete. By the faint glimmer of light on the horizon, Chen Ye saw that his old bicycle had undergone a great change. The original 2 wheels had become 3. The tires were also much wider than before, with coarse treads that looked off-road capable. Even the spokes were much thicker, and there was a cargo bed at the back. With this bed, its carrying capacity was far greater than that of the old bicycle. The old bicycle had turned into a tricycle. Chen Ye tried it out and found that this system-upgraded tricycle was even easier to pedal than the old bicycle, riding very smoothly. After a closer look, he found that the system had installed an effort-saving mechanism on the tricycle. Yezi, where did you get this ride? Xiao Yi, you didn't go out scavenging at night, did you? You're too bold. TSK. This tricycle is no worse than those cars. After dawn, Chen Ye's tricycle still attracted a lot of attention. Many survivors looked at it with envy and jealousy. In this apocalypse, any resource was extremely precious. Not to mention this tricycle that looked anything but ordinary. Most importantly, it didn't need gasoline. You see, someone had previously joined the convoy driving a car, but once it ran out of fuel, the vehicle was simply abandoned by the roadside. Gasoline was something only the people in the 2 modified off-road vehicles ahead could obtain. It was said that a few people in those vehicles were quite formidable, especially a young girl carrying a sword. At that moment, a woman in yoga pants walked over. Brother Yi, can you let me ride in your cargo bed? My legs have been so sore from walking these past 2 days. After saying that, the woman rubbed her calf, coquettishly causing a group of lechers around to swallow hard. This woman had been rescued while scavenging for supplies days ago, and she had attracted many men who fluttered around her. It wasn't that the woman didn't want to hitch a ride in the off-road vehicle. It was just that the off-road vehicle had turned her down, so she settled for Chen Ye's tricycle. Although Chen Ye's tricycle didn't have 4 wheels, if she added a cushion in the cargo bed, it would definitely be much more comfortable than walking on foot or sitting on the back of a bicycle. No, Chen Ye refused without a second thought. The woman seemed not to have expected such a blunt rejection, and her face immediately turned sour. Before the apocalypse, the woman could be considered somewhat pretty. She had never been rejected like this before. Even after the apocalypse, she had survived by relying on her looks. She never imagined that the man in front of her would reject her so bluntly. Chen Ye, Jejia, why don't you ride in my car? The back seat has a cushion too, I promise it's comfortable. A burly man quickly chimed in to please her. The woman's expression improved a little, then she shot Chen Ye a fierce glare, turned around, and walked toward the man's car like a proud princess. The man was called Chen Ye, a former fitness instructor at a gym before the apocalypse with a sturdy build. The man originally had a motorcycle, but after it ran out of fuel he had gotten a bicycle to follow the convoy. The woman in yoga pants sat on the back seat of his bicycle and complained, "Your bike is way too bumpy. Can't you get a four-wheeler?" Chen Ye smiled ingratiatingly. Four-wheelers are easy to get, there are plenty everywhere, but refueling and charging are inconvenient. Not as good as our bicycle. Don't be fooled by their fancy driving. It won't be long before they can't drive at all. Actually, Chen Ye was full of hot air. Earlier there had been abandoned cars by the roadside, but after fiddling with them for ages, he couldn't get any of them started. Jejia rolled her eyes and said, "If you can't get a four-wheeler, why not get a three-wheeler like Chen Ye's? Chen Ye, why don't we just snatch Chen Ye's tricycle?" "Snatch it." Jejia lowered her voice and whispered into Chen Ye's ear. Chen Ye saw the hand crossbow at Chen Ye's waist and looked wary. "Jejia, forget it. Chen Ye is not to be messed with. Besides, he has a hand crossbow." "Umph, what a coward." The woman in yoga pants gave a cold snort and fell silent. Chen Ye hung the hand crossbow at his waist and tossed his bundle into the cargo bed. Previously, the bundle had barely fit on the back seat of the old bicycle. Now placed in the tricycle's cargo bed, there was still plenty of room left. For some reason, the convoy's pace today was much faster than yesterday. Fortunately, the tricycle was equipped with the effort-saving device, making it even easier to ride than the old bicycle. The cyclists nearby were drenched in sweat. Chen Ye, in contrast, looked quite leisurely. Chen Ye pedaled furiously, his back completely soaked. Jejia, the yoga pants woman sitting behind him, glared at Chen Ye with even more hostility. "A house. There's a house ahead," someone in the convoy suddenly shouted. The voice was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring ripples. People who had been trudging with their heads down suddenly looked up toward the distance. Their sallow faces were filled with greed and delight, and even a trace of fear. Chen Ye looked up and saw rows of buildings standing by the roadside, looking like a small town. He wasn't the only one. Everyone in the convoy was staring at the cluster of buildings. A town meant supplies. Many in the convoy had already run out of supplies. Even Chen Ye didn't have much supplies in his pack. After the apocalypse, most towns had become forbidden zones for humans. The more populous a town, the more dangerous it was. Take Shanghai, an international metropolis. Just thinking about it was enough to imagine how terrifying the place must be. Those who had barely escaped from Jiangcheng had no desire to face those terrifying aberrations again. If it were night, the convoy would have avoided this town at all costs. But now, during the day, aberrations generally didn't appear, which gave survivors a chance to enter towns or villages to scavenge for supplies. The off-road vehicles in the convoy noticeably sped up. Chen Ye hung the hand crossbow at his waist, stood up on the pedals, and accelerated toward the town, leaving the cyclists behind. Many cast envious glances at him. "That beast. So fast." Someone behind Chen Ye cursed resentfully. "Damn it. God, why doesn't he crash and die? There might be aberrations in the town. Damn it. Whether there are aberrations or not, if I don't find food, I'll starve to death first. The bold live, the timid starve. Charge. First come, first serve." The entire convoy was electrified. Even the exhausted pedestrians were fired up. But as they neared the town and felt the eerie aura emanating from it, their feverish minds sobered up a little. Even before getting close to the town, waves of bone-chilling danger could be felt. The town sat by the roadside like a ferocious beast. Despite broad daylight, the whole town felt as sinister as a deep winter night. One modified off-road vehicle running at the front suddenly braked sharply just before entering the town. The tires left 2 deep black marks on the ground and let out a screeching sound. The vehicles behind also screeched to a halt. The clamor suddenly fell silent. It was as if someone had pressed the mute button. An eerie quiet. Chen Ye slowed down and followed the four-wheeled vehicles to the front of the town. When he clearly saw the town before him, he felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing his guts, and an icy fear shot from the soles of his feet to his hair. What met Chen Ye's eyes was a large archway standing at the entrance of the town, bearing the words "Welcome to Xinghua Town." The mottled red paint on the archway looked desolate. Beyond the archway stretched a long street that extended into the distance. Even though it was only 3 in the afternoon, one could sense an endless darkness lurking at the end of this road. Rows of shops lined both sides of the street. The uniformly black signs with white lettering were unsettling to behold. Weeds grew rampant on the street, the walls were dilapidated, and even the black and white billboards were mostly damaged. Only a few months had passed since the eerie outbreak. Yet this town looked as if no one had set foot in it for decades. A damp, rotting stench assailed the senses. Anyone with a sound mind could tell that Xinghua town was deeply wrong. Many people's faces turned deathly pale, their legs beginning to cramp as they edged backward. Chen Ye's expression was grim as well. He took the crossbow from his waist into his hand. Though the crossbow was useless against the eerie beings, it at least provided some psychological comfort. Just as everyone hesitated to advance, a gruff voice rang out, "Stop dawdling like a bunch of old women. I'm going in first." All eyes turned to see a hulking man 2 meters tall and weighing over 300 Gene squeeze his way out of a modified off-road vehicle. Indeed, he had to squeeze out of the vehicle. Only when the man stood on the ground did Chen Ye realize just how absurd his physique was. Over 2 meters tall, extremely burly, with arms as thick as an adult man's waist. Ignoring the stares of others, the giant charged like a mammoth toward the distant supermarket billboard. The direction the giant was heading clearly indicated a large supermarket. A supermarket usually meant an abundance of supplies. "Hey, you big lug, wait for me." A curse came from within the off-road vehicle, which then started up and followed behind the giant. The others exchanged glances, and soon a second off-road vehicle followed suit, also targeting the supermarket with a massive billboard. "Damn it, fortune favors the bold." An old man nearby revved up his small electric tricycle and followed. "You young folks are worse than this old man. By the time I come out, you'll be watching me feast like a king." The old man left behind that taunt as he departed. The faces of those remaining flushed with embarrassment. Curses filled the air, and quite a few provoked by his words followed suit. But many still stood rooted in hesitation. Chen Ye also rode his tricycle, trailing behind the group. However, Chen Ye's target was not the distant supermarket. That supermarket was too deep into the town. If anything went wrong, escaping would be impossible. Chen Ye's objective was the shops lining the streets. The supplies in these shops might not be as abundant as the supermarkets, but they were safer. Moreover, the streets were still bathed in sunlight. According to the experience summarized by survivors when being chased by eerie beings, fleeing to a sunlit area would make them stop their pursuit. Chen Ye wasn't alone in this plan, as several others around him also had their eyes on these shops. Fortunately, there were plenty of shops here, more than enough for one per person. Chen Ye arrived at the entrance of a tobacco and grocery store. Through the glass door, he could see the interior layout. Packs of cigarettes were displayed openly in the glass counter. In the slightly darker corners were rows of shelves, some still holding small snacks, though they were hard to make out due to the poor lighting. This small grocery store might not have as many supplies as the supermarket, but it was more than enough for Chen Ye to collect. Especially the cigarettes in the glass display, they were truly tempting. Chen Ye had been a smoker for over a decade, and days without a cigarette were agonizing. Moreover, in the apocalypse, besides food, cigarettes, alcohol, and medicine were all highly sought-after supplies. Even non-smokers would trade these cigarettes for the supplies they needed. Chen Ye was about to find a brick to smash the glass door when he noticed that the lock on the door had already corroded beyond recognition. With a gentle tug, he pushed the lock on the glass door open. The glass door let out an unpleasant creak, and the hinges were rusted through, seeming like they would snap at any moment. Chen Ye peered inside the store. It was now around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The sun was tilting westward, casting light from the doorway into the shop. The area near the entrance was illuminated just enough to light up the cigarette counter. The unlit corners remained shrouded in darkness, a stark contrast to the brightness at the doorway. Raising his crossbow, Chen Ye cautiously stepped inside, scanning the interior carefully, but finding no eerie shadows or figures. Quickening his pace, Chen Ye swung his backpack to his front and began sweeping the food off the shelves. Though he longed to grab the cigarettes, he suppressed his desires. In the apocalypse, not smoking won't kill you, but going without food certainly will. At that moment, reason triumphed over emotion. Chen Ye's hands moved at lightning speed, sweeping everything in sight into his backpack. This backpack was one he had deliberately found while gathering supplies earlier, specifically for moments like this. The backpack was spacious, though the food on the shelves was scarcer than expected. Many shelves were empty. The goods in a small town's grocery store were never as abundant as those in a 24-hour convenience store in the city. Since the opening of the supermarket in Xinghua town, business at this little grocery store had gotten worse and worse. Had the apocalypse not struck, this shop would likely have been sold off before long. Everything Chen Ye laid his eyes on was swept into his bag. Spicy strips, instant noodles, jelly, all of it went into the backpack. The sunlight outside was slowly receding, shrinking the illuminated area within the shop. Chen Ye cleaned out all the food, but his backpack was only 2/3 full. He pressed down on the contents, and the 2/3 compacted to half. Only then did Chen Ye turn his gaze to the cigarettes in the counter, swallowing hard. This time his hands moved even faster, blurring into a frenzy. There weren't just cheap brands, there were also a few packs of Huazi. Most were more affordable cigarettes, with only a few packs of the premium brand. Hihua cigarettes were even rarer, only 2 or 3 packs. Chen Ye didn't mind, he swept all the cigarettes into his backpack. He even cleared out the cabinet beneath the glass counter. Combined with the food collected earlier, the sizable backpack was quickly filled to the brim. Anything that could be taken, Chen Ye stuffed into his backpack. As for daily necessities, unless they were essential, he left them behind one by one. He also grabbed 2 bottles of liquor. Suddenly, a familiar sense of dread rose from within his heart. It was the same feeling he had when standing at the town entrance gazing at the dilapidated town. He had encountered it several times back in Jiangqing. Everyone who had survived knew what this feeling signified. A face whiter than a corpse 3 days dead was pressed right against the back of Chen Ye's head. Chen Ye felt a chill run down the back of his neck, and the hairs on the back of his hands stood on end. His nose caught a cold, damp, putrid stench. Goosebumps spread from his hands across his entire body like an icy snake slithering down his spine. Chen Ye slowly turned his head. It was the face of a child about 7 or 8 years old, very, very close to him. The pallid skin, the exaggerated rouge on the cheeks. The eyes and mouth were curved into arcs, forming an exaggerated, eerie smile. The entire child looked as if it were made of paper. It squatted in the darkness like a monkey, staring intently at Chen Ye with a curious gaze. A line of light and shadow fell between them. One side still held remnants of sunlight, while the other was steeped in extreme, chilling eeriness. Whether this paper child had been lurking in the dark corner watching him since he entered, or had just appeared, was unclear. Holy shit! Chen Ye stumbled, knocking over the counter in his rush to escape. But he discovered that a wooden stick had been driven through the handle of the glass door from the outside. The door was locked shut. Was someone targeting me? Just then, through the glass door, Chen Ye saw a man and a woman standing in front of his tricycle outside. He recognized them both. The woman was the one in yoga pants whom he had previously rejected. Her name, he remembered, was Jia. The man was the fitness trainer Chen Ye. The two seemed to sense something, and turned to look, locking eyes with Chen Ye. The yoga pants woman was about to sneer triumphantly when she caught sight of the pale-skinned child in the darkness behind Chen Ye. Her face instantly twisted into sheer panic, and she urgently urged Chen Ye to leave. A child's giggle echoed. Lady Moon shine upon the coffin bed, little brother cries for candy till his heart is dead. The voice was faint, seeming both near and far. It's a paper weeping child. The Lady Moon in that nursery rhyme likely refers to the moon. In some southern regions, the moon is often associated with the guardianship of children. Coffin bed refers to the coffin. Candy was a rare commodity in the old days, which is why some places used it as a soothing offering after a child's funeral. Chen Ye had encountered a paper weeping child in Jiangqing before. He never expected to find one here in Xinhua town. His scalp crawled. Whoosh. A crossbow bolt shot out, passing straight through the paper weeping child's body. Chen Ye could only curse under his breath. Lady Moon shine upon the coffin bed, little brother cries for candy till his heart is dead. Candy, I want candy. Some people eyed the supplies in the shops while others set their sights on what their neighbors had scavenged. As Chen Ye slipped into the tobacco and liquor store to gather goods, a pair of watchful eyes tracked his every move. Jia in her yoga pants, and the fitness coach Chen Ye. The two of them had only a bicycle and a backpack between them. Even if they scrambled to collect supplies with all their might, they could never match the haul of Chen Ye's tricycle. So they hatched a plan to claim it for themselves. While Chen Ye was inside the shop, they quietly shut the door and wedged a wooden stick through the handle to lock him in. Chen Ye at that moment was frantically sweeping goods off the shelves and never noticed what was unfolding outside. Otherwise, he would have already sent a crossbow bolt flying at the treacherous pair. Jia, if we do this, Chen Ye will never forgive us, Chen Ye muttered uneasily. You coward, are you really that scared of him? All that size and no spine. Jia sneered, her contempt dripping. This tricycle beats your bicycle any day. Besides, he went in on his own. If his bike goes missing, how's that our fault? And even if he comes looking well, just deny it. What can he do to us? Besides, whether he even gets out of there is the real question. Her voice grew lighter, almost cheerful at the thought. If this were before the end of the world, I wouldn't take this tricycle even if you paid me. Jia said, a mix of disdain and glee in her tone. Seeing her like this, Chen Ye reluctantly stepped over to inspect the tricycle. The thrill of claiming it had already eclipsed his fear of Chen Ye. Though he knew Chen Ye was not to be trifled with, Chen Ye ran his hand over the handlebars and marveled. Chen Ye's got some luck. This tricycle's as good as a car, no gas, no charging needed. Just then the crash of a counter being knocked over echoed from the shop. They spun around to see through the glass door a face utterly calm and void of emotion. It was Chen Ye. He stood there staring at them with unnerving stillness. Beneath that placid mask lurked a murderous intent, and both of them shuddered involuntarily. Chen Ye stood bathed in light while in the darkness behind him a small, indistinct figure lurked, too shadowy to make out. Chen Ye, let's go. Jia cried in panic, startled by his gaze. Chen Ye felt his skin crawl under that stare, so he leapt onto the tricycle and pedaled standing up. To his surprise, it glided effortlessly, and he sped away from the scene. The reason they held Chen Ye in such dread was that both of them had fled from Jiangcheng together. During that harrowing escape, Chen Ye had snapped the limbs of a thug and tossed him to the pursuing horrors to buy his own survival. That thug had been calling him Brother Chen with such fervor moments before. Anyone would have thought they were blood brothers. Yet Chen Ye had cast him aside without a flicker of hesitation. Sure, the thug was a rotten sort, had done plenty of wicked things during the flight, but Chang Zi still felt it wasn't right. He knew Chen Ye seemed mild-mannered sometimes, even grinning and easygoing. But when it came down to a fight, he was no match for him. That image was burned into Chang Zi's memory forever. Beneath that scholarly exterior hid anything but a kind soul. If not for Jia Jia's constant egging, he would never have dared to provoke Chen Ye. But Shed promised that if he kept her alive, Shed consider being his girlfriend. That promise had clouded his judgment with reckless desire. Now recalling Chen Ye's ruthlessness, regret crept in. He should never have listened to that foolish woman. Chen Ye simply watched his tricycle disappear into the distance, not uttering a word. The true threat now was the horror lurking in the shadows behind him, while before him stood the glass door with a wooden stick jammed through its handle. Such doors looked flimsy, yet kicking one to pieces was often surprisingly difficult. But sometimes the slightest touch would shatter it into 1,000 shards. I want candy, I want candy. Give me candy. A babbling, eerie voice came from behind Chen Ye, and he could feel the chill creeping up his back. If not for the sunlight streaming in from outside, which kept the horror at bay, he would have been done for by now. Against ordinary humans, these horrors were instant killers. But the sun was dipping westward, and soon there would be no safe spot left for him. Less than a meter separated him from the horror. Before long, the shop would be swallowed entirely by shadow. Chen Ye glanced around, but found no tool within reach. Gritting his teeth, he raised his leg and slammed a vicious kick into the glass door. Bang! The door's hinges had been creaking and groaning since he first pushed it open, but had paid no mind then. Now, the door rattled violently under the blow, teetering on the brink. Without hesitation, he drove another savage kick into it. The glass door crashed down, shattering into a spray of glittering shards. Chen Ye burst out of the shop. The late afternoon sun, just past 4, washed over him, driving the chill from his bones, and making him feel for an instant as if had returned to the world of the living. He glanced back at the darkness within. A child with pallid skin stood there, 2 grotesque rouge circles on its cheeks, staring at him with venomous, unblinking eyes. Moon lady by the coffin bed, little brother waits for candy, crying till he's dead. Chen Ye, now fully bathed in sunlight, felt little fear of the horror. Slinging his backpack, he didn't spare another glance and set off in the direction the tricycle had gone. Chang Zi and Jia Jia were heading straight for the big supermarket. Chen Ye had avoided going too deep into town, wary of the dangers. Now he had no choice but to chase down his stolen ride. The sun continued its slow descent. He had to retrieve his tricycle before nightfall and ideally stock up on more supplies. The shadows on the streets were growing longer, and Chen Ye could feel countless eyes watching him from within their depths. With the arrival of their group in Xinghua town, it seemed something else was stirring to wakefulness. Meanwhile, Jia Jia, I think I saw Chen Ye get out, Chang Zi said, pedaling furiously, his voice laced with worry. Jia Jia glanced back and smacked him on the back of the head. What's wrong with you? You're way bigger than him. Why are you such a coward? Even if he's out, so what? You think he's gonna come take the tricycle back? If he dares to come, you fight him. See who comes out on top. When we get back to the group, he wouldn't dare kill you. Even in the apocalypse, you can't just go around murdering people. Chang Zi's face twisted in misery. He's never killed anyone. Then what are you so scared of? Chang Zi, I'm telling you, if you're this spineless, how am I supposed to be your girlfriend? In truth, Jia Jia had her own doubts watching him squirm. When she had first joined the convoy, plenty of men had swarmed around her like Chang Zi. Built like a bull, decent-looking, and not too sharp upstairs. Without Chen Ye in the picture, Chang Zi would have been her top pick. But after she laid eyes on Chen Ye, Chang Zi fell short by a notch. Yet Chen Ye had never once given her a second glance. She had offered him the chance to let her ride on the tricycle, and had turned her down flat. This crappy tricycle. Before the apocalypse, she wouldn't have given it a second look. Now, sensing Chang Zi's fear of Chen Ye, her disdain for him only deepened, while her admiration for Chen Ye grew. If that man would just fawn over her a little, she might even ditch Chang Zi, and maybe even give the tricycle back. But no, he always acted like she didn't exist. It made her furious. Jia Jia, where are we headed now? Where else? The supermarket. Without supplies, do you want to starve me to death? When Chen Ye arrived at the mall entrance, he noticed several vehicles parked outside, modified off-road vehicles, sedans, and even a large bus. He recognized them all as vehicles from the convoy. In the apocalypse, keeping a vehicle fueled was a troublesome affair. Whether electric or gas-powered, finding fuel or a charging station was an arduous task. Moments earlier, he had seen 2 off-road vehicles drive off in search of a gas station. Since fleeing Jiangxing, Chen Ye had passed countless luxury cars, many of which had only ever seen online, abandoned by the roadside. Survivors on the road had tried to commandeer these vehicles, but reality was far from the movies. Most of these cars had run out of fuel and been left behind. This was one of the reasons why so many in the convoy rode bicycles as they migrated. Ordinary people struggled to scavenge supplies. Chen Ye spotted his own tricycle parked at the mall entrance, his belongings still scattered in the cargo bed, leftovers from when Head emptied his backpack earlier. So that wretched pair had come here too. The mall was sizable. The 4 o'clock sun cast a faint glow at the entrance, but the interior was a pitch-black void. With so many people having gone in, it should have been bustling. At least some noise should have escaped. Yet it was eerily silent. Chen Ye decided to scout the perimeter, hoping to scavenge some supplies. Surviving in this wasteland required a measure of daring, who without it had have starved long ago. As for that wretched pair, he wouldn't let them leave alive. But for now, supplies were the priority. Convoy rule number 2: hoard as many supplies as possible. In the apocalypse, supplies were everything. He emptied his backpack, shouldered it, and crept toward the mall entrance, crossbow in hand, scanning left and right. At the slightest sign of trouble, Head bolt. As he ventured deeper, he quickly realized his plan had a flaw. The supermarket was far larger than Head imagined. The shelves near the entrance were stripped bare, with only a few items lingering on those farther away. Not far off, 2 figures darted between the aisles, stuffing goods into their bags. Chen Ye raised his crossbow, then lowered it. They weren't the wretched pair. No grudge there, and they couldn't carry much anyway. There was plenty left, no need for foolishness. He slowed his pace and moved deeper into the store. The food section lay ahead. Chen Ye crouched as he approached, finding several figures already there. They hastily gestured for him to be quiet. Before he could react, a chill ran down his spine. That feeling again. Chen Ye spotted a girl prowling between the shelves, murmuring to herself. While warehouse-style shelves could be exceptionally tall, standard supermarket shelves stood around 2 meters too. Yet this girl towered half her body above them. She had to be over 3 meters tall. No normal human could be that height. There was only one explanation: she was a weird. Her hair hung loose, obscuring her face, and she wore a white dress swaying like a puppet. The towering girl clutched a massive pair of scissors, their blades snapping open and shut with a chilling click. "Where are you?" she murmured. "Where are you? Come out, let's play." Her voice stretched, eerie, as if talking to herself, or taunting the little mice hiding in the dark. Now Chen Ye understood why the others had signaled for silence. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Head barely escaped the paper-weeping boy, only to run into the white-dressed scissor woman. His heart felt ready to burst. The scissor woman rounded a shelf and slowly turned. Chen Ye crouched, slipping out of her line of sight to the other side. Only then did he notice how many people were in the food section, though the yoga pants woman and Chang Zi were nowhere to be seen. The burly man was here, though his massive frame comically hunched, a foolish look on his face. He was visibly tense. Seriously, a guy your size scared of a weird? How could he not be? The scissor woman seemed to sense something, halting abruptly. Her hair-shrouded head swiveled toward Chen Ye, 2 crimson points glaring from beneath the strands. Every figure in the room froze. As if struck by a paralysis spell, tension thickened the air, sweat beading on every brow. Chen Ye could feel time crawling, each second stretching into an eternity. If the scissor woman spotted them, everyone, himself included, would die. Thankfully, she resumed her mechanical advance. The others exhaled in relief and began playing hide and seek with her. Chen Ye knew this couldn't last. Quietly, he grabbed a tub of beef noodles and stuffed it into his bag. The others followed suit, some with woven sacks, others with backpacks. They loaded their haul with painstaking care, eyes locked on the scissor woman. Chen Ye trailed behind them. Having survived this long, they knew how to move unseen, and the scissor woman took no notice. But as Chen Ye loaded his bag with gusto, he bumped into the survivor ahead. Looking up, he saw everyone frozen, staring ahead in terror. A child 7 or 8 years old stood blocking their path. Its skin was the pallid white of a 3-day-old corpse, cheeks flushed and unnatural red, eyes burning with malice. It was the paper-weeping boy. Had followed them here. A scream shattered the supermarket silence, waking the shadows. The 3-meter scissor woman snapped her head toward them, a wave of biting cold washing over Chen Ye, numbing his limbs. Snip snap. The scissors echoed through the store. There you are. Let's play. The scissor woman strode over, knocking over several shelves. "Mommy, run. I don't want to die." Chen Ye grabbed his backpack and spun to flee. But before he could, he watched in horror as a giant pair of scissors sliced 2 survivors clean in half. They didn't even seem to register it. Their upper bodies hit the floor, hands still clawing at the ground, leaving a trail of blood. Fun, so fun. I want more. The scissors rose again. In the next instant, another survivor in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses was severed at the waist. Damn it. Fight. A thunderous roar. The entire supermarket was consumed by an explosive aura. Chen Ye watched stunned as the 2-meter-tall, muscle-bound giant inflated like a balloon, becoming in the blink of an eye a colossus to rival the scissor woman. He stood 3 meters tall, muscles like iron lumps. Compared to the scissor woman, his presence was no less formidable. This was sequence transcendence. When Chen Ye fled from Jiangxing, he had heard people say that the abyssals could not be killed and only sequence transcendence could contend with them. Sequence transcendence were humanity's last hope against the abyssals. Along the journey, members of the convoy had also spoken of this. Little did he expect that there was indeed a sequence transcendent in the convoy. A giant over 2 meters tall was already conspicuous among ordinary people. And now, that giant had transformed into a 3-meter muscle-bound demon of a man. If this wasn't a sequence transcendent, Chen Ye couldn't think of any other explanation. The two giants clashed in the supermarket's food section, which instantly became a battlefield. It was then that Chen Ye understood why this sequence transcendent had been so terrified of the woman in white. The muscle demon roared and swung his fist at the white-clad scissors woman, but she casually blocked it with a single hand. Chen Ye had no doubt that a punch like that could reduce a human body to a mist of blood. Yet this frail, withered woman possessed incomprehensible, overwhelming strength. The white-clad scissors woman squeezed the muscle demon's fist as if it were dough. It was a complete and utter crushing. Chen Ye watched in stunned disbelief. This was hopeless. The muscle demon's face twisted in pain as his body bent slightly under her sinister laughter. Chen Ye didn't know what came over him at that moment. He simply raised his hand crossbow and fired an arrow at the white-clad scissors woman. The bolt flew straight towards her face, hidden behind her long hair. It struck firmly but had absolutely no effect. The woman in white slowly turned her head to look at Chen Ye. Under her gaze, Chen Ye felt a violent shudder run through his entire body. Damn you! The muscle demon moved his other fist, smashing into the woman's face, driving the crossbow bolt even deeper into it. A flash of information passed before Chen Ye's eyes. You have attacked the abyssal, the white-clad scissors woman. Kill points 200. He had no time to check the system notification. To his horror, the muscle demon's punch had caused no damage whatsoever to the white-clad scissors woman. She didn't even stagger. Her slender arm twitched slightly, and with effortless ease, she flung the 3-meter body across the room, sending it crashing through countless shelves. This was an abyssal. The sequence transcendent, hailed as a miracle of humanity, was nothing more than a ragdoll in her presence. In just a few short months, humanity had been driven from the cities, becoming wanderers constantly on the run. They were the instigators of this catastrophe. You bitch. They'll tear you apart. With a roar, a massive body leaped from the wreckage of the shelves and charged at the white-clad scissors woman. A faint trace of blood-red aura emanated from the giant's body. His vitality exceeded Chen Ye's expectations as well. The scales in Chen Ye's heart tipped again towards this big oaf. Even after all that, the guy was completely unfazed. Indeed, a sequence transcendent was a sequence transcendent. But not running. Even after all this, the guy must have a screw loose. Fine, if he wouldn't run, Chen Ye would. He never considered running away a disgrace. Even the mighty Han Laoma fled swiftly when facing powerful foes. He planned to escape far away while the big oaf was locked in battle with the white-clad scissors woman. As long as he reached sunlight, the abyssals wouldn't dare follow. Chen Ye shouldered his backpack and bolted. Moon lady by coffin bed, little brother cries for candy till his heart is dead. A familiar, eerie child's chant echoed in his ears. Chen Ye felt as if something had grabbed his ankle. Looking down, he saw a pale child with a sinister grin staring back at him. I want candy, I want candy. The child laughed eerily. Chen Ye's steps grew heavier and slower. This is it. That was the only thought in Chen Ye's mind. He suddenly noticed a pile of scattered candy on the floor amidst the toppled shelves. He quickly grabbed a few pieces and held them out. Here, candy. Have some candy. The paper-weeping child paused, seemingly surprised that Chen Ye actually had candy to offer. It seemed reluctant to take it, but some rule forced it to accept the candy from Chen Ye. Its pale little hand released Chen Ye's leg and reached out to take the sweets. Seizing the moment, Chen Ye sprinted towards the supermarket exit. Survivors were screaming and crying all around. Chen Ye glanced back and saw the paper-weeping child unwrapping the candy. In the distance, the muscle demon was sent flying once again, but he quickly got back up and charged at the scissors woman once more. He was like an unkillable cockroach from a cartoon. Maybe these sequence transcendents weren't completely useless after all. They were quite strong. Or perhaps it was the white-clad scissors woman who was exceptionally powerful. The sense of crisis eased slightly. At least for now, he was safe. Chen Ye scanned the area, grabbed 2 large bags from the fallen shelves, and hurried away. The eerie laughter and the muscle demon's roars echoed behind him. He ran all the way to the supermarket entrance without stopping. When Chen Ye finally stood in the sunlight again, he felt as if he had returned to the world of the living. Screams and terrified shouts still emanated from inside the supermarket. Save me, I don't want to die. No, don't come near me. Wah. Eerie shadows flickered all around. Many survivors as they ran were dragged back into the darkness by the abyssals. The commotion had attracted all the abyssals from Xinghua town. A beam of sunlight prevented them from surging out. The pursuing abyssals snarled and clawed at Chen Ye from within the darkness, but the light was too dim to see them clearly. Chen Ye gasped for breath, his lungs feeling like they were about to burst. Sweat plastered his hair to his face. Chen Ye plopped down onto the cargo bed of a tricycle, tossing the 2 bags he had grabbed beside him. If he had still had his old bicycle, it wouldn't have been able to hold all this. Chen Ye, what do you think you're doing? Get off our vehicle. Just then Chen Ye heard a hostile female voice. He turned and saw the yoga pants woman Jia and the fitness coach Xiangzi standing nearby, each carrying a large bundle. Spotting a side door not far off, Chen Ye realized the two weren't entirely stupid. They had found the side entrance and gotten in that way. They had managed to get out safely too. Lucky them. However, these 2 big bundles were his now. Chen Ye, what are you trying to do? Think you can steal our ride? I'm warning you, Chen, you don't think we're afraid of you. Get off my vehicle right now and you'll pretend this never happened. Chen Ye didn't say a word. He simply cocked his hand crossbow. Brother Ye, let's talk. Let's talk. The fitness coach Xiangzi began to panic. Xiangzi, why are you such a coward? I don't believe he can do anything to us. Swoosh. The moment those words left Jiajia's mouth, a bolt flew past her vision and pierced Qiangzi's throat. Qiangzi's eyes widened in shock. His bundle dropped to the ground as he clutched his neck, staring at Chen Ye in disbelief. Blood splattered across Jiajia's face. She was petrified as if struck by a paralysis spell, trembling violently too, scared to move. A few drops of liquid stained the ground beneath her. You. Perhaps because the apocalypse had come too quickly only a few months ago, many people hadn't fully adapted to its laws of survival. The woman in yoga pants was a prime example. The reason Chen Ye had killed the fitness coach first was simple. Compared to the yoga pants woman, the physically imposing coach posed a greater threat. Even though he seemed cowardly, if it came down to a life-or-death struggle, the outcome was uncertain. A message flashed before Chen Ye's eyes. You have slain your enemy. Kill value 1,000. Chen Ye was momentarily stunned, but had no time to dwell on it, quickly reloading his crossbow. Chen Ye. You. Don't. He started to raise his weapon. Odd. The woman in yoga pants screamed and turned to flee back inside. Compared to the abyssals, she found Chen Ye far more terrifying. He hadn't hesitated for even a second with that shot. Swoosh. The bolt struck the wall and clattered to the ground. The woman had already screamed and fled back through the side door. Odd. Before Chen Ye could react, he heard her scream again. Chen Ye, save me, save me. The woman stumbled back out. Tears and snot streaked her face. All her previous arrogance was gone, replaced by sheer terror. Her once somewhat pretty face was deathly pale. Behind her stood a tattered figure. Just as she was about to reach the sunlight, the ragged figure grabbed her hair and dragged her back into the darkness. Chen Ye, I was wrong. Please save me. Save me. Chen Ye, I'm sorry. I don't want to die. Please, I can be useful. I can be useful. I want to live. I don't want to die. Chen Ye, I have a child at home. I can't die. Chen Ye, you're so heartless. Despite her pleas and struggles, the figure behind her relentlessly, steadily pulled her back into the shadows. Chen Ye simply watched, slowly backing away into the sunlight. Her pleas had no effect on him. Not until she had completely vanished into the darkness, leaving only a trail of her desperate struggle on the ground. Only then did Chen Ye realize his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. He tossed the 2 bags into the cargo bed. Several survivors had already fled the area, but no one stopped to say a word. They all frantically loaded their own vehicles and sped away. The scene was one of pure panic and flight. No one paid them any attention. Chen Ye stood up, pedaled the tricycle, and sped off. Before leaving, he hadn't forgotten to pick up the 2 bundles and throw them into the cart. Since the outbreak of the anomalies, humanity had never once prevailed against them. The anomalies could not be killed. Only sequence transcendence could contend with them. Yet everything witnessed moments ago cast a shadow over Chen Ye's heart. The demonic muscle man from before was undeniably formidable, but even he was powerless against the scissors woman. Before the white-clad scissors woman, the demonic muscle man was no more than a child. Chen Ye pedaled his tricycle, furiously racing toward the town's edge. The sun had now fully dipped toward the west. Shadows cast from both sides of the street had already cloaked 4/5 of the road in darkness. Through the corner of his eye, Chen Ye could see countless pitch-black, grotesque figures standing within the shadows, glaring venomously at his group. Everyone was racing against time. A dark silhouette flashed across the rooftops nearby. Chen Ye glanced over and saw it was a young woman carrying a sword on her back. The girl moved like a legendary swordswoman, her toes lightly brushing against the billboards lining the streets, sweeping against the flow like a gust of wind. Her destination, the very supermarket where the battle had erupted behind them. This was another sequence transcendent. How many sequence transcendents were hidden within this convoy? There was no time to dwell on it. Chen Ye had already reached the town's gateway and charged through the archway. The moment his group burst past the town's entrance, a crowd swarmed toward them. "Brother, what's happening? Honey, honey, are you back? Brother, brother. Brother, where are you?" A large crowd had gathered at the town's exit. Among them, women were the majority. The elderly and children were few. In the apocalypse, the old and the young lacked the stamina to flee when anomalies struck. Adult women, however, with physical strength only slightly inferior to men, stood a far better chance of survival. Many surrounded Chen Ye, peppering him with questions. He gave no answer, merely gripping his crossbow warily as he pushed through the crowd. A man stepped down from the modified off-road vehicle leading the convoy. The man's attire was peculiar, a hoodie, loose jogger pants, but no shoes on his feet. His face was solemn and cold. He bent down, scooped up a handful of soil, and tossed it into his mouth, tasting it. He looked like a master chef sampling a newly crafted dish. Then his expression shifted, and he barked, "Move. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." The faces of those clustered around him turned pale at his words. They scrambled desperately back to their vehicles, as if some great terror was about to descend. "What about Nana and Taisher?" someone asked. "Don't worry, they'll catch up. Move now, no more questions." Soon the movement of these vehicles caught the attention of the other survivors. They were planning to leave. Of course, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Nightfall was imminent. So close to the town, once darkness fell and the anomalies emerged, everyone in the convoy would be doomed. "No, my husband hasn't come out yet, you can't leave. Please, my brother is still inside, don't abandon us." Panic set in, and some even tried to block the vehicles. "If you want to die, wait here. Get out of the way." The modified off-road vehicle ignored all obstruction, flooring the accelerator and tearing off. Chen Ye's face tightened as he prepared to pedal after it. A middle-aged woman lunged forward, grabbing his handlebars. "Young man, you can't leave. You have to take us with you. We're old. If you don't, we won't survive." Chen Ye's brow furrowed, a flicker of disgust passing through his eyes. He found the woman's behavior utterly repulsive. Before the apocalypse, these retired aunties had pensions that rivaled, or even surpassed, his own salary. They were full of vigor, dancing in the squares or scrambling for discounted eggs at the supermarket. Now they used their age as leverage, expecting Chen Ye to haul them on his tricycle. "Get lost. Young man, do you even know what respecting your elders?" Bang. Chen Ye delivered a single kick, sending the self-righteous woman tumbling into the roadside ditch. He slammed down on the pedals and shot off after the convoy. A stream of curses trailed behind him. It seemed the apocalypse had arrived too swiftly. Many, like the woman in yoga pants, had yet to fully adapt to its ruthless laws. The off-road vehicle ahead, usually so leisurely, was now tearing along at breakneck speed. Survivors on foot quickly fell behind. Fortunately, Chen Ye's tricycle was equipped with a power assist mechanism, allowing him to keep pace even with the cargo bed laden with supplies. Just then a bus lurched out of the town, swaying unsteadily. Chen Ye recognized it. It belonged to the convoy. Earlier it had been packed to the brim. But now through the windows he could see it was considerably emptier. A survivor tried to flag the bus down, only to be sent flying by the vehicle, their fate unknown. The bus tore after the convoy as if its rear was on fire, throttle floored. Chen Ye stood up on his pedals, pumping furiously. His tricycle overtook a few bicycles, settling into a position trailing the motorcycles ahead. At that moment, Chen Ye's desire to upgrade his tricycle to an electric one reached its peak. Perhaps it was time to switch to a four-wheeler. Even with the hassle of refueling and charging, it would be a vast improvement. The tricycle continued its desperate dash. Thanks to years of infrastructure development, the road conditions were decent. Even the potholed stretches posed little trouble for Chen Ye's vehicle. Chen Ye didn't understand why those ahead were fleeing as if possessed, but he knew that if he fell behind, he might very well die tonight. It wasn't until today that he realized the convoy harbored two sequence transcendents. Perhaps it was precisely because of these transcendents that the convoy had survived unscathed until now. Huff. Gasp. Chen Ye was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. His lungs burned, as if scorched, convulsing violently with every breath. Without the power assist mechanism, he would have fallen behind long ago. Yet even so, the convoy ahead had dwindled to a mere speck of light in his vision. Heavy breathing sounded close behind. A few cyclists were clinging on nearby. As for the pedestrians, not a single one remained in sight. He didn't know how much time had passed. Finally, Chen Ye saw that faint light ahead seemed to halt. A spark of hope ignited in his chest. Half an hour later, he finally caught up with the convoy. People had already disembarked and were setting up tents. Chen Ye spotted a burly man at least 2 meters tall being carried to an open patch of ground nearby. His left arm had been severed clean at the shoulder, blood staining the grass beneath him crimson. Standing beside the man was the sword-bearing girl. There was also the barefoot man. Chen Ye's arrival drew a few glances, surprised perhaps that the first to arrive was someone on a tricycle. After parking his vehicle, Chen Ye collapsed to the ground in a heap, gasping for air. His chest heaved violently with each breath. After about 5 minutes, his breathing finally steadied, his body feeling as if it had been pulled apart at the joints. He struggled to his feet, leaning against the tricycle's tire, and pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it. The flame illuminated Chen Ye's silhouette. Huff! He exhaled a long plume of smoke, feeling the fatigue ebb away, carried off by the nicotine. Only then did he feel somewhat better. He called up his system interface and was surprised to find his kill count had already surpassed 1,200. Recalling his earlier desperation, Chen Ye now had only one resolve: to replace his tricycle with an electric. Chen Ye wondered if his current kill count of over 1,200 points would truly be sufficient. Without the aid of that muscular monstrosity, he wouldn't have even gathered that many points. After this experience, Chen Ye finally understood the true value of his electric tricycle. Had the convoy ahead not halted, he would have been left behind entirely. In this apocalypse, being abandoned by the convoy meant only one fate: death. Chen Ye was certain the convoy's frantic dash today indicated they had sensed some imminent danger. Ensuring he wasn't left behind was now his top priority. The best solution would be to modify his tricycle to run on both human power and electricity. During regular convoy travel, he could pedal manually, but in emergencies like today, he could switch to electric power. System, can I design my own upgrade plan? Chen Ye tentatively posed the question in his mind. To his surprise, the system responded affirmatively almost immediately. A 3D holographic rendering materialized before his eyes. This was the system's proposed upgrade blueprint. In the design, the tricycle's 3 wheels were transformed into tubeless tires, each 16 inches in size. Even the cargo bed appeared more durable and slightly larger than before. The handlebars were fitted with throttle brakes and even a headlight. Considering future rainy days without any shelter, Chen Ye decided to enclose the front section, converting it into a closed cabin. He also swapped the 3 tires for off-road solid ones. Compared to tubeless tires, solid tires required less maintenance and were puncture-proof. They were better suited for heavy loads, though they offered poorer shock absorption, resulting in a bumpier ride and more strain on the frame. Nevertheless, solid tires were far more appropriate for this apocalyptic world. Chen Ye even planned to reinforce the frame. The system could execute all his design specifications with just a thought, implementing them more comprehensively than he had imagined, proactively optimizing any unreasonable aspects. The system's initial design was a 2-wheel rear-wheel drive setup. Chen Ye, after deliberation, opted for a 3-wheel drive configuration instead. In this apocalypse, 3-wheel drive, while not matching 4-wheel drive, was certainly superior to rear-wheel drive. Chen Ye even modified the vehicle's chassis, changing it to a body and frame design. Typically, such frames were only used in rugged off-road vehicles. Its advantages lay in rock-crawling, desert driving, and traversing uninhabited areas, functionalities perfectly suited for the current apocalypse. After these modifications, the design bore no resemblance to the original tricycle, looking like an entirely different mode of transport. If such an apocalyptic tricycle existed, it would likely rival modified off-road vehicles. Chen Ye clicked confirm. The 3D model flickered, and a prompt appeared before him: optimizing according to the current plan. Optimizing. Upgrading the electric tricycle requires 3500 kill points. Insufficient points. Upgrade plan cannot be executed. What? Damn. 3500 kill points. That's extortionate. Chen Ye was stunned. He only had a little over 1,200 points. Yet looking at his custom-designed tricycle, he was salivating. He was unwilling to give it up. Lighting a cigarette, he reluctantly decided to revise his design. He stripped away non-essential features, keeping only what was urgently needed. Even the headlight was removed to save kill points. Minutes later, Chen Ye looked at the simplified blueprint with a sense of resignation. But it had to be done. According to the current upgrade plan, 1,200 kill points are required. Upgrade will take 15 hours. Proceed with upgrade. His current points were only slightly above 1,200. 15 hours was acceptable. Just as he was about to confirm, his gaze swept across the roadside and landed on an abandoned motorcycle. His eyes lit up. The motorcycle lay toppled, covered in rust, with moss growing in its crevices. Such sights were common in the apocalypse. With enough luck and patience, Chen Ye might even find an off-road vehicle, potentially negating the need to upgrade his tricycle. But that was a fantasy. His only asset was this tricycle. Without quickly utilizing the upgrade system, he doubted he'd survive much longer. System, if I can find parts, will the kill point cost be reduced? The system responded promptly. If suitable parts are found, the system may reduce the kill point cost accordingly. Chen Ye suppressed his excitement, lit a cigarette, and steadied his nerves. The flame briefly illuminated his profile, making his eyes gleam. To hell with it, let's do this. Chen Ye struggled to his feet, his body feeling weak and sore. He dragged the motorcycle over to his tricycle. People nearby glanced over at the noise, then turned away. They couldn't care less about what an ordinary man like him was doing. The group had already begun setting up tents, and even started a fire to roast meat. The aroma drifted to Chen Ye's nose, making his mouth water. He took a few deep drags of his cigarette to suppress his hunger and focused on the system modification. System: can the motorcycle be used for the modification? The tires, engine, and many other parts could be repurposed. Affirmative. The modification cost is now 900 kill points. Only a saving of 300 points. That seemed hardly worth it. System: are there other ways to save kill points? Yes. If the host can disassemble all motorcycle parts and initially install them onto the tricycle, 100 kill points can be saved. If the host can find a third tire, another 100 kill points can be saved. If the host. Chen Ye understood. The more complete the upgrade components he provided, the more points he saved. Without any tools, this was the best he could do. He realized he needed to scavenge for a set of tools in the future. He wished he could search for more abandoned motorcycles, but it was too dark to see clearly. He had to make do with this. After the system's modification, the original electric tricycle was converted to gasoline power. It was an unavoidable change. He would need to scavenge for gasoline alongside the convoy in the future. Fortunately, his tricycle now had two drive modes: manual pedaling and engine power. However, pedaling would be much more strenuous than before. After confirming the upgrade in the system, Chen Ye noticed an hourglass countdown timer appear on his tricycle. The upgrade would take 6 hours, 9 hours less than the initial 15. It would be complete by tomorrow morning. Only then did Chen Ye have time to inspect the supplies he had gathered. He had taken 2 large bags from the supermarket. The other 2 bags were snatched from the yoga pants woman and Xiangzi. Chen Ye first opened the 2 bags he had brought out from the supermarket. The cigarette in his mouth had already gone out, and he casually flicked it away. In this post-apocalyptic world, no one would scold him for littering. He lit another cigarette and savored the rich taste of nicotine. A large portion of his backpack was filled with cigarettes, so he wouldn't run out anytime soon. Therefore, Chen Ye allowed himself this small luxury. Just then he noticed a disturbance emerging from the darkness. He stared warily into the pitch-black direction. A group of people came running up, gasping for breath. Finally. We finally made it. God. I almost died. Wah. Those monsters. They're not chasing us anymore. We're alive. Wah. They had caught up. Judging by their tone, it seemed they had been hunted by monsters. The camp fell into a brief uproar. Some were crying and embracing each other. Some collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Others stood in silence, not saying a word. A few glared with venomous eyes at the group of people who had driven here earlier. Even Chen Ye, who was riding a tricycle, became a target of their resentment, their poisonous gazes sweeping over him repeatedly. Chen Ye placed his crossbow within easy reach, his eyes issuing a silent warning to these people. These people were in a pitiful state, some even bearing traces of blood. But their plight was not his doing, and he had no interest in playing the saint. The convoy had originally numbered around 200 people. But now, even counting these newcomers who had just caught up, the entire convoy was less than 100. This was the apocalypse. Chen Ye moved his tricycle closer to the group of drivers, putting a bit more distance between himself and these resentful souls, before finally getting a chance to sort through his current gains. He opened one of the bags, revealing it to be completely full of rice. Seeing the bag of rice, Chen Ye couldn't help but swallow. It had been days since had last eaten rice. He opened the other bag, which was packed full of various snacks. There were potato chips, instant noodles, spicy strips, and chocolate. There were even several bottles of drinks and mineral water. It looked like a giant snack gift pack. This brought a slight smile to Chen Ye's face. Those drinks could quickly replenish his sugar levels, and the empty bottles would be useful for carrying water. After securing his own supplies and hiding them away, Chen Ye finally began to inspect the gains from the yoga pants woman and Xiangzi. When he opened the yoga pants woman's bag, he couldn't help but curse out loud. This foolish woman had barely any food in her bag. Instead, it was filled with clothes and shoes. That was fine, of course. In times like these, any supplies were useful. But all the clothes and shoes were for women. There was also a considerable amount of feminine hygiene products in the bag. These items would have to be traded with others for supplies. Next was Changzi's bag. It was even bigger than Chen Ye's own backpack and seemed to hold a lot. Chen Ye even discovered cured meat inside. This was a scarce commodity. There was no shortage of snacks either. There were also 2 large packs of dried noodles, enough to last Chen Ye for quite some time. Not only that, but Chen Ye also found a few pieces of clothing and a pair of shoes in Changzi's backpack. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Ye's face. He remembered it was still October. The weather hadn't completely cooled down yet. As a result, he sweated profusely every day and his body was already sticky. His clothes were filthy, making him look little better than a beggar. Even without the chance to bathe, changing into clean clothes would make him feel much better. Chen Ye eagerly put on a quick dry shirt and bagged his dirty clothes, planning to wash them by the river during a future camp. In this day and age, not a single scrap of resource could be wasted. Even though the shoes on his feet were starting to smell, Chen Ye had no intention of throwing them away. He took out his portable stove and cookware, preparing to make himself a decent meal today. Without a knife, Chen Ye had to use the tip of a crossbow bolt to painstakingly cut off a small piece of cured meat and toss it into the pot. As for rinsing the rice, that thought never even crossed his mind. He knew rinsing would waste precious water. He simply poured in some water, added the cured meat, and put it on the stove to cook. Chang's bag also contained 2 jars of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce. Having 2 jars of that was a great blessing in this world. The survivors who had just arrived were still crying in the distance, but Chen Ye paid them no mind. In this apocalypse, those who could still shed tears were the ones who would survive. Blowing out a smoke ring, Chen Ye leaned against his tricycle waiting for the food to cook. At the same time, he kept a wary eye on the people. After confirming they weren't making any rash moves, his thoughts turned back to the system. There were still over 5 hours left before his tricycle's upgrade was complete. He saw he still had 300 kill points left, and his mind drifted back to those sequence transcendents. System, how does one awaken as a sequence transcendent? Chen Ye asked tentatively, but surprisingly the system replied quickly. There are currently 2 ways to awaken a sequence transcendent. One is to obtain a sequence injection and awaken through it. The other is self-awakening. Chen Ye narrowed his eyes. The sequence injection was out of the question. It sounded incredibly precious and far beyond his means. Besides, with the apocalypse having driven humanity out of the cities, getting one would be even harder. Then there was self-awakening. System, is there a method for self-awakening? Yes, it can be exchanged for 3,000 kill points. Would the host like to exchange? Chen Ye. 3,000 kill points. He had nearly died, just earning 1,000. Where was he supposed to get 3,000? He looked at the 300 kill points remaining in his account. If he paid off the system's loan, he'd have nothing left. Since the system wasn't demanding repayment anyway, how could he use these 300 points to maximize his benefit? He took a deep drag of his cigarette, his mind racing furiously. He recalled his experiences in Xinghua town, how he was utterly helpless against the white-clad scissor woman and the paper-weeping child. Ordinary people had no way to fight these anomalies, only to flee for their lives. System, I want to use 300 kill points to exchange for a way to deal with anomalies. After Chen Ye issued this command, a small spinning icon appeared in the system interface, much like the loading icon on a phone when opening an app. He waited for a full 10 minutes. Just as he began to think the system had no solution either, a message from the system appeared. Consume 300 kill points to exchange for a plan to deal with anomalies. Confirm exchange. There was actually a way. Chen Ye immediately sat up straight. Confirmed exchange. That feeling of being utterly powerless against anomalies was truly unbearable. He knew that a method obtained for just 300 kill points wouldn't be some ultimate solution, but at least he would have some means to fight back in the future. The 300 kill points in his account vanished. A message appeared before Chen Ye. Black dog blood can have a certain effect on anomalies. Black dog blood. He never expected it to be this method, and a wave of joy washed over Chen Ye. He had been worried about what to do if he ran out of gasoline after the tricycle's upgrade. Maybe he could use this method to trade with those sequence transcendents for fuel. Gasoline. Since one could exchange for sequence injections, perhaps he could also exchange for gas or other supplies. Chen Ye directly summoned the system to ask. The system gave an affirmative answer. But when Chen Ye looked at the exchange price, he fell silent. Looking at that exchange price, Chen Ye decided he would never make that trade unless his life was on the line. As dawn's first light broke, a notification flashed before Chen Ye's eyes. Upgrade complete. A faint dim glow washed over his tricycle before the entire vehicle transformed beyond recognition. The tricycle no longer resembled a bicycle at all, but rather a motorized trike. Its front section was the very motorcycle Chen Ye had discovered by the roadside the previous night. The handlebars, the seat, and the sleek rounded fuel tank. If not for the rear, it would have been a motorcycle outright. The cargo bed at the back had also undergone significant changes. The side panels were raised higher. If he folded down the rear gate and added a cushion, it could even serve as a bed. From now on, Chen Ye wouldn't have to sleep on the ground, he could rest right in the vehicle. The bed's carrying capacity had been enhanced once more. Although it was still far from the complete form he had designed in the system, achieving this much under the current circumstances was remarkable. Of course, there were shortcomings as well. For instance, the front tire was from the salvaged motorcycle, but the 2 rear tires were still the bicycle's originals. This was a compromise made to conserve kill points. Furthermore, the front lacked a canopy, leaving the rider exposed to the elements. Even the main frame hadn't been reinforced. It remained rear-wheel drive, not the 3-wheel drive had envisioned, which could prove troublesome on rough terrain. Still, having achieved all this for just 900 kill points seemed like a fair deal. Chen Ye climbed aboard to test it. Even with the assist mechanism, pedaling was far more laborious than before. Without gasoline, this vehicle would be less practical than his old one. At that moment, his mindset began to shift. If he encountered a situation like yesterday's again, he might be left behind by the convoy. And being left behind meant only one thing: death. The motorcycle engine might lack power and speed, but it was still significantly faster than pedaling a bicycle. Even if refueling was a hassle, had accepted. Chen Ye's gaze swept to the head of the convoy. There were 2 SUVs, a sedan and a bus. They surely had gasoline. With his stockpile of supplies, perhaps he could trade with them. Soon Chen Ye's motorized tricycle drew considerable attention. Many cast envious glances his way, while others looked on with sneers. The bicycle was better. Now he's made this freakish thing a real burden. And he'll have to scavenge for gas. Yeah, the old bike was better. Why don't we ask him where his old tricycle went? If we could get our hands on it. How don't you realize this is that very tricycle, just modified? Wait, doesn't this strike you as odd? What do you mean? How could one person turn a tricycle into this overnight? It's impossible. Hiss. At that reminder, everyone's gaze turned to Chen Ye. Indeed. How could a normal person transform a tricycle into this in a single night? It would take a team of several people days to accomplish such a feat. But he did it alone in one night. How is that possible? Could he be an aberrant? Everyone stared at Chen Ye with wary eyes. Their gazes held hatred, fear, and dread. Yet no one dared approach. Some among them had witnessed him shooting Xiangzi outside the supermarket yesterday. Seeing their reactions, Chen Ye's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The commotion drew attention. What's happening here? A crisp voice cut through the tension. A long-legged girl with a high ponytail strutted over. She wore a pair of AJ's denim shorts and a cartoon-printed tee with a long sword strapped at her waist. Chen Ye recognized her. She was the one who had leapt across rooftops during their escape from Xinghua village, moving with a grace that defied gravity. She was a sequence transcendent. The other survivors didn't fully grasp her identity, but they instinctively regarded her with a mix of awe and fear. The girl surveyed her surroundings before her gaze settled on Chen Ye, then on his motorized tricycle. A spark of curiosity flickered in her eyes as she examined the vehicle. Chen Ye's hand inched towards his crossbow. He knew he might not be a match for her, but surrendering without a fight was out of the question. Is this motorcycle yours? The girl's voice was pleasant to the ear. It's mine. Impressive. Yesterday you had a pedal tricycle, and now you've got a motorcycle. Very impressive. Have you awakened as a sequence transcendent? The girl turned her bright eyes fixed on Chen Ye. The question hung in the air. Chen Ye was taken aback. What sequence transcendent? Is she talking about me? A murmur rippled through the surrounding survivors. They had heard legends of sequence transcendence, but never seen one. But after yesterday, no one doubted their existence. Now hearing the girl suggest that Chen Ye had awakened as one, they were stunned. How? How is this possible? The looks of disdain instantly morphed into envy and jealousy. The mechanic sequence. There's no other way you could have pulled this off. Anyway, come with me. With that, she led Chen Ye towards the vehicles at the front. Chen Ye realized she had mistaken his system for a sequence ability. Seeing her lead the way, Chen Ye followed without a word, leaving behind a crowd of envious survivors. This convoy was sharply divided into two classes. The first were those riding in vehicles. Chen Ye guessed there were at least 2 sequence transcendents among them. This group was small, a few dozen people at most. After yesterday's events in Xinghua town, they had lost nearly half their number. Their attire and demeanor were markedly superior to the others. He had even heard that a celebrity was among them. The second group consisted of survivors on bicycles or on foot trailing behind. Based on yesterday's events, they were considered expendable. As the girl led Chen Ye over, everyone looked on in surprise. Chen Ye noticed a barefoot young man with a uniquely striking aura staring at him. It was hard not to notice him. Nana. Who is this? This person has just awakened the machinist sequence. As the girl finished speaking, everyone present looked at Chen Ye with expressions of shock or envy. The machinist sequence. Really? TSK. I'm so envious. This is the 4th sequence transcendent in our team. Our team is really accumulating more and more sequence transcendents. For sequence transcendence. That means there's one more besides me. Who is it? That barefoot young man from earlier. The girl tossed her head, gesturing towards the motorized tricycle not far from Chen Ye, her jawline held high. She seemed quite proud of having discovered a sequence transcendent. Captain, you all should remember this vehicle. What did it look like last night? And what does it look like now, eh? Only a transcendent of the machinist sequence could achieve this. So, it's pretty great to have an extra machinist in our team, isn't it? After speaking, the girl gave Chen Ye a hearty slap on the shoulder. Everyone's gazes shifted between Chen Ye and the motorized tricycle. Many cast looks of astonishment. The women's eyes sparkled while the men's held jealousy and envy. This was the legendary sequence transcendent. The survivors had long heard tales of sequence transcendence and had even witnessed their abilities firsthand in Xinghua town. If only they could gain the protection of a sequence transcendent. Just the thought made many people's eyes light up. Machinist sequence. It must be a type of transcendent related to machinery. With my upgrade system, it does feel somewhat similar. Welcome to awakening as a sequence transcendent. This is a whole new world. The barefoot man with a unique aura stood up, extended his hand to Chen Ye, and smiled radiantly. From that moment on, Chen Ye felt as if the door to the world of sequence transcendence had opened a crack for him. A wisp of steam curled up from the teacup. Since the apocalypse began, this was Chen Ye's first time drinking tea. The tea he once disliked now carried a refreshing, heart-soothing fragrance. Chen Ye was now invited into the tent. Inside the tent were only Chen Ye, Chu Che, and Nana. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chu Che of the Pathfinder sequence. I'm Nana of the Sword Immortal sequence. And I'm Chen Ye of the Machinist sequence. Since it's confirmed I'm a machinist, I might as well be a good one. There's one more you've probably seen. He's the big guy of the Titan sequence. He's resting right now. You've just awakened your machinist sequence, right? As a newly ascended sequence transcendent, you must have a lot of questions. Back then, when I first became a transcendent, I was just as confused as you are. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Chen Ye thought for a moment, then asked, what exactly is the machinist sequence? Chu Che looked at Chen Ye with slight surprise. Logically, every newly awakened sequence transcendent should receive basic information from their genes. But this one seemed to know nothing at all. Chu Che suppressed his doubts, took a sip of tea, and began, from what I know, those of the machinist sequence possess an almost incomprehensible talent for machinery. They have an innate intuition for how machines work and their underlying principles. The machinist sequence is also considered a type of support sequence. In peacetime, it would be one of the most ideal sequences. It's a pity. Through Chu Chi's explanation, Chen Ye gained a much deeper understanding of these so-called sequence transcendents. Listening to Chu Chi's explanation, Chen Ye truly grasped the vast complexity of sequence transcendence. There are over 100 different sequences. Even Chu Che himself only knew of a few. A great many sequences remained unknown. After all, it had only been a few months since the apocalypse began. Each sequence transcendent possesses unique abilities. They are broadly divided into major categories. For instance, combat sequences, support sequences, supernatural sequences. Even each country has its own unique sequences. Xia country has sequences like the Sword Immortal and the Celestial Master. The island nation has the ninja sequence, the Shikigami sequence. The girl Nana beside them was from Xia country's unique Sword Immortal sequence, possessing an innate talent for swords. Actually, the anomalies started appearing as early as 2025. At first they weren't too severe, so governments worldwide could still barely cope. It was around that time that people began to awaken as sequence transcendents. Chu Che spoke calmly, sharing what he knew. Much of this information was new to Chen Ye, so he listened with rapt attention. Aberrations cannot be killed. Only sequence transcendents can deal with them. But as you've seen, even sequence transcendents can only be of some use against them. To actually kill an aberration is incredibly difficult for lower-level sequences, if not outright impossible. The white-clad scissor woman in Xinghua town wasn't even one of the most powerful aberrations. Yet even so, Tai Shi and Nana together could barely hold their own. Tai Shi lost an arm just to survive. Human sequence transcendents are far too weak in the face of these aberrations. What's more, the aberrations are constantly growing stronger. Humanity's future looks bleak. Chu Che spoke methodically and slowly. But the more Chen Ye listened, the heavier his heart became. The existing aberrations alone had already collapsed human society and turned the megacities into forbidden zones. And these aberrations were still evolving, growing even more powerful. Did humanity even have a chance? Human cities had become aberration nests, forbidden zones for humans. At the same time, Chu Che answered a question that had long puzzled Chen Ye. The convoy had remained relatively safe for all this time. The reason for this was Chu Chi's sequence. Chu Che was of the Pathfinder sequence. This sequence had no offensive capabilities, but its transcendence possessed a unique ability. He could sense the presence of aberrations within a certain range, and from that he could chart a safe route. This was why the convoy had never been ambushed by aberrations on the road. At the same time aberrations were attracted to humans, the larger the group, the more they attracted. Therefore, the only way to survive was to keep moving and evade the aberrations' pursuit. This was also why the convoy was always on the road. The apocalyptic migration had no destination, survival itself was the sole purpose. Chen Ye, you are now the fourth sequence transcendent in our convoy. With your addition, our convoy is much more secure. Welcome aboard. Chu Che looked at Chen Ye with a smile. The young Sword Immortal Nana also fixed her bright eyes on him. Chen Ye shrugged. What choice did he have? Did he have any other options? Chen Ye reached out and shook Chu Chi's hand. By the way, Captain Chu, does our team have any gasoline? We do have some gasoline, but what do you have to trade for it? In our convoy, all supplies must be gathered by yourself or traded with others. Trade. Wait, I'm a sequence transcendent now, and I still have to trade. Don't sequence transcendents get any perks? You just welcome me aboard. How about we hold an internal trading meet? We just left Xinghua town, so everyone must have a lot of supplies. It's a good chance to exchange what we need. Chu Che winked at Chen Ye. As long as you can pay the price, you can get anything you want. Hearing this, Chen Ye's mind began to race. An internal trading meet. Maybe he could trade for the supplies he needed to upgrade his tricycle. With that thought, Chen Ye couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Soon Chen Ye understood the survival rules of this convoy. In this convoy, ordinary people still made up the majority. But ordinary people had limited abilities and could hardly obtain any good supplies, making it difficult to exchange for valuable items from them. The only ones he could trade with were the few sequence transcendents present. The convoy leader was naturally Chen Ye of the guide sequence. Transcendents of this sequence were born leaders. The management of the convoy, much like Chen Ye himself, was quite loose. Chen Ye had only one requirement for convoy management: fairness. Whether it was Chen Ye or the most ordinary person in the convoy, anyone who wanted supplies had to either go out and find them themselves or offer something of equal value in exchange. Just like Chen Ye saw someone sneaking into another's tent at night. As long as they paid a certain price, they could survive. Chen Ye had no objection to this. In a post-apocalyptic setting, it was already rare for someone to uphold the principle of fairness. As if to welcome Chen Ye, the newly joined sequence transcendent Chen Ye Nana and the one still recovering from injuries held a small supply exchange. Many who had escaped from Xinghua town yesterday had also brought some supplies. This trading session was arranged to maximize the benefits. There were no special rules. Both parties just had to agree voluntarily. The entire exchange lasted 2 hours. After that, they had to hit the road. For the survivors who had been under constant tension, this trading session was like rain after a drought, bringing rare smiles to many faces. The trunks of several SUVs were all opened, and people laid out their supplies. Chen Ye also took out his supplies from the motorcycle and set them up. Of course, he wouldn't trade cigarettes. Besides Chen Ye's motorcycle, the convoy had a few motorcycles and bicycles. There were 4 vehicles with 4 wheels, 2 modified SUVs, a bus, and a small car. The 2 SUVs belonged to Chen Ye and Nana respectively. The bus was the property of the big guy from the Titan sequence who was still recovering. The remaining small car belonged to the legendary female star of the convoy. Chen Ye also saw this actress. A woman in her early 20s wearing simple jeans and a white shirt with long, well-maintained hair. Her delicate features, even without much makeup, were pleasing and comfortable to look at. She seemed familiar, but Chen Ye couldn't name her. Hello, I'm Zhoulan. Nice to meet you. Hearing her name, Chen Ye suddenly realized. Chen Ye, I've seen your work. It's great. Thank you. I heard you have some women's clothing. Could I take a look? The trunks of the 2 SUVs and the small car were all opened. Chen Ye's trunk had some expired biscuits and cola taking up nearly half the space. At least he wouldn't starve in the short term. Chen Ye even found something he had wanted for a long time in Chen Ye's trunk, a foldable solar charging panel. Such items were usually essential for hiking enthusiasts who loved venturing into the woods. When phones and cameras ran out of power, the solar panel could recharge them. If Chen Ye got his hands on it and upgraded it, it could even serve as an energy source for an electric vehicle. Unfortunately, what he needed now wasn't electricity, but gasoline. Chen Ye also found quite a few clothes in Chen Ye's trunk: jackets, fleece, and quick-dry tops. It seemed Chen Ye had collected them deliberately. In this apocalypse, these clothes were the most suitable. He also found 2 large barrels of gasoline. Chen Ye also spotted some strange animal hides in Chen Ye's trunk. One blood-red piece caught his attention. This hide was found when we escaped from Jiangxing. I don't know its exact use, but if you're interested, I can give you a discount. Just give me a bag of rice, and it's yours. Chen Ye didn't expect Chen Ye to have his eye on the rice. Trading a bag of rice for a hide of unknown use was simply impossible. Chen Ye politely declined. TCH stingy. How about 2 packs of huazi? Chen Ye, unimpressed by Chen Ye's exorbitant demands, paid no heed to the unscrupulous leader. Stingy. How about your gasoline? Chen Ye pointed at the 2 barrels of gasoline. Chen Ye rubbed his chin and said, 1 case of instant noodles, 10 Snickers bars, 5 caddies of rice. Chen Ye thought it over and decided to look around first. After all, gasoline wasn't exclusive to Chen Ye. He approached the trunk of the young woman Nana. The SUV's trunk was large, but at least a third was filled with various clothes. The food consisted mainly of snacks and instant noodles. There were also several well-packaged bags of cured meat, though it was unclear if they were expired. Plus several handheld game consoles. Chen Ye, these consoles are the latest models. Interested? I can give you a deal. Just give me that bag of flour. Chen Ye had no interest in game consoles. In the apocalypse, who had time for games? Inside the trunk were also several knives, both long and short. I found these knives in a villa. If you want them, I'll give you a discount. That long knife for 10 caddies of flour, how about that? Nana noticed Chen Ye looking at the long knife and offered. 10 caddies. Why don't you just rob me? How about your gasoline? 20 caddies of rice. Chen Ye. Finally, there was the bus supply area. The bus had the most supplies, as they belonged not only to the big guy, but also to many others on the bus. Many people were browsing around the bus stall. It not only had various foods, but even rare items like canned beef and fish. There were baseball bats, instant noodles, underwear, toilet paper, and even several Apple laptops. There was even a box of Apple phones. Chen Ye also spotted an outdoor power bank, the kind used for camping, with a capacity of 2 kilowatt-hours. He had seen such power banks before. Good ones cost over 10,000 yuan, and cheaper ones still several thousand. But in this apocalypse, charging had become a problem, so these large-capacity power banks were essentially useless. There were also several rice cookers and microwaves. Chen Ye finally saw something. He wanted a set of repair tools, including screwdrivers, socket bits, wrenches, and more. When he had upgraded his motorcycle trike earlier, lacking tools for disassembly had cost him many kill points from the system. Now that he was recognized as a mechanic sequence, he couldn't do without a set of repair tools. Mr. Chen, are you interested in this tool set? Mr. Chen, as a mechanic sequence, you'll surely be twice as efficient with this tool set. If you want it, we can give you a discount. A balding, bespectacled man in his 30s smiled ingratiatingly. Chen Ye thought for a moment and asked, "What do you want in exchange?" 10 caddies of rice or 2 cases of instant noodles. How about it? Chen Ye frowned slightly. The price this man was asking was a bit too high. In the apocalypse, food was the hardest currency, more valuable than anything else. Especially unprocessed staples like rice. Many people had been surviving on instant noodles and packaged food for a long time. Among those who had escaped from Xinghua town, very few had brought rice. Most had foolishly grabbed chips, biscuits, and instant noodles, leaving flour and rice scarce. Seeing Chen Ye frown, the man before him spoke cautiously. "If Mr. Chen really wants it, five caddies of rice will do. Or if Mr. Chen could repair the bus for free twice, he'll give you these repair tools for nothing." As he spoke, the man kept studying Chen Ye's expression. The convoy had fewer than 100 people, so news that Chen Ye was a transcendent of the mechanic sequence spread quickly. Chen Ye hesitated briefly. "Deal." The man was overjoyed and quickly carried the repair tools to Chen Ye's motorized tricycle. Chen Ye then traded for some seasonings, salt, and oil, which only cost him a few packs of instant noodles. Half an hour remained in the 2-hour trading session. Chen Ye still hadn't gotten his hands on any gasoline. This was starting to worry him. Gasoline was only available from Chuche Nana and the still absent Iron Lion. But all three asked for similar exorbitant prices. Was he really going to have to trade rice for it? He hadn't eaten rice in days himself. He was reluctant to part with it. Perhaps he could use that secret to trade for gasoline and Nana's blade. He wanted the gasoline. And he wanted Nana's blade too. A pair of eyes had been watching Chen Ye all along. The owner of that gaze was Zhou Lan, a pre-apocalypse celebrity, and now the owner of a small car. Her supplies were meager compared to the others, just a few items. Yet quite a few people lingered around her stall. Seeing Chen Ye hesitate, the woman gritted her teeth, suddenly stood up, opened the car's rear door, and pulled out a square metal jerrycan. "Sis, what are you doing?" Just then a young man rushed over and grabbed Zhou Lan's arm. The youth was handsome, bearing a 5 or 6 out of 10 resemblance to Zhou Lan. Had he been a girl, he would likely have been a great beauty. Xiao, let go. I want. "Sis, are you planning to give away that can of gasoline?" the young man said stubbornly. "Silly child, your sister and I worked hard to get this gasoline. Do you think I'm that foolish?" The youth said, half convinced. "Really?" Zhou Lan patted his head and smiled. "Of course it's true." Only after the youth released his grip did Zhou Lan carry the jerrycan over to Chen Ye. "Mr. Chen, I have a can of gasoline here. If you don't mind, I can trade it to you." Just as Chen Ye was deliberating whether to really use rice for gasoline, Zhou Lan appeared. "What's your price?" 10 caddies of rice. "If that's inconvenient, 8 caddies will do." Chen Ye's brow furrowed. Chu Che and Nana also had gasoline, but they were asking for 20 caddies of rice. This pre-apocalypse star was only asking for 8. The price was suspiciously low. As if reading his hesitation, Zhou Lan explained softly, "I have another can of gasoline, enough to reach the next supply point. The reason I'm offering it to you so cheaply is simply hoping that you might look out for me if I run into trouble in the future." Hearing this, Chen Ye looked up and studied the former celebrity. He immediately understood her intentions. As a pre-apocalypse star in this environment, she was like a firefly in the dark. The swarm of lustful men gathered around her stall was proof enough. She was a celebrity after all. If this convoy hadn't maintained some order in any other group, Zhou Lan would have already. As time passed in the apocalypse, the old social order and civilization were slowly crumbling. Someday it might regress to a barbaric era. Then her celebrity halo wouldn't protect her, it would become the source of her ruin. Chu Che and Nana already had established circles. Only Zhou Lan remained isolated outside any group. By doing this, Zhou Lan was likely seeking his protection. After all, he was a newly ascended sequence transcendent. Chen Ye hesitated for a moment, then said, "Not enough." Zhou Lan's face paled slightly. "Mr. Chen, what else do you want?" Zhou Lan didn't have many supplies to begin with. Her small team consisted of only herself and her brother. Even back in Xinghua town, the siblings hadn't managed to scavenge much, just slightly more than the average survivor. Offering this can of gasoline was already her greatest show of sincerity. She knew that if she gave it to Chen Ye and they didn't find a new suitable supply point within the next week, their little car would be useless. Give me that can of oil, and he'll accept your terms. If you run into any trouble in the future, he'll help you. Zhou hadn't expected this seemingly handsome and sunny young man to be so shameless. He actually wanted her gasoline for free. Both food and gasoline were extremely scarce resources. She had nearly died to get her hands on this gasoline. She never expected him to just ask for it. Zhou face flushed red with anger. Her usually gentle eyes now shot out a hint of sharpness, glaring at the man before her. She wanted to know how he could be so brazen as to say such a thing. You? Mr. Chen, don't you think what you're saying is outrageous? Zhou gritted her teeth. Chen Ye's face showed no trace of guilt. Maybe you can pick out some clothes you like from my stash. Also, Ms. Zhou, if you had any other options, you wouldn't be standing here. If this were before the apocalypse, I wouldn't even have the right to know you. But this is the apocalypse now. I am a sequence transcendent, and you are just an ordinary person. The choice is yours. You? Zhou chest heaved with fury. If this were before the apocalypse, she wouldn't have spared a single word for someone like Chen Ye, no matter how handsome, and their paths would never have crossed. But now, Zhou face was flushed red. A wave of humiliation washed over the great star. Her beautiful eyes glistened slightly, a feeling she had never experienced before. After a full half-minute of silence, the pre-apocalypse celebrity gritted her teeth and said, "Fine. Deal." "What? Sis, you gave the gasoline to that guy. Sis, are you out of your mind? That was a whole barrel of gas. We only had 2 barrels, and now he is one of them. What are we supposed to use?" "No. Sis, I'm going to go get it back." Zhou Xiaoxiao was beside himself when he learned that his sister had given away an entire barrel of gasoline. That was a barrel of gasoline. In the days before the apocalypse, it might not have been worth much, but in a society like this, it was life itself. Once the gas was gone, their vehicle would be useless. The dire straits that would put the siblings in went without saying. Moreover, this car was their primary mode of transport, and every time they scavenged for supplies, they had to hunt for gasoline too. They were both ordinary people. They had nearly lost their lives collecting those 2 barrels of gas. Now they had given one away for nothing in return. Xiao, don't go. He's a sequence transcendent. We can't afford to mess with him. Hearing her brother's words, Zhou felt a pang of regret. But it couldn't be helped. In this apocalypse, her celebrity status meant nothing. Yet Zhou Xiaoxiao stubbornly retorted, "Sis, so what if he's a sequence transcendent? He's just a mechanic, not a combat type like Captain Chu. We don't need to be afraid of him. Besides, with Captain Chu around, what can he possibly do?" With that, the handsome young man strode purposefully towards Chen Ye. Chen Ye noticed the commotion. Naturally, the famous celebrity siblings drew attention, and the young man had deliberately raised his voice, seemingly to pressure Chen Ye. Even without trying to listen, Chen Ye caught every word clearly. Chen Ye lit a cigarette, casting a sidelong glance at the approaching youth with a hint of amusement. The young man stopped before him, trying hard to appear calm. "MMR. Chen. About my sister's gasoline." Chen Ye blew a thick plume of smoke into the youth's face. The young man frowned, waving the smoke away. Chen Ye lifted his chin slightly, saying nothing. The young man, head bowed, retrieved the barrel of gasoline from Chen Ye's motorized tricycle. This small incident drew everyone's attention in the convoy. Some looked at Chen Ye with schadenfreude. Others stared at the Zhou siblings as if they were fools. In this apocalypse, daring to offend a sequence transcendent was a death wish. After all, many people would kill for a chance to curry favor with one. Zhou watched from a distance, not stopping her brother. When Chen Ye glanced her way, she felt a pang of guilt and turned her head. Chen Ye didn't care much about losing the gasoline. If she wanted it back, so be it. It wasn't as if she was the only source. He walked over to Chu Che. The barefoot young man with a gentle demeanor offered a warm smile. "That barrel of gas, I can give you a discount. How about 18 gene of rice?" "Not happening. You guys are way too greedy." "Heh, Zhou wouldn't trade with you, so I will. I'm helping you out here, and you call me greedy?" Chen Ye shook his head. "I want to trade a piece of information for the gasoline. Worthless info won't get you a barrel of gas. This one's valuable. It's a method to deal with the aberrants." Hearing this, Chu Chi's expression turned serious. "Are you for real?" "Of course. Black dog blood can't kill aberrants, but it can affect them." Chu Chi's pupils dilated in shock when he heard this. Then he murmured, "Right. Why didn't I think of that? Even if it can't kill them, any effect is significant. This info is worth a barrel of gas. I also want your solar charging panel. That depends on how effective your black dog blood method really is." Watching Chen Ye secure a barrel of gasoline from the captain with just a few words, the Zhou siblings exchanged glances, both seeing the same thought in each other's eyes: shock and uncertainty. Chen Ye then approached Nana. In this convoy, the strongest fighter wasn't the injured Titan sequence, but this young girl, the sword immortal sequence. If not for her, that big Titan guy would probably be dead by now. "What are you planning to do to Zhou and her sister?" That was Nana's first question. Chen Ye shrugged. "What can I do? It's not like they're the only ones with gas. If I don't trust you. You men are all the same, always scheming." The girl sword immortal's eyes clearly said, I don't believe you. Alright, I'm here to trade for your machete. Chen Ye repeated what he had told Chu Che to Nana. Nana had the same reaction, a look of genuine surprise. Chen Ye traded the information for a machete from the girl's sword immortal. It was an outdoor cleaver over 40 centimeters long, including the handle. The handle was wooden, the blade black, and the spine thick, giving it a solid, weighty feel. It came with a leather sheath that could be worn on the belt, easily accessible when needed. Nana mentioned it was a Japanese brand. Before the apocalypse, this machete supposedly cost over 3,000 yuan and even went for over 5,000 on the secondary market. When Chen Ye showed interest in the machete, Nana's face contorted with pain. As for the black dog blood being effective against aberrants, Chen Ye had no intention of keeping it a secret. Humanity was at a severe disadvantage in this war against the aberrants, having lost over 90% of its population in just a few months. Any piece of information that could help against them was valuable. Chen Ye didn't mind spreading the word. He didn't bother going to the bus to trade for supplies. He was tempted by the portable power bank with 2 kilowatt-hours, but the Titan sequence guy was still unconscious and no one else could make a deal. Meanwhile, the Zhou siblings were stunned. They didn't know what Chen Ye had told Chu Che and Nana. They only saw him exchange a few words and walk away with a barrel of gasoline and an outdoor machete. Zhou Xiaoxiao in particular recognized the machete Chen Ye got from Nana. He had wanted it for a long time, but Nana's price was too high and he could never gather enough supplies. Now Chen Ye had gotten it so easily. Zhou Xiaoxiao couldn't understand it. At the same time, Chen Ye also acquired 2 small bags of black dog blood. There were 2 black dogs in the convoy kept by survivors. It would have been hard for Chen Ye to get them, but for Chu Che it was a different story. Chu Che traded some chocolate and sausages for the 2 black dogs. Chen Ye returned to his motorized tricycle. A few pieces of women's clothing had been traded from his stall. Attention, attention. The convoy departs in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. The loudspeaker on Chu Chi's modified off-road vehicle blared the announcement, causing visible anxiety among the survivors still trading. Chen Ye, however, calmly pulled out a bundle of crossbow bolts from the vehicle's bed. These bolts were mostly self-made crude, but better than nothing. The standard bolts for his hand crossbow had long been used up. Now with the machete he made some adjustments to the bolts. He had to admit this unknown Japanese outdoor machete was very handy. Finally he tossed the adjusted bolts into the bag of black dog blood, tied it shut, and left it in a corner of the vehicle bed. Soon the convoy began to move. Leading was Chu Chi's modified off-road vehicle. Following was Nana's vehicle, and behind hers was the bus. Chen Ye still hadn't seen the 3rd sequence transcendent. He fell in line behind the bus, effectively becoming the 4th most important person in the convoy. Behind him was the vehicle of the celebrity Zhou Lan. Xiao, did you find out what Chen Ye said to Captain Chu and Nana? Zhou Lan was now somewhat regretful. If she had known things would turn out like this, she would not have approached Chen Ye. She had given away the gasoline only to have Xiao take it back. It was her own fault for being dizzy at the time, unable to bear parting with that barrel of gasoline. But now that things had come to this, regret was useless. The Chen Ye siblings were definitely offended. But when Chen Ye managed to obtain a barrel of gasoline and a cleaver with just a few words, Zhou Lan panicked. How could he exchange so much for mere words? She had sent Zhou Xiaoxiao to inquire just now, wanting to know what he said to get those supplies. Sis, that sly old fox Uncle Abeo said he doesn't know. I thought he was your fan last time, Humph. He's a fake fan. Zhou Xiaoxiao complained while driving. Li Jia was the bus driver. Uncle Abeo was the driver of Chu Chi's modified off-road vehicle. Both Chu Che and Nana had 3 people in their vehicles. They were their own small groups. Zhou Xiaoxiao went to Uncle Abeo to ask for information, but got nothing. This made Zhou Xiaoxiao very dissatisfied. Sis, I know what you're worried about. You're thinking that since we offended Chen Ye, we sisters won't be able to survive in the convoy. Zhou Lan remained silent. Zhou Xiaoxiao laughed, speaking in a relaxed tone. What's there to be afraid of? Sis, we've survived this long by relying on ourselves. Every time we go to gather supplies, we face life and death situations. This is why we can survive in the convoy and live better than others. Sis, that gasoline was hard won. Why should we give it to Chen Ye? Besides, we don't need anyone else's protection. We rely on ourselves. She said this with a proud look. You, Zhou Lan tapped Zhou Xiaoxiao's forehead. But for some reason, Zhou Lan's heart felt uneasy. Chen Ye exchanged the gasoline from Chu Che and poured it into the fuel tank of his motorized tricycle. With the engine shuddering, the motorized tricycle started. The convoy moved a bit faster today, perhaps to make up for the 2 hours lost in the morning. Chen Ye could see Chu Che at the front of the convoy, occasionally stepping out of his vehicle, grabbing a handful of dirt from the ground and tasting it. Then, with a serious expression, he would point out a safe direction. This might be the ability of the Pathfinder sequence. When Chen Ye was at the back of the convoy, he had never seen this. They traveled until afternoon when Chu Che announced a rest stop. Chen Ye took out supplies from the motorcycle's trailer and started cooking. Having not eaten rice in days, he craved it. Today, everyone had abundant supplies. Many had not come out of Xinghua town, but those who did had brought back a considerable amount. A blood moon hung low on the horizon, appearing at some unknown time. Perhaps because everyone had food today, the atmosphere in the camp was not so mournful. As Chen Ye finished his meal, Chu Chi's driver Uncle Abeo came to tell him that Taisher had woken up. When Chen Ye saw this legendary Titan sequence big guy, he was astonished. That day he had seen the big guy's arm severed at the shoulder. But now it had grown back a section. Was this also a supernatural ability of the sequence? Nana and Chu Che were not surprised by this. Taisher was also slightly surprised when he saw Chen Ye. So it's you. If it weren't for your arrow that day, I would have died. Lying in bed, Taisher said weakly. If it weren't for you, I would have died that day too. Chen Ye spoke truthfully. If Taisher hadn't blocked the white-clothed scissors woman, that day few would have survived in the convoy. Kesher Blood Titan Sequence. This is the basic ability of our Blood Titan, regeneration of flesh and blood. Haha, pretty impressive, right? Seeing Chen Ye staring at his severed arm, the big guy spoke directly, without any reservation. I heard you're a mechanic sequence. Great. From now on, when the convoy's vehicles break down, we won't have to just throw them away. Clearly he was a chatterbox with a lot of nonsense. After Chu Che told Taisher that black dog blood could help against the anomalies, Taisher also expressed gratitude to Chen Ye. The convoy followed the principle of fairness, so this information was not free. What do you want? Your power bank that can charge 2 kilowatt-hours. Okay, I'll have Oldly bring it to you later. And so Chen Ye gained a power bank in his convoy, one step closer to converting his motorcycle into a hybrid oil-electric tricycle. The following days were monotonous and leisurely. Sometimes the convoy moved east, sometimes suddenly west. Sometimes they traveled half a day, only to return to the starting point at night. At first some people questioned the route. Then Chu Che directly announced that anyone unwilling to follow could leave. No one objected after that. The convoy's route seemed as erratic as a madman with no rhyme or reason. Only the few sequence superhumans looked somewhat serious. According to Chu Che, in recent days several anomalies had been tracking the convoy. At the most dangerous moment, the anomalies were less than 3 kilometers away. If it weren't for the Pathfinder sequence, Chu Che the convoy would have been wiped out. Every time they rested Chun, you would find opportunities to cut branches or bamboo to make crossbow bolts. With this cleaver, his efficiency in making bolts increased. He would coat the finished bolts with black dog blood. Now Chun Ye's quiver held over 100 crossbow bolts. But it was a pity for the 2 black dogs in the convoy. Probably because of the blood extraction, they were listless all day. Tomorrow we will reach Longevity Village. The convoy supplies are running low, and we plan to gather supplies there. This was the first sentence Chu Che said at tonight's meeting. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions were both fearful and expectant. Except for the few sequence superhumans, the convoy supplies were indeed scarce. If they couldn't gather more, there might be a rebellion. Chen Ye lit a cigarette, thinking silently. In the apocalypse, the rule was that the more prosperous a city was in peacetime, the more it was feared by modern people. A few megacities were even no-go zones for the living. Small villages like this offered some opportunities. He now had plenty of crossbow bolts, and might be able to gain a lot of kill points. The system had previously answered that there was a way to awaken his true sequence, but it required 3,000 kill points. Just then a terrified scream echoed through the entire camp. Oh, there's a ghost. This terrified scream was like a drop of cold water into a boiling cauldron of oil. The once silent night erupted into chaos. The shrill cries of women, the sobbing of children, and the furious shouts of men quickly filled the air. Some people were frantically gathering their belongings, preparing to flee. In the blink of an eye, Chen Ye saw a flash of sword light shoot forward, followed by an exceptionally tall, burly man charging toward the source of the scream. It was Iron Lion and Nana. The sequence Transcendence had already mobilized. The camp was in complete disarray. The psychological shadow the aberrants cast over the survivors was a living nightmare. Zhou Lan and her younger brother Zhou Xiaoxiao stared nervously into the distance, their faces etched with panic. Chen Ye picked up his crossbow, loaded a bolt tipped with black dog blood, and stood on guard. Beneath a blood-red moon, the shadows among the nearby trees writhed and shifted, as if harboring deep, ghostly figures lurking in the darkness. Upon closer inspection, dozens of spectral silhouettes densely packed the grove. A wave of numbness crept over Chen Ye's scalp. If all of these were aberrants, then no survivor in the camp would stand a chance of living through the night. Couldn't Chu Che sense the presence of aberrants? How had they gotten so close to the camp without warning? Just then a dark figure emerged from the shadows of the woods. Please save us. A low, feeble voice pleaded. A beam of intense flashlight cut through the darkness, landing on the figure in front. Seemingly blinded by the harsh light, the figure raised a hand to shield their eyes. The person standing in the glare was ragged, their clothes torn and tattered, with only a single shoe remaining on their feet. This is a human, not an aberrant. Everyone present breathed a collective sigh of relief. No wonder Chu Che hadn't detected them earlier. As a danger sensor of Sequence 1 in the Pathfinder class, Chu Che could perceive most aberrants, but his senses were far less attuned to ordinary humans. A human, that's a relief. Then a second person emerged, followed by a third. Dozens of figures now stood before them, all tattered and weary. These were all survivors. Who are you people? Chu Che had already appeared before the crowd, his eyes vigilant. Sir, we escaped from Luching. Luching is gone. Woo. As those words were spoken, sobs and wails broke out among the dozens of shadowy figures. Chen Ye was momentarily stunned, then his heart sank. Although Luching wasn't a top-tier international metropolis like Shanghai, it was still a well-known second-tier city across the nation, famed for its flourishing tourism and renowned cuisine. Chen Ye had once even planned to take his girlfriend there for a few days. Now it was gone. Though he had anticipated it, given that even cities like Shanghai had become some of the world's most perilous human exclusion zones, Luching was inevitably doomed as well. But hearing it confirmed by someone's own lips still sent a shock through his heart. Luching is gone too. It's over. It's all over for humanity. Is there really no way to fight these aberrants? Woo. My parents are in Luching. Woo. The camp, which had just calmed down, erupted into another wave of chaos. We escaped from Luching. Luching is now full of aberrants. The situation was soon clarified. These people were refugees from Luching. According to them, the city was overrun with aberrants, having become a new human exclusion zone. They had all been hiding in an underground parking garage before being forced to flee. Originally, there had been over 200 of them. Now only a few dozen remained. Chen Ye quietly sidled up to Chu Che. Old Chu, could these people attract aberrants to us? Chu Che shot Chen Ye a glance, wondering when he had acquired the nickname Old Chu. Ignoring him, Chu Che crouched down, scooped up a handful of dirt, and put it into his mouth, savoring it, as if it were a delicacy. After about 10 seconds, he opened his eyes and nodded to Nana. Chen Ye understood that Chu Che had activated his ability to confirm that this group hadn't led any aberrants to their trail. It was truly remarkable, the power of these sequence transcendents. Chu Che could sense aberrants just by eating dirt. An iron lion could regenerate severed arms. He remembered the system mentioning that once he accumulated 300 kill points, it would reveal the method to awaken his own sequence. 3,000 kill points. He wondered when he'd ever save up enough. We'll allow you to join, but you must follow our rules. Chu Che, as the captain, had to step forward and address them. As long as we can survive, we'll abide by any rules. The leader of the shadowy figures quickly responded. They were called shadowy figures because they were covered in grime, making it hard to discern their features beyond their gender. A few of the women with decent figures among them tucked their hair behind their ears. In this convoy, there's only one rule, and that's fairness. As newcomers, it'll provide you with food for free for one day. After that, you'll have to find a way to fend for yourselves. The group of shadowy figures exchanged glances, but no one spoke a word. Having said his piece, Chu Che turned and walked away without looking back. The convoy had originally numbered around 200 people, but when they passed through Xinghua town, half of them stayed behind and never made it out. Now with this new addition, the convoy's numbers swelled back to over 100. Chen Ye took a long, hard look at these blackened people before turning and heading back to his own vehicle. The camp soon became bustling with activity. Chu Che selected a few middle-aged women to help with the cooking. As the captain, he had that authority. The meal was simple, just plain porridge and some pickled vegetables. Soon the enticing aroma of the porridge wafted through the camp. Chen Ye lay in the truck bed, pulling his coat tighter around him as he dozed off. They would soon reach Changshu village. What were once human settlements had now mostly turned into exclusion zones. The more prosperous a city was, the more dangerous it had become. In contrast, remote villages like this were relatively safer. But he couldn't let his guard down. For now, Chen Ye's priority was to conserve his energy so he could gather more kill points during the next supply run. Ideally, he'd collect all 300 points in one go. That would grant him the system's method for sequence awakening. As Chen Ye drifted off, lost in his thoughts, he was jolted awake by an unfamiliar female voice exclaiming loudly, "This is unfair. Why are all the women doing the work? Why aren't the men helping? This is discrimination against women." The moment Chen Ye heard the voice, he knew someone was stirring up trouble. Even in the apocalypse, there were still people trying to use such matters to provoke conflict. Chen Ye sat up in the sidecar of his three-wheeled motorcycle and looked toward the source of the sound. A plump woman with a round face, small eyes, and a pointed chin stood there. It seemed her words had drawn everyone's attention. Chen Ye was no exception. When the woman's gaze swept over him, she shot him a disdainful glare. Chen Ye rubbed his nose. This woman must be out of her mind. He lit a cigarette, blowing smoke rings, looking like he was settling in to watch the show. After all, he wasn't the captain. He'd let Chu Che handle it. Chu Che probably hadn't expected anyone to pull this sort of stunt at a time like this. Chu Che looked at the woman with an amused expression and asked with a smile, "So what do you think would be fair?" The woman's eyes darted around before she replied, "We're in the apocalypse now. This is when we need men to step up. making the women cook while the men sit around and enjoy the fruits of their labor. How are you even qualified to be captain? Perhaps because Chu Che always played the role of the agreeable nice guy, or maybe because this woman was new and wanted to make a quick impression. Whatever her reasons, quite a few women in the convoy had their eyes lighting up. Especially the women who had just joined the convoy, many of them secretly shuffled closer to her. In contrast, the women who were actually cooking glared at her with anger, as if she were trying to take their jobs away. But they remained silent, seemingly for other reasons. Chu Che glanced at Nana beside him. She rolled her eyes, hugged her long sword, and turned to leave. Chu Che then said with a gentle smile, "All right then, Sister Zhao Yu and the others can take a break. Uncle Bao, find some men to take over the cooking." Uncle Bao nodded and turned to walk into the crowd of survivors to pick people. It didn't take long for the woman who had stepped forward to realize something was wrong. The women who had lost their jobs because of her weren't grateful. Instead, they were glaring at her with bitter resentment. After Uncle Bao got the order, a bunch of men surged forward, raising their hands and shouting, "Pick me, Uncle Bao. I was a cook before." The woman was confused. She was just fighting for her group's interests. Why were they looking at her so unfriendly? At least some others were giving her friendly looks. Her reasoning was simple. In a new environment, the fastest way to establish authority and rally people was to champion a group's interests. The meal was soon ready. The aroma of food filled the entire camp. The survivors who had just fled Luching were starving, their eyes glowing with hunger. In the past, they wouldn't have given a second glance to plain congee and pickled vegetables. But now a bowl of plain congee and pickles was the most delicious delicacy in the world. Even the original survivors in the convoy were swallowing hard. Many of them were running low on supplies. If they didn't find a resupply point soon, they'd all starve to death. Chen Ye blew out a smoke ring, a flicker of interest stirring within him. The real show was about to begin. Sure enough, after the meal, all the men who had helped received some compensation from the captain. Though it was just a small piece of bread, it was enough to make others envious. The woman who had spoken up earlier was stunned as she watched the men happily receive their bread. Slap. The sound of a slap echoed through the silent night. "You bitch. If it weren't for you, that bread would be mine. I haven't eaten all day, and it's all your fault." A middle-aged woman with curly hair viciously slapped the stunned woman across the face. "Hit her again. If it weren't for this bitch, Captain Chu wouldn't have given the job to someone else. Beat her." Before the woman could even react, another woman grabbed her hair. "You? I was doing this for your own good. For our own good. You bitch." Chen Ye lay back down in his vehicle, gazing up at the starry sky. The faint glow of the fire illuminated his features. A blood-red moon hung not far away, but Chen Ye didn't even bother to look at it. He had finally seen things clearly. Chu Che might seem quiet and unassuming, but he had his own schemes. He had probably already noticed that some people in the convoy had run out of supplies. So he gave them a chance to work. But then this woman had to jump out. Chu Che simply went with the flow and used the opportunity to put her in her place. It seemed that this captain was no simple character either. The woman's screams echoed in his ears. Even in the apocalypse, some people hadn't adjusted their mindset. They deserved it. Chen Ye lay comfortably in the sidecar. Sleeping there was much better than sleeping on the ground. The convoy continued its journey. According to Chu Che, they would reach Changshu village in 2 days. It was a resupply point he had carefully chosen. After dawn broke, Chen Ye took out a portable stove, lit the small flame, and poured half a bottle of mineral water into the pot. He added a cup of rice, put the lid on, and waited for it to cook. Using the machete head traded from Nana, he sliced some cured meat and tossed it into the pot. He added a bit of oil and threw in some wild vegetables head picked from the roadside a few days earlier. And just like that, a simple dish of stir-fried wild greens with cured meat slowly took shape in these harsh conditions. Chen Ye wasn't much of a cook, but being able to eat like this in such an environment was already quite impressive. The newly joined survivors looked over at Chen Ye, sniffing the air frantically. Their meals still consisted of plain congee and pickled vegetables. Compared to Chen Ye's food, theirs was worlds apart. Chen Ye couldn't be bothered with them. When the rice was almost done, he poured the stir-fried greens and meat directly into it and started eating. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in any longer. "Young man, could you spare some of your food for my grandson? He hasn't had meat in a long time. He's still growing, and malnutrition would be bad for his health." Chen Ye looked up and saw an old woman holding a child's hand, both looking at him pitifully. But the child had already reached out without a care. Before Chen Ye could say anything, the kid's hand had lashed onto his bowl, trying to snatch it away. Chen Ye's face darkened instantly. Had seen bratty kids before, but never one this obnoxious. "I haven't even agreed to give you any, and you're already grabbing for it." The bowl remained steady in Chen Ye's hand. The old woman, however, acted as if she saw nothing, smiling at him ingratiatingly. "Give it to me. I want it." The brat's shrill scream rang in Chen Ye's ears, making him frown deeply. He never had much patience for children, especially brats like this one. He was even more irritated. Back in the old world with cameras everywhere, Chen Ye would have had to restrain himself. But now, he had plenty of ways to shut this little brat up. The slap landed with a heavy crack. The brat spun like a top from the force of it landing hard on his rear and promptly burst into loud wails. In the old woman's eyes, her grandson was a sweet, well-behaved child who merely wanted to eat. He had only resorted to snatching the food. Since the man hadn't given it to him, it wasn't a big deal. Besides, the young man before her was a grown adult. Couldn't he just let a small child be? Yet this young man not only argued with her grandson, but had also struck him. And with such force. The red, swollen handprint on the child's face filled the old woman's heart with pain. Many around them turned to watch the scene unfold. Zhou Xiaoxiao watched with an amused expression, speaking to her sister in a low voice. "Sister, look, this Chen Ye is going too far. Giving him a barrel of gasoline was a waste. Good thing I took it back." In Zhou Xiaoxiao's mind, Chen Ye was indeed being excessive. It was just a child after all. If he didn't want to give the food, he didn't have to, but there was no need to slap the kid across the face. Her estimation of Chen Ye's character dropped several notches. Zhou Lan nervously glanced around, and only when she was sure no one was paying them any attention did she whisper in a reproachful tone, "Xiao, what nonsense are you talking about? It's clearly that child who was being rude. He's so young, what was Chen Ye, a grown man, supposed to do? Besides, Chen Ye is a sequence transcendent. It's not wise to offend him. If a child is still a human being, not an animal." As a famous star before the apocalypse, Zhou Lan had seen more of the world than her younger brother. If it had been her, she might have just given the food away, just as the famous saying goes, "He's just a child." Yet deep down she felt even more wary of Chen Ye. She even began to wonder if it had been a mistake not to stop Xiaoxiao from taking back the gasoline earlier. He was a sequence transcendent after all. Zhou Xiaoxiao rolled her pretty eyes and shot her sister a disdainful glare. "What do you think Chen Ye will do about this?" Chu Che watched the commotion with a playful smirk. Taisher scratched his head dumbly and rumbled, "I don't know. But still, he's just a child. He doesn't know any better." Nana snorted coldly. "So what if he's a child? A child is still a person. Does being a child give him the right to run wild?" Even before the apocalypse, some kids were more hateful than demons. Taisher was left speechless, unsure how to respond. Titans like him were never good with words. Chen Ye looked at the grandmother and grandson with cold indifference. "Grandma, wah," the child cried, reaching out his arms as if begging to be held. "My precious grandson, my poor little one." The old woman's eyes were red as she tried to lift the boy. But the chubby boy was too heavy for her to pick up, so she could only take him by the hand and help him stand. The child got to his feet, sobbing loudly as he hid behind his grandmother. Feeling safer with her in front of him, he shot a venomous glare at Chen Ye. "Young man, how could you do this? Don't you know to respect your elders and cherish the young? What did your parents teach you? What did your school teach you? You dare to hit my precious grandson. They'll make you regret this. Just you wait." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ye stood up, and with a swift kick aimed directly at the child who was glaring at him, sent the boy flying through the air like a discarded sack. Zhuang zhuang. The old woman screamed in horror and rushed over wailing. The child skidded across the ground for 2 or 3 meters before coming to a halt. "Wah!" His cries echoed throughout the entire camp. Everyone was utterly stunned. "Zhuang zhuang. Are you alright? Zhuang zhuang, my precious grandson. Grandma, it hurts so much." Chen Ye hadn't held back an ounce of strength. The brat's face was bloodied from the kick, and several of his front teeth had been knocked out. When he opened his mouth to cry, the gaps where his teeth used to be were clearly visible. The old woman's heart shattered at the sight of her grandson in such a state. The scene of grandmother and grandson crying in each other's arms quickly unfolded. The old woman glared at Chen Ye with fury. "Young man, he's just a child." Chen Ye sneered, "Some children are children, but others are just little beasts." The old woman hadn't expected such a retort, and her face flushed crimson. Before the apocalypse, whenever her troublesome grandson caused trouble, this phrase had always been her trump card to claim the moral high ground. Others would often swallow their anger, their faces red with frustration. Some would want to argue, but wouldn't know how to refute it. She never imagined that after the apocalypse this tactic would become completely useless, or at least useless against this particular young man. She had seen her grandson go over to beg for food just moments ago, and when he had resorted to snatching it, she hadn't stopped him. She had assumed that the young man's kindness would secure them a free dinner, but she had never anticipated this outcome. Many who overheard Chen Ye's words secretly felt a sense of satisfaction. These people had fled looching alongside the grandmother and grandson. They had endured more than enough of the pair's outrageous behavior. The duo had survived this long only because of the kindness of strangers along the way. But after everyone saw their true nature, no one was willing to help them anymore. If not for the convoy showing up, the pair might not have survived much longer. He'll fight you." Feeling she had been wronged, the old woman scrambled to her feet, ready to charge at Chen Ye. Chen Ye showed no mercy. Bang! He sent the old woman flying with another kick. She was knocked off balance, stumbling back 3 to 5 meters before landing hard on the ground, unable to get up for a long while. "Grandma, wah!" Everyone present was utterly shocked by Chen Ye's actions. Some looked at Chen Ye with disdain. Sis, did you see that? That Chen Ye is a real bastard. He doesn't even spare the elderly or children. Zhou Xiaoxiao tugged at her sister's sleeve, whispering urgently. For some reason, Zhou Xiaoxiao, who had previously thought Chen Ye was a coward, now found herself afraid of him. When Chen Ye's gaze swept over, she quickly looked away, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. Meanwhile, others were full of praise for Chen Ye's actions. I didn't expect Chen Ye to do that. I like it, he's got some real spine. The young swordswoman, resting her hand on the long sword at her back, said with a grin. Taisher scratched his head as if wanting to say something, but holding back. Nana glanced at Taisher and snorted. Are you going to say that the young should respect the old? Taisher, I think your head is full of nothing but muscle. I've heard that the Titan sequence's flaw is a drop in intelligence. Looks like the rumors are true. Back when I commuted to work in the mornings, at least half the bus was full of these old folks scrambling for eggs. They'd look frail as Lin Daiyu getting on the bus, then turn into Lu Zhishin the moment they got off. Their monthly pensions are several times my salary. They'd dance in the square all night, without stopping. And these brats. Nana, clearly having suffered from such experiences, ranted on without pause. Taisher opened his mouth, seemingly at a loss for words after the girl's verbal onslaught. Chu Che clapped his hands to interrupt their conversation. All right, time to move out. Over by Chen Ye, the child was still glaring at him, with hatred in his eyes. Chen Ye slowly walked over. The child, terrified, scrambled to hide behind his grandmother. The old woman shielded her grandson, glaring angrily. What do you think you're doing? Chen Ye chuckled darkly. Are you thinking of waiting for your son or someone else to come back before you settle the score with me? Seeing the expressions on the old woman's and the child's faces, Chen Ye knew he had guessed right. He continued with a sneer, this is the apocalypse now. Those who aren't here right now might never be again. Kid, do you understand what I'm saying? The old woman's face turned pale as death. The child's lip quivered and he burst into loud sobs. It was a truly pitiful sight. The convoy soon began to move. Chen Ye packed up his things and started his motorized tricycle. After days of travel, the motorcycle's fuel was running dangerously low. If he couldn't find more gasoline by tomorrow, he'd have to resort to pedaling it manually. The tricycle sputtered and shook before finally rolling forward. The grandmother and grandson were still crying and throwing a tantrum, but no one stepped forward to help them or speak up on their behalf. Even the female boxer from yesterday kept her head down and remained silent. Realizing that their outburst was getting them nowhere, the pair slowly picked themselves up off the ground. The old woman continued to shoot venomous glares at Chen Ye from time to time. Sensing her stare, Chen Ye turned his head, but the old woman quickly averted her gaze, pretending nothing was wrong. The child, however, flinched when he met Chen Ye's eyes, quickly looking away with a fearful expression. It was already early November, and the weather had turned cold. Even atop his motorized tricycle, Chen Ye could feel the biting chill in the wind against his face. He made a mental note to scavenge for warm clothing during his next supply run, otherwise he would freeze to death come winter. Additionally, the motorized tricycle itself needed modifications. He needed to find suitable parts to erect a canopy over the cargo bed, creating an enclosed space. The front of the vehicle needed a roof as well. He had no desire to experience the misery of being caught in the rain again. Calculating the cost, this would require a significant amount of kill points. Furthermore, the tricycle's engine lacked sufficient power. Converting it to 3-wheel or 4-wheel drive would be an improvement. Fortunately, Chen Ye had prepared an ample supply of crossbow bolts this time. Once he reached Changshu village and unleashed havoc, he was sure to amass a considerable number of kill points. Although Chen Ye's motorized tricycle couldn't match the comfort of an off-road vehicle or a bus, it was far superior to what many others had. The new survivors who had joined last night only brought with them a single car and 2 motorcycles. Most of the others had no means of transportation whatsoever. Some didn't even own a bicycle. Fortunately, the convoy traveled at a moderate pace, allowing even those on foot to keep up. Taisher's bus was packed with people once more. Back in Xinghua town, the bus had lost nearly half its passengers. After last night's recruitment, it was now completely full. One had to admit the big man had a soft heart. As for Chu Che and Nana, their off-road vehicle hadn't taken in any newcomers. They maintained a 3-person configuration in their vehicle. Meanwhile, Chen Ye's motorized tricycle had drawn the attention of many, though given his earlier demeanor, most viewed him with wary respect and didn't cause trouble. The first day's journey came to an end. It wasn't until nightfall that Chu Che led the convoy to a safe shelter. A blood moon had silently risen, casting a faint crimson glow over the world. Dinner was once again plain congee with pickled vegetables. However, tonight's portion was noticeably thinner than yesterday's, almost translucent. Murmurs of discontent rippled through the crowd. Chu Chi's response was simple: anyone unsatisfied is free to leave. Chen Ye, as usual, prepared his own dinner with his less-than-stellar cooking skills. Despite the mediocre quality, many couldn't help but salivate at the sight of his meal. generous chunks of cured meat over a bed of steaming rice. Not far away, a pair of venomous eyes occasionally glanced his way. Every time Chen Ye looked over, he was met with nonchalant faces. Frowning, he wondered who could harbor such resentment towards him besides that grandmother and her grandson. Who could possibly hold such a grudge against him? It couldn't be his imagination. He settled down to sleep in the cargo bed, which was padded with clothes for comfort. Lighting a cigarette, he exhaled a smoke ring, letting the nicotine ease the day's fatigue. It had been days since his last shower, and he had almost forgotten the sensation of hot water cascading over his body. Finding a place to bathe would be a true luxury. Before the apocalypse, Chen Ye had showered daily without a second thought. Now he could feel grime caked onto his skin. Just as he was about to drift off, Uncle Bao approached. "Mr. Chen, Captain Chu requests your presence at a meeting." Chen Ye followed Uncle Bao to the largest tent in the convoy. Several people were already seated inside: Captain Chu Che, the young swordswoman Na Na, and the tall giant Tai Shi. Tai Shi's severed arm had fully regenerated. Was this the innate ability of the Titan sequence? What incredible regenerative power! "Chen Ye, you're here. Have a seat." Tai Shi patted the spot beside him with a simple-minded grin. Perhaps it was because Chen Ye had been the only one to fire that arrow during the chaos in Xinhua town that the big man held him in high regard. After brief pleasantries, the meeting commenced. Among the new survivors, there's a troublesome one named Su Jiaojiao. Before the apocalypse, she was known online as a feminist blogger. She's already rallied over a dozen people in the camp, seemingly planning something. Chu Che poured Chen Ye a cup of tea as he spoke. His tone was calm and measured, as if discussing a trivial matter, his gentle expression unchanged. Nana huffed in displeasure. Even in the apocalypse, these people want to stay quiet. This is the end of the world. Things are different now. Tai Shi, Chen Ye, what do you two think? Tai Shi scratched his head and chuckled. Whatever you all decide, I'll go along with it. Heh. Nana rolled her eyes and turned to Chen Ye. Chen Ye smirked. Just a clown trying to stir trouble. This isn't the pre-apocalypse world. Without any supernatural abilities, they wouldn't survive a day. Captain Chu, you didn't call us here just for this, did you? Chen Ye downed his tea in one gulp. Getting a taste of tea in these times was no easy feat, which was why he always savored every drop whenever he visited the captain. The other two seemed to share the sentiment, their cups also empty. Captain Chu Che pretended not to notice. Even he had limited stock of tea leaves these days. Indeed, that's not the main topic. Based on my estimates, we should reach Changshu village by tomorrow morning. I've called you here to discuss tomorrow morning's plan. At the prospect of nearing a supply point, their expressions turned serious. Towns and villages that were once safe havens were now forbidden zones teeming with countless dangers. One misstep could mean certain death. Xinhua town was a prime example. The convoy had lost half its members there. Chu Che produced a radio and began fiddling with it. Chen Ye was baffled. Weren't they supposed to discuss Changshu village? Why pull out a radio all of a sudden? What was the point of this? Noticing Chen Ye's confused gaze, Na Na explained, "This is the eavesdropping radio, item number 01257. It's a relic. Think of it as an apocalyptic artifact. Relics possess incredible abilities. The captain's eavesdropping radio is quite remarkable." The young swordswoman explained, her eyes betraying a hint of envy. "Number?" Chen Ye inquired, watching Chu Che fiddle with the device. "Yes, the number is also a ranking. The top 100 relics have extraordinary powers. The captain's is ranked beyond 1,000, yet it's still a treasure of considerable worth. You'll see in a moment." Chen Ye muttered to himself in bewilderment. The apocalypse had only begun a few months ago, yet the number on his hand had already surpassed 1,000. Who had devised this ranking system? And how did that girl Nana, who looked no older than 17 or 18, know so much? Before Chen Ye could ponder further, Chu Che raised his head, his eyes tinged with nervousness, and said, "All right." A crackling sound followed. "Welcome to the Fair Convoy channel. The current time is 8:35 p.m., November 5th, 2030. The Fair Convoy." It was the first time Chen Ye had heard the convoy's name. According to this station's correspondent, 10 kilometers ahead lies Changshu village. Changshu village is a rather obscure settlement in our country, one of 17 villages sharing the same name, so it holds little fame. It earned the name Changshu because an elder once lived there to the age of 127 before passing away. That is how it came to be known as Changshu village. A burst of static followed, and the peculiar device nicknamed the eavesdropping radio continued its narration about the village. The information was accurate. This Changshu village was indeed not well known. Had it been a nationally famous settlement, the convoy's meager numbers would never have dared to use it as a supply point. The radio sounded as though a genuine broadcaster was live narrating the village's details to everyone present. Chen Ye listened quietly, a flicker of surprise stirring within him. Cities had fallen, most becoming forbidden zones for humanity. Radio broadcasts were a relic of the past, and even cell signals were long dead. No wonder the radio was called a peculiar item. Yet why was it termed eavesdropping radio? According to this station's inquiries, Changsha Village has 357 residents across 112 households covering an area of roughly 2,000 mu. 3 months ago, an anomaly erupted in Changsha Village, claiming every life. Not a single soul survived. The cold voice from the radio silenced everyone. A village of over 300 people, and none had lived to tell the tale. No one spoke. Villages like this were all too common across the world now. Take Shanghai, for instance. A megacity of over 10 million, yet fewer than 1% had survived. Chen Ye now understood why Captain Chu had brought out the eavesdropping radio. The peculiar item numbered 01257 must have been capable of gathering intelligence. Indeed, the next words from the radio made everyone prick up their ears. Crackle. Changsha Village currently possesses fairly complete supplies. Beneath the large willow tree at the village center lies a small supermarket stocked with ample provisions. That should be a primary collection target. The village chief cellar holds substantial grain reserves, a secondary target. Each household also has a portion of stored food. At the village entrance is a well, its water unpolluted and safe to drink. As for the village itself, crackle. At that moment the radio seemed to suffer interference, emitting a burst of static before stabilizing. There are over 100 anomalies within. Given the convoy's current strength, Changsha Village is rated SS level danger. The radio fell silent, and everyone absorbed the grim picture. Without the eavesdropping radio's intel, charging blindly into Changsha Village would have wasted precious time. And wasting time in an anomaly-infested village was tantamount to squandering one's life. Yet throughout the broadcast, Chen Ye couldn't help but notice the odd expression on Chu Chi's face. The captain stared fixedly at the radio, his demeanor taut with tension, as if the device might transform into an anomaly at any second. When the broadcast ended, Captain Chu let out a long, relieved breath. He turned to Chen Ye and asked, "Chen Ye, for this operation in Changsha Village, will you join us, or go solo?" Chen Ye answered without hesitation, choosing to stick with the group. He was merely a pseudo-sequence transcendent, and an auxiliary one at that. Venturing alone would be suicide. The luck had at Xinghua Village wouldn't strike twice. In that case, race the split, they'll take 30% of the supplies, Nana 30, and Iron Lion, and Chen Ye 20 each. Agreed. The allocation was driven by Chu Chi's irreplaceable role. Without him, the entire convoy would have perished, let alone found supply points. As for why the sword maiden Nana earned a 30% share, Chen Ye learned she was a sword immortal sequence rank 2 at the edge opening realm. Her combat prowess surpassed Iron Lion's without question. And Chen Ye's 20% was justified by his mechanic sequence abilities vital to the convoy's operations. Chen Ye had no objections. They began formulating a plan based on the eavesdropping radio's intelligence. Upon reaching Changsha Village, Chu Che would remain inactive. His task was already complete. The field operation fell to Chen Ye, Nana, and Iron Lion. The plan was to hit the small supermarket beneath the willow tree first, then move to the village chief's cellar. Just as they were finalizing the details, a familiar voice suddenly crackled from the eavesdropping radio. Captain Chuson. Ugh. That girl Nana looks all delicate and pretty, but she's a wild monkey, neither feminine nor masculine. If the apocalypse hadn't hit, no one would ever want her. And Iron Lion. That big oaf's brain must be scrambled. They say the Titan sequence costs you intelligence, but being this dense is a whole new level of absurd. That newcomer, though, hot-tempered and a bit brooding. I can't fathom what goes on in his head. He definitely wasn't a good person before the apocalypse. I even saw him hit an old man and a kid. Good heavens, what kind of misfits have I ended up with in my convoy? And that actress Xiaolan. She looked decent on TV, but in real life, she's just average. Chen Ye finally understood why Captain Chu had looked so tense when he pulled out the radio. It all made sense now. The eavesdropping radio didn't just spy on targets to gather intel. It also eavesdropped on its holder's private words. When had Chu Che ever said such things? The radio had caught it all. And so at the most relaxed moment when everyone was gathered at broadcast everything aloud, silence fell over the group. In truth, the moment the radio began to speak, Captain Chu had already thrown a piece of clothing over it. It was utterly futile. Captain Chu looked at the faces of the three before him, and for the first time his ever-composed visage twisted into an expression of embarrassment. Chen Ye was speechless. Wait, was the captain calling him hot-tempered and brooding? And not a good person? Nana's face darkened like a storm cloud. Captain, you're just great. Neither feminine nor masculine. Are you talking about me? Iron Lion wore a look of utter grievance. Captain, the Titan sequence might not be sharp, but we're not stupid either, and certainly not misfits. Saying that about me, doesn't your conscience ache? Captain Chu's mouth twitched as he tried to explain, but before he could utter a word, the furious sword maiden had already begun to draw her blade. As they left the large tent, Captain Chu had a black eye under each of his eyes. The young sword immortal Nana shoved Chen Ye and Iron Lion aside, and stormed out of the tent in a huff. Chen Ye shot Captain Chu a look that said you deserve that before striding out himself. The convoy quickly got underway. Captain Chu's modified off-road vehicle took the lead. Behind it came the young Sword Immortal's modified off-roader. Chen Ye's motorized tricycle followed with Iron Lion's bus, bringing up the rear. The other survivors trailed at the very back. Eager to reach Longevity Village sooner, the convoy picked up a bit of speed. The vehicles soon stretched out into a long, winding line with the walking survivors who had no transportation at all at the very end. Some of these people carried backpacks while others trudged along empty-handed. Chen Ye couldn't shake the feeling that a pair of venomous eyes was watching him. Yet every time he turned to look, he found nothing. After several such instances, Chen Ye decided to let it go. He lit an HTS cigarette, the rich aroma of tobacco filling his nostrils, and exhaled a long plume of smoke. Back in the tent, the eavesdropping radio had played Captain Chu's complaints mentioning that the price of the Titan sequence was a decline in intelligence. If that was true, did every sequence come with its own price? What was the price for Nana of the Sword Immortal sequence? And what was Captain Chu's price? Was his just a sharp tongue? If so, that was actually quite plausible. Also, the eavesdropping radio was incredibly useful. It had analyzed the information about Longevity Village so clearly. That saved a lot of effort and would make gathering supplies much safer. But the radio had just publicly humiliated Captain Chu in front of everyone. Clearly, this eavesdropping radio had its downsides too. Did every exotic artifact have a side effect? Chen Ye mentally tallied the information had gathered and made a note of this. His understanding of sequences and the supernatural was only 2 days old. Every piece of information about them was crucial. Steering the tricycle with one hand, Chen Ye flicked away the cigarette butt and lit another. He was a heavy smoker and still had plenty of cigarettes from his last scavenging run in Xinhua Town, so he had no intention of rationing them. He noticed the fuel gauge on the tricycle was nearly empty. Just then a loud commotion erupted from the crowd. A village. There's a village ahead. Thank heavens it's a village. Finally we found one after all these days. The noise around him felt familiar to Chen Ye. It was the same reaction when they had discovered Xinhua Town. Captain Chu's modified off-roader suddenly accelerated. Nana's vehicle followed closely. Chen Ye twisted the throttle, but the motorized tricycle just sputtered along at its own unhurried pace. He realized the fuel tank was truly dry. The bus behind him surged forward, overtaking him, and Chen Ye could even see Iron Lion's simple-minded grin through the window. The other 2 vehicles quickly followed suit. After days of arduous travel, everyone's supplies were completely depleted. Chen Ye ended up being the last to reach the village entrance. As he laid eyes on the village, a chill ran down his spine. All the survivors, men, women, and children, stood at the entrance, their eyes filled with both terror and a hesitant eagerness. It was high noon, with the sun blazing down. Yet the village seemed shrouded in a gloomy, oppressive atmosphere, as if the sunlight couldn't penetrate it at all. Though it was the same world, Chen Ye felt as if Longevity Village existed in a different dimension. A look of grim seriousness settled on Chen Ye's face. Why did this place feel even more dangerous and terrifying than Xinhua Town? Sis, I feel weird, Zhou Xiaoxiao said, staring at the village, a cold dread welling up inside him. Looking down, he saw goosebumps rising on the back of his hand. This village. Xiaoxiao, maybe we shouldn't go in. Zhou Lan felt the same unease as her younger brother, just from looking at it. Sis, we're out of supplies. We only had a pack of instant noodles this morning, and we're almost out of gas. Longevity Village is our only chance. If we don't find supplies. Zhou Xiaoxiao's words trailed off. Zhou Lan knew her brother wasn't lying. Everything he said was true. If they didn't find gasoline soon, death was the only outcome for them. Even though the village didn't look like it had a gas station, they had to try. Zhou Lan unconsciously glanced at Chen Ye, who was standing not far away. After all, he was a sequence transcendent. If he were to look after them, their chances of escaping Longevity Village safely might be higher. But they had already thoroughly offended him. It's 11 a.m. now. Captain Chu announced through a megaphone, wearing sunglasses. Everyone must be out of Longevity Village by 4 p.m. We won't wait for anyone. The reactions to his words varied among the listeners. Some faces showed pure terror. Others hesitated. A few clenched their jaws, their eyes fixed fiercely on the village. From where Chen Ye stood, he could clearly see an enormous willow tree in the center of Longevity Village. The willow was immense, unnaturally so. Its drooping branches hung down like a woman's disheveled hair. Suddenly Chen Ye's eyes narrowed. A figure had appeared at the village entrance, as if from nowhere. It was a hunchback bent over, leaning on a cane, straining to turn their face towards Chen Ye and the others. Because of the hunched back, the person seemed to struggle just to get a clear view of the survivors. The hunchback let out an eerie, chilling laugh towards the crowd. Is that a person? Someone's at the village entrance. My God, are there actually living people in there? The sudden appearance of the figure threw the survivors into a frenzy. A place where no living person should exist had a living person, and an old one at that. The sight was deeply unsettling. Chen Ye turned to look at Nana beside him. The young sword immortal's face had turned serious. The eavesdropping radio said there are no living people in this village. The hunched old man turned around slowly, step by step, heading back into the village, disappearing from everyone's sight. The survivors exchanged uneasy glances, the silence thick enough to choke on. "Yeezy, stay close to me," Taisher said in his deep, rumbling voice, then strode purposefully toward the village. Chen Ye gripped his hand crossbow tightly, following behind the big oaf, without a word about the change in how he was addressed. At his waist hung a simple quiver filled with crossbow bolts, soaked in black dog blood. A large backpack, originally strapped to the back of his bicycle, now sat heavy on his shoulders. As for the big oaf, Taisher, he was laden with countless bags of various sizes. The streets of Changshu village were too narrow for any vehicle to pass through. Thus this supply run had to be carried out on foot. From the village entrance, the massive willow tree at its heart seemed deceptively close. Chen Ye followed Taisher, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. The young swordswoman also bore a large pack, her right hand resting on the long sword at her hip, her strides carrying a peculiar rhythmic grace. Soon others began to follow their lead. The first to join was a shifty-looking old man, the same one who had been the first to move back in Xinghua town. Most of the convoy's members were young, with very few elderly. This old man was one of the exceptions, and surprisingly, he had survived this long. At the village gate, many survivors looked at each other, their greed and hesitation starkly visible in their eyes. It was clear that Changshu village was trouble. No one could guarantee that those who entered would ever come out alive. But staying outside meant foregoing much-needed supplies. In this post-apocalyptic world, supplies were everything. "Sis, hurry up, let's follow them. We'll be safer if we stay close." Zhou Xiaoxiao, carrying a bulky bag, quickly moved to catch up. Zhou hesitated for a moment before following. "Xiaoxiao, we." Zhou Xiaoxiao cut her off. "Sis, don't overthink it. If something really happens, I don't believe Chen Ye would just leave us to die. Even if he doesn't help, there are the other two. I refuse to believe they'd stand by and watch. Sis, you're a big star." Zhou Xiaoxiao whispered into her sister's ear. Zhou deeply regretted her brother's decision to demand that can of gasoline back then. If they hadn't taken it back, they might have stood a better chance of safety today. But what was done was done. The siblings had already earned Chen Ye's enmity. Hoping for his protection now seemed futile. Zhou wasn't as optimistic as her younger brother. She kept glancing at Chen Ye, her expression complicated. "Grandson, don't you worry, Grandma. Grandma will find you something to eat. You stay put and wait for Grandma to come back." The brat clung to his grandmother's legs, sobbing. "Grandma, I don't want you to go. I don't want you to go. Silly child, if Grandma doesn't go, what will you eat? This is the apocalypse now, and these bastards won't show you any mercy." This grandmother and grandson were the ones Chen Ye had disciplined before. It was a miracle they had survived the journey so far, without starving or falling behind. But over time, many in the convoy had seen their true colors, especially the brat. Whenever someone had supplies, he would grab for them, spit if refused, or resort to stealing. When caught, the old woman would always appear and say he's just a child. It disgusted the entire convoy. Gradually, no one offered them help anymore. Grandma has to find food for her good grandson all by herself. "My dear grandson, you must remember, if Grandma doesn't come back, everyone here is a murderer. When you grow up, you must avenge Grandma. If they hadn't refused us food, Grandma wouldn't have to risk her life. Especially that Chen Ye, you must remember his face. Do you hear me, Grandma Wa?" The brat's wails made the surrounding survivors frown. Captain Chu, not far away, looked over and draped a blanket over the radio beside him. Every sound in the convoy was captured by the radio's listening function. Captain Chu had heard the entire conversation between the grandmother and grandson. "One reaps what one sows," Captain Chu sighed. Not far off, a woman with a round face and pointed chin kept her head bowed, her hair hanging loose, obscuring her expression. Not everyone had the courage to enter Changshu village for supplies. More than half of the convoy's members lingered at the entrance, most of them women. Whoever could bring back supplies would live a life of privilege within the convoy. Captain Chu Che did not forbid this. It was all a fair trade. Chen Ye lit a cigarette to ease the pressure in his chest. This wasn't his first time entering such a place, yet the dread never failed to grip him. He clenched the cigarette between his teeth, his hand crossbow at the ready, and a machete hanging from his belt. The moment he stepped into the village, goosebumps erupted on the back of his hand. The bright sunny day had turned as dark as night. The sun was still visible, but it was as if shrouded in a black veil. The village was a world apart from the outside. "Careful, this is a ghost realm." The young swordswoman tightened her grip on the sword at her hip, her small face tense and serious. Ghost realm. A special domain formed by some kind of force. Within a ghost realm, even in daylight, the probability of eerie phenomena is high, the swordswoman explained. Chen Ye's face darkened. Xinghua town didn't have a ghost realm, so how could this tiny Changshu village have one? Or was Changshu village even more dangerous than Xinghua town? As they walked deeper, Chen Ye felt as though something in the darkness was watching him. But whenever he looked closely, he saw nothing but a dim, murky gloom. The hunched old man had vanished without a trace. Some survivors had already set their sights on the two houses near the village entrance. The small rammed earth buildings looked abandoned and dilapidated. Two survivors, each wielding a steel pipe, crept cautiously toward the houses, hoping to find half a bag of rice or flour, a small fortune. They carefully pushed open the doors. The locks, corroded and rusted beyond function, gave way easily. A pitch-black opening yawned before them. They swallowed hard, exchanged a glance, and stepped inside side by side. Their trembling legs betrayed their sheer terror. Chen Ye noticed them too, but his target was the great willow tree at the village's heart, not these civilian homes. He watched them enter the house, and then nothing. The house was like the maw of a monstrous beast, swallowing them silently without a sound. No, I don't want to die, I want out. A man with glasses, unable to bear the pressure, turned and sprinted toward the village entrance. Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao watched the scene, their hearts pounding, instinctively moving a few steps closer. The disappearance of the two had no effect on the group's advance. Neither Chen Ye nor the young sword immortal stopped because of it. Chen Ye and the others walked toward the great willow tree at the center of the village. The deeper they went, the heavier the pressure on the survivors' hearts. A strange sense of dread enveloped everyone's hearts. On both sides of the village were many civilian houses, many with their doors wide open, revealing pitch-black interiors. Some survivors were determined to follow Chen Ye and the others, but some survivors remained hesitant. Following deeper into the village might yield more supplies, but it would certainly be more dangerous. Yet entering the houses also carried risks. Among them, Zhou Lan and her younger brother Zhou Xiaoxiao were steadfast followers. Suddenly, Chen Ye's steps halted, his eyes narrowed, and the hand crossbow in his hand lifted slightly, pointing ahead. Beside him, Iron Lion and the young sword immortal did the same. All three looked ahead with caution. It was the hunched old man. Calling him an old man was a stretch. He looked more like a marionette with movements and facial expressions resembling a puppet. You have come. The hunched old puppet's voice drifted over, making everyone's skin crawl. It was as if the old man had been waiting specifically for Chen Ye and the others. The survivors behind them huddled behind the trio. Are you from this village? Chen Ye asked first. The hunched old puppet chuckled darkly without answering, then said eerily, I know you're here to scavenge supplies. There's a small supermarket under the great willow tree with plenty of supplies. You can check there. Follow this road straight, and you'll reach the supermarket under the willow tree. Haha, there's lots of good food there. Lots. With that, the old man slowly turned and walked away. The whole process felt like a pre-programmed sequence, sending chills down everyone's spines. Just then, Chen Ye heard a faint, ghostly call, save. Me, save. Me. The voice seemed to come from nowhere, now distant, now near, as if. Chen Ye's expression changed. He turned to Iron Lion and asked, Big guy, did you hear that sound? Iron Lion's face was grim as well. He nodded. Yeah, I heard someone saying save me. It's coming from the old man's body. Nana interjected. That old man is suspicious. Without hesitation, Chen Ye raised his crossbow and fired a bolt at the hunched old puppet. For survival, Chen Ye had practiced with the crossbow extensively these days, and his aim was quite accurate. The bolt, soaked in black dog blood, struck the old puppet square in the brow. A wisp of smoke rose from the spot, and a flicker of pain crossed the puppet's face. Chen Ye's heart leaped with joy. The black dog blood-soaked bolt was effective. At the same time, a system notification appeared before his eyes. You have damaged the hunched old puppet. Kill value 100. Before Chen Ye could rejoice further, the hunched old puppet shot Chen Ye. A venomous glare reached up, pulled the bolt from its brow, and tossed it aside. The bolt to the forehead had posed no real threat. Black dog blood might work, but its effect was limited. It was far less effective than the bolt that had struck the white-clad scissors woman back in Xinghua Town. Of course, Iron Lion had contributed greatly to that hit. Attack! Nana's eyes flashed, and her sword transformed into a beam of light, streaking toward the hunched old puppet. Iron Lion was a bit slower, but his body radiated menace as he charged barehanded like a bulldozer at full power. Chen Ye drew the bowstring to load a second bolt. The young sword immortal's sword cleaved the hunched old puppet in two. But before the surrounding survivors could cheer, they saw that the two halves of the old puppet didn't bleed a drop. Instead, the halves scampered like two monkeys, dodging Iron Lion's fist, and scrambled onto a nearby roof to flee. The two halves. A mournful, weeping voice drifted from the direction of the old puppet. Save me. Save me. The sound was still utterly bone-chilling. Nana quickly grabbed Iron Lion, who was about to chase. Big guy, calm down. Gathering supplies is the priority. The scene had unfolded rapidly, almost in the blink of an eye, leaving the survivors behind them stunned. Several of them felt a warm dampness in their trousers. Facing the eerie, even those who had seen it countless times couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts. I'm not going any further. You go if you want, but I'm out. One survivor cried in terror, turned, and ran toward the village entrance. I'm not going either. I don't want to die yet. Two more survivors followed suit, breaking from the group and dashing toward the village entrance. Chen Ye glanced at the Zhou siblings following him, but said nothing. Rather, the Zhou siblings were trailing behind the trio. As if sensing Chen Ye's gaze, the famous actress Zhou Lan's eyes flickered with a faint plea, and regret quickly masked. Zhou Xiaoxiao lowered his head, avoiding Chen Ye's look. The three exchanged no words, glanced toward the great willow tree, and continued forward. The atmosphere was oppressive. The village remained empty. In this ghostly realm, everything felt suffocating, as if walking through another dimension. As they walked, a terrified scream suddenly came from behind a Z. A Z is gone. The trio turned around again. A disheveled girl was sobbing hysterically. A Z is missing. She was here just a moment ago. A Z is gone. Wah. The girl crouched on the ground, weeping in despair, her cries sounding like wind blowing through a cave. Chen Ye frowned slightly. They hadn't even reached the supermarket under the willow tree, yet so many mishaps had already occurred. Changsha village was indeed more dangerous than Xinghua town. Zhou Lan felt a pang of sympathy, crouched down, and comforted her. Don't cry. Maybe a Z has already gone back. We'll see her when we return. Zhou Xiaoxiao's face showed a hint of impatience. The girl shook her head wildly, her black hair flailing like snakes. No, I can't live without a Z. Without her I can't go on. Before anyone could react again, the girl stood up and bolted back the way they came. You? Zhou Lan tried to grab her, but missed. No one spoke. They all just watched the direction she vanished. Yes, they were all too similar to that girl. Every survivor alive today had lost loved ones. Some had lost husbands, some wives and children. But this was the apocalypse. Perhaps today they too wouldn't leave Changsha village alive. A heavy stone seemed to press on each person's heart. Chen Ye lit a cigarette to ease the suffocation in his chest. He felt something was off about all this, but he couldn't pinpoint what. As he exhaled a smoke ring, he asked quietly, "Have you ever seen that girl in the convoy?" When Chen Ye spoke these words, no one paid much attention. Zhou Xiaoxiao instinctively retorted, "That girl. She's just. For some reason, she always felt compelled to argue with Chen Ye for no reason at all. But when Zhou Xiaoxiao searched her memory, she was shocked to realize she couldn't recall the girl's name at all. Or rather, she had never even seen that girl before. The faces of those around them began to slowly change. Zhou Xiaoxiao stubbornly insisted, "How can you be so sure we've never seen her? Her hair was so long we couldn't even see her face." But even as she spoke, her own voice began to falter and fade. Chen Ye let out a cold laugh, gazing at the spot where the girl had vanished. This is Changsha village. A stranger appearing in a place like this and following us, no less. Don't you find that suspicious? Zhou Xiaoxiao wanted to argue further, but was stopped by Zhou Lan. Xiaoxiao. Chen Ye cast a casual glance at the young boy, or rather the young girl. She had been disguising herself as a boy and mingling with the convoy all along. Chen Ye was well aware of her motives. He simply hadn't exposed her. It wasn't that he was particularly tolerant of her provocations. It was just that there were so few people left in this world. If danger arose, having a scapegoat like her would be useful. We should hurry and gather enough supplies to leave Changsha village before 4 p.m. The young swordswoman warned, her eyes scanning their surroundings vigilantly. The group suppressed their unease and continued toward the great willow tree at the village center. From outside the village, the willow tree had seemed large, but up close it was truly colossal. It took 3 people with outstretched arms to encircle its trunk. A willow of such size was rare even before the apocalypse. Could this tree be turning into a spirit? It's huge. I've never seen anything like it. If we could sell this, it'd be worth a fortune. Who'd want a tree like this in the apocalypse? The survivors in the group chattered amongst themselves. Beyond the next corner lay the true site of the great willow and its small supermarket. With this in mind, Taisher, Nana, and Chen Ye quickened their pace. Though the other survivors didn't know why these transcendents were heading there, they knew following them meant greater safety. Finally, when Taisher was the first to round the corner, he froze in place. Nana's eyes narrowed. "Taisher, what's wrong?" The big man swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. "Nana, you, come." The girl quickened her steps and rounded the corner after him. As she caught sight of the full willow tree, her entire body stiffened, trembling uncontrollably, as if she had witnessed something utterly horrifying. A sense of dread welled up in Chen Ye's heart. The young swordswoman was the strongest fighter in the convoy, even surpassing Taisher. What had happened? Chen Ye raised his crossbow and slowed his steps. Behind him, the survivors' eyes were wide with fear, and they too slowed down. "Taisher, Nana, what did you see?" Nana heard Chen Ye's voice and turned to look at him. Chen Ye could see her pupils dilating, her face contorted in terror, as if she had witnessed a scene she couldn't comprehend. "Chen Ye, you, come." Chen Ye frowned. What was wrong with those two? It didn't seem like an attack. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly moved forward. The small supermarket under the willow was a must-visit. Without supplies, death in this apocalypse was certain. As he slowly rounded the corner, his field of vision widened. Beneath the dim sky, the sun over Changshu village seemed impossibly distant. At the village center lay a vast square dominated by a massive willow tree that filled almost one's entire sight. Green strands hung down from the sky like silk threads. If this tree had stood on a sunny afternoon in some scenic spot, it would have been a beautiful sight, if not for the bodies dangling from its green branches. Bodies. At the end of every hanging branch was a corpse. Men and women, old and young, they hung like fruit borne by the great willow. Densely packed, they dangled beneath the tree. At a rough glance, there were at least 100, maybe 200. Each body was suspended by the willow branches, utterly still, devoid of any sign of life. Chen Ye now understood the stunned expressions on Tai Shi and Nana's faces. For he wore the same expression now. He swallowed hard, his body trembling, his throat dry, and words failed him. His eyes twitched uncontrollably. The scene before him was more chilling than any horror movie. What had happened here? What was this willow tree? Why were those people hung from its branches? Fear and questions flooded Chen Ye's mind. A low sobbing sound came from behind. Chen Ye stiffened and turned to see Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao. The two sisters clamped their hands over their mouths, stifling any sound that might disturb the unknown horror. The other survivors wore similar expressions, eyes wide with terror. Chen Ye took a hard drag from the cigarette at his lips, his teeth grinding against the filter. The ember cast a faint glow in the murky darkness. Don't look, focus on gathering supplies, Chen Ye whispered hoarsely. Beneath the willows stood a small, flat-roofed building beside which a wooden sign read, Great Willow Supermarket. Next to the sign was a small open door. Through the dim light, glass counters inside were visible. Stay alert, don't disturb these things, Chen Ye warned in a low voice. Tai Shi's massive frame moved cautiously toward the supermarket. The young swordswoman gripped her long sword, moving like a nimble cat. Chen Ye held his crossbow, the cigarette at his lips burned down to the filter, forgotten. The survivors behind them still trembled with fear, but they gritted their teeth and followed the transcendence. Finally, they reached the supermarket entrance and slipped inside. Tai Shi and Nana each switched on their flashlights, illuminating the interior. It was a typical rural town supermarket. A row of glass counters stood near the entrance with shelves behind them. Cigarettes and liquor took up a large portion of the stock. More shelves lined the right side. For a rural store, it was quite spacious. At the sight of these supplies, everyone's eyes lit up. An elderly woman hiding at the back of the group suddenly found her leg pain gone, and her vision clear, her face alight with pure greed. She was the same old woman who had clashed with Chen Ye earlier. Realizing that following the transcendence would yield rewards, she had quietly trailed behind, not uttering a word, trying to stay out of sight. Now, seeing the supermarket stock, she felt her decision had been absolutely right. Outside, a breeze rose from nowhere, gently swaying the bodies hanging from the willow branches. The small supermarket was well stocked, holding not only an abundance of instant noodles and drinks, but also a considerable supply of rice flour and cooking oil on the lowest shelves. For the survivors of this desolate world, these were undoubtedly the most precious commodities. On the glass counter up front lay a decent assortment of cigarettes and liquor. Chen Ye didn't hesitate for a moment, stuffing the cigarettes directly into the sack he had brought. However, the haul of cigarettes this time didn't quite match what he had found in Xinghua town. After stowing away several cartons, he turned his attention to gathering other supplies. Rice was his top priority, followed closely by flour. As for the bags of chips and snacks, they took up far too much space for their value. The store also held other daily necessities like brooms, basins, and towels, but no one seemed interested in those. Chen Ye had brought 2 backpacks this time. His plan was to carry one on his back and the other on his chest. The one on his back was slightly larger, and when fully loaded it weighed a good several dozen kilograms. The smaller one in front was chosen to keep his hands free for any potential action. Perhaps because this was just a small village store, it didn't hold many high-end goods, but the villagers' mountain produce was plentiful. There were also several slabs of cured meat and smoked fish. Chen Ye didn't give it a second thought, reaching for the cured goods to pack them away. A weathered, aged hand suddenly clamped onto the cured meat and fish Chen Ye was holding. Its speed was only a fraction slower than his own. He looked up to see a wrinkled face glaring at him with undisguised fury. Recognition dawned on him. This was the old woman from the grandmother-grandson pair he had dealt with not long ago. A cold glint flashed in Chen Ye's eyes. Without a word, he yanked the machete from his waist and swung it down. Every second was critical now, and he had no intention of debating with her. The old woman had initially prepared to throw a tantrum and fight for the goods. But when she realized who she was grappling with, the fight drained out of her in an instant. Seeing Chen Ye pull out his blade and prepare to strike, she flinched violently, yanking her hand back. She shot him a venomous glare before shuffling off to the other side. The young sword maiden had witnessed the entire exchange and tossed Chen Ye an appreciative glance before getting back to work. The brief altercation had not gone unnoticed by others, and many now regarded Chen Ye with even greater wariness. The sword maiden wasn't faring much better than him. Strapped to her back was a backpack that towered over her head, already a third full. Despite its size, she moved with an air of indifference, as if it weighed nothing at all. Her sheer carrying capacity alone far exceeded Chen Ye's, as expected of a transcendent from the Sword Immortal sequence too. As for Iron Lion, he was a walking supply depot. Back in Xinghua Town, Chen Ye had never seen how he gathered his resources, but witnessing it now was nothing short of astonishing. The big oaf was hauling a bag of monstrous proportions, large enough to fit 3 of Chen Ye with room to spare. Clearly it was custom-made for situations exactly like this. The simpleton shoveled anything he could see into the bag without a care for what it was. Chicken feet, spicy strips, bottles of Lao Gan Ma instant noodle sausages. All of it was scooped up in his massive hands and dumped unceremoniously into the sack. A 20-kilogram bag of rice looked like a mere packet of chips in his grip. Everyone was busy, their eyes gleaming with frantic greed. Some had already filled their backpacks to the brim, yet still weren't satisfied, stuffing food into their pockets and bundles. Chen Ye watched their avarice with a silent sigh. This place wasn't safe. Carrying so much loot, if danger struck, they wouldn't even be able to run. Take the old woman who had clashed with Chen Ye, for instance. She was now loaded down with 2 backpacks, one on her back and one on her chest, mirroring his own strategy. Both were already nearly full. But now the old woman was stuck sitting on the ground, unable to get up. As for the sisters Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao, the big star had lost all her usual glamour, focused solely on scavenging. Her backpack was full, though the bag in her hand was only a third full. Zhou Xiaoxiao hadn't even managed to collect half of what she needed. Even though this small supermarket in Changshu village was larger than the average village store, it couldn't withstand the sheer number of survivors flooding in to loot it. Before long, the store was stripped bare. Not even a single bottle of seasoning remained on the shelves. It was as if the place had been meticulously swept clean. Everyone had gained something more or less. Thighs. Is it all gone? Someone said, disappointment clear in their voice as they eyed their still roomy backpack. Well, it's just a small store. Getting this much is already lucky. Let's check if there's a storage room in the back. Maybe there's more stuff in there. This is a tiny village shop, not some city warehouse. Iron Lion's absurdly large backpack was only half full, far from his goal. The Sword Maiden's backpack was only 70% full, and she still had another one she hadn't even unpacked. What do we do? This is nowhere near enough. Nana grumbled, patting her backpack in frustration. The haul had fallen far short of expectations. Iron Lion scratched his head. I can still carry more, but there's nothing left here. Should we head to the village chief's house? This amount of supplies is seriously insufficient. Chen Ye was hesitant. It wasn't every day you stumbled upon a viable supply point when you needed one. Going back now would be a bitter pill to swallow. We came all this way, we might as well check out the chief's place. The radio said the chief's house has a lot of supplies. That should be accurate. After a brief discussion, the trio decided to make their way there. They had noticed an impressive villa not far from the store, which they assumed belonged to the village chief. When the other survivors overheard the 3 transcendents planning to head there, those who had already gathered enough supplies voiced their displeasure. Don't go. Something's off about this village. We should head back while we still can. Exactly. We've got plenty. It's too dangerous. But those who had been slower to gather shot back with annoyance. You've got yours, but we haven't found anything yet. If you want to leave, go ahead. Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao were determined to stick with Chen Ye and the others. They had survived this long in the convoy thanks to their bold gambles. As the argument threatened to escalate, Nana stepped forward and barked, "Enough! Have you all forgotten what's waiting outside?" At her words, everyone's face paled. Hundreds of corpses hung from the willow trees just outside the store. Seeing that silence had fallen, Nana said coldly, "If you want to leave, go. You remember the way back. Those who want to stay and keep scavenging follow us. But remember this, if you choose to follow, you will obey. Otherwise, we can't guarantee what might happen to you." With that, the girl strode out of the store on her long legs. The hundreds of corpses at the entrance seemed like silent spectators watching the intruders with vacant, unmoving eyes. It's 1:46 p.m. now. We have a little over 2 hours to gather supplies. We must leave the village before 4 o'clock. Hurry up, otherwise once it gets dark, we'll never get out. Nana glanced at her wristwatch, her expression stern as she addressed everyone present. The expressions on everyone's faces were grim. Time was flying by. It was just past 11 when they arrived at the village, and now 2 hours had already slipped away. A sense of urgency rose in Chen Ye's heart. As the group emerged from the small supermarket and saw that eerie great willow tree, the brief joy of gathering supplies instantly morphed into terror and unease. Even the big simpleton Tai Shi was acting cautiously. Everyone held their breath, tiptoeing silently past the great willow. Chen Ye couldn't help but swallow hard, tightening his grip on the hand crossbow. When his gaze fell upon the corpses dangling from the willow's branches, his heart gave a jolt. Something was off about those corpses. He remembered that when they first arrived the bodies seemed to be facing a different direction. But now, forget it, there was no time to worry about that now. The priority was to gather supplies and get out of this village as soon as possible. Nothing else mattered. Just then a piercing scream tore through the air. The scream was shrill and sharp. It didn't seem too far away. Everyone on the scene turned pale. That's... Zhou Xiaoxiao recognized the scream, seeming to want to say something. Chen Ye barked coldly, "Shut up. Move." Zhou Xiaoxiao's pupils contracted slightly, clearly terrified to the point of breaking. Unlike Chen Ye, Zhou Xiaoxiao was well-liked within the convoy, and she knew most of the survivors. That scream just now had struck her as eerily familiar. This realization sent waves of panic crashing through her. Fortunately, Chen Ye's sharp command snapped her back to some semblance of reason. The group quickly moved away from the Great Willow's reach. Only then did Chen Ye breathe a slight sigh of relief. He instinctively glanced back, remembering there should have been someone following behind him when they left the supermarket. But that single backward glance made his heart skip a beat. Behind him, there was no one. At that moment, it was Zhou Xiaoxiao again staring at Chen Ye with utterly horrified eyes. More precisely, she was staring at something behind Chen Ye. You. A chill shot straight up Chen Ye's spine. He lunged forward 2 steps, whipping around with his hand crossbow aimed at the space behind him. Even Tai Shi and Nana were on high alert. But behind Chen Ye there was nothing unusual except for the great willow laden with corpses. Look! It's Xiaozhuang. It's Xiaozhuang. Zhou Xiaoxiao pointed a trembling finger towards a particular spot on the great willow. The group followed her gaze. A corpse hung from a branch beneath the great willow tree. This wasn't unusual in itself. There were over 100 corpses under that tree. But when they got a clear look at this specific corpse, everyone's heart began to pound violently. Chen Ye's pupils constricted to pinpricks. This person was one of the survivors who had entered the supermarket with them. Chen Ye didn't know him well, but he recognized him. This was one of the survivors who had gone into the supermarket with them. This was the very person who had been following behind Chen Ye. The corpse hanging from the great willow still had a bulging backpack strapped to it. Less than a minute had passed since they left the supermarket. And now he was just another corpse beneath the great willow. Even Chen Ye, who considered himself mentally tough, felt a chill creep into his bones. This great willow was definitely trouble. Why was this man hanging from the great willow? How had there been no sound at all? What on earth had happened? Without a second thought, Chen Ye turned and walked away, not uttering a single word. Rescue him? No way. This wasn't the first day of the apocalypse. Even though the world was now riddled with horrors, humanity remained terrified of the unknown. No one spared a thought for the body of the man who had been a companion just a minute ago. Everyone quickened their pace, desperate to leave this place. Meanwhile, Chen Ye's desire for the awakening sequence grew stronger. For just 3,000 kill points, he could trade with the system for the method to achieve the awakening sequence. In this apocalyptic world, only the awakening sequence offered a chance at survival. Nana's face was also grim. As a transcendent being of the Sword Immortal sequence too, her senses had long surpassed ordinary humans. Yet even she hadn't detected how that survivor had been strung up on the Great Willow. The entire village seemed shrouded in a layer of gloom. Outside the village the sun still blazed brightly, but within it was dark and oppressive. It was like 2 completely different worlds. The group strode briskly away from the small supermarket beneath the Great Willow. I've got enough supplies. I don't want to look for more. You all go on without me. A survivor suddenly spoke up. With that he scrambled frantically towards the village entrance. Chen Ye distinctly noticed that the survivor's backpack was only half full. I've got enough too. Soon another survivor followed the first one and fled. Tai Shi, Nana, and Chen Ye exchanged no words. They merely cast a brief glance and continued on their way. Zhou Lan and her sister Zhou Xiaoxiao were also tempted. Changshu village was far too dangerous, even more perilous than Xinghua town had been. The next second they might never make it out again. But the sisters looked at the supplies they had gathered so far. If they left now, those meager supplies probably wouldn't last them a few days. They exchanged a glance, seeing hesitation and fear mirrored in each other's eyes. Sis, let's go with them. Either way, sticking with them is better than going out alone. Zhou Xiaoxiao whispered. Zhou Lan said nothing, only a hint of worry in her eyes. Changshu village wasn't large, so finding the village chief's house wasn't difficult. All they had to do was look for the biggest and best house in the village. Plus the information they'd overheard on the radio had been helpful. This is the place. The group finally arrived before a large house. This house was clearly more impressive than the others. It was a 3-story building with large floor-to-ceiling glass windows, quite different from the other dwellings. It also had a spacious courtyard where a black sedan was parked. But the courtyard looked as though it hadn't seen visitors in a long time. Green vines crept up the exterior walls, and the large glass windows, which should have been bathed in sunlight, were now a murky gray, instilling a sense of dread. It felt as though some bizarre creature lurked behind those dim windows spying on the group. Any sane person faced with such an eerie mansion would want nothing more than to keep as far away from it as possible. The three of them exchanged glances, each discerning a flicker of caution and wariness in the other's eyes. This time the peril of Changshu village far surpassed that of Xinghua town by several magnitudes. And this was merely a single village. Let's go into time is of the essence. Chen Ye tapped off his cigarette ash, his voice low and somber. Taisher, bearing a massive backpack, strode silently into the courtyard without a word. Nana followed closely, her long legs carrying her swiftly, her ponytail swaying behind her. Chen Ye took a deep drag of his cigarette, then raised his hand crossbow and followed suit. Just as Zhou Lan was about to enter, she noticed a slightly hunched figure slipping in behind Chen Ye, even quicker than her and her sister. "Young man, have you no respect for the elderly?" Zhou Xiaoxiao recognized the old woman who had clashed with Chen Ye earlier and immediately fumed with suppressed anger. Zhou Lan reached out and tugged her sister's sleeve, signaling that now was not the time for arguments. Zhou Xiaoxiao reluctantly swallowed her indignation. The village chief's grand house, judging by its exterior alone, was far more imposing than the other villagers' dwellings. The interior was equally luxurious compared to the other homes. Just inside the entrance stood a grand European-style leather sofa, exuding an air of opulence. At the center of the sofas lay a marble coffee table, its natural stone veining crisp and clear. Even before the apocalypse, this set, regardless of authenticity, would have commanded a considerable price. Flashlight beams swept across the room, taking in the entire interior. Everyone search around. Whoever finds supplies, give a shout. Time is short, move fast. Nana's flashlight darted continuously across the surroundings. The first place they searched was naturally the kitchen. The village chief's kitchen was spacious, nearly 20 square meters bigger than the cramped rentals many urban workers endured. Soon they discovered flour, rice, 2 large bundles of dried noodles, and various other ingredients. Despite these finds, the haul was far from sufficient. They had overheard on the radio that the daily issue mini-market and the village chief's house held ample supplies. If this was all there was, it would hardly be enough. The group continued their relentless search. Soon some ventured up to the second and third floors, but to no avail. The second floor featured a large living room with a billiard table in the center, flanked by sofas on either side, plus 2 bedrooms. The third floor contained only a tea room and a bedroom, nothing else. Not a trace of supplies was found on either floor. They did stumble upon an array of clothing and bags, including several luxury items. Evidently, the village chief had lined his pockets considerably over the years. Before the apocalypse, these would have been quite valuable. Yet now no one showed the slightest interest. In the eyes of survivors, these luxury goods weren't worth a single loaf of bread. Chen Ye, however, discovered a digital watch in a wardrobe on the third floor. Before the apocalypse, such digital watches were all the rage. Many young people delighted in wearing one on their wrist. Compared to traditional mechanical watches, digital ones boasted far more features, including entertaining functions and smartphone connectivity, making them immensely popular among the youth. Before the apocalypse, a watch like this would have cost at least 7,000 or 8,000 yuan. Something Chen Ye could never have afforded. He never expected to find one here. "I used to have a watch like that too," Nana remarked wistfully, eyeing the digital watch in Chen Ye's hand. "It's a shame that now in the apocalypse, without a way to charge it, it's nothing but scrap." "No matter," Chen Ye shrugged. "It'll serve as a memento of human civilization." He tucked the watch into his chest pocket. Once he could trade with Chu Che for a solar charging panel, this watch might just come back to life. In the apocalypse, every resource has its purpose, especially a digital watch that can tell time. Having found nothing on the upper floors, the group descended, their search fruitless. It was already 2:30, leaving just an hour and a half before they had to leave the village. Back on the ground floor, the group reluctantly resumed their search. "Over here!" A sudden exclamation drew everyone's attention. They turned to see a bespectacled youth wielding a steel pipe, pointing excitedly at a trapdoor beside the staircase. The trapdoor was already open, revealing a pitch-black opening where the boy pointed. "There's a basement here." Nana dashed over in an instant. The others crowded around as several flashlight beams pierced into the darkness below, revealing nothing but blackness. Why would the village chief have a basement? What's so strange about that? Most villas have basements. Could the chief be hiding supplies down there? Possibly. Should we go take a look? "Why don't you go down then?" Murmurs rippled through the group, yet no one dared to descend. Basements typically meant enclosed, confined spaces. Many of the most terrifying scenes in horror films unfolded in such places. Though suspicions ran high, none were willing to be the first to venture down. Chen Ye furrowed his brow as well. Clearly there was something down there. "They'll go down first," Nana declared without hesitation, and with that she leaped into the darkness. They could see the beam of her flashlight bobbing around below. Soon a gleeful cry echoed up from the depths. "Chen Ye, Tai, sure there are tons of potatoes down here. Lots of them." At the sound of her voice, elation spread across everyone's faces. "I'm going down too." The youth who had found the trapdoor quickly volunteered. Without waiting for a response, he was the first to jump down after her. "Sis, you stay up here. I'm going down." Zhou Xiaoxiao followed close on his heels. One by one the survivors descended. Even the old woman climbed down without a moment's hesitation, her movements as nimble as any young person's. In this apocalypse, supplies were everything. "Chen Ye, Taisher, you two stay up top and guard the entrance. They'll pack the potatoes and you can haul them up." "All right." Soon a backpack brimming with potatoes was hoisted to the basement opening. Taisher caught it effortlessly with one hand. Had it been Chen Ye receiving the bag, it wouldn't have been so easy. Another sack packed to the brim was soon hoisted up by Taisher's single hand. Zhoulan lent a hand as well. "Thank you, brother Taisher," came Zhou Xiaoxiao's sweet, grateful voice. Chen Ye stood guard beside Taisher, crossbow at the ready. A cold sweat trickled down his temple, tracing a path to his jaw before dripping onto the ground. In that moment, within his pupils, a hunched figure stood at the main entrance on the first floor, watching them with an eerie smile. Thwip! His crossbow fired. Taisher, hearing the shot, spun around, tensely scanning their surroundings, yet found nothing. "Yezi, what did you see?" Zhoulan asked, her face etched with terror as she too glanced around. "Nothing." Taisher, hurry it up. "I've got a bad feeling. Let's get out of here fast." Taisher looked left and right, seeing nothing out of place, and grumbled, "Yezi, you're scaring people half to death." With that, the big man resumed hauling potatoes from the cellar, though with noticeably greater speed. Yet the tension on Chen Ye's face did not ease in the slightest. After the crossbow bolt had been loosed, his system had flashed a notification: "You have dealt damage to the hunchbacked old puppet. Kill value 100. The abundance of supplies stored in the basement, or rather the cellar, far exceeded everyone's expectations. Chen Ye speculated that the village chief of Longevity Village had perhaps sensed something amiss and had stockpiled provisions in his home cellar. According to reports from those who descended, the cellar held not only potatoes and sweet potatoes, but also a considerable amount of canned goods, rice and flour. Only then did Chen Ye realize that Captain Chu's stolen radio was a treasure beyond measure. Without the intelligence it provided, locating such a trove of supplies would have taken at least a day or two. Jubilant shouts echoed from the cellar from time to time. "Auntie Zhao, you need to come up now, or we won't make it in time." The bespectacled young man called urgently down into the hole to the old woman still bagging potatoes below. It was only then that Chen Ye learned the surname of the grandmother he had clashed with earlier, Zhao. "Xiaofu, just give me a moment longer. It's not every day we find so many supplies. It'd be a shame not to take full advantage." The old woman's voice drifted up from the cellar. The young man with glasses and a steel pipe in hand appeared to be around 20, likely still a university student, his eyes frequently holding that distinct, untarnished clarity of youth. It was this student, surnamed Fu, who had discovered the cellar. The grandmother and grandson duo had become the most disliked members of the convoy, and only this student still bothered with them. The other survivors had already climbed out of the cellar. When they had left the small supermarket earlier, many had backpacks only half full. Now every pack was stuffed to the brim, and faces were wreathed in satisfied smiles. Many had even emptied out the snacks they'd found at the supermarket to make room for potatoes, sweet potatoes, rice and flour. After all, compared to chips and spicy snacks, the village chief's stores offered far more sustenance, making them far better suited for survival in the apocalypse. Some had even taken off their shirts to bundle up more supplies, cradling them in their arms. Tai's ridiculously large backpack was now completely full. Taisher carried that backpack like a small mountain on his back, a sight that made onlookers gasp in amazement. A pack like that perhaps only a big oaf like Taisher could manage. Not only did he carry that mountain of a backpack, but he also clutched several large bundles in his arms, seemingly filled with more supplies. Even sisters Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao were laden with supplies. Zhou Lan had a pack on her chest and another on her back, with an additional bag in her hand. Zhou Xiaoxiao carried no less than her sister. Everyone's face was beaming with joy. Only Nana and Chen Ye carried the least amount of supplies. "Time's almost up. We need to get out of here now," Chen Ye urged. Nana glanced at her wristwatch, her expression growing tense. "We have 40 minutes until 4 o'clock. We must leave the village within that time. Let's move." Everyone quickened their pace, exiting the village chief's house. Only Chen Ye remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. This trip had been far too smooth. This ease filled Chen Ye with a sense of unease, a feeling that something truly terrifying awaited them ahead. "Hey, wait for me." The old woman's anxious voice drifted from the cellar, apparently having overheard their plans to leave. Apart from the student called Xiaofu, no one paid the old woman any mind. In fact, many wore expressions of schadenfreude. Perhaps it's true that the wicked live long. With the kind-hearted student's help, the old woman finally managed to climb out of the cellar. When Chen Ye saw the supplies on the old woman, he was momentarily stunned. She was practically covered in supplies from head to toe. Not only did she have a large backpack, but she also carried a large bundle in each hand and another slung around her neck. Compared to the other survivors, this old woman had gathered the most supplies of all. Noticing the stare, she even seemed a little smug. Don't assume the elderly lack stamina. Compared to the young wage slaves suffering under 996 work schedules, these old folks possess seemingly inexhaustible energy. Just look at the egg-grabbing frenzy at the supermarkets or certain tourist attractions. However, in this environment, carrying so much loot was practically a death sentence. Chen Ye ignored the old woman, his eyes warily scanning the area. The hunchback puppet from earlier had now vanished without a trace. Let's go. The young swordswoman Nana took the lead, sword in hand. The hulking Taisher followed closely behind. Unfortunately, Tai's backpack was so massive that he ran into trouble getting through the doorway. In the end, they had to forcefully tear the door off its hinges to get his pack through. The courtyard looked unchanged from when they had entered. The black luxury car sat quietly in the yard. Chen Ye would have loved to take the car, as its parts could have been incredibly useful for modifying his motorbike tetracycle. But lacking the means, he could only wait for another opportunity. The group began to retrace their steps. The sky remained a dull, overcast gray. A hazy pale sun hung limply outside the village. No one spoke, but the atmosphere was noticeably better than before. Only Nana kept checking her wristwatch as she walked. In the young swordswoman's heart, a feeling of disquiet echoed Chen Ye's own. Every supply run was a desperate gamble between life and death. But this one had been exceptionally smooth. Wait! Suddenly she came to a halt. Taisher slammed to a stop, as well his massive backpack causing him to lurch forward. Fortunately, his immense strength saved him from falling. Chen Ye instantly raised his hand crossbow. What's wrong? This road. We've walked it before. The girl pointed at a civilian house with its door open. The house looked familiar. Earlier someone had entered it and never come out. The group exchanged uneasy glances at a loss for words. Chen Ye lit a cigarette, the flame briefly illuminating his eyes as he frowned and surveyed their surroundings. Though he had a poor sense of direction, the environment was undeniably familiar. Ahead is the big willow tree. A trembling voice broke the silence laced with profound terror. Startled, everyone looked up. There it was, an enormous willow tree standing not far off, and just around the corner would be the big willow tree mini-mart. Logically, the tree should have been behind them. How had it suddenly appeared ahead? The blood drained from their faces. The excitement of their find evaporated. We've been walking in the wrong direction. Nana checked her watch, her face deadly serious. We have 30 minutes left. Let's turn back and hurry, or we might just make it. The crowd cast wary glances at the towering willow tree before turning and hastening toward the village entrance. This time, however, the expressions on their faces had grown far more solemn. Earlier, some had been murmuring amongst themselves, but now all fell into a heavy, silent hush. Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao saw a flicker of worry mirrored in each other's eyes. Their footsteps quickened, unconsciously drawing closer to Chen Ye and the other sequence transcendents. In the apocalyptic environment, survivors could only glean a measure of safety from the presence of these extraordinary beings. Each survivor harbored their own private thoughts and schemes. Chen Ye's heart felt heavy as well. This trip to Changshu village was proving to be far from simple. His suspicions were soon confirmed. When the group once again laid eyes on that immense willow tree, a collective silence descended upon them. Some voices trembled with the threat of tears. How are we back here? I remember we walked in the opposite direction. Is this a ghost trick? No, I recall we had our backs to the willow. Why have we returned? Damn it. I survived Luching. I won't be trapped by this puny village. A cacophony of panicked shouts erupted, eyes wide with terror. All gazes turned to the three sequence transcendents. Taisher swallowed hard, a fierce glint gradually taking over his eyes. Damn it. That willow tree must be behind this. Let's just chop it down. Titan's sequence transcendents usually appeared indistinguishable from ordinary people in daily life. But once drawn into battle, they transformed into vicious, bloodthirsty warriors. Easy there, big guy. Don't lose your head before we understand the situation. Chen Ye, what do you think? The long-legged girl turned her gaze to Chen Ye. She had no ready solution either, and time was running short. If they couldn't find a way out, they would likely face grave danger. Earlier, Chu Che had insisted they must leave by 4 o'clock. Following the convoy's rules, if Chu Che didn't see Chen Ye by then, he would likely depart without them. Without their guide to steer them clear of the anomaly, survival for Chen Ye and the others in this apocalyptic world would be nearly impossible. Chen Ye took a deep drag of his cigarette, forcing himself to stay calm. How much time is left? Nana glanced at her mechanical wristwatch. 20 minutes. Let's try once more. If it fails, we'll go confront the willow. It seems that's our only option. Once more the group set off in the direction opposite the willow. This time their steps were noticeably quicker. When the towering willow tree materialized before them, yet again despair clouded many eyes. This can't be possible. The willow, it's the willow again. Why can't we get out? Could the willow be behind all this? A survivor, eyes bloodshot, glared at Chen Ye. Didn't you say we could leave by facing away from the willow? Why are we still here? Why? Chen Ye's earlier words to the long-legged girl had been overheard by this survivor. Now back at the starting point, he placed the blame squarely on Chen Ye. Aren't you sequence transcendents supposed to be powerful? Why can't you get us out of here? You're all useless. Get me out of here now. I don't want to die. The survivor's voice grew increasingly hysterical. Consumed by madness, he glared at Chen Ye, taking step after step towards him. If Chen Ye failed to deliver them from this place in the next instant, he was prepared to attack. Chen Ye's gaze turned icy, his left hand already reaching for the machete at his waist. He wouldn't hesitate to teach this irrational survivor a bloody lesson. With a heavy thud, a thick leg swung out, striking the frenzied survivor and sending him flying over 10 meters. He plowed a deep furrow in the dirt and lay still, life unknown. The one who struck was the towering Taisher. Even laden with supplies, his combat prowess remained unaffected. Such was the power of a sequence transcendent. The usually simple and mild-mannered Taisher said coldly, "If you want to die, I can grant your wish." His lion-like eyes swept across the faces of the other survivors. The other survivors, struck silent with fear, averted their gaze from Taisher. Taisher knew Chen Ye was an auxiliary sequence transcendent unsuited for direct combat, which was why he had stepped in to stand up for him. The long-legged girl seemed oblivious to the scene, her gaze fixed sternly and cautiously upon the great willow. "It seems we have no choice but to confront the willow, or we'll never get out of here." Heh, finally a chance to fight. It would be too dull if things went smoothly. Taisher licked his lips in anticipation. Every Titan sequence transcendent felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of battle. Chen Ye remained silent, merely checking his hand crossbow once more. It was his greatest asset. Taisher strode towards the willow, his eyes blazing with excitement, a stark contrast to the simple giant he appeared to be moments before. It was as if two distinct personalities inhabited his massive frame. The long-legged girl followed closely behind. No one spared a second glance at the survivor who had been kicked away. Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao exchanged a look, each seeing fear and anxiety in the other's eyes. The sisters realized that sequence transcendents were not as benevolent as they seemed. Offending Chen Ye earlier might have been their gravest mistake. You all, don't go to the willow. Danger. At that moment, a hunched figure appeared on the path ahead of them, seemingly from nowhere. It was the hunchbacked old puppet from before. "Who are you really? Why can't we go to the willow?" Chen Ye held back the long-legged girl who was ready to strike. The hunched figure chuckled. You stole so many supplies from my home, and you ask who I am. You are the village chief." This revelation stunned everyone. The hunchback puppet was actually the chief of Changshu village. "I am and I am not. Why can't we go to the willow?" Chen Ye pressed on. There were many kinds of aberrations. Most had lost all human emotion, driven only by a primal need to kill. Some, however, retained fragments of their former humanity. Encountering one willing to converse, Chen Ye was keen to extract whatever information he could. "If I say you can't go, then you can't. Young man, do you truly believe I would lead you astray?" The hunchbacked old puppet strained to lift his head, his murky white eyes fixed on Chen Ye. Within those eyes, an endless, terrifying abyss seemed to churn. During their exchange, Chen Ye could faintly hear cries for help in his ears. "Tell me, how do we get out of here?" You can't leave. Stay here and keep me company." Stop your tricks." The long-legged girl drew her long sword, chanting softly under her breath. She formed a sword seal with her left hand and ran it along the blade. A shimmering light flowed across the once ordinary sword's surface, a mysterious power surging along its length. "Die!" A streak of sword light shot straight towards the hunchbacked puppet. The old puppet let out a cold laugh, clearly prepared. His figure moved with the agility of an ape, dodging the sword light. But the sword light of a sword immortal sequence 2 was not so easily evaded. The sword light struck the hunchback's hump. The fabric of his upper garment shredded into pieces, flying in the wind. It was then that everyone saw the truth. The hunchback's hump was a female human head with disheveled hair. The hunch on the old puppet's back was in fact a woman's head with disheveled hair. This sight sent a chill down everyone's spine. Even the long-legged girl's sword faltered slightly, its rhythm disrupted. The woman's head on the hunch seemed to startle awake, turning with effort to face the crowd, emitting a faint plea for help. Chen Ye finally understood. The cries for help had heard earlier came from this very head. Looking closer, this woman's head belonged to one of the survivors who had entered Longevity Village with them. She had been timid, breaking away from the group early on to find supplies and leave the village. How had she become part of the hunchbacked puppet? A wave of cold dread washed over Chen Ye, raising goosebumps on his back. Without a second thought, he raised his hand crossbow and fired at the woman's head on the puppet's back. The hunchbacked puppet ignored the bolt darting into a nearby house. The bolt missed its mark. The long-legged girl's brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes glinting with murderous intent. She sliced her finger with her sword, and a drop of crimson blood appeared on her fingertip, quickly absorbed by the blade. The sword now seemed alive, vibrating with a resonant hum. The long-legged girl began to chant under her breath. By the crimson scar is my pact, let the sword's soul be one with me. Drink my vital blood, howl through the three souls. Break illusions, rend spirits. 9 heavens, dragons roar, 10,000 blades return to truth. Break. With each incantation, Chen Ye noticed the sword growing sharper, more lethal. Then, gripping the sword with both hands, she slashed fiercely toward the house the puppet had fled into. A sword energy arced from the blade. The energy was pure white, tinged with a hint of blood essence, enough to make one's heart tremble. Was this the legendary sword energy? Chen Ye's heart skipped a beat. Even though the attack wasn't aimed at him, his eyes stung from its sheer presence. In Chen Ye's astonished gaze, the razor-sharp sword energy sliced through the house, as if it were tofu carving a path into the distance. A terrifying gash appeared across the building's midsection. With a deep rumble, the house collapsed like a house of cards, losing its support. The surviving onlookers were dumbstruck, frozen, as if under a spell. Only Iron Lion seemed unsurprised. The girl now stood amidst the rubble, her sharp eyes scanning the debris, a faint glimmer of sword light still dancing on her blade, clearly holding power in reserve. Chen Ye kept his crossbow raised, alert. After a long pause, the girl's expression soured. The hunchback puppet was nowhere to be found. Her face was grim. The puppet had vanished. Meanwhile, all the survivors stared at the long-legged girl with a mix of fear and awe. They had only heard whispers of sequence transcendence before. Now they understood what it truly meant. This power surpassed human limits. Even Chen Ye, who had seen Iron Lion's Titan sequence in Xinghua Town, was stunned. Watching him transform into a 3-meter muscle giant had been shocking enough. But this girl could unleash sword energy. They rounded the corner again, and the eerie great willow tree loomed back into view. The towering willow stood in the center of the village square. Willow branches hung down like serpents, each one entwined with a corpse at its tip. Over 100 bodies dangled beneath the tree like its macabre fruit. Facing this bizarre tree again, fear crept back into everyone's hearts. Many began to cluster around the long-legged girl, her earlier display earning their trust. Others gathered near the hulking Iron Lion. Chen Ye, however, stood alone. Clearly his support sequence wasn't deemed trustworthy. The bodies. They've increased. Chen Ye's eyes narrowed, his voice cold. He recalled that when they first arrived there hadn't been this many. Now there were noticeably more. Wait. These new corpses looked familiar. When Chen Ye noticed the various backpacks on them, a chill ran down his spine. These were people from their convoy, those who had entered Longevity Village with them. It's not that the dead have multiplied, came the long-legged girl's cold voice, but that since we entered this village no one has ever left. These are the ones who tried to escape. They're all here now. That's old Lu. Didn't he leave a while ago? My God, and Xiaozhong, Xiaozhong, Xiaoqian. They're all. What the hell is this willow tree? Panic and confusion rippled through the survivors. Among the newly appeared corpses were people who had been lively just hours ago, some even familiar to them. Seeing their acquaintances meet this fate was terrifying. Fear was inevitable. Chen Ye had thought this trip to Longevity Village might be too easy. Now he realized its danger far surpassed Xinghua Town. From the moment they entered, no living person had left. Damn it. The long-legged girl gritted her teeth, her grip on the sword tightening. Fuck this playing tricks. It'll smash it to pieces. Iron Lion shrugged off his mountain-like pack and stomped toward the willow, his already massive frame swelling with each step. His thighs bulged first, shredding his jeans into shorts. His boots split into sandals, and his t-shirt stretched into a skin-tight top. In just a few strides, his already towering 2-meter frame became even more monstrous. Chen Ye didn't stop Iron Lion's reckless charge. If the willow wouldn't let them leave, destroying it was the only option. Letting the big guy try was a strategy. Suddenly Chen Ye spotted a corpse in the distance twitch, its stiff head slowly turning toward the giant. Iron Lion's action was like a stone thrown into a still lake. Big guy, watch out. Chen Ye raised his crossbow, aiming at the stirring corpse. Why hasn't anyone come out yet? It's already past 3 o'clock, less than half an hour until 4. What in the world is going on in this village? Could they all be dead? Impossible, they have 3 sequence transcendence among them, how could they die? Ever since Chen Ye and his 2 companions led the other survivors who had gathered supplies into Changshu village, not a single person had emerged from the village. This situation was highly unusual. Previously in Xinghua Town, survivors had been trickling out one after another. Some survivors would return first once they had obtained enough supplies. Others who acquired supplies later would also come out a bit later. But since the survivors had entered Changshu village, not one had come out. This eerie situation cast a shadow over everyone's heart. Even Chu Che, the captain who was always so confident, felt a twinge of unease in his heart now. The survivors remaining outside Changsha village also began to stir restlessly. Among those who lacked the courage to gather supplies, some simply felt their physical strength was insufficient, believing they couldn't collect anything. Others dared not face the eerie phenomena, instead hoping to obtain supplies from others. Once someone returned with ample supplies, these people would offer equivalent value in exchange. Such occurrences were common within the convoy. As long as both parties were willing, Chu Che would never interfere with these matters. This was also the survival rule for others in the convoy. Those who entered the village to gather supplies were the hope of these people. But since morning, no one had come out of the village with supplies. This caused a sense of unease to grow in many hearts. Chu Che stared at the village shrouded in gray mist. When they first arrived at around 11 in the morning, he could barely make out the situation inside the village. Now the village was completely obscured, revealing only a blurry pitch-black scene. Not even a single sound could be heard. This made Chu Che deeply uneasy. Not far away, a woman's eyes flickered wildly. That woman was Su Jiaojiao. After being taught a small lesson by Chu Che last time, Su Jiaojiao had been much more subdued in the convoy. But if one thought she had done nothing, that would be impossible. Over this period of time, Su Jiaojiao had contacted and rallied many sisters. She had already begun to plan that if no one emerged from Changsha village, she would not sit idly by and wait for death. According to her understanding, Captain Chu Che, although also a sequence transcendent, didn't seem to have much combat ability. Su Jiaojiao secretly schemed in her heart. If by 4 o'clock no one had come out, just as the convoy outside the village was growing anxious, the situation inside the village had clearly become extremely dangerous. The great willow tree was like an enraged beast. Countless corpses bound by willow branches began to reanimate. Pairs of murky eyeballs filled with evil desires stared at the survivors, as if looking at delicious roast chickens. Hundreds of corpses activated at the same moment, a sight that felt like a scene from a zombie movie, sending chills down one's spine. A corpse with willow branches coiled around its neck lunged at Iron Lion like a marionette. One corpse moved, and then the others began to act as well. Controlled by the willow branches, these corpses attacked from the air like toy planes in a child's hands. Get lost. Iron Lion had intended to charge at the great willow tree, and with his strength destroy this bizarre entity. Perhaps that was the only way to leave Changsha village. But the corpses in front of him were growing more numerous. His massive fist slammed into one corpse, sending it flying backward through the air. Yet in an instant the corpse rushed forward again. Iron Lion's punch had no effect on the corpse at all. One had to know that a single punch from Iron Lion could obliterate a full-grown man. Yet it had no impact on the corpse. Seeing this, Chen Ye felt a chill run down his spine. These corpses were clearly inferior to the hunchbacked old puppet and the white-clothed scissors woman. Yet they were still this troublesome. This caused Chen Ye's heart to sink slowly. But soon more corpses surged forward. One corpse had already climbed onto Iron Lion's back, opening its mouth to bite the back of his neck. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt soaked in black dog blood pierced the corpse's back. Hiss! A puff of white smoke rose. The corpse recoiled from Iron Lion's back in agony. You have dealt damage to a corpse puppet, gaining 100 kill points. It worked. So they were called corpse puppets. Before Chen Ye could rejoice, the corpse puppet with the bolt still in it lunged at him again. Before it reached him, Chen Ye caught a whiff of a foul, stench-ridden odor. The long-legged girl swept her sword fingers across her blade, chanting under her breath, "Radiant light tempers the edge, illuminating the netherworld. Unleash." The girl's long sword shimmered with a glowing light as she slashed at the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet fell to the ground in 2 pieces. Even so, the severed halves struggled, crawling towards Chen Ye. What the hell? Chen Ye just wanted to curse. He hadn't expected the corpse puppets to be this difficult to deal with. Ah! A terrified scream echoed. A survivor not far from Chen Ye was grabbed by several corpse puppets and lifted into the air. Blood quickly splattered across the ground. Corpse puppets couldn't fly on their own, but those tethered by willow branches could. Xiao Fu, save me. The old woman laden with supplies was somehow still alive. Though slowed by her heavy load, she was desperately dodging left and right under the corpse puppets' attacks. The corpse puppets had originally been targeting her, but when another survivor nearby wasn't paying attention, the old woman shoved him forward as a scapegoat. Many survivors around had witnessed this, and their disgust and hatred for the old woman grew even stronger. Only the naive college student hadn't seen it. But at that moment, the young college student named Xiao Fu was barely managing to survive himself, wielding a steel pipe in a desperate struggle against a corpse puppet on the verge of death. Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao, the 2 sisters, were also in a sorry state. Corpse puppets could attack the survivors from any direction. Zhou Lan's celebrity status meant nothing to these corpse puppets. When they saw the survivor who had been right beside them moments ago being snatched away screaming by the corpse puppets, The sisters were terrified. They had previously planned to survive under the protection of Iron Lion and Nana. Unfortunately, Iron Lion had already charged towards the great willow tree dozens of meters away from them. As for the long-legged girl, she couldn't possibly protect them either. At this moment, the long-legged girl was busy covering Iron Lion on one side and protecting Chen Ye on the other with no energy left to look after the sisters. A corpse puppet descended from the sky, with willow branches diving straight at Zhou Lan. "Sister, watch out." The girl, disregarding everything else, hurled her backpack fiercely at the corpse puppet, allowing Zhou Lan to narrowly escape. But soon more corpse puppets rushed forward. "Xiao Xiao." Zhou Xiaoxiao saw Chen Ye's crossbow bolt embed itself into a corpse puppet, which immediately emitted white smoke and retreated. Zhou Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. "Sister, let's go to Chen Ye's side. I refuse to believe he would stand by and watch us die." A few months ago, as the younger sister of the superstar Zhou Lan, Zhou Xiaoxiao was also a figure surrounded by stars and adulation. If judged solely by appearance, Zhou Xiaoxiao was in no way inferior to her sister Zhou Lan. Even before Zhou Xiaoxiao made her debut, numerous artist management agencies had come knocking hoping to sign her. Even before she officially started her career, she had already secured several top-tier resources. It was no exaggeration to say the entire entertainment industry was waiting for her debut. Compared to her sister Zhou Lan's gentle and mature charm, Zhou Xiaoxiao was a vibrant, energetic young beauty, exactly the style that was most popular at the time. Coupled with her sister Zhou Lan's background, it was foreseeable that Zhou Xiaoxiao would definitely become a top-tier star in the domestic entertainment scene. Even Zhou Xiaoxiao herself believed this. Unfortunately, many things take an unexpected turn precisely when you think no accident will occur. The city fell. Countless terrifying anomalies emerged. Human civilization collapsed at a speed beyond imagination. At that time, Zhou Xiaoxiao was preparing her debut work with her sister Zhou Lan. The sisters were set to appear together in a major film production, playing opposite each other. In just a few hours, the entire film crew was slaughtered by a nameless anomaly, turning the set into a death ground. Zhou Xiaoxiao and her sister barely escaped the city with their lives, and by a twist of fate joined this convoy. Like many others, Zhou Xiaoxiao did not believe human society was completely finished. Perhaps soon the human military would reclaim the cities from the anomalies. But as her understanding of the apocalypse deepened, the faint glimmer of hope in her heart began to fade. The order of human society was slowly crumbling, becoming increasingly savage. Had they not joined the convoy, the sisters' situation would certainly be dire now. Zhou Xiaoxiao cut her long hair short, traded her dresses for practical clothes, smeared dirt on her fair, adorable face, and gradually learned to act like a boy. Zhou Xiaoxiao treated herself as a boy. To survive the apocalypse, to live with dignity. The sisters put in far more effort than the average survivor. Whenever they reached a supply point, other survivors would cower, reluctant even to scavenge for resources. But the sisters never missed a single opportunity, charging into towns and villages to gather supplies, encountering countless dangers along the way. As a result, they lived far better than other survivors. The sisters understood that in such an apocalypse they could only rely on themselves. Until that day when Zhou Xiaoxiao learned that her sister had given a can of gasoline to a newly awakened sequence transcendent. That was a whole can of gasoline. They had nearly died at the hands of an anomaly to obtain it. And that can of gasoline was given away for nothing in return. It was exchanged merely for a promise. Zhou Xiaoxiao, indignant, took the gasoline back. In the days that followed, she worried about retaliation from that person. Although he was a support-type sequence, he was still a sequence transcendent. Days passed by uneventfully. As her understanding of sequence transcendence deepened, Zhou Xiaoxiao sometimes regretted her earlier actions. After all, he was a sequence transcendent. This continued until they reached Changshu village. The danger at Changshu village far exceeded that of other supply points. Zhou Xiaoxiao had never felt death so close. It seemed that in the next second she could become a cold corpse. At that moment, she truly felt remorse for taking that gasoline. If she had obtained Chen Ye's promise, then his protection, perhaps she could survive this ordeal. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. Zhou Xiaoxiao kept trying to stay close to the other two sequence transcendents for protection. But in their eyes, she and her sister were no different from ordinary people. Even now, the last two sequence transcendents were too busy dealing with the corpses hanging from the willow branches to pay any attention to the sisters. And that Chen Ye, the support-type sequence they had deemed useless, was actually able to drive back those corpses with his hand crossbow. Even if he couldn't kill them, just driving them back was enough for the sisters to see a lifeline. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao couldn't care less about her past conflict with Chen Ye. She only wanted his protection. And she wasn't the only one gravitating towards him. Even old lady Zhao had the same idea. Nana and Taisher coordinated their attack, charging towards the great willow tree, paying no heed to the other survivors. Fortunately, most of the corpse puppets were concentrated around those two. Otherwise, Chen Ye and the other survivors would have been dead long ago. But even so, the sporadic corpse puppets kept Chen Ye frantically busy. At this moment, Chen Ye was tapping into unprecedented potential, firing his hand crossbow at its maximum speed. Thanks to his constant practice during rest stops in the convoy, he had just loaded a bolt when a corpse puppet lunged at him with a sinister grin baring its pale teeth. Chen Ye raised his hand and shot. Whooshed! A bolt struck a corpse puppet's forehead, emitting a wisp of white smoke. The puppet howled in agony and retreated. Chen Ye had no time to check the system notification. He pulled out another bolt and loaded it with lightning speed. The surrounding corpse puppets were like moths drawn to a flame. Ordinary survivors couldn't mount an effective offense against them. The scavenged steel pipes and rebar were nothing more than an itch to the corpse puppets. Old Lady Zhao moved with the swiftness of someone grabbing eggs at a supermarket sale or snatching a seat on a crowded bus, before the other survivors could even reach Chen Ye's side. This agile old woman had already quietly slipped behind Chen Ye, seeking his protection. Just as a flicker of smugness crossed Old Lady Zhao's mind, a large hand suddenly shot towards her neck. She was startled. What does this kid think he's doing? Before she could ponder further, the hand gave her a gentle shove. Stumbling forward, Old Lady Zhao came face to face with a horrifying, ghostly visage sneering at her with malicious intent. You? She understood then. This kid was using her as a human shield. How dare he? Didn't he know to respect the elderly? Before Old Lady Zhao could even voice a curse, she was surrounded by two corpse puppets. A single scream, and this old woman, whose agility rivaled that of a young person, was dragged away by several puppets, leaving only a pool of blood behind. The other survivors witnessed Chen Ye's actions and felt a chill run down their spines. This young man is ruthless. A moment ago, Chen Ye had been a split second slow in loading his crossbow, allowing a puppet to get close. The conveniently placed Old Lady Zhao behind him was shoved forward as a sacrifice. This was callousness and cruelty in its purest form. Yet Chen Ye felt not a shred of guilt. Seeing this merciless side of Chen Ye, Zhou Xiaoxiao's steps faltered momentarily. It was this brief pause. Xiao Xiao. Startled, she spun around and saw her sister, Zhou Lan, being tackled to the ground by a corpse. Chen Ye, save my sister. Compared to the long-legged girl and Iron Lion, Chen Ye, being an auxiliary sequence, had a very low presence in the convoy. Nana, a sword immortal sequence, wandered around the convoy every day with a long sword on her back. Just moments ago, she had cleaved a civilian house in two with a single strike. To the survivors watching, this long-legged girl was a superhero. Then there was Iron Lion, the hulking giant, whose mere 2-meter-plus stature exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. And the enigmatic Captain Shu Che, who clearly possessed some real skills. Only Chen Ye, a newly awakened sequence transcendent, seemed no different from the other survivors. If there were an instrument capable of measuring sequences, one would discover that Chen Ye's mechanic sequence was a fake. This seemingly inconspicuous auxiliary sequence, however, had become a lifeline for the other survivors. Ordinary survivors facing the corpse puppets were like 3-year-old children confronting a fully grown adult. The steel pipes and baseball bats in the survivors' hands were useless against the corpse puppets. Firearms and other such hot weapons were strictly controlled, and ordinary people simply couldn't get their hands on them. After the apocalypse, weapons like guns became even rarer. Even if one had firearms and ammunition, they dealt very limited damage to the aberrations. Only the hand crossbow, its bolts soaked in Black Dog's blood that Chen Ye carried, could have some effect on the corpse puppets. Yet Chen Ye's ruthless act moments ago, using Old Lady Zhao as a human shield without a moment's hesitation, had given some people pause. This caused some concerns to arise among the survivors. At that moment, the famous star Zhou Lan had already been tackled by a corpse puppet, and perhaps the next second would mean her death. Facing the corpse puppet's inhuman, ghastly face, Zhou Lan felt every hair on her body stand on end. She desperately wielded the stick in her hand to fend off the corpse puppet before her. Xiao Xiao. Zhou Lan couldn't help but scream. Seeing her sister pinned down by the corpse puppet, Zhou Xiao panicked, then shouted desperately at Chen Ye. Chen Ye, save my sister. Chen Ye raised his hand and shot a crossbow bolt. The bolt struck a corpse puppet's head, sending up a puff of white smoke. The puppet howled and staggered back. Chen Ye glanced at the sisters, Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiao, his expression unchanged. Without pausing, he swiftly drew another bolt, nocked it, and fired. He drove back another corpse puppet that was about to lunge. Zhou Xiao, seeing that Chen Ye was truly refusing to help, a flicker of sorrow and resentment passed through her eyes. But she couldn't afford to dwell on it now. Grabbing her stick, she rushed over to help her sister. The corpse puppet's abilities were quite singular. Their strength and agility were roughly on par with an average strong adult male. Propelled by the willow branches, they seemed to possess the ability to fly. Moreover, ordinary attacks had little effect on them. An ordinary adult male was no match for a single corpse puppet, and their numbers were overwhelming. There were hundreds of them beneath the great willow tree. As soon as one corpse puppet latched onto a target, it would quickly attract others to swarm in. They were far more troublesome than typical aberrations. Fortunately, Iron Lion and Nana were drawing most of the great willow tree's attention, which was the only reason survivors like Chen Ye on the periphery of the tree's range had managed to hold on this long. It wasn't that Chen Ye and the others didn't want to escape the tree's reach, it was simply that there was no escape. The great willow tree's branches seemed to extend infinitely, making the entire village its battlefield. Hearing her sister's cry for help, Zhou Xiaoxiao rushed over using her wooden stick to shove the corpse puppet off her sister. Just as she pulled her sister up, she realized with despair that several corpse puppets had already gathered around them. Dealing with a single corpse puppet had already been a struggle for the two sisters. Now with several surrounding them, those pairs of murky eyes stared at them, many with eerily familiar faces. The threat of death surged within them. Could it be that she and her sister would die here today? The sisters stood back to back, each holding a sharpened steel pipe. Such simple weapons might pose a threat to ordinary humans, but against the corpse puppets, they were utterly useless. Zhoulan gripped her steel pipe, her legs trembling. Around them were 4 or 5 corpse puppets with vicious expressions. More in the distance were still converging on them. Pairs of murky eyeballs, gaping mouths, rotting bodies, and a wave of nauseating stench washed over them. Zhou Xiaoxiao could even see maggots writhing on the surface of the corpse puppets. These creatures still had human forms, but they had lost all humanity. Sis, you run first. Just get to Chen Ye's side. Even if he doesn't want to save you, you'll be much safer there. Zhoulan gritted her teeth, instructing her younger sister. Zhou Xiaoxiao clenched her jaw fiercely. Zhoulan, stop talking nonsense. Even if I die, I won't, beg Chen Ye. She bit down so hard that blood seeped from her lips and sweat plastered a lock of hair to her forehead, making her look utterly disheveled. Even as she said it, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt a pang of guilt. A scream pierced the air. A male survivor trying to flee was jumped on from behind by a corpse puppet which tore into the back of his neck with its gaping maw. A spray of blood carried the man toward the depths of the great willow tree's canopy. The tragedy unfolded just 4 or 5 meters from the sisters. According to his own claims before the apocalypse, the man had been a senior executive at a listed company and had even once courted Zhoulan. Now he had died right before their eyes. Zhou Xiaoxiao's pupils contracted violently and tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. These were tears of fear. Death was happening right in front of her. She looked at Chen Ye not far away. Chen Ye, she cried out in desperation. For the first time, a pleading tone crept into her voice. This was extremely rare for the stubborn Zhou Xiaoxiao. From the start of the apocalypse until now, she had never begged anyone. And now, she and her sister Zhoulan were in dire straits. Chen Ye wasn't in great shape himself at that moment. Fortunately, he had stored up enough Black Dog's blood crossbow bolts to hold on for a while longer. While these bolts couldn't kill the corpse puppets, they could at least repel them. A stream of system notifications flashed before Chen Ye's eyes, but he couldn't be bothered to count them. All Chen Ye could do now was pray that Nana and Iron Lion would hurry up. Otherwise, at this rate, he wouldn't last much longer either. As for the other survivors, Chen Ye didn't care about them at all. Suddenly, he heard his name called. Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback, then saw 4 or 5 corpse puppets surrounding the Zhou sisters. The steel pipes in their hands were like children's toys against these creatures. In just a few seconds, the sisters would be torn to shreds. The sisters' eyes looking at him were filled with pleading and misery. They looked like puppies shivering in the cold wind, casting desperate, beseeching glances at their master. Seeing Chen Ye turn his head, a glimmer of hope lit up their eyes. Zhou Xiaoxiao's big eyes were brimming with tears at that moment, a mix of endless regret and hope. Please, Chen Ye, save us. Just a second ago, she had sworn she'd never beg anyone. Now death was so close she could taste it. The change was so swift that even Zhou Xiaoxiao herself hadn't anticipated it. Just as Zhou Xiaoxiao was pleading for Chen Ye's help, a thunderous roar that shook the very heavens erupted. The ground trembled and quaked as if a colossal dragon were writhing and bellowing beneath the earth. The corpse puppets bound by the willow branches swayed and shook violently in response. All the survivors turned to look. Beneath the colossal willow tree that rivaled the world itself, a 3-meter turtle giant stood with muscles bulging. His massive fists like battering rams slammed into the tree's trunk. Wood chips flew as the great willow wept streams of crimson blood. The long-legged girl held her sword aloft with one hand, chanting an arcane incantation. The blade's power swelled with each word, her body enveloped in swirling sword aura. Her long hair danced in a wind that did not exist, making her appear as a divine maiden. Yet her face grew ever paler, drained of all color. This was the same sword technique she had used against the hunchbacked corpse puppet earlier, but this time its power was magnified manifold. Go! She cried out sharply, bringing her sword down in a single, seemingly gentle stroke toward the great willow. A blinding arc of sword energy adhered to the blade, which elongated from its original meter to over 10 meters. Even from such a distance, Chen Ye's heart turned cold. The sword fell. A terrifying gash appeared on the great willow's trunk, and torrents of crimson blood flowed down its bark. An eerie, mournful wail rose from beneath the earth. The strike had clearly wounded the great willow. Its trunk twisted and thrashed in agony, shaking the central plaza of the village. In that moment it felt as if the entire village was caught in an earthquake. This all happened at the very moment Zhou Xiaoxiao was pleading with Chen Ye. The survivors stared at the great willow in terror. Even the corpse puppets seemed seized by a primal dread, as if some great horror was about to descend. "Run!" Chen Ye's shout jolted the survivors from their stupor. They turned and fled desperately toward the village entrance, packs bouncing on their backs. Chen Ye too cast aside all caution. He could sense that the great willow's injury had cracked open a forbidden seal within the village. The pack on his back was no hindrance. He wished he had more legs to carry him faster as he sprinted madly for the village gate. But his shout failed to rouse the frenzied giant. The three-turtle muscle-bound madman, eyes still blazing crimson, continued to pound the great willow's trunk with hammer-like fists. The Titan sequence was one of the most formidable combat sequences among all. But it came at a price. For instance, upon awakening the Titan sequence, one's intellect would inevitably decline. A Titan transcendent in battle mode was prone to berserker rage, unable to regain reason until either they or their opponent fell. "Big guy, we have to go." The long-legged girl's body swayed unsteadily, but her remaining clarity told her she had to snap him out of it, or they would all be in dire trouble. Yet the giant paid her no heed, continuing to attack the great willow like an enraged lion. Chen Ye, the long-legged girl, now utterly drained, could only turn to him for help. Chen Ye's pupils contracted slightly. Even without knowing the Titan sequence, he understood the giant was trapped in a frenzy. The long-legged girl's plea was different from Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao's. These two were sequence transcendents. And the big guy had been kind to him. Save him or not? That was the question. If it were Zhou Lan or Zhou Xiaoxiao, you wouldn't hesitate to leave them. But these two, they were sequence transcendents worth saving. In a split second, Chen Ye made his decision. Gritting his teeth, he halted his retreat. Raising his hand crossbow, he loosed a bolt at the giant's arm. He wasn't sure if his black dog blood bolt would work, but he hoped the pain might jolt some sense back into the brute. The bolt's tip barely embedded itself into the giant's thick back muscles. His absurd musculature had stopped the arrow cold. Chen Ye's heart raced. If the giant's mere flesh could offer such defense, the Titan sequence was truly terrifying. Roar! The enraged iron lion felt the sting on his back and spun around, spotting a puny human sprinting away. With a thunderous bellow, he gave chase in great strides. Chen Ye's heart sank. This was bad. Damn it. Big guy, don't tell me you're planning to kill me. The iron lion's eyes were bloodshot like a furious mammoth. The long-legged girl, seeing this, felt a flicker of relief. With a light push of her legs, she gracefully landed on the giant's shoulder. Even on the verge of collapse, such a feat was trivial for her. As they passed the mountain-like supply bundle, she flicked out a rope, snagging it, and tied the other insecurely around the iron lion's arm. And so the group charged toward the entrance of Changshu village, kicking up a trail of dust. From above, they would have resembled a great serpent racing for the gate, its tail dragging plumes of dust. Chen Ye poured every ounce of his strength into the sprint. Meanwhile, the entire village of Changshu had awakened from its slumber. From the village center, countless willow branches surged toward the fleeing survivors. Save me. I don't want to die. Save me." A survivor who had lagged behind let out a blood-curdling scream as a branch snagged his ankle and dragged him into the darkness. The other survivors, stricken with terror, ran even harder. 2 more were ensnared and pulled into the shadows. Several willow branches snaked around houses, creeping silently through the darkness of the streets to converge on Chen Ye's path ahead. Chen Ye raised his crossbow and fired. The black dog blood-soaked bolt pierced a branch. With a faint, ethereal shriek, the branch recoiled into the darkness. Suddenly, he felt a grip tighten around his ankle. Before he could react, he lost his balance and was hoisted upside down into the air. So it's my turn now. His crossbow was empty, and he had no other tricks left. Even if the long-legged girl wanted to help, she was too far away. Chen Ye yanked the machete from his waist and brought it down hard on the branch. Ever since he had acquired this machete, he had made a habit of soaking it in black dog blood. It only made sense. If the bolts got the treatment, so should the blade. He wasn't sure if it would work, but it was worth a try. To his surprise, the willow branch let out a faint, barely audible shriek under the blade. Overjoyed, Chen Ye struck again and again. It was worth noting that while the survivors had no firearms, many had managed to find some sharp implements. Previously, their weapons had been utterly useless against the willow branches. But now this black dog blood-soaked machete actually worked. How could Chen Ye not be ecstatic? The branch severed and he crashed to the ground. He rolled to his feet, ignoring his disheveled state, and broke into a sprint. Yes, he get on. A massive hand scooped him up and deposited him onto something soft. It was a mountain-like backpack. It was the pack the big guy Iron Lion carried. The madness had faded from his eyes, and he had the enormous bundle back on his back. Chen Ye found himself dumped on top of it. Hold on tight, I'm about to really move. With that, the Iron Lion's speed surged. Chen Ye scrambled to grab hold of the pack, barely managing not to be thrown off. The village gate was right ahead. 1621. Chu Che glanced at the watch on his wrist, then lifted his gaze toward the village entrance, his expression still one of calm indifference. Even as his eyes rested on the village entrance, he appeared utterly unruffled, showing not the slightest hint of urgency. When his gaze met those of the other survivors, Chu Chi's eyes were extraordinarily tranquil. The other survivors, upon seeing his composure, found their own hearts steadied. Yet buried deep within Chu Chi's eyes lay a faint trace of anxiety. To this very moment, neither Chen Ye nor Nana, nor Tiesher, nor any of the other survivors had managed to escape Changshu village. So many survivors had entered the village earlier. Now not a single stir could be detected. Not even the faintest sound leaked out. It was already 21 minutes past the agreed-upon time. Had all gone according to plan, the convoy should already be on its way out. Ever since becoming a transcendent of the Pathfinder sequence, Chu Che had felt danger lurking at every turn. An ordinary survivor of the convoy might wonder why even after the fall of a great city like Shanghai, the convoy had seemed so safe and peaceful these past days. Sometimes they might even think the apocalypse was nothing but a hoax. Except that the convoy occasionally seemed to change its route erratically. For instance, in the morning, it would suddenly advance 7 or 8 kilometers only to turn back the same distance in the afternoon, returning to its starting point. Clearly heading east was decided in the morning, yet by the time of departure the direction shifted south. Though the convoy leader's erratic behavior was beyond their understanding, life in the convoy, aside from scarce supplies, had been free of danger. Having grown accustomed to the comfortable days in the convoy, some even began to doubt whether the eerie apocalypse truly existed. But through Chu Chi's eyes, life in the convoy was far from safe. Every moment teetered on the edge of peril. From the day he became a Pathfinder, Chu Che could keenly sense the presence of the eerie and unnatural. In his perception, the convoy was perpetually enveloped in danger. The road ahead seemed safe, yet he perceived a great terror lurking there. The path behind appeared calm, yet he sensed several eerie presences following the convoy's residual aura, tracking them relentlessly. The eerie entities hunted humans by following the traces of their lingering presence. This was why the convoy had to keep moving, constantly shifting positions to prevent the eerie from locking onto their exact location. The Pathfinder's role was to navigate a safe route through a world overrun by countless eerie beings, ensuring the safety of all convoy members. Chu Che had set the assembly time at 4 o'clock because his senses told him it was safe to remain in Changshu village until then. Once past that hour, unknown horrors could catch up with the convoy at any moment. In his perception, about 10 kilometers to the southwest, an eerie presence with a terrifying aura was drawing closer. Sensing the convoy's trail, it was quickening its pace toward them. It was just like what had happened in Xinghua town. Back then, Chu Che had sensed several terrifying eerie auras closing in and had driven the convoy into a desperate flight. The current situation was eerily similar to that day in Xinghua town. Chu Che glanced at his watch once more. 1622. They'll give you 8 more minutes. 4:30. If you're not out by 4:30, I can't wait any longer. Otherwise, the entire convoy will perish. The barely concealed worry in Chu Chi's eyes deepened by a fraction. Ache! Uncle Abeo's voice rang out beside him. Chu Che looked at Uncle Abeo, reading the anxiety and concern in the older man's eyes. Chu Che smiled calmly. No rush, Uncle Abeo. Wait a few more minutes. We leave at 4:30. Uncle Abeo said nothing, turning to prepare for departure. At the news that they would soon be leaving, a commotion erupted within the convoy. They haven't come back yet. Where are we going? No, my husband hasn't returned. I'm not leaving. Grandma. Wah. Brother. My brother is still in there. How can we go? At this moment, the village entrance was less than 100 meters away. At Tai's current speed, he would burst out of the village in just a few seconds. Chen Ye clutched the straps of his backpack tightly, his gaze a mix of urgency and calm. The village was now teeming with ghostly silhouettes on every side. Chen Ye couldn't tell whether these apparitions were corpse puppets or some other kind of eerie. Hissing whispers like the forked tongues of serpents slithered into his ears. Don't leave me. Don't. Stay and play with me, won't you? Wah. Are you really leaving? I'm so cold. The village is so cold. Won't you stay? Countless voices clamored around Chen Ye. Among these voices were those of the elderly, women, children, and the young. Some sounded strangely familiar, like members of the convoy. Others were utterly alien. Chen Ye's mind began to waver. A young man who had just been about to dash out of the village halted in his tracks, his gaze growing vacant as he turned and walked toward the nearby darkness, vanishing without a trace. Whooshed! Chen Ye raised his bow and loosed an arrow into the shadows at a dark figure. Odd. A piercing shriek rang out, giving Chen Ye's ears a brief respite and restoring a sliver of his clarity. The long-legged girl's eyes turned icy. She swung her sword toward the darkness. A blade of sword key sliced through the air, striking into the gloom. Another scream followed. After unleashing that arc of sword key, the girl's body swayed, nearly toppling from the giant's shoulders. Her delicate face was now as pale as paper, so pallid it resembled a corpse that had been dead for 3 days. Even her once rosy lips had turned a lifeless gray. "Big guy, don't stop. Keep going." Chen Ye shouted a warning. "Damn it. Hold on tight." His three-meter frame erupted with a billowing crimson mist, his entire demeanor undergoing a violent transformation. In Chen Ye's perception, Taisher now felt like a primeval mammoth. Chen Ye wrapped his arm through the strap of his backpack, using his other hand and foot in tandem to draw the bowstring. It was a technique he had practiced countless times, single-handed knocking, and now it proved its worth. A crossbow bolt soaked in Black Dog's blood was already set and ready. Just as the bolt was knocked, Chen Ye vaguely sensed a figure materialize beside him. It moved with incredible speed like an ancient ape of the mountains. The hunchbacked old puppet. Chen Ye's heart jolted. Why did this hunchbacked puppet choose this very moment to appear? Chen Ye stared at the hunchbacked puppet, and it stared back at him, its mouth stretching into an exaggerated grin as if smiling at him. But the severed head on its back glared at him with venomous hatred, a faint voice seeping through. "Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you save me? Dead. You're all going to die. All of you will die. I am the next you. I am you." Chen Ye raised his bow and loosed an arrow. The hunchbacked puppet did not dodge or evade, letting the bolt sink deep into its eye socket. In the past, the hunchbacked puppet would have been wary after being struck by Chen Ye's bolt. But now this arrow seemed to have hit nothing at all. The puppet with the bolt still embedded in its eye socket continued running, utterly unfazed, its movements still as swift as a monkey's. A chill ran down Chen Ye's spine. A premonition of impending doom washed over him. But at that very moment, a wave of warmth enveloped his body. The dim darkness before his eyes suddenly brightened. A soft yellowish light spilled down around him. Warm and bright. He had made it out. Chen Ye turned back to look at the hunchbacked puppet. It stood in the shadowy edge of the village, still grinning at him with that eerie smile, the crossbow bolt still protruding from its eye socket. 1628. 2 minutes remained until 4:30. The convoy was ready to depart at a moment's notice. Despite the lingering opposition from many, the decision to leave was irrevocable. Some survivors began to throw tantrums, even attempting to plant themselves on the ground and refuse to move. Yet it was all futile against Chu Chi's resolve. His expression remained utterly unchanged, still carrying that calm, indifferent demeanor. To the other survivors, nothing in the world could sway Captain Chu's decisions. Many inwardly cursed him for his ruthlessness and cold, unyielding heart. The commotion within the convoy was to Chu Che nothing more than a trivial annoyance. In truth, his heart was a maelstrom of anxiety. As an awakened of the Pathfinder sequence, his sensory abilities should have been exceptionally acute. He tried to sense what was truly happening within Changsho village. But at this moment, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. Ever since the survivors had entered the village, his perception had been largely suppressed by some kind of barrier. He could only vaguely sense countless eerie presences lurking within. Chu Che could feel that even the village he saw before him was a facade. What was transpiring inside, he had no idea. Perhaps all the survivors were trapped within. Maybe beneath the illusory scene lay the corpses of every last one of them. Or perhaps a fierce battle was raging within the village at this very moment. Chu Che strained his senses desperately, trying to pierce the veil. But it was to no avail. Just then a change occurred at the village's entrance. A small hill burst through some unseen barrier, materializing abruptly before everyone's eyes. It was as if it had crashed into reality from another world entirely. The hill toppled over with a thunderous, earth-shattering collapse. As it fell, the crowd finally discerned its true nature. It was a giant of a man, 3 meters tall, with an enormous bizarre backpack strapped to his back. The giant was shrinking at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, his 3-meter frame had dwindled to just over 2 meters. Collapsing alongside him were a man and a woman. They were in a sorry state as well. The woman's face was pale as paper, her lips a ghostly gray, and her long hair was disheveled and caked with dust. The man fared little better, his clothes hanging in tatters, his forehead glistening with a mix of sweat and grime. A flicker of relief passed through Chu Chi's usually calm eyes. At the sight of the trio, the survivors erupted. The convoy dissolved into chaos. Uncle Bao oldly. "They're back. Honey, has anyone seen my husband? Brother, are you back? Son, where are you?" The scene was utter pandemonium. Soon more survivors began to stumble out of the village. One by one they emerged, trailing behind the first few. "Husband." A woman, upon spotting a tattered man, burst into tears, the drops falling like a broken string of pearls as she threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. A relieved smile spread across the man's face. He wrapped a blood-stained arm around his wife's shoulders, his expression one of pure happiness as he murmured words of comfort. Elsewhere, an older brother gently tousled his sister's hair, chuckling as he told her to stop crying, for he had made it back. Another survivor, laden with a backpack stuffed to the brim with supplies, silently walked over to a bicycle, lit a cigarette, and stared into the distance. Perhaps his family was already gone. Many others stood on their tiptoes, craning their necks towards the village, only to see a gray, impenetrable haze. Not a single figure stirred within. These people never saw the faces they longed for. Among the survivors who made it out were the sisters Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao, leaning on each other for support. They were in a dreadful state. Zhou Lan's carefully tied ponytail had come loose, her hair plastered to her face and neck with sweat. She had also lost a shoe somewhere along the way. Zhou Xiaoxiao was in no better condition. 2 deep gashes marred her thigh, and arm blood soaking through her clothes and staining half her body. Inside the dim village it hadn't been noticeable, but now it was starkly clear. Adding to that, a large tear in Zhou Xiaoxiao's upper garment revealed a glimpse of her figure. It was only then that many survivors realized the boisterous lad was actually a girl. Greed flickered in the eyes of some survivors as they licked their lips, looking utterly covetous. The sisters' expedition had been perilous, but also remarkably fruitful. Not only were their own backpacks filled to capacity, but they had also found an extra one on the way. The sisters, supporting each other, dragged their backpacks over to their vehicle. Time was running out. Chu Che could almost smell the strange creatures drawing near. They had lingered at the village entrance for too long. In his perceptions, several of the aberrations had taken notice and were beginning to converge on their location. The convoy moved with practiced efficiency as several people hoisted the massive form of Iron Lion into a bus. Others crammed his mountain-like pack into the undercarriage storage. The distribution of these supplies would have to wait until they found a safe haven. Chen Ye, no longer a rookie, understood the urgency of the moment. He walked over to his motorized tricycle and tossed his backpack into the cargo bed. He fished a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and was about to light one when Uncle Bao approached, holding out a can of fuel. "Chen Ye, this is some gasoline from Egg for you." Uncle Bao handed the canister to Chen Ye. The last dregs of fuel in his tank were gone, and he had been planning to ask Chu Che for some. Chen Ye was certain Chu Che would have a reserve. As one of the few sequence awakened in the convoy, Captain Chu would surely lend a hand. He hadn't expected Chu Che to be so forthcoming, delivering it without being asked. Chen Ye accepted it without ceremony. "Thanks. They'll pay him back later." Uncle Bao nodded and turned to leave. In the Fairness convoy, nothing came for free. This can of gasoline would have to be repaid. The canister held approximately 15 liters. Filling the tricycle's tank used only about half of it. The exact capacity of the tricycle's tank hadn't been calculated, but it was roughly 7 liters. In the future, when he upgraded his vehicle, he would need to increase the fuel tank's capacity. A small tank meant insufficient range. An insufficient range could be fatal in this apocalypse. At the very least, he should stockpile a few extra fuel canisters for future supply runs. Chen Ye was currently too busy keeping up with the convoy to check how many kill points he had earned from the Changshu village expedition. But he suspected it wasn't a small number. Of the Black Dog blood crossbow bolts, he had brought only a few remained. After refueling, the convoy began to move slowly. Chen Ye lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a few smoke rings before starting his own engine. At the village entrance, a few survivors still stood, staring with desperate hope into the village. As time slipped away, the hope in their eyes slowly dimmed. Some muttered under their breath, still praying for a familiar figure to emerge. Beep beep. The modified off-road vehicle at the front of the convoy blared its horn, and the entire convoy began to move. Under the apocalyptic sunset, the dim yellowing light cast long, distorted shadows of the few figures remaining at the entrance of Changshu village. The refueled motorized tricycle regained its mobility. Chen Ye twisted the throttle, feeling the engine roar to life, and a profound sense of security washed over him. Who says men don't need a sense of security? In the apocalypse, the fuel in the tank and the supplies in the carriage are the ultimate embodiment of it. Chen Ye took a deep drag of his cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and twisted the throttle. The motorized tricycle let out a feeble roar before sluggishly beginning to move. It had to be said the power of Chen Ye's motorized tricycle left much to be desired. Even with the throttle twisted to its limit, he still couldn't keep up with the off-road vehicles and the bus ahead. The convoy's numbers had dwindled once more. Nearly 50 survivors had entered Changshu village, but barely a dozen managed to escape. Over 30 people were permanently left behind in Changshu village, many of them survivors who had previously fled Luqing. These survivors had the fewest supplies and thus the strongest desire to obtain more. Their loved ones waited at the village entrance, but they never came out. Having lost their closest kin, these survivors lost the will to live. But the others had no time for grief. Everyone hurriedly packed their remaining belongings and rushed to catch up with the convoy. The survivors from Luqing had a car and 2 motorcycles. Through the car window, Chen Ye noticed the driver had changed. The original owner of the car had likely remained in Changshu village. Adding to the two modified off-road vehicles, a bus, a sedan, a small elderly mobility scooter, 3 motorcycles, and Chen Ye's motorized tricycle, the convoy still had a significant number of vehicles even though the number of people had decreased. Several bicycles also followed at the very rear. Chen Ye was particularly drawn to the elderly scooter. It had been with the convoy since he joined, and it had never fallen behind. Chen Ye knew the owner, an old man, surnamed Zhang. The old man was always cheerful and sharp-tongued. Chen Ye wondered how he managed to keep it charged. All the vehicles in the convoy were now moving, stretching into a long line under the setting sun. Only the Zhou sisters' car remained stationary. Inside the sedan, Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao were in a sorry state. Their clothes were tattered, and they bore numerous wounds, looking utterly pitiful. Especially Zhou Lan with her big, watery eyes. No wonder she was such a sought-after star. "Sis, what do we do? We're out of fuel. The car won't move." Zhou Xiaoxiao said anxiously, her voice laced with fragility. The tomboy seemed to have softened considerably after the ordeal in Changshu village. It was this car that set the Zhou sisters apart from the other survivors. Without gasoline, the car would be useless, and the sisters would be no different from anyone else. "Sis, why don't I go ask Chen Ye for some fuel?" Zhou Xiaoxiao had seen Uncle Bao give Chen Ye a barrel of gasoline. For some reason, after having asked before, she felt it wasn't so hard to ask him again. "Xiaoxiao, do you think Chen Ye will lend it to us?" Zhou Lan said. She was referring to when Zhou Xiaoxiao had asked him for help back in the village, and he had refused. Zhou Xiaoxiao understood perfectly well back then Chen Ye hadn't offered a helping hand. Zhou Xiaoxiao glanced at the motorized tricycle outside the window, her expression complex. "Sis'll just apologize to him. He's a grown man, surely he won't hold a grudge against a little girl like me." Her voice grew quieter and less confident as she finished. Chen Ye wasn't like the sycophants who used to surround her. From the moment he unhesitatingly used that old woman as a human shield, Zhou Xiaoxiao knew he was ruthless. And this was now the end of the world. Zhou Lan didn't know what to say, so she got out and rummaged through the trunk. Other survivors were already passing by the sisters' car with their belongings. Though they were surprised by their actions, no one stopped. Everyone wore tense expressions. Some rode tricycles, others drove elderly scooters. Some were even on foot, but no one wanted to be left behind. "Sis, what are you doing?" Zhou Xiaoxiao asked her sister, who was rummaging through the trunk, ignoring the pain from her wounds. Soon she saw her sister mysteriously pull out a fuel can. Seeing the fuel can, Zhou Xiaoxiao even forgot her injuries. "Sis, when did you hide this? You're amazing." This gasoline had been stashed away by Zhou Lan during their last supply run, unbeknownst even to her sister. It was meant for a moment like this. And so the Zhou sisters' car started moving as well. The convoy was beginning to pick up speed. The survivors without any vehicles were in trouble, forced to grit their teeth and push on. These walkers didn't necessarily refuse to share rides, but in this convoy, everything came at a price. Moreover, every vehicle was packed full. There was simply no room. Fortunately, Captain Chu had chosen a decent route, a national highway with good road conditions and no villages in sight. A gentle breeze carried a hint of coolness, which was rather pleasant. Occasionally, abandoned cars could be seen parked on the roadside. At first, some survivors would excitedly run towards these cars, only to return disappointed. Chen Ye wanted to check if they had any fuel left in their tanks, but the convoy was moving too fast for him to take a look. Thankfully, the road remained good. Had it been a muddy rural path, not even Chen Ye could have kept up, let alone the walkers. This motorized tricycle couldn't handle rough terrain. Just then, Chen Ye felt a chill on his face. He wiped his face and saw a trace of water. His expression darkened. "Damn it. Is it going to rain? My vehicle doesn't even have a 10 upgrade yet." Captain Chu's expression was also grim. Through his perception, Captain Chu sensed eerie presences surrounding the convoy. Some were closer, some farther. The nearest one was about 7 or 8 kilometers behind them and closing in fast. Captain Chu ordered the convoy to speed up. As he accelerated, the others followed suit. The increased pace was hardest on those without vehicles. Chu Che was already prepared to abandon them. Chen Ye was also struggling. His motorized tricycle was at full throttle, yet he was falling further and further behind the four-wheeled vehicles. Even the motorcycles were leaving him in the dust. The rain intensified, soaking his clothes, then his trousers and shoes. Chen Ye was drenched as if submerged in water. The vehicles ahead grew more distant while the survivors behind were also left far behind. The heavy rain obscured his vision. He wiped his face, flinging the water away to get a brief moment of clarity. His ears were filled with the sound of pattering rain. Dark clouds loomed overhead with occasional flashes of lightning. Chen Ye rode his motorized tricycle alone through the torrential rain. Between heaven and earth, there was only the downpour and his solitary figure. Chen Ye knew he couldn't stop. If he did, something terrible would surely happen. Based on his understanding of the guide, Chu Che wouldn't act without reason. Fortunately, he could still faintly see the red taillights in the distance, ensuring he wouldn't lose the convoy. Chen Ye had only one thought: once they stopped, he absolutely had to upgrade his motorized tricycle with a cabin. He also needed to upgrade the engine to avoid being left behind again. Ideally even convert the three-wheeler into a four-wheeler. He also needed to spend 3,000 kill points on a method to awaken as a transcendent. He wondered if he would have enough kill points this time. Chu Che sensed the eerie presences all night long, not daring to relax for even a moment. He was like a master martial artist tiptoeing across the edge of a blade where a single misstep could cost him his life. The torrential rain outside the window pounded against the glass with a relentless clatter. Chu Che knew that after this ordeal the convoy would lose at least half its members, perhaps even more. It was conceivable that many would fall behind on such a rainy night. Even though it pained him, he was powerless to change it. Chu Che could sense the eerie presences trailing the convoy had ceased their pursuit. He closed his eyes, slightly a flicker of pain crossing his face. He could imagine what had happened. It was the stragglers from the convoy. The eerie entities had tracked the convoy's trail and found the survivors who had fallen behind. They could begin a magnificent hunt or a feast. These stragglers would slow the eerie ones down, allowing the rest of the convoy to escape safely. Once the eerie entities obtained new food or toys, there was a good chance they would abandon their pursuit of the convoy. This was why Chu Che always tried to bring the survivors on foot along. When a gecko faces danger, it will shed its tail to distract the predator, allowing itself to escape. Those survivors on foot were the gecko's shed tail. But this secret was known to no one but himself. Perhaps Nana had guessed it, but she never asked Chu Che about it. When the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, the tense expression on Chu Che's face finally relaxed. In his perception, the nearest eerie presence was over 20 kilometers away. That distance was safe enough. A wave of drowsiness hit him, and Chu Che was on the verge of collapsing. He saw a road sign ahead with two large characters, Yinzhou. So he had arrived here. Chu Che was slightly startled, not expecting to have come this far this quickly. When he spotted a magnificent rainbow not far ahead, he didn't know what to say. It was winter after all. A wave of scorching heat like the height of summer washed over him, startling Chu Che once more. It was the end of November. How could it be this hot? This was definitely abnormal. Yinzhou. This is Yinzhou. I've actually arrived in Yinzhou. Chen Ye stared at the road sign before him, and the endless desert momentarily stunned. He had already reached Yinzhou. Unknowingly, he had traveled this far from Jiang City to Yinzhou. He remembered learning in school that Yinzhou had distinctive terrain, including mountains, river valleys, plateaus, Gobi deserts, and sandy deserts. But at this moment, Chen Ye had no mind to appreciate the desert before him. The sky was beginning to lighten with the pale glow of dawn, and the clouds on the horizon were dyed a brilliant gold. Yet Chen Ye was in no mood to admire it. After hours of intense combat in Longevity Village, coupled with the rapid journey throughout the night, the late November chill, and the rain that had poured all night, Chen Ye was now lightheaded and dizzy. Chen Ye had a premonition that he was about to fall seriously ill. The heavy rain had stopped. He was drenched to the bone. His hair was plastered to his scalp, dripping water, and his face, eyebrows, and even his eyelids were covered in raindrops. His shoes felt heavy, sloshing with water, and the faint sound of it swishing was audible with every slight movement. Chen Ye's body was shivering slightly, but he held on, refusing to collapse while riding the motorized tricycle. Even the appearance of a brilliant rainbow in the sky as the sun rose failed to capture his attention. Rainbows were common in summer or autumn, but this one appeared at the end of November. The campsite ahead finally came into view. Chen Ye mustered his remaining strength to drive the tricycle into the camp. Tents had been set up here and there, and campfires were already burning in several places. The aroma of food wafted into Chen Ye's nostrils, making him inhale greedily. A wave of dry heat washed over him, dispelling the chill from his body and bringing him some relief. He was utterly exhausted at this point, too spent to ponder whether the heat was unnatural or not. As Chen Ye's motorized tricycle arrived, a few survivors glanced over before returning to their own tasks. Their eyes were filled with confusion and despair. Everything else was irrelevant. Chen Ye parked the tricycle and plopped down onto the scorching sand. The dry heat continued to chase away the cold from his body. Huff, huff, huff. Chen Ye panted slightly, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his coat pocket. As soon as he took it out, he noticed water seeping from the pack. Damn it. Chen Ye set the soaked cigarette pack aside to dry. Even though they were drenched, he couldn't bear to throw them away. He could smoke them once they were dry. He pulled out another pack, tore off the plastic wrap, and lit one. Luckily, the plastic wrap had done its job, saving this pack of premium cigarettes from the rain. He took a deep drag, consuming nearly half the cigarette in one go. Feeling the nicotine course through his body, some of his fatigue was alleviated. After smoking half a cigarette, Chen Ye finally began to recover slightly. It was then that he realized something was off. Why was it so hot? It was the end of November winter. He had never heard of Yinzhou being this hot in winter. This wasn't the south. Chen Ye finally began to survey his surroundings. He was on a national road in Yenzhou, and all he could see was a vast expanse of desert with nothing but sand dunes and yellow sand filling his vision. The sun overhead was blazing. It was his first time seeing a desert in his life, and for a moment he was awestruck by the scenery. But his appreciation didn't last long. Hot. It was very hot. His body, which had been soaked by the rain, was already starting to dry. His hair was already half dry. Chen Ye noticed that the other survivors nearby were all wearing shorts and short sleeves, dressed as if it were summer. Chen Ye took off his jacket and jeans and hung them on the front of the vehicle. He removed his shoes, and as he turned them upside down, water poured out onto the sand and disappeared quickly. He also took off his hoodie and thermal pants. The weather was just too hot. Chen Ye suspected that this extreme weather change was likely connected to the apocalypse. After finishing another cigarette, he wished he could just walk around in his shorts. Sweat was already beading on his skin. After hastily eating 2 pieces of bread to regain some strength, he eagerly began to check the rewards he had obtained in Longevity Village. When he saw the number of kill points, Chen Ye was taken aback. He had over 7,000 kill points. Ever since arriving at Longevity Village, Chen Ye had been mired in one trouble after another. During his time there, he focused solely on drawing his crossbow, firing bolts, and repeating the process. At first he paid attention to the system's notifications, but soon he had no time to check them or tally his kill points. He only knew that his stock of crossbow bolts soaked in black dog blood was running low. Those bolts had taken a long time to accumulate. Whenever he found suitable branches, Chen Ye would chop a couple down with his hatchet, gradually building up his supply. During the battle at Longevity Village, Chen Ye deliberately fired extra bolts to amass kill points. He never expected to gather 7,000. This number was a pleasant surprise. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Chen Ye focused his attention on the system with excitement. He had previously asked the system how to awaken as a sequence transcendent. The system's answer was that it required 3,000 kill points. He had never accumulated enough before, but this time with over 7,000 it was more than sufficient. With the remaining 4,000 plus points, he could also upgrade his motorized tricycle. System, I want to exchange for the method to awaken as a sequence transcendent. A prompt appeared before him. Confirm exchange for the sequence transcendent method. Confirmed. Chen Ye decided excitedly in his mind. Soon a spinning circle appeared on the system interface, like a loading screen on a phone. Chen Ye waited with bated breath. Less than half a minute later, text appeared on the screen. Methods to awaken as a sequence transcendent. 1. Natural awakening. Those who awaken through this method are also known as innate sequence transcendents. These ability users are superior to other sequence transcendents. 2. Awakening through sequence injections. Sequence injections are a type of sequence potion. Injecting one has a certain probability of awakening a sequence transcendent. Seeing these 2 lines of text, Chen Ye was stunned for a moment. Wait a minute. 3,000 kill points for this. I already knew this information. Taisher had already explained this to me during our conversations. Natural awakening is out of the question. If I could awaken naturally, I would have done so by now. And sequence injections are even harder to come by. According to Nana, even before the apocalypse, sequence injections cost hundreds of millions, and they were only available on the black market. Now I've spent 3,000 kill points just to learn 2 public secrets. Just as Chen Ye was about to curse, he felt a sudden weight in his hand. A cold sensation touched his palm. Without a second thought, Chen Ye tightly gripped the cold object and glanced around warily. Under the scorching sun, the survivors were all busy with their own affairs, and no one noticed him. Chen Ye subtly turned his body, using his peripheral vision to inspect the object in his hand. A glass syringe appeared in his grasp, filled with a blue liquid that looked both mysterious and beautiful. The moment he saw it, a single word flashed in his mind: sequence injection. It was actually this. Chen Ye confirmed his suspicion by querying the system. This was indeed a sequence injection. Suppressing his excitement, he scanned his surroundings again. Nothing had changed. The survivors were still going about their business. Some were cooking, some were resting in their tents, and others were whispering among themselves. Pretending to have an urgent need to urinate, Chen Ye walked to a more distant spot, turned his back to the crowd, and took out the sequence injection. The deep blue liquid looked incredibly mysterious under the harsh desert sun. Without hesitation, Chen Ye raised his arm and injected himself. A slight sting followed. He slowly pushed the plunger, feeling a cool sensation spread through his body. Soon the entire syringe was empty. Chen Ye withdrew the needle and carefully put the syringe away. After a brief stretch, he returned to his motorized tricycle and sat down. He lit another cigarette, took a deep drag, and observed his surroundings. At the same time, he eagerly anticipated the changes happening within his body. There was no intense pain as he had imagined, but rather a pleasant sensation. The night of riding through the rain, followed by the sudden exposure to this high-temperature environment, had left Chen Ye feeling unwell, as if he might be on the verge of a serious illness. But the moment the sequence injection entered his body, he felt that discomfort completely dispelled. He He hadn't expected the injection to have such a side effect. As he tried to sense the changes within Chen, he didn't feel like he had gained any new abilities. According to what he had learned from Tai Shi, becoming a sequence transcendent usually comes with noticeable physical changes and sensations. But after taking the injection, he felt nothing. What is going on? System, why don't I feel anything? Did the awakening fail? Chen Ye asked the system in his mind. The system replied promptly. Awakening in progress, please wait patiently. How long will it take to complete? Awakening in progress, please wait patiently. Chen Ye tried asking several different questions, but the system's response remained the same. Awakening in progress, please wait patiently. Chen Ye had no choice but to wait. He had also figured out the system's quirks by now. If he asked questions or exchanged for supplies, the system would respond instantly, with no cooldown. But upgrading items or processes would require a waiting period. Could he just use kill points to exchange for an apocalypse-based vehicle directly from the system? The thought was tempting, but it would likely cost an astronomical number of points. Chen Ye quickly asked the system to confirm his suspicion. The system did offer an apocalypse-based vehicle, but the kill points required were simply staggering. The long string of zeros made his head spin. The desert sun beat down on Chen Ye's scalp, and the chill he had felt earlier was completely gone. The sun overhead was incredibly intense. He reached out and touched the clothes he had hung on the side of his vehicle. They were already mostly dry. Exposing large areas of skin to this environment for extended periods was not a wise decision. Besides, there wasn't even a single tree around, just a roadside sign. Some survivors had set up tents they had found somewhere hiding inside. Others took shelter in the shadow of the bus. Those with no other option crouched behind sand dunes, which was still better than being fully exposed in the open desert. The convoy had lost many people on this trip to Longevity Village. It looked like their numbers had decreased by more than half. Chen Ye rummaged through the cargo compartment and finally found a hooded sun protection jacket. He had found it in the backpack of that fitness instructor he had killed back in Xinhua Town. As for pants, he could only find a pair of shorts. The other pants were either too thick or were women's styles. His cargo compartment was filled not only with supplies from Longevity Village, but also with various other items, including a large number of clothes. Most of them were collected by a survivor named Jejia. That foolish woman, when they were gathering supplies in Xinhua Town, while everyone else hunted for food, she went to a clothing store and brought back a bunch of clothes. These were now his property. He had traded some away to other survivors earlier, but many remained. In the apocalypse, all supplies were precious, so Chen Ye even kept the women's clothes he had no use for. Looking at the pile of women's clothing, an idea sparked in Chen Ye's eyes. Why not use these clothes to make a sunshade for his vehicle? After all, he had the system, it shouldn't be too difficult. With the thought in mind, the system interface materialized before him. Soon the system displayed the design for the upgrade. A sleek black awning appeared in his vision, extending from the cargo compartment to the front cab, covering the entire motorized tricycle. The awning was even waterproof. With this feature, he wouldn't have to worry about another downpour like the one last night. The awning would create a relatively enclosed space over the cargo area with zippers to allow for ventilation. The design was excellent. However, when Chen Ye saw the kill points required to build it, he felt disheartened. It cost over 700 kill points. After exchanging for the sequence injection, he only had about 4,000 left. Spending over 700 points now was painful. He had to resort to his old trick of saving points. Chen Ye began modifying the design. The black awning didn't need to be so complex. He had all these women's clothes on hand, he had to use them to save kill points. Chen Ye remembered seeing a design online once where a famous foreign designer had made a sofa out of discarded jeans. The denim patchwork sofa looked pretty good and was quite expensive. He planned to use that concept for his awning. Soon a new design was ready. The new awning was to be pieced together from various pants and shirts. It even incorporated pockets from the trousers. Of course, it lacked the waterproof feature. That feature consumed too many kill points. Besides, they were now in a desert map where rain was a rare occurrence. Chen Ye modified the cargo compartment to be semi-enclosed. The compartment would only become a fully sealed space when the side curtains were lowered and zipped shut. When the curtains were rolled up, it was an open space. For the cab, Chen Ye decided to keep only the overhead sunshade for now, omitting all other design elements. He could upgrade the cab later when he found suitable materials. It would be best to find an abandoned car that would save a lot of kill points. After completing the design, the system calculated a cost of only about 200 kill points, which pleased Chen Ye. Confirm using 252 kill points to upgrade the sunshade. Chen Ye looked around once more, ensuring no one was watching before confirming in his mind. A large portion of the women's clothes in the cargo compartment vanished instantly. An hourglass countdown appeared above the motorized tricycle. 045959. When Chen Ye appeared at the camp, many eyes turned to him in astonishment. From the moment they had halted to rest until now, he was the only survivor who had managed to catch up. I never thought Chen Ye would make it. Is she even human? Zhou Xiaoxiao's gaze was filled with wonder. An awakened sequence is an awakened sequence. Even a tricycle couldn't kill him. Zhou Lan, the once famous star, now wore a face etched with hardship, her eyes brimming with envy as she looked at Chen Ye. Sis, if only I could awaken a sequence, at least I'd survive. The climate of the Yenzhou desert was unbearable for Chen Ye. He reckoned the temperature was at least 36 degrees. The searing heat beat down on the sand, and as far as the eye could see, there wasn't a single tree to offer shade. It was pure torture. Hard to believe it was already the end of November. Under normal conditions, one would be wearing a down jacket in Yenzhou at this time. Perhaps after the anomaly erupted, the seasons had shifted. Winter no longer felt like winter, and summer no longer felt like summer. Gulping down a few mouthfuls of water from a bottle, Chen Ye quickly capped it. There were several cases of water in the cart, yet he dared not drink freely. Who knew how long it would take to escape this desert? In the desert, water was more precious than gold. Heaven only knew when they'd find a source. His clothes, once drenched, were now completely dried out, stiff and brittle. He glanced at the bus and cars parked not far away. After a moment's thought, Chen Ye rose and headed toward the bus. Everything that needed to be done away from prying eyes was finished. If he stood here foolishly any longer, he'd soon suffer heat stroke. After all, the bus at least had a roof that offered some shade. Far better than his exposed motorized tricycle. His own canopy wouldn't finish upgrading for at least 4 hours. His movement drew some attention, but the survivors merely glanced at him before returning to their own tasks. Before reaching the bus, Chen Ye first stopped by Chu Chi's modified off-road vehicle. He learned that Captain Chu was also resting. He then went to the long-legged girl's off-road vehicle. The girl wasn't sleeping, but her face was deathly pale, her lips ashen. Clearly her battle against the great willow tree in Changshu village had drained her, and she hadn't yet recovered. Chen Ye could only tell her to rest well before turning toward the bus. This bus was Tai Shi's property. During an earlier conversation, Tai Shi had mentioned that before the apocalypse, he was the bus driver. After the apocalypse erupted, Tai Shi had driven this bus all the way here, fleeing for his life. The exterior was covered in scratches and bloodstains, and much of the paint was peeling. It was clear the bus was already years old before the end of the world. A high luggage rack sat atop the roof laden with supplies. The mountain-sized bundle Tai Shi had brought from Changshu village was strapped up there. Before the apocalypse, driving with so much on the roof would have been unthinkable. But now in the end times, no one cared about such rules. As he approached the bus, he saw several survivors lying on the shaded side where the sun cast a decent shadow. They were taking refuge from the heat. Sensing his approach, they lifted their eyelids for a moment, glanced at Chen Ye, and then drifted back into a dazed sleep. In fact, most people in the camp were sleeping. After a night of frantic running, many were utterly exhausted. The bus driver was a bespectacled young man around 30 whom the others called Old Li. Old Li had already noticed Chen Ye and came down from the bus to greet him. Old Li held a deep respect for an awakened sequence. Chen Ye, you're here. This damn weather is scorching. Mind if I hide in your bus for a bit? Old Li smiled without a word and led Chen Ye aboard. This was the first time Chen Ye had entered someone else's vehicle since the apocalypse began. Once inside, Chen Ye saw the bus interior. At the very back was a massive bed that took up nearly the entire lower half of the cabin. A burly figure lay sprawled on it, snoring loudly. It was Tai Shi. The Titan sequence granted immense combat power, but every transformation into a giant consumed vast amounts of energy. As a result, Titans fell into a deep slumber after battle. First, to recover their strength and stamina. Second, to heal their wounds. This was something the Big Oaf had told Chen Ye before. As Nana had said, every awakened Titan sequence suffered a certain suppression of their intellect. Much of what Chen Ye knew about sequences came from Tai Shi. Chen Ye would say a single sentence, and Tai Shi would spill everything he knew. Back in Xinghua town, Tai Shi had lost an arm and slept for a long time in the vehicle to recover. Now Chen Ye could see many wounds on the Big Oaf's body already beginning to scab over. The bus interior was surprisingly spacious, having been modified. The internal shells had been removed, making the space feel much more open. There were about 7 or 8 other survivors on board. Some of them looked at Chen Ye with fear, others with envy. Chen Ye asked in surprise, "Is this all that's left?" "Yeah," Old Li replied, his voice low. "A lot of people from Changshu village didn't make it out, and some just didn't want to follow the convoy." His tone was heavy. They were all survivors on the same bus, and losing so many at once would stir grief in anyone's heart. "Old Li, go on with your business. We'll find a spot to rest." Old Li handed Chen Ye a bottle of water and walked off to attend to his own tasks. Chen Ye found a shaded seat and lay down. The 2 survivors nearby, seeing him settle, and got up and moved to the back. He adjusted the backrest to a comfortable angle, lit a cigarette, and reclined in ease. Watching the countdown on the ceiling tick away second by second, Chen Ye felt a wave of relief. Now he just had to wait for Captain Chu Che to wake up, and then they could distribute the supplies. That Big Oaf's mountain-like backpack was sure to hold some good stuff. Nana's and his own packs, though smaller, would also be open for sharing. Chen Ye propped his legs up on the backrest of the seat in front and rested. The distant desert shimmered under the blazing sun. Just then he spotted a slow, rickety vehicle approaching from the far end of the road. An old folks' buggy. The buggy wobbled along, yet it advanced with unwavering determination. It was old Zhang. So many had died, and yet old Zhang was still alive. It seemed. That old buggy held a great secret. The appearance of this old man's electric tricycle immediately drew widespread attention. The convoy had lost nearly all its elderly and children. The grandmother and grandson who had clashed with Chen Ye earlier. The grandmother had perished in Changshu village, and the mischievous 7 or 8-year-old boy had not been seen since, likely having died during the desperate flight last night. Given how detestable that pair had been, probably no one had any intention of saving them. Last night, even many seemingly robust adult men had perished. Yet this old man driving the rickety tricycle had managed to survive. It was simply absurd. This old man had twice ventured into forbidden human zones, hitting both Xinghua town and Changshu village. So many had died, yet he was still alive. The tricycle wobbled forward as if it might fall apart at any moment. The tricycle itself was in poor shape, covered in scratches and dents, its frame warped. Mud stains splattered its surface. A shaky roof rack held several bulging bags of unknown contents, threatening to tumble off at any second. Clearly the old man's night had been far from peaceful. Many cast curious glances his way as the tricycle rattled to a stop near the camp. A scrawny, shabby-looking old man hopped out. His graying hair fluttered slightly. He wore only a white undershirt, black shorts, and a pair of flip-flops. Seeing the crowd, a flicker of delight appeared in the old man's eyes. Finally made it. I nearly kicked the bucket. Damn it all. None of you young folks show any respect for your elders. Not one of you came to lend me a hand. Xiao Zhao Xiao Zeng Xiao Zhang. Can't you see your grandpa Zhang needs a hand? The old man unabashedly called out a few young men by name to come help. They merely glanced at him and couldn't be bothered to respond. The old man grumbled for a good while. Eventually he had to set up a canopy tent himself. This surprised Chen Ye. He hadn't expected the old man to be so well supplied as to own a canopy. But the old man wasn't done. He pulled out several solar charging panels from his tricycle, laying out a large swath on the sand. This was simply unbelievable. Chen Ye had always coveted Captain Chu Chi's solar panel, and here this old man had so many. About 2 hours later, as the desert air began to cool, 2 figures appeared on the horizon. Chen Ye's gaze shifted once more. It was 2 men on bicycles. Both men looked utterly spent, pedaling at a snail's pace, looking as if they had crawled out of hell, bedraggled beyond measure. Chen Ye recognized one of them. It was the bespectacled college student who had discovered the village chief's cellar in Changshu village. He didn't know the other man, but he was equally disheveled. Large bundles of supplies scavenged from Changshu village were strapped to their bike racks. Despite the chaos of last night, more survivors had made it. This astonished Chen Ye. As the two reached the camp's edge, their bodies gave out, and they collapsed to the ground. Xiao Li, Xiao Zeng, and the rest of you, come give them a hand. It was Uncle Abeo directing some young survivors to assist. Uncle Abeo acted as the convoy's manager, handling most of its affairs. Consequently, his authority far exceeded that of the old man with the tricycle. The 2 survivors were quickly carried to a shaded area to rest. Chen Ye glanced back at the road they had come from, assuming these 2 were the final survivors. The convoy had lost a group in Xinghua town and another in Changshu village. 100 people had vanished across 2 supply runs as if they had never existed. Such was the cruelty of the apocalypse. Chen Ye lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. The faint glow briefly illuminated his features. He exhaled slowly, the smoke curling away like a serpent before dissipating. Chen Ye paused, then took another drag, trying to repeat the trick. But he couldn't manage it. Chen Ye, Captain Chu is awake. He's asking for you. Old Li Iron Lion hasn't woken up, so you'll represent him. After handling the 2 survivors, Uncle Abeo came to the bus and called out to Chen Ye. Chen Ye saw Old Li directing the 2 survivors to climb onto the roof and retrieve the mountain of supplies. He knew it was time to distribute the goods. According to their agreement before entering Changshu village, Chu Che and Nana would get 30%, while Chen Ye and Iron Lion would split 20%. Chen Ye returned to his motorized tricycle, grabbed his 2 backpacks from the cart, and walked towards Chu Chi's off-road vehicle. When Chen Ye found him, Chu Che was barefoot, squatting on the ground and chewing a handful of sand. Sensing Chen Ye's gaze, he turned and smiled, a warmth spreading across his pale face. The Pathfinder sequence allows us to sense anomalies by connecting with the earth. And this sand is the perfect medium. Because of the battle at Changshu village, Chu Che had warmed up to Chen Ye and offered the explanation. I understand, but what does sand taste like? Chen Ye was curious, as Chu Che showed no sign of discomfort while eating the sand, almost seeming to savor it. Sand tastes like sand. Even as a Pathfinder, I'm still human, no different from you. Chu Che swallowed the sand and led Chen Ye to sit under the canopy. A camping table and chairs were already set up inside. So what did you sense? Chen Ye tossed his backpack aside, sat down, and helped himself to a cup of tea, downing it in one gulp. We can stay here until 9 tomorrow morning. Chu Che picked up the teapot and refilled Chen Ye's cup. Though Chen Ye didn't understand how the Pathfinder sequence made such determinations, he was amazed by Captain Chu's abilities. He also grew more eager for his own sequence to awaken. Before they could exchange more words, the long-legged girl approached, looking drained. The two people behind Nana each carried large backpacks. In comparison, Chen Ye's bags were the smallest. Soon Iron Lion's mountain-like backpack was also brought over and dropped on the ground. Many survivors cast envious glances. Nana strutted over on her alluring legs, plopped down in the chair beside Chen Ye, and grabbed the teapot from Captain Chu, chugging directly from it. Tea spilled from her lips, trickling down her neck to her collarbone, radiating a vibrant, lively beauty. At the long-legged girl's behavior, Chu Chi's mouth twitched, a pained expression on his face. The tea she was drinking today was pure, a treasure he had hoarded before the apocalypse. After the outbreak, while others carried food or easily portable supplies, he had brought only tea leaves. In this post-apocalyptic world, every sip of tea was precious, and no amount of money could buy more, even if one had it. He himself rarely dared to part with it. To have Nana consume it so carelessly was like a cow chewing on a peony. A complete waste. Captain, you're being way too stingy. You give us so little every time. Nana complained, setting the teapot down on the table with a thud. Chu Che glanced at the empty pot, his forehead veins pulsing with irritation. The girl had even eaten the tea leaves themselves. It was simply. Nana smacked her lips, savoring the fragrant tea lingering in her mouth as some energy returned to her body. Chen Ye was dumbfounded, never expecting such crudeness from the long-legged beauty, so at odds with her delicate appearance. By now Chen Ye understood that his actions in Changshu village had made the long-legged girl regard him as one of their own. Ahem. Uncle Bao, how many of us didn't make it back this time? Uncle Bao, standing nearby, replied directly. Our convoy originally had 124 people, now only 44 remain. Combined with last night, Changshu village cost us 80 lives. The convoy now has 16 men and 28 women. At the numbers from Uncle Bao, everyone fell silent. Just one night had passed, and more than 80 lives were lost. Such a death toll would have been a national, even global, headline before the apocalypse. But now no one knew except those in the convoy. Even the survivors themselves didn't care. Chen Ye hadn't expected such heavy losses either. Initially had thought losing half would be the worst case. When they had gone to scavenge supplies in Changshu village, more than half of the group were men. Men were stronger, faster, and could carry more supplies back. But for that very reason, many of those men never walked out of Changshu village again. Last night, survivors who had vehicles made it out alive, but those who couldn't reach the camp perished. What exactly happened in Changshu village? How did we lose so many people? Chu Che finally had the chance to ask. Nana recounted everything that had happened since entering Changshu village, with Chen Ye adding some details. Chu Che, Uncle Bao, and Old Li listened intently. When they heard about the massive willow tree in the village center draped with corpse puppets, Uncle Bao and Old Li's faces turned pale. As ordinary people, just imagining it sent chills down their spines. And the hunchback puppet with a human head on its back, that was the stuff of nightmares. You're saying the hunchback puppet didn't attack you? After hearing their account, Chu Che fell into thought, posing that question first. Nana paused, then realized that indeed the hunchback puppet had never attacked the survivors in Changshu village. It was truly strange. Aberrations and humans were natural enemies, though when they encountered humans, they usually attacked relentlessly until one side was dead. Chen Ye confirmed Chu Chi's question. No, the hunchback puppet merely observed us, and it seemed to possess a certain level of intelligence. This was also Chen Ye's own puzzle. He felt the hunchback puppet was biding its time for something big. Chu Che turned to Chen Ye and asked, Chen Ye, what do you think? After a moment of deliberation, Chen Ye said gravely, I have a suspicion. The aberrations seem to be slowly growing stronger and might even be developing intelligence. Chen Ye based this on the hunchback puppet in Changshu village and the paper-crying child in Xinghua town. The paper child might not be as intelligent, but it clearly had its own will. Chen Ye had never encountered such aberrations before. When Chen Ye said this, everyone felt a chill run through them, their hearts sinking. Aberrations were already hard to deal with. If they gained intelligence, they would be even more formidable. A long silence fell over the group. Forget it, let's not dwell on it. The world's already like this. How much worse can it get? Let's divide the supplies we brought back from Changshu village. Since Iron Lion hasn't woken up yet, Old Li will take his share. As agreed before, I get 30, Nana gets 30, and Chen Ye and Iron Lion each get 20. Any objections? Chen Ye shook his head. Without Chu Che, the convoy would have long ceased to exist, even though he hadn't entered Changshu village. As for Nana, she was the only sequence 2 in the convoy, and had contributed greatly in the village. After all, Chen Ye hadn't yet proven his value to the convoy, so taking 20 was already a bargain. The first backpack to be opened was Chen Ye's. He carried two, one on his back, one on his chest. But neither backpack was large. The group moved the table and chairs from under the canopy and opened Chen Ye's packs. Without hesitation, Chen Ye dumped the contents onto the ground. The first backpack was nearly half filled with cigarettes. Brands like Hua Zihi Hua and HTS, everything from high-end to low-end. There were also several bottles of liquor. Chen Ye had nearly cleared out the small supermarket's entire cigarette stock. The other backpack contained some food, mostly instant meals. Plenty of spicy snacks and junk food. There were also seasonings like Lao Gan Ma chili sauce, soy sauce, cooking wine, and salt. In this post-apocalyptic world, as long as people needed to eat, these were essential. The distribution naturally drew the attention of other survivors. Zhou Lan and her sister Zhou Xiaoxiao were among those drawn over. Knowing that Chen Ye's group had obtained several times more supplies than they had, the sisters wanted to see if they could trade for what they needed. Seeing so many cigarettes and bottles of liquor, Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered with disappointment. "Why is it all this stuff?" she muttered under her breath. Zhou Lan made a shushing gesture. A stir rippled through the surrounding survivors. For some, these were premium goods, for others they were useless. Chu Che surveyed the supplies Chen Ye had brought back without a hint of disappointment. "Cigarettes and liquor, these are good things. I don't smoke myself, but these are hard currency. If we ever meet other convoys, they'll be great for trading supplies. Besides, cigarettes are light and easy to carry. As for the liquor," many nearby survivors eyed the cigarettes and alcohol with naked greed. If not for the fear of the sequence's superhuman strength, they would have resorted to robbery by now. Hearing Chu Chi's words, Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes showed a flicker of surprise. "Sis, those cigarettes can't be eaten or drunk. What's so good about them?" Zhou Xiaoxiao whispered to her sister. "Keep your voice down. Just look at the people around you and you'll understand." Zhou Lan scolded her younger sister quietly. Zhou Xiaoxiao pouted. "Humph. What's the big deal?" Still, she began to observe the expressions and gazes of those around her. Zhou Xiaoxiao didn't like smoking, didn't like others smoking, and didn't like drinking. But when she saw the raw, unvarnished greed in those eyes, she was utterly baffled. Chen Ye received 2 cartons of luxury cigarettes, 2 cartons of another premium brand, and several boxes of other cigarette brands, along with 2 bottles of liquor, 2 jars of chili sauce, and various seasonings like oil, salt, and soy sauce. The others received similar supplies, but the 2 premium cigarette cartons were given to Chen Ye first. Chen Ye harbored no resentment over this. It had been agreed that he would receive a 20% share, and he accepted this arrangement. If he ran out of cigarettes later, he could simply trade with Captain Chu and the others. In fact, among the 4 sequence transcendents in the convoy aside from Chen Ye, none of the others smoked. However, tobacco and alcohol were valuable commodities. Even if one didn't use them, they could be exchanged for other supplies. According to Chu Che, many such convoys roamed the wasteland. When they encountered other groups, these items might be traded for something valuable. "Chen Ye, come to me when you run out of cigarettes. They'll give you a discount since we're teammates," the long-legged girl said with a chuckle, waving a carton of cigarettes. "That's a deal. I hope you'll go easy on me then, Sister Na." The girl seemed to delight in the nickname, her smile radiant. Under the apocalyptic sunset, her long black hair shimmered with light. Next came Nana's backpack, which was noticeably larger than Chen Ye's 2 packs. Even though she wasn't a sequence transcendent known for physical prowess, her physique far exceeded that of an ordinary person. The pack on her back was roughly 90 liters, the kind bought by serious outdoor hikers. Before the apocalypse, it would have cost thousands. Chen Ye had once been interested in hiking, so he knew about such 90-liter packs. Even for a grown man, carrying one would be a burden, yet on the girl's back it seemed weightless. Perhaps this was one of the benefits of being a sequence transcendent. Iron Lion had mentioned that after awakening, his physical condition had vastly improved in a short time. It seemed this was a common boon across all sequences, not just the Titan sequence. The girl unzipped her pack, grabbed the straps, and dumped everything out onto the ground, creating a small mountain. The surrounding survivors let out gasps of awe. The contents were vastly different from Chen Ye's haul. It was a motley collection of everything imaginable: spicy strips, chicken legs, sandwich, cookies, chocolate, and even potato chips. Chen Ye was speechless. Survivors gathering supplies usually avoided chips. They were bulky, light, and wasted precious space. Yet the girl had brought so many. There were also toiletries like toothpaste and shampoo, and even sanitary products. Chen Ye understood. Girls cared about their appearance, so it was only natural. Many female survivors in the crowd eyed these items with sparkling interest. It was like how the men had reacted to the tobacco and alcohol. There were also staples like potatoes, flour, and rice, likely from the village chief's cellar. The girl wasn't done. She opened another backpack. This was the smaller pack she had worn on her front. As it was unzipped, revealing its contents, the onlookers' expressions turned strange. It was filled entirely with beer. Cans upon cans of beer. At a time like this madwoman had brought beer during a supply run. It was simply Chen Ye's eyes widened in sudden realization. So that's how it is. Each of the 4 sequence transcendents in the convoy had their own quirks. Captain Chu Che loved tea, the long-legged swordswoman loved alcohol, and he loved cigarettes. He wondered what the Big Oaf liked. Chu Che wore a helpless expression, clearly accustomed to Nana's antics. The girl's brows furrowed, and her beautiful eyes silenced the jeers around her. What are you looking at? They'll take whatever I want. The survivors quickly averted their gazes, intimidated by her fierce demeanor. They'll take this, and well, split the rest, the long-legged girl said, picking out a box of hair dye. Chen Ye glanced over and said nothing. Nana was just a teenage girl wanting a new hair color. No one objected. The girl's supply distribution concluded quickly. Chen Ye received 4 500 milliliters cans of beer, a bag of rice, over 10 pounds of potatoes and corn, and some shampoo and body wash. But he hadn't bathed in over a month, so these toiletries were of little use. The thought made him uneasy. Before the apocalypse, even in winter, he bathed daily. Months without a wash, and he felt he was starting to reek. He had no particular fondness for beer and planned to trade it back to the girl for the cigarettes. Old Li, who had taken over for Iron Lion, also received a generous share of supplies, his face split in a wide grin. In the apocalypse, supplies were more precious than anything. Last was Iron Lion's massive mountain-like backpack. Chen Ye was most curious about its contents. Earlier at the small supermarket under the willow tree, the big man had used this pack to hoard supplies, frantically sweeping entire shelves into it. Nearly half the store's stock had ended up inside. This pack wasn't an industrial product, it was clearly hand-modified after the apocalypse to suit the big man's needs. Its surface was worn and torn, in several places covered in dust. 3 survivors had to work together to haul the fully loaded pack to the center of the tent. Uncle Bao opened it in front of everyone, revealing the contents. Compared to Chen Ye's and Nana's hauls, this was far more practical. It contained nothing but supplies. There were countless packs of instant noodles and 7 or 8 types of dried noodles, round, thick, flat, and thin. Just the noodles alone could feed someone for a long time. Chen Ye also spotted several cases of bottled water, and his eyes lit up. They were in a desert where food and water were equally vital. The water they'd found in Xinghua town was almost gone. This water was a lifesaver. Moreover, the empty bottles were valuable in this wasteland, useful for storing water. If they encountered another downpour like last night's, these bottles would prove invaluable. There were also various canned fruits and meats, along with large quantities of potatoes, corn, rice, and flour, likely from the village chief's estate. These staples alone took up most of the space. Captain Chu Che finally broke into a genuine smile. Finally, someone who was sensible. The supplies allocated last were also the most abundant, yet the distribution was completed fastest. According to the agreed proportion, even with only 20% the supplies before Chen Ye formed a small mountain. The envy and greed in the eyes of the surrounding survivors were impossible to conceal. If not for their fear of the sequence transcendence, some would have already made a move. Chen Ye adjusted the machete and hand crossbow at his waist. Nana gave a cold snort, her hand resting on the hilt of the long sword at her side. Her gaze swept over those who were restless, and the commotion quickly subsided. As a transcendent of the Sword Immortal series' second opening edge stage, a single glance was enough to drain the courage from ordinary people. Chen Ye, park your car next to mine later, Nana said to Chen Ye in a low voice. Chen Ye nodded slightly. All these supplies, if placed before the apocalypse, would be worthless. Even if piled up on the street, no one would spare them a second glance. But now these supplies were comparable to a mountain of gold. Chen Ye rode his motorcycle tricycle over, cleared a space in the cargo bed, and then moved all the supplies into it. The cargo bed, which had seemed somewhat empty before, was instantly filled to the brim. At this moment, less than half an hour remained before the canopy upgrade was complete. Old Li also brought 2 people down from the bus to pack up the supplies belonging to Iron Lion. Chen Ye watched as the survivors tied those supplies to the roof of the bus. Chu Che and Nana did the same. The roofs of their modified off-road vehicles were now piled with additional supplies. The sun gradually slanted westward on the horizon, casting a hazy golden light over the dunes, turning the entire sandy expanse into a golden ocean. If only one could capture such a beautiful scene now and post it on social media, it would surely garner many likes. Unfortunately, since the apocalypse, most electronic devices had run out of power and become useless bricks. Meanwhile, a blood moon had risen on the other side of the sky, replacing the golden ocean of the desert with a bloody hue, lending the entire desert an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. The temperature was dropping more and more. Chen Ye took out a jacket from the cargo bed and put it on, also changing into thicker trousers to feel better. Some survivors had already begun to prepare dinner. Although many had died in Longevity Village, the convoy still had plenty of supplies for the short term. The aroma of food wafted over the dunes, adding a hint of sweetness to the air, and the noise around grew louder. Chen Ye busied himself on the car in a pretentious manner, aiming to conceal the commotion of the upcoming upgrade. After all, he was believed by others to be a mechanic sequence transcendent. 15 minutes remained before the upgrade was complete. Chen Ye found a few wooden sticks to prop up on the cargo bed, tore apart several pairs of jeans, and roughly set up a makeshift tent. The faint light on the horizon was fading, and Chen Ye's parking spot was strategically chosen. Ordinary people, unless they deliberately paid attention to Chen Ye, could not clearly see what he was doing. Meanwhile, the survivors were already gathered around the campfire, talking and eating, paying no attention to Chen Ye's actions. 15 minutes passed in a flash. Watching the countdown turn to 0, Chen Ye felt a series of illusions before his eyes. The pair of women's jeans in his hand vanished, and all the other women's clothing in the cargo bed also disappeared into thin air. In a daze, Chen Ye sensed that he was now in a semi-enclosed space. Previously, he could still see the campfire not far away, but now it was blocked by a patched cloth wall. So, it's done. Chen Ye felt a surge of joy, suppressed his sense of achievement, and climbed out of the cargo bed. By the faint light remaining on the horizon, Chen Ye now saw a completely different motorcycle tricycle. Above the cargo bed was a canopy covered in patches quite distinctive, made by stitching together strips of jeans and t-shirts. Chen Ye even spotted a piece of women's underwear among them. It was simply a disgrace to decency. Not only that, but the canopy's roof extended over the cargo bed, covering it, forming a small sunshade. The motorcycle tricycle now looked very much like a delivery courier vehicle from before the apocalypse. In the pre-apocalypse days, delivery workers used to ride such electric tricycles through the streets and alleys, their cargo beds filled with parcels. Before the apocalypse, this was just a tricycle for delivering packages. But at this moment, in Chen Ye's eyes, it was the greatest vehicle in the world. The more he looked at it, the more he loved it. He possessed a system that could complete an upgrade at any time. Now, with an enclosed space at the back of the cargo bed, whenever Chen Ye needed to upgrade items, he could place them in the cargo bed without worrying about being seen and causing unnecessary trouble. The canopy also provided shade, protecting from the scorching sun during the day. At night, he could also sleep in the cargo bed, which was much better than sleeping in the open. Chen Ye's eyes sparkled. He was one step closer to his dream of an apocalypse-based vehicle. "Wow, Chen Ye, is this your new car?" At that moment, an exaggerated exclamation came from behind Chen Ye. Hearing this voice, Chen Ye felt a chill run down his spine. No. When did this person appear? What did she see? What should I do? Run? Or? Chen Ye turned around stiffly, and the first thing he saw was a pair of exaggeratedly long legs, so long, fair, and slender that they could be called legs to admire for a lifetime. The girl held a can of beer in her hand and wore a long sword at her waist. Her expression was hard to read. It was the long-legged girl, Nana. "Nana, are you looking for me?" Chen Ye's voice was a little dry. "Uft, hee." Seeing Chen Ye's nervous look, the girl instantly understood why he was tense. This man, usually looking so shrewd and calculating, was now so adorable. The girl laughed so hard, she doubled over, her long legs dazzling. Chen Ye, on the other hand, was unnerved by her laughter. "This woman. Chen Ye, what kind of expression is that? Don't tell me you think I saw your secret, and you're going to kill me to silence me." "Yezi, you're so funny. What time is it now? Humanity is almost gone. As sequence transcendence, who doesn't have a few secrets? Haha, I'm dying of laughter." Chen Ye. "Don't worry, as sequence transcendence, everyone has secrets. Captain Chu has them, Iron Lion has them, and I have them too. Your little thing is nothing at all. I just never expected the mechanic sequence to be so amazing." The girl, holding a can of beer in one hand, walked over and looked up and down at the tricycle delivery vehicle, clicking her tongue in admiration. TSK. It used to be a bicycle, and now, after only a short time, it's turned into this. It seems the mechanic sequence is far more powerful than I imagined. Chen Ye, standing by, didn't know what to say. If anyone can survive the apocalypse, Chen Ye, you're one of them. When the girl said this, her voice sounded somewhat low. But the low tone lasted only a second. Soon her voice became bright and lively, as if she hadn't just said that. The girl turned around and looked at Chen Ye with bright big eyes. "By the way, where's your alcohol? He'll trade you some." Chen Ye had previously been allocated 4 500 milliliters cans of beer. He hadn't expected Nana to come looking for him so soon. The girl waved a whole carton of Lotus cigarettes in her hand and said, "Easy, how about 4 cans of beer for this carton of Lotus? You're getting a great deal this time." Previously, the girl had taken more cigarettes from Chen Ye than he had. She had taken a full 30% of the supplies. "Nana, you're being a bit too clever with your bargaining. You want to trade 1 carton of Lotus for all my beer?" Chen Ye lit a cigarette, looking at the girl with a condescending gaze. It was then that he noticed her hair had turned pink. It seemed she had used that bottle of hair dye. Just like a young girl, even in the apocalypse, she cared about her appearance. A strong smell of hair dye drifted into Chen Ye's nostrils, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. "Wait, it's late at night, and the light is so dim. How could I possibly see the color of the girl's hair clearly? And she's so far away. How could I smell the scent in her hair? This is Could it be that I'm about to awaken as a sequence transcendent? Chen Ye, you heartless bastard. This carton of Lotus would have cost 300 to 500 yuan before, while your 4 cans of beer were worth how much? The girl, hearing Chen Ye's refusal, immediately voiced her dissatisfaction loudly. Chen Ye suppressed the ecstatic joy within him and began to haggle with the girl. Sister, now you can't say that. This is the apocalypse now. Both alcohol and cigarettes are rare commodities. In the end, Chen Ye traded 4 500 milliliters cans of beer for the girl's entire carton of Lotus cigarettes, plus a carton of Taizi. With this, the total number of cigarettes in Chen Ye's possession exceeded 7 cartons. With such a stockpile, this chain smoker wouldn't have to worry about running out of cigarettes anytime soon. The girl left Chen Ye's motorized tricycle cursing under her breath. Chen Ye smiled as he stuffed a carton of Huazi and a carton of Taizi into his backpack. The faint glow of his cigarette illuminated his smiling face. He had to admit that Captain Chu's method of distributing supplies was quite fair. Regardless of whether it was something you needed, everything was distributed according to the pre-agreed plan. If you wanted more of a particular resource, you had to trade privately. This significantly reduced the chance of team members venting their frustrations on the captain over unfair distribution. For instance, now Nana, who liked drinking but not smoking, traded her share of cigarettes to Chen Ye for beer. Even if Nana felt she was at a slight disadvantage, she wouldn't hold a grudge against Captain Chu. At most, there would be a small personal grievance between Chen Ye and Nana. Once the girl was far away, Chen Ye finally began to examine his own physical condition. He discovered that his eyesight was now much sharper than before. Even in this pitch-black night, he could see into the distance. Not far away, a plump woman was getting into a small old man's electric car with a lecherous old man. Chen Ye could see it all clearly, even the lecherous smile on the old man's face. He had some vague recollection of this woman. Her husband had gone into Xinghua town and never returned. Later, she found a new boyfriend who unfortunately met his end in Changshu village. Now she had apparently hooked up with the old man in that little electric car. Such things were commonplace in the convoy. Those survivors who dared not go out to scavenge for supplies could only trade their own certain resources to obtain the means for survival. In the convoy, everything was fair. The blood-red light cast by the blood moon surprisingly had little effect on him. While it wasn't as bright as day, his vision was vastly improved compared to before. Chen Ye also found his hearing to be much keener. He could even vaguely make out the lecherous laughter coming from the old man's car. That lecherous old man had sealed the deal with just a bucket of instant noodles. This old man. Damn it. Isn't my eyesight and hearing a bit too exaggerated? Chen Ye quickly asked the system, only to receive the same answer, still awakening. However, the system also provided a hint. His current state was a side effect of the sequence transcendent, enhancing the transcendent's 5 senses. Many sequences had similar side effects. A few minutes later, Chen Ye suppressed his excitement and began to prepare his meal. During this round of supply distribution, Chen Ye had received some solid alcohol blocks, over 100 of them. They had been scavenged by Tai Shi from a small supermarket where he had nearly cleaned out the entire stock. The canister gas for the portable stove had run out, but thankfully these solid alcohol blocks meant he wouldn't have to eat cold food today. Chen Ye didn't feel like cooking a proper meal today, so he put some dried noodles in a pot and poured in half a bottle of mineral water to make a simple bowl of noodles. Even simple dried noodles were a rare delicacy in the apocalypse. Mr. Chen. Just then Chen Ye heard a hesitant voice. He looked up and saw a sickly-looking face. It was the bespectacled college student Xiao Fu. Back in Changshu village, no one was willing to interact with that old woman except for this student. This student was also one of the last 2 to return to the convoy, but he looked ill now. After a night of heavy rain followed by scorching sun during the day and now a drop in temperature, it was already impressive that he had managed to hold on. What's the matter? Mr. Chen, could you spare some of that alcohol for me? The student asked while cautiously gauging Chen Ye's reaction. What are you offering in exchange? Chen Ye wasn't about to give away his supplies just because the person before him seemed pitiful. The student hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Would my bicycle be acceptable?" Chen Ye was a bit surprised. "If you give me your bicycle, what will you do?" "We've already talked to Brotherly. We're moving into the bus, so we won't need the bicycles anymore. Not only can you have my bicycle, but my buddy's bicycle is yours too. I know you're a mechanic sequence, Mr. Chen. These 2 bicycles should be useful to you," the young man said nervously. Chen Ye thought it over and finally agreed to the exchange, trading 20 alcohol blocks for the 2 bicycles. This price would have been fraud before the apocalypse. The young man left happily with the 20 alcohol blocks. However, those 2 weren't really at a loss. Tai Shi's bus had many empty seats now. These 2 had no need to keep their bicycles, which would likely just be discarded. Giving them 20 alcohol blocks was also a way of turning waste into something useful. As long as he had the system, any material could be put to good use in Chen Ye's hands. For example, he could dismantle the bicycle parts to reinforce the canopy of his truck. To save on kill points, the canopy looked decent, but was actually quite fragile. A a strong gust of wind could blow it askew. The bicycle wheels could also be used to add a compartment behind the truck, allowing him to carry more supplies. Chen Ye pondered how to maximize the utility of the two bicycles while waiting for his dinner. Meanwhile, other survivors also went to the vehicles of Chu Che, Nana, and Tai Shi to trade supplies. The supplies of the other survivors in the convoy were limited, as most of them focused on food when scavenging. Chen Ye and the other three sequence transcendents, however, had a much richer variety of supplies. To live a bit more comfortably, food alone wasn't enough. The noodles were soon cooked, and Chen Ye added a sausage to the pot. He ate the noodles and soup until the bowl was completely clean, then lay contentedly on the sandy ground. He would rest for a while before modifying the tricycle. A perfectly round smoke ring drifted lazily up into the sky. The stars above were more numerous than the grains of sand in the desert. Before the apocalypse, seeing such a starry night was nearly impossible. Apart from the eerie and terrifying blood moon, everything else was slowly becoming acceptable. Another perfectly round smoke ring floated upwards. Another one. Suddenly Chen Ye was stunned. He had been smoking for years and had always been able to blow smoke rings. But blowing several smoke rings this perfectly round in a row was a rare occurrence. How could a human blow such a perfectly round smoke ring? Chen Ye guessed a possibility. There were hundreds of sequences, and many of them were unknown to people. That was what Chu Che had told him. Could it be? Chen Ye was ecstatic and immediately asked the system. System, is the awakening complete? The system replied quickly. Post-sequence transcendent awakening is complete. The moment Chen Ye saw the system notification, he felt as though he had been dragged into an endless river of stars, a sensation beyond words. There was no pain, no sorrow, no joy. A strange, wondrous energy coursed through his body again and again, like the ocean washing over him. With each pass, Chen Ye felt a profound relief, as if all the impurities within him were being scoured away. So this was the process of sequence transcendent awakening. Even his mind grew clearer. The feeling defied description. If forced to compare, it was like stepping out of a sauna and then indulging in a lavish full-body massage. As his body strengthened, a flood of information surged into his mind. It seemed this knowledge had always been hidden within his genetic code, and the sequence injection merely served as a catalyst. Supernatural Path Smoke Apostle Sequence Rank 1 Smoke Disciple. This was his sequence transcendent power. Moments later, Chen Ye opened his eyes, the excitement in them impossible to conceal. With trembling hands, he pulled a cigarette from his pack and lit it. It took several clicks of the lighter before it caught. He took a deep drag, the faint glow illuminating his eager eyes. Smoke drifted from his nostrils. To any ordinary smoker, this would seem like nothing special. Anyone could do it. But Chen Ye's smoke was different. He exhaled a thick plume for over a minute. Within a meter around him, a haze of smoke lingered, moving as if it were an extension of his own body, refusing to dissipate. His figure flickered in and out of view within the smoke. Though it didn't directly boost his attack power, the ability pleased him greatly. First ability, Smoke Veil. This power would only grow stronger as his sequence rank increased. At higher ranks, a single breath could shroud several kilometers in smoke. A thought crossed Chen Ye's mind, and a strange light gleamed in his eyes. The smoke around him twisted and writhed until a crude, hastily formed rabbit struggled free from the haze. It quickly collapsed back into formless smoke. Undeterred, Chen Ye tried again. A cat shaped entirely from smoke crouched at his feet. It yawned and blinked, its sleepy eyes staring at him with curiosity. Second ability, Smoke Construct. The smoke could be shaped into anything with success, depending on how familiar he was with the target. Chen Ye had once owned a cat, so he knew them well. Mimicking one was easy. The rabbit, however, had failed. Had never kept a rabbit, so replicating one was far more difficult. His lungs, too, felt remarkably light. Years of smoking had left them perpetually irritated, and coughing was a chronic ailment. Now the ease in his chest was a relief Head never known. This was his third ability, a passive 1 nicotine tolerance. It offered no combat advantage, yet it was his favorite. The Smoke Apostle sequence was the transcendent power he had awakened. The three abilities were Smoke Veil, Smoke Construct, and Nicotine Tolerance. At the same time, Chen Ye felt a dramatic boost in his physical capabilities. Though he couldn't match the monstrous strength of the Titan sequence, he was far stronger than any ordinary person. Next time he scavenged for supplies, he could even carry a larger pack. At last, I've become a sequence transcendent. I finally made it. Just then a strange blurriness crept over his left eye. His vision began to deteriorate at an alarming rate. A wave of panic washed over him. He remembered. Iron Lion had once mentioned that every sequence transcendent must pay a price. Each one bears a side effect. There are no exceptions. Why did Chu Che always walk barefoot? Ever since meeting Chu Che, that transcendent had never worn shoes. And had overheard Chu Che and Nana mention that those who awaken the Titan sequence suffer a decline in intelligence. Was that the Titan sequence's side effect? What was the Smoke Apostle sequence's side effect? Chen Ye frantically searched his mind for information. The joy on his face quickly faded. He could sense that his left eye's vision had already deteriorated significantly, creating a jarring dissonance with his right eye. The physical enhancement from his awakening was receding from his left eye. The distant campfire and figures once crystal clear now appeared fuzzy, as if ringed with a blurred halo. If he had a mirror, he would have seen his left pupil turn from black to white. Smoke apostle sequence side effect: left eye vision deterioration. To gain immense power, one must pay a commensurate price. The weakening of his left eye was that price. It took only 15 minutes for Chen Ye to accept his new identity as a smoke apostle sequence transcendent, along with the cost of his diminished vision. Becoming a sequence transcendent meant his chances of survival in this apocalypse had soared. As he finished his cigarette, Chen Ye came to terms with his reality. In the wasteland, dwelling on sorrow for too long was a luxury. Everything must yield to survival. Awakening the smoke apostle sequence and becoming a transcendent, even at a cost, was a trade worth celebrating. As night fell, the desert temperature plummeted and his breath turned to mist. Around him, survivors were retreating into their tents and vehicles. Chen Ye remained outside alone. Yet the cold no longer felt unbearable. Perhaps his enhanced physique had granted him greater resistance to temperature shifts. With 2 bicycles acquired, he planned to use them to upgrade his tricycle. Had traded with Iron Lion for a set of repair tools earlier, and now they would come in handy. Chen Ye pulled the toolbox from the cart and began stripping the bicycles down to their components. Meanwhile, he used the system's upgrade tools to draft a design. With the system's upgrade task idle, wasting time felt like a crime. Following the system's blueprint, he removed the wheels and used the frames to weld a sturdy canopy frame onto the cart. This greatly reinforced the roof structure. He could even add a roof rack for lighter supplies, much like Chu Chi's modified off-road vehicle. This would also free up space inside the cart for rest. As for the 4 wheels, he planned to build a trailer to hitch to the rear for future supplies. By now, he had nearly dismantled both bicycles. Thanks to his enhanced strength, disassembling the bikes was a breeze. Unfortunately, the frames were welded, and he lacked the tools to cut them apart. He pondered for a moment, and then a spark of inspiration struck. System, can you upgrade these materials into reinforced canopy fittings? Nana struck a deal with Chen Ye, trading 4 500ml cans of beer for a lotus flower, and Nana believed Chen Ye had swindled her and harbored deep resentment. The girl considered him a blackheart. Iron Lion remained dormant in the bus, recovering. The bus welcomed new members. Su Jiaojiao continued rallying other survivors to overthrow the Dark Rule, but with little effect. After the Longevity Village incident, her authority had been severely undermined. Overthrowing the Fair Convoy's rule was no easy feat. Inside the tent, Captain Chu Che listened to the stolen radio broadcasts while mixing a bucket of red paint. A smile crept across his face when he heard of the deal between Chen Ye and Nana. He hadn't expected the seemingly gloomy Chen Ye to actually persuade Nana into a trade. When he heard that Iron Lion was still dormant, Chu Che calculated, briefly estimating the beast would awaken by tomorrow. As for Su Jiaojiao, that woman who fled from Luqing had always championed gender equality, though with little success. Among the 4 sequence transcendents in the convoy, 3 were men, which Su Jiaojiao found deeply unfair, even plotting to overthrow Captain Chu's rule. But Chu Che easily outmaneuvered this feminist activist, leaving her humiliated. Yet the woman never gave up, still scheming in secret. What she didn't know was that every move she made was clearly heard through the stolen radio. Captain Chu Che had once been an upright, sunny youth. But since acquiring the oddity 01257 eavesdropping radio, his habit of listening in had grown increasingly severe. Each day, learning secrets others didn't know brought him the greatest joy. Who would have thought that the respectable Captain Chu harbored such a shameful penchant for listening at walls? No one in the convoy knew more secrets than Captain Chu. Perhaps that was the side effect of possessing the eavesdropping radio. Humming a tune, Chu Che carried the paint bucket out of the tent. Soon 2 crude red characters appeared on the side of his off-road vehicle. Fairness. Consume 362 kill points to upgrade and process the materials before you. 300 kill points. So expensive. Previously, upgrading the canopy with discarded clothes had only cost a little over 200 kill points. Now merely modifying some fittings required over 300. And that was just for the canopy reinforcement fittings, not even counting the trailer bed modifications. If he added the bicycle wheels head plan for the trailer, the kill points would skyrocket to 1,000. The main issue was insufficient materials, requiring the system to supply a portion. Materials ate up the bulk of the kill points. For this reason, Chen Ye had to shelve the trailer plan for now and upgrade the canopy first. After a moment's hesitation, he confirmed the choice. A kill countdown appeared above the pile of bicycle parts. 005959. The upgrade would complete in an hour. That time frame was acceptable. Chen Ye leaned against the vehicle, lit a cigarette, and waited patiently. Using his newly acquired ability, he shaped the surrounding smoke into a tiger, then a giant python. Smoke mimicry was his strongest offensive skill at present. In future encounters, he could first conceal himself with smoke, then strike with mimicry. However, he still couldn't master the mimicry technique. Whether Tiger or Python had only seen them on his phone and TV. The most proficient forms remained mimicking cats and dogs. A thought struck him: if mimicking living creatures was difficult, why not try inanimate objects? He attempted to mimic a hand crossbow, which surprisingly went smoothly. It lacked the crossbow's firing function, serving only as a visual replica. Even so, Chen Ye found it endlessly entertaining. Time slipped by unnoticed as he tried mimicking other objects around him until a sharp needle-like pain pierced his mind, forcing him to stop. He rested for a long while before the headache subsided. The desert night was serene, with only hushed voices from nearby vehicles and tents, and the sound of wind. Well, occasionally some indescribable noises could be heard. No need to elaborate on that. The temperature was dropping, but fortunately his enhanced physique could withstand it. A day ago had been shivering even inside the canopy, let alone modifying it. The hour passed in a flash. Your fittings upgrade is complete. Prompted by the system notification, Chen Ye quickly stood and walked over. Under the faint blood-red moonlight, he saw that the bicycle parts had been replaced by numerous steel pipes and buckles. These fittings looked purpose-made for the canopy, showing no trace of their bicycle origins. Chen Ye picked them up, joyfully examining them. They were a perfect match for his three-wheeled vehicle. He fetched his toolbox and began installing the fittings on the truck bed. First, he secured the bases with buckles, then fixed the steel pipes onto them. Finally, he bound the patched canopy to the frame. The previous canopy had been a soft structure serving only to provide shade and privacy. Even a moderate breeze would set it swaying. In a sandstorm, it would likely be torn to shreds in minutes. Now, with the reinforced frame, the entire canopy felt far more secure. There was even a small roof rack on top. According to the system's design, it could carry up to 40 kilograms of supplies. Though it couldn't compare with Captain Chu's or Nana's modified off-road vehicles, Chen Ye felt quite satisfied. The system's craftsmanship was undeniably reliable. He shook the canopy frame. No noticeable wobble. He moved and used supplies onto the roof rack, freeing up considerable space in the truck bed. After a bit of tidying, he had a decently spacious resting area, which filled him with contentment. Lying down on the makeshift bed in his clothes, he felt utterly at ease. This was far more comfortable than before. In this apocalypse of extreme scarcity, having such a private resting space was truly a stroke of luck. If a day ago a small car had been placed next to this three-wheeler, Chen Ye would have abandoned his tricycle without hesitation and chosen the car for upgrades. But now, looking at the tricycle head painstakingly modified piece by piece, he would hesitate. After all, he had built this vehicle up from nothing. The canopy-equipped motorcycle tricycle now boasted impressive carrying capacity, rivaling even the Zhou sisters' small car. Though it couldn't match a four-wheeled vehicle, its fuel consumption was far lower. Chen Ye turned over comfortably in the truck bed, ready to sleep. Chen Ye could never forget the great willow tree of Longevity Village, even in death. Without a flashlight, the pitch-black shed was utterly devoid of light. Simply reaching out his hand, he could tell by touch that these were the willow branches from that very tree. It all came back to him now. When he had fled Longevity Village, a willow branch had bound his ankle, trying to drag him into the darkness. Fortunately, the black dog blood-soaked machete had been within reach, and he had hacked it off. The branch must have clung to his ankle ever since following him out of the village until now. Chen Ye was about to toss the branch out of the shed when he paused. This was a branch from the great willow. From yesterday until now, it remained as fresh as if it had just been cut, and he could even feel the tender, brittle leaves with his fingers. An uncontrollable thought surfaced. He reached for his hand crossbow, feeling its string. The intense battles in Longevity Village had worn the string severely. He estimated it would snap after just a few more uses. Without the crossbow, his combat ability would be significantly diminished. Could this willow branch serve as a replacement for the string? Could it forge a mystical artifact? Captain Chu's eavesdropping radio had left a deep impression on Chen Ye. If he could have a mystical artifact crossbow, his strength would surely soar. He decided to act on the thought immediately. He placed the branch and the crossbow together. Lying flat in the dark shed, the system interface appeared before his eyes. System, can you fuse and upgrade the willow branch and the crossbow? The system gave an affirmative reply without delay. A surge of joy filled Chen Ye's heart. Will the fusion of the branch and the crossbow create a mystical artifact? The system again confirmed. Upon hearing this, his right eye gleamed with excitement, and even his mutated left eye flickered with agitation. Without a second thought, Chen Ye confirmed the upgrade. A mystical artifact. According to Nana and Chu Che, every mystical artifact possesses a unique ability. He wondered what kind of artifact the fusion of the willow branch and the crossbow would produce. He figured its rank would probably be low, as the willow branch was just an insignificant part of the great tree. Even if it ranked beyond 10,000, he wouldn't mind, as long as it was a mystical artifact. However, the reply he received was disheartening. Upgrading the crossbow requires 5,000 kill points. Insufficient kill points. Continue your efforts and strive to accumulate more kill points. The system's cold notification was like a bucket of ice water poured over him. He had over 7,000 kill points before, but after a series of upgrades, he now had only a little over 4,000 left. It simply wasn't enough. The desert night was colder than Chen Ye had anticipated. The temperature was plummeting at an alarming rate. By midnight, he was even awakened by the chill. Even with his enhanced physique, he still felt the cold. He pulled out his thickest clothes and piled them on, managing to warm up a bit. He couldn't help but marvel at the extreme temperature swings since the apocalypse began. Thankfully, he had upgraded the shed during the day, or sleeping outdoors would have meant freezing to death. The shed didn't raise the temperature much, but it was far better than nothing. By morning, the temperature began to climb again. The temperature was perfect upon waking, just right for a long-sleeved shirt. The blood moon had set. A blazing sun leaped over the horizon, dyeing the desert gold once more. The white frost from the previous night was vanishing before his eyes. The camp began to stir. Some survivors crawled out of the bus looking dusty and disheveled. A few tents nearby showed signs of movement. The survivors who had stayed in tents were the ones with motorcycles. These survivors hadn't joined the bus group, choosing instead to live independently. Joining the bus had its benefits, security and provisions, but all resources were distributed collectively. Once you joined, all your supplies had to be handed over to Old Lee for allocation. Living alone also had its advantages. At least you had full control over your own supplies. With resources, life in the convoy could be even freer than before the apocalypse. Things that were forbidden before could now be obtained for just a piece of bread. A plump woman emerged from a small electric car, followed by a scrawny old man. The old man grinned, offering her a piece of chocolate and winking lecherously. The woman rolled her eyes and walked away, swaying her hips. The Zhou sisters also climbed out of their vehicle, rubbing their sleepy eyes. The drastic temperature change last night had caught them off guard. Fortunately, they had been prepared, pulling out the down jackets they'd scavenged to avoid freezing. Achoo! Sis, it was so cold last night. Zhou Xiaoxiao shuddered at the memory of shivering through the night. Since her identity had been exposed by other survivors a few days ago, she had stopped disguising herself as a man. She had taken off the hat she used to wear constantly. With delicate features and a cute, playful bob haircut, she looked lively and charming. She had also switched to women's clothing, and in the golden morning light, she shone just as brightly as her mature and alluring sister. No wonder the entertainment industry used to say the whole industry is waiting for her debut. Zhoulan tucked her long hair behind her ear, still looking drowsy. I've been to Yinzhou for filming before and knew the temperature difference between day and night was significant, but this extreme is abnormal. Xiao Xiao, make sure to scavenge more warm clothes next time. Got it, sis. Sis, my breath stinks. I need to brush my teeth. No, are you crazy? This is the apocalypse, and we're in a desert. You know how precious water is. Zhoulan glared at her younger sister. But in the end, she couldn't resist Xiaoxiao's pleading. The sisters found a secluded spot and shared half a cup of water to brush their teeth. Xiaofu, the college student, had just stepped off the bus. When he saw the sisters' beautiful sight, his heart raced, and he quickly averted his gaze. The bus swayed, and a massive figure stepped out, stretching broadly toward the rising sun. Yawn. It was big guy Taisher. The man had slept for a full day and night before waking, and most of his wounds had already healed. His physical resilience was simply astonishing. Last night's low temperatures were nothing to Taisher, whose strength lay in his physique. Chen Ye had pulled out all his clothes to stay warm, but Taisher had slept in the bus wearing just a t-shirt and shorts without even a blanket. For a heavy smoker like Chen Ye, the first thing in the morning was to light up a cigarette to refresh himself. Brushing teeth and washing his face were out of the question. Water was more precious than gold now. Hey, easy your eyes. When Taisher saw Chen Ye, the first thing he noticed was the white pupil of his left eye. One black pupil, one white, gave Chen Ye a somewhat eerie look. It's nothing. I awakened a second sequence last night. Chen Ye had no intention of hiding his awakening from the convoy. They were all together almost every day. With only a few dozen people in the group, it would be impossible to keep it a secret. He said it nonchalantly. Besides, having a second sequence would give him an advantage when resources were distributed. You awakened a second sequence. Taisher stared at Chen Ye, his simple face filled with utter shock. Chen Ye's awakening of a second sequence quickly drew exclamations of astonishment from Chu Che and Nana. However, neither of them displayed envy. The long-legged girl even looked at Chen Ye with a complex expression. Having a dual sequence is impressive, but it also demands a double price. Can you bear it? The girl's pink hair shimmered beautifully in the morning sunlight. Snap! Chen Ye lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke as he said slowly, I can't worry about that now. They'll deal with the future when it comes. The long-legged girl gave him a thumbs up. In any case, awakening a dual sequence is ultimately a good thing. In this apocalypse, surviving even one more day is a win. Captain Chu said with a gentle smile. Taisher asked gruffly, Easy, what's your second sequence? Chen Ye blew a smoke ring. As the others stared in shock, the smoke churned and writhed, and from within it a small cat emerged. The cat scampered around their feet. The smoky feline was incredibly lifelike, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The cat was Chen Ye's most practiced mimicry. The Smoke Apostle sequence. Chen Ye had no intention of hiding it, and directly stated the sequence's name. Smoke Apostle, one of the supernatural paths. Captain Chu, who possessed a stealth radio, was knowledgeable and quickly offered his insight. Supernatural path. Chen Ye was puzzled as the information he had received contained no such classification. There are over 100 sequences, and you can think of paths as broad categories. For instance, Taisher's Titan sequence and Nana's Sword Immortal sequence both fall under the melee path. Human order has collapsed, so this is the best we can do for now. Your ability to control smoke should place you in the supernatural path, also known as the superpower path. Captain Chu casually educated them. This made Chen Ye curious about the depth of Captain Chu's knowledge. Within the convoy, Taisher had been a bus driver before. Nana was a top high school student, having just received an acceptance letter from a prestigious domestic university when the world ended. Only Captain Chu never spoke of his past, remaining a figure of mystery. After chatting briefly about Chen Ye's second sequence, they prepared to return to their vehicles and set off. Captain, can we find a water source today? I'm filthy, the long-legged girl complained discontentedly. A water source? I wish, but it's up to fate. Damn, aren't you the Pathfinder sequence? Can't you handle this little task? The long-legged girl didn't hold back her disdain for the captain. Chen Ye blew a smoke ring and turned to head back to his three-wheeled motorcycle. Every sequence has side effects which intensify as the sequence level rises. An awakened with 2 sequences bears double the cost. Chen Ye's now white left eye was a prime example. A scream pierced the relatively quiet desert morning. The figure of the pink-haired girl who was walking away vanished instantly. Chen Ye's cigarette dangling from his lips turned his head toward the source of the sound. He saw a woman pointing in terror at a tent in front of her. Chen Ye spat out his cigarette and hurried over. What's going on? The long-legged girl asked sternly, her hand resting on the sword at her waist. Dead. Someone's dead. The terrified woman pointed a trembling hand at the tent. The girl's expression changed and she used her sword to lift the tent flap. Inside lay the corpse of a man. He was curled up tightly, covered only by a thin blanket. Seeing this, Chen Ye roughly understood the cause of death. Last night's severe temperature drop had claimed him. Without adequate cold weather clothing, he had frozen to death in the desert night. Chen Ye had some memory of this man. He was one of the few in the convoy who owned a motorcycle and one of the few who had escaped from Changshu village. Last night, he had chosen not to board the bus, instead pitching a tent in the camp. Boarding the bus offered apparent comfort, but it required surrendering all personal supplies to be managed collectively. Therefore, many were unwilling to do so. Without supplies, one lost freedom in this apocalypse. Possessing supplies meant having everything, granting a freedom that in some way surpassed that of the pre-apocalypse world. Take the old man who drove the shabby mobility scooter, for example. Other survivors were perpetually dejected and anxious. Only this old man wore a smile all day long. Captain Chu did not interfere with their choices, allowing them to live as they saw fit. Unexpectedly, this man had frozen to death last night. I told him to get on the bus. Get on the bus. Whoa. He just wouldn't listen. Whoa. Bastard. Damn him. The woman wept and cursed, unsure of who exactly she was cursing. The survivors who gathered around were filled with grief, as if they could see their own futures. Chen Ye's mood was also affected. If he hadn't already awakened his sequence, if he hadn't had enough supplies, if he hadn't upgraded his vehicle's canopy, he might have frozen to death last night as well. In this apocalypse, death was the most commonplace occurrence. Acquainted survivors dug a large pit in the desert and hastily buried the man's body in the sand. The woman stood before his sandy grave, tears streaming down her face. Chen Ye, however, had his eyes fixed on the motorcycle. The man was dead, but his motorcycle remained. Perhaps he could use it to upgrade his own three-wheeler. Currently, his tricycle was running on just one engine, feeling very much like a small cart pulled by a big horse. The rainy night before last had proven this point perfectly. His three-wheeler simply couldn't outrun those four-wheeled vehicles. It couldn't even outrun the two-wheeled motorcycles. The tricycle was too bulky and carried too many supplies. However, given the woman's current state, it wouldn't be appropriate to discuss the motorcycle with her now. At the very least, he'd have to wait until nightfall. At 9 in the morning, the convoy departed on time. Their destination was unknown. Compared to the liveliness of previous days, the convoy was unusually quiet today. On the side of Captain Chu Chi's modified vehicle, 2 large characters were now emblazoned in red paint: fairness. The calligraphy was crooked, but at least it was legible. The captain had originally intended to paint it on the long-legged girl's off-road vehicle, but she adamantly refused. So Captain Chu had to settle for painting it on the big oaf Taisher's bus. Even the Zhou sisters' car, which had escaped from Luching, didn't escape the paintbrush. By the time they set off, the desert air was already getting warm. Fortunately, the canopy upgraded yesterday proved crucial. Chen Ye gripped the handlebars of the canopy overhead, casting a large shadow that provided him some relief. Taisher had once invited Chen Ye to ride in the bus, but he politely declined. If he actually boarded the bus, it might be comfortable, but he wouldn't be able to keep the secret of his upgrade system. And he'd have to give up all his supplies. That was out of the question. After the canopy upgrade, the tricycle had gained at least a few dozen pounds, and with the supplies distributed yesterday, the vehicle's weight had increased considerably. Add the wind resistance from the canopy. Even with the throttle twisted to the max, Chen Ye couldn't keep up with the front of the convoy. There were no cyclists or walkers in the convoy now. Chen Ye found himself bringing up the rear. Even the sleazy old man's mobility scooter was faster than Chen Ye's tricycle. Fortunately, the desert highway was in decent condition. Even if many sections were covered by sand, there was still a road to follow, albeit with some difficulty. If he were truly driving over open desert, his tricycle would be hopelessly stuck. Meanwhile, whenever the vehicle passed over bumpy sections, it rattled loosely, swaying left and right, as if it might fall apart at any moment. This made Chen Ye worry that his vehicle might break down on the road at any time. Back then, to save karma points, Chen Ye had barely reinforced the vehicle's main frame, just enough to make it work. But as the vehicle underwent upgrades, the problem with the chassis and frame became increasingly severe. A further vehicle upgrade was urgently needed. Just as Chen Ye was planning how to get his hands on that motorcycle, he heard the horn from Captain Chu Chi's off-road vehicle. Attention! Attention! There's a situation up ahead. Situation ahead. Everyone on high alert. Chen Ye squinted and looked ahead, seeing a dozen or so vehicles stopped on the road directly in front of the convoy. Had they run into another convoy? He knew other convoys existed in the world, but he hadn't expected to encounter one so soon. As these words blared from the convoy's loudspeaker, a tense atmosphere instantly permeated the entire fleet. The convoy's speed gradually slowed. Zhou Xiaoxiao retrieved a baseball bat from beneath the rear seat, her gaze fixed nervously on the road ahead. But a large bus ahead blocked their view completely, making it impossible to see what was happening. Sis. It's okay. Captain Chu, Nana, and Chen Ye are with us. They're sequence transcendence. We'll be fine. Zhou Lan's voice carried a hint of anxiety as well. Zhou Lan had long suspected that they couldn't be the only survivors in this apocalypse. She just hadn't expected to encounter others so soon. However, running into other survivors wasn't necessarily something to celebrate. The moment Chen Ye heard Captain Chu's loudspeaker, he slowed his tricycle and unhooked the hand crossbow at his waist. Gripping the handlebar with his left hand, he began cranking the string back with his right. A sharp twang echoed as the overworked bowstring snapped. Without a moment's regret, he tossed the crossbow aside and grabbed the machete from his belt. Like the Zhou sisters, Chen Ye's first instinct upon hearing about another convoy was to be on high alert. In this world, sometimes humans were more terrifying than the aberrations. The entire convoy remained extremely cautious. His enhanced right eye quickly spotted something wrong. The other convoy should have heard their loudspeaker by now. Yet there was no reaction from them whatsoever. Could it be aberrations? No, that couldn't be. If it were, how could Chu Che still be leading the convoy forward? The scene ahead grew clearer. Finally, he could see it. There was a convoy up ahead, dozens of vehicles. The lead car, an off-roader, was overturned in the desert beside the road, half buried in the sand. The remaining vehicles were bunched together, seemingly involved in a series of rear-end collisions of varying severity. It was a massive pileup. Several cars were scorched black as if they had been engulfed in flames. Dozens of vehicles clogged the desert highway. The desert heat made the distant wrecks shimmer and distort. The temperature outside was at least 40 degrees. The commotion from the Fairness convoy drew no response from the accident site. There wasn't even a single person in sight. Chen Ye furrowed his brow. Something was very wrong. Chu Chi's vehicle came to a stop, and the others followed suit. The barefoot young man stepped out, glanced towards Chen Ye, then looked into the distance. He scooped up a handful of sand and shoved it into his mouth, chewing. He must have activated some Pathfinder ability. Chen Ye stopped his tricycle and walked over to Chu Che, clad in his shorts and some protective jacket. Nana and Iron Lion also got out of their vehicles. Captain, what's the situation? The long-legged girl in the sun hat and sunglasses sounded irritated. Anyone would be annoyed leaving the air-conditioned comfort of their car. Even so, the girl's hand never strayed from the sword hilt at her waist. Chen Ye eyed her sunglasses and hat with a hint of envy. Under this blazing sun, having those would be a blessing. Chu Che squinted his eyes. You all see it. There's been an accident up ahead. We can't get through. Aberrations. The girl's eyes were wary. She had seen the scene ahead and knew they were making plenty of noise, yet there was no response from the other convoy. No one would believe there wasn't something wrong. Chu Che shook his head. No aberrations. Then it's simple. Xiao Fu, go check it out. Iron Lion's voice boomed. The first part was for the group, the second part was shouted back towards the bus. The bespectacled college student got off the bus, hopped on a motorcycle, and sped towards the front. Chen Ye recognized the bike. It was the same one from this morning. He just wondered how it had ended up in the student's hands. Xiao Fu returned quickly, a strange expression on his face. Xiao Fu, what's going on up there? Brother Tai, Captain, sister Na, brother Yi, there's no one in the cars up ahead. The earnest, slightly naive student addressed everyone present before sharing what he had seen. No one. Not even any bodies. No, not a single person in any of the cars. Xiao Fu recounted his findings. The group exchanged bewildered glances, looking from one to another. Should we go take a look? Chen Ye said, a cigarette dangling from his lips. I guess we have to. The others returned to their vehicles. The convoy soon started moving again, inching forward with a mix of caution, curiosity, and a hint of greed. Chen Ye, however, felt a flicker of excitement in his chest. If the convoy ahead was truly empty, maybe he could get a new vehicle. His modified tricycle was decent, but it was no match for a four-wheel drive off-roader. If he could get one of those and upgrade it. Just the thought was thrilling. The convoy stopped about 50 meters from the accident scene. Iron Lion was the first to get out. His massive frame strode towards the wreck, exuding an incredible sense of safety. The long-legged girl appeared atop, one of the overturned vehicle's hand resting on her sword, ready for anything. Despite Xiao Fu's recon, no one knew what would happen when they got closer. If not for such caution, the convoy would have been wiped out long ago. Chen Ye took a deep drag on his cigarette, nearly finishing half of it in one puff. He exhaled a thick plume of smoke, which formed a faint, lingering haze around him. A soft kitten's mew came from within the smoke. Chen Ye's right eye stared intently at the distant figure. When he saw the big man give a safe signal towards them, Chen Ye finally relaxed. Excitement quickly surged through him. With all those vehicles, maybe he could find a suitable one. Then he wouldn't have to drive this beat-up tricycle. Finally, he'd be a car owner. The mere thought was exhilarating. In the current apocalyptic backdrop, the value of a reliable vehicle is irreplaceable. The awakened ones of the guide sequence led the survivors in an endless convoy, and a modified off-road vehicle capable of hauling supplies, while offering shelter, was the most coveted possession among the survivors. Many envied the two modified off-road vehicles in the convoy. If this were within a city, acquiring an abandoned car would be simple enough. But no one dared to venture there. Those densely populated metropolises had become all the more terrifying. When Captain Chu charted the convoy's course, he deliberately avoided such places, favoring instead the desolate, rarely trodden paths. Only by taking such routes could they evade the eerie pursuits. Thus, finding a car was no easy feat, let alone a suitable one. When the sight of dozens of wrecked vehicles ahead came into view, many survivors felt the same surge of excitement as Chen Ye. With so many cars parked there, surely one suitable could be found. Yahoo! I'm off! A young man on a motorcycle roared past Chen Ye's three-wheeled cart, casting a cocky glance his way. It seemed both a provocation and a boast. Among the four sequence awakened in the convoy, only Chen Ye's cart was in such a sorry state. Hey kid, keep at it. Maybe today's your lucky day to score a good ride. This old man's heading off. The senior's small electric car zipped by as well. In the old days, Chen Ye's cart and the old man's buggy would have been evenly matched in speed. But after Chen Ye added a roof canopy, even flooring the throttle couldn't muster more speed. A faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, a glint of sly cunning in his eyes. These people truly didn't treat Sequence Awakened as anything special. Just then the motorcycle that had sped past him hit a patch of loose sand, its wheel skidding. With a yelp, the rider toppled over, tumbling straight into the desert roadside. The bike crashed onto the asphalt, blocking the path for the old man's buggy. Yet with a nimble swerve left and right, the buggy effortlessly weaved around the fallen motorcycle. You little brat. All that showing off, and now you've got your just deserts, haha. The old man even took a jab at the dazed rider, who sputtered and cursed in frustration. The three-wheeled cart also maneuvered smoothly past the downed motorcycle, crawling forward at its unhurried pace. The massive pileup of dozens of vehicles was something had only ever seen on the news, which had always felt like mere stories. It wasn't until the cart pulled up close that Chen Ye felt the true shock of the wreck. The most severely impacted cars were crushed beyond recognition, their shapes utterly lost. Several others had burned down to bare blackened frames. Yet there was not a single person in sight. Not just the living, not even a single corpse. This was profoundly eerie. Chen Ye parked his cart, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a plume of smoke, adding to the haze already swirling around him. A small cat shaped from the smoke coiled around his feet. A few survivors noticed his display, casting furtive glances his way, their expressions a mix of envy and wariness. Sis, didn't they say Chen Ye is a support sequence? He doesn't seem like it. Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly averted her gaze upon meeting Chen Ye's eyes, and whispered to her sister. Zhoulan offered Chen Ye a friendly smile before replying, I don't know. Don't meddle. Let's go check if there's any usable supplies. The two sisters parked their own vehicle and hurried toward the massive wreck site. The survivors, like scavengers, rushed forward with eager anticipation. Chen Ye planned to find a car that wasn't too badly damaged to serve as his new ride. With his system, any minor damage could be restored to pristine condition. The cars at the epicenter of the pileup were out of the question. His first target was a two-door compact car. Nicknamed Chopped Pepper Fish Head by netizens, this model had been wildly popular before the apocalypse, favored by many moms and office workers. Though its range barely exceeded 100 kilometers, it sufficed for daily commutes, which explained its staggering sales. Chen Ye was drawn to it mainly because it was the closest and appeared relatively intact with hardly a scratch. Charging it would be a hassle, but for Chen Ye, it wasn't an insurmountable problem. A couple of upgraded solar panels could solve the power issue, eliminating the need to risk scavenging for gasoline later. That was a key advantage in his mind. The only downside was its virtually non-existent trunk, forcing reliance on the back seats and roof for storage. Nowhere near the capacity of his current cart. Still, Chen Ye just wanted to look for now. He'd decide later. Other survivors had also eyed the car, but upon seeing Chen Ye approach, they reluctantly backed off and headed toward other wrecks. Reaching the car, he peered through the window and found the cabin completely empty. However, a pair of sunglasses lay beside the driver's seat, which brightened Chen Ye's mood considerably. Trekking through the desert daily, the harsh sunlight not only raised temperatures, but also made it nearly impossible to keep his eyes open. He reached for the door handle only to find it locked. His enhanced body possessed strength beyond normal human limits. With a forceful yank, he tore the door open. A screech of rending metal echoed and a wave of heat rushed out, mingled with the acrid smell of baked plastic. Ignoring the stench, Chen Ye commanded his smoke cat to dart into the car and retrieve the sunglasses. After days of practice, the smoke cat had mastered such simple tasks. Slipping the shades on, he felt instant relief as his eyes were shielded from the glare. The world appeared clearer and sharper without the blinding sun. Before the apocalypse, a mere pair of sunglasses wouldn't have warranted such delight. But now every scrap of resource was precious. Chen Ye slid into the driver's seat, attempting to start the Chopped Pepper Fish Head to test its condition. The engine remained silent. Clearly, after such a long time, the battery had drained completely. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face, and he began searching the car for any other useful items. Unfortunately, nothing else of value surfaced. Just as he was about to move on to inspect other vehicles, a thought struck him. Placing his hand on the car, a system interface materialized before his eyes. System assess vehicle status. The system responded promptly. Vehicle integrity, 89. Essentially intact. Currently in a state of battery depletion. Satisfied, Chen Ye closed the door. This Chopped Pepper Fish Head wasn't bad. He'd keep it as a backup option. Time to check out the others. Not far off, a Wrangler lay overturned on its side. A few survivors were circling it. He decided to take a closer look. Maybe there'd be a pleasant surprise. Dozens of vehicles littered the accident scene, including no shortage of luxury cars. Among them, Chen Ye spotted a Lamborghini and several models he had only ever seen on television or his phone before. Yet all of these cars were mangled beyond recognition. The front of that 10 million yuan Lamborghini was utterly smashed in. One glance was enough for Chen Ye to know that restoring it would require tens of thousands of kill points. A pipe dream. When choosing a vehicle, practicality was paramount. Strong power, ample trunk space, durable build, and fuel efficiency. Fuel efficiency was the most critical factor of all. After all, finding enough gasoline wasn't always possible. Chen Ye still owed Captain Chu Che a barrel of fuel. Not far away sat a Wrangler, a name renowned to anyone with even a passing interest in off-road vehicles. Before the apocalypse, this vehicle had turned heads every time it hit the road. Its reputation as a rugged off-roader made it a dream car for many. A few survivors were gathered around it discussing something. Some were even attempting to dig the vehicle out of the sand. But it was buried too deeply, and without proper tools the task seemed impossible. When they noticed Chen Ye approaching, wariness and resignation flickered in the survivors' eyes. If Chen Ye set his sights on this vehicle, they would have to back off. When survivors crossed paths with a sequence transcendent, they had no choice but to yield. In this post-apocalyptic world, might made right. Chen Ye inspected the vehicle's condition. The door appeared to have been struck, caved inward. Earlier, a survivor had tried and failed to pry it open. With the body half buried in sand, the tires were mostly hidden from view. Of the two exposed tires, one was punctured, hanging flat and limp from its rim. The roof had also been battered by some heavy impact, leaving a large gash in the metal. Even the exposed undercarriage was slightly warped. System assessed the current condition of this vehicle. Chen Ye placed his hand on the door. Vehicle integrity, 69. Full repairs required. The vehicle is currently undrivable. 69. Chen Ye clicked his tongue, judging the integrity to be middling at best. Still, he was reluctant to simply give up on this vehicle. System, how many kill points would a full repair cost? And how long would it take? Full repairs require 7 days and 12 hours, costing 13728 kill points. Chen Ye fell silent at the exorbitant cost and time. He had no choice but to abandon the idea. Given the current situation, there was simply no time to repair this vehicle. Over 10,000 kill points was also enough to make him balk. Suddenly Chen Ye's eyes lit up. Through the glass he spotted something in the vehicle's trunk. He grabbed the trunk handle. After several minutes of forceful prying, the trunk finally gave way. He had even gone back to his tricycle to fetch tools for the job. It was only possible thanks to his enhanced physique. Any ordinary person wouldn't have stood a chance. The contents of the trunk made Chen Ye's eyes gleam with excitement. 2 30-liter fuel cans. These were the kind of fuel cans favored by long-distance overlanders, used specifically as spare fuel reserves. A row of English letters was printed on the side. Chen Ye couldn't read them, but he could tell the cans were worth a pretty penny. And one of them was completely full. Chen Ye was overjoyed. Hoisting the empty can, a thought struck him. All these vehicles, their own fuel tanks were bound to have leftover gasoline. Why not scavenge some? As the idea took hold, he glanced up and saw others had already begun doing the same. He quickly opened the Wrangler's fuel cap and retrieved a hose from the trunk to start siphoning. The Wrangler's tank was nearly dry. Chen Ye had barely filled a third of the can before it ran out. He turned his gaze to the other vehicles. Half an hour later, Chen Ye finally filled the second 30-liter can. He glanced at the few remaining vehicles he hadn't searched, deciding to leave them for others. He continued his search for a suitable vehicle. Before long, disappointment set in. There were plenty of vehicles at the scene, but nearly half of them had significant issues. Either the engine was faulty or the chassis had problems. For any vehicle, these were serious defects. After making a full circuit, Chen Ye barely managed to find one with the highest integrity. It was even better than the Wrangler, boasting 76 integrity. It was a Japanese-made off-roader with a bullhead emblem, a sight so familiar that it could be found anywhere in regions with rough terrain. Aside from some body damage, it had no other major issues. If Chen Ye wanted to switch to this vehicle, he would need to repair it. He didn't demand a complete restoration, just enough to make it roadworthy. But even that minimal requirement would take at least half a day. It was nearly an impossible task. Forget half a day. Chu Che had said they were departing in 40 minutes. The real problem wasn't the kill points. If it were only a matter of points, Chen Ye could find a way. He could repair it bit by bit, saving up kill points over time. Or he could try borrowing some from the system. But repairs required time. Chen Ye had all but given up on switching vehicles. Was changing cars merely a pipe dream after all? Chen Ye refused to accept it. Returning empty-handed from a treasure trove wasn't his style. His gaze drifted between his tricycle and the surrounding vehicles. An idea began to take shape. Since he couldn't swap vehicles, why not strip parts from these cars to upgrade his tricycle? The tricycle lacked power, its frame was loose and rickety, and its tires were makeshift motorcycle wheels. The Wrangler's all-terrain tires were far superior. Its engine was powerful too, and the rugged, non-load-bearing frame. The more he thought about it, the more tempting it became. Just then a thunderous rumble echoed from nearby. He turned to see Tiesher, the big oaf who had transformed into a 3-meter turtle giant, wrenching a yellow school bus out of the sand with sheer brute force. The surrounding survivors stared in awe. The yellow school bus was far larger than the previous coach, and in every respect it seemed superior. Clearly the big oaf had found a usable vehicle and intended to switch. Old Lee had already begun inspecting the school bus and directing other survivors to load their supplies into it. Chen Ye's eyes brightened. Trading for ties his old coach wouldn't be a bad deal either. Tiesher. Chen Ye hurried over to discuss the matter. He returned shortly, dejected. According to Tiesher, the coach had been involved in a severe accident the night before. They had planned to ask Chen Ye, the mechanic sequence, to repair it this morning. Fortunately, someone on board had mechanical know-how, and they managed to get it running. Barely. Now the coach had completely failed to start. Chen Ye scanned it with his system and confirmed Ties's words. The coach had serious problems. Restoring its mobility would take at least 3 hours. Moreover, the coach's fuel consumption of nearly 30 liters per 100 kilometers made Chen Ye hesitate. There was no choice but to stick with the original plan, strip parts, and modify the tricycle. Just as Chen Ye was about to dismantle the vehicle, a flicker of thought crossed his eyes. Rather than stripping it for parts to upgrade his tricycle, why not use a tow rope to haul that bullhead emblem off-road vehicle along and repair it slowly during the night's rest? This plan seemed far more advantageous than scrapping it to improve his battered three-wheeler. Even if the kill count wasn't sufficient, he could take his time fixing it. The real trouble was extracting that bullhead off-roader. The vehicle was completely dead, requiring sheer manpower to drag it from the sand. Even with his enhanced physique, this feat was beyond him. Unless he were a Titan sequence like Iron Lion. Departure was imminent, and haste was essential. Moreover, the vehicle lay far from the road. For an ordinary person, moving such a massive machine back onto the asphalt without heavy equipment would be nearly impossible. A Titan sequence giant might just manage it. If only he had a watch. That digital one head found in Changsho village still refused to charge. As Chen Ye went to consult the big fellow about retrieving the large vehicle, the sand nearby shifted. A rotting desert lizard raised its head, its green eyes scanning the convoy, as if confirming something. Seemingly receiving a signal, it turned and scurried into the distance with astonishing speed. Such decaying lizards were not alone. Even as Chen Ye and the others disembarked, these rotting reptiles had been watching the survivors with their eerie green gazes. Meanwhile, Captain Chu Chi's expression had soured considerably. The accident seen today was entirely unforeseen. The Pathfinder sequence could sense aberrations, but its perception of vehicles or people was far less distinct. Abandoning the salvage operation was out of the question, not just for Chen Ye and the others, but for Captain Chu himself. This unexpected halt had thrown their travel plan into disarray. Within his senses, the nearest aberration lurked 20 kilometers away, motionless. And then there was that other entity that had been trailing the convoy all along. When the convoy had set out at dawn, they'd shaken that aberration beyond his detection range. But as Captain Chu spotted a rotting lizard scurrying into the distance, his face changed. He focused his senses, tracking the retreating creature. This was aberration aura. Those rotting lizards were aberrations themselves. Their aura was so faint that unless deliberately sensed, their true nature was completely undetectable. Captain Chu's expression shifted as he expanded his sensory range. Moments later, his face drained. The aberration that had been stationary at 20 kilometers was now moving, closing to within 18 kilometers of the convoy. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Dead. All dead. Not a single one escapes. The sudden voice from the eavesdropping radio intensified Captain Chu's anxiety. Whatever it had picked up, its tone now carried a sinister, spicy accent. Ache! Uncle Bao had just loaded a barrel of fuel into the trunk when he noticed Chu Chi's pallor and the eerie sounds from the strange radio. Uncle Bao, alert everyone. We leave now. Immediately. Aren't we supposed to have another half hour? No time. Move out now. The captain's face was grim, tinged with panic. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Uncle Bao dove into the vehicle. Attention! 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 All convoy members, now? Immediately. Depart at once. All convoy members. Move out now. Move out now. The abrupt blare of the horns startled the survivors, who had been gleefully looting, freezing them in place before they looked up. Relax, easy. You helped me in Xinghua Town and Changshu Village. Your business is my business. I've got your back. Just as Iron Lion was thumping his chest in assurance, Uncle Bao's voice crackled over the loudspeaker. Chen Ye's face fell, and Iron Lion's expression darkened as well. Seeing this, the other survivors scrambled in panic toward their own vehicles. Captain Chu Chi's modified off-roader, emblazoned with the word fairness in paint, was already roaring to life. The engine bellowed as it rammed into the cars, still blocking the road, shoving them off the asphalt. The sudden upheaval left Chen Ye grim-faced. He trusted that Chu Che had his reasons, that danger had been detected forcing this hasty departure. Yet having finally found a suitable vehicle, leaving now was a bitter pill to swallow. Was he really going to let this prize slip through his fingers? Unacceptable. Utterly unacceptable. Yeezy, what? What do we do? The newly acquired yellow school bus was already packed. Old Lee was waving frantically at Iron Lion, urging him back to the bus. Chen Ye glanced at Iron Lion, then at the distant bullhead off-roader. Clenching his jaw, he said, Iron Lion, help me out. I won't give up. As the words left his mouth, Iron Lion's gaze slowly hardened with resolve. All right, but easy time is. Chen Ye cast one last longing look at the off-roader, then gritted his teeth. Change of plans. At that moment, Captain Chu's modified vehicle seemed to hit an obstacle. The sheer number of cars on the road created an immense barrier. Suddenly, another modified off-roader shot forward, slamming into the rear of the captain's vehicle. It was long-legged Nana. Together, the two powerful vehicles slowly carved a path through the wreckage. The vehicles behind them stirred to life, following in their wake. Simultaneously, Chen Ye sprang into action. He and Iron Lion dashed toward the Wrangler lying overturned at the roadside. He chose this one because it was closest to the road. Hauling the whole vehicle away was impractical, but stripping some parts was easy. Chen Ye rushed over with his tools, his hands moving in a blur. For wheels complete with hubs were swiftly removed. Next came the engine. Easy, I've got this. Iron Lion had already expanded into a 3-meter turtle giant. He reached and seized the engine block and yanked with brutal force. The engine, like a heart being ripped from a chest, came free in one pull. Chen Ye stared in awe. This big lug. Iron Lion, Chen Ye, move. Captain Chu's voice blared over the speaker, urgent and strained. Chen Ye gritted his teeth. Iron Lion, let's go. Right. Iron Lion rumbled in reply, cradling the Wrangler's heart in one arm, while hurling a wheel toward the road with the other. The 4 wheels whistled through the air, crashing down beside Chen Ye's tricycle, which shuddered violently from the impact. No time to think. Iron Lion sprinted toward the yellow school bus with the engine. Chen Ye swiftly tossed the 4 wheels into the tricycle's cart, causing it to sway precariously. He kicked the engine to life. overloaded. The exhaust belched black smoke before the vehicle lurched forward. Chen Ye exhaled in relief, casting one final reluctant glance at the distant bullhead off-roader before tearing his gaze away. But then his eyes landed on the chopped pepperfish head. The survivors couldn't understand why they had to leave immediately when they were told there were still 40 minutes left. But no one objected to Chu Chi's decision. Even Chen Ye himself had no doubt about it. Plowing through a path across the accident site, the convoy quickly departed from the massive pileup. Many looked back at the receding wreckage with reluctance. Chen Ye wasn't the only one who wanted a vehicle. Other survivors shared the same thought. The scorching sun pushed the perceived temperature past 40 degrees, and the ground was undoubtedly even hotter. When Chen Ye sat down in his vehicle, he realized the soles of his shoes had already melted off. His perfectly good pair of shoes was ruined, and he felt a pang of regret. In this apocalypse, finding another pair of shoes was no easy feat. Even the wind rushing past felt searing hot. Sweat evaporated before it could drip from his chin, leaving only a crust of white salt clinging to his temples. Just from that brief time outside the vehicle, his exposed skin was already red and irritated. The only consolation was that the canopy offered some shade, granting him a moment of respite. The sunglasses head found in that tiny electric car blocked much of the harsh glare. If not for the convoy stretching ever farther ahead, Chen Ye's mood might have been better. Laden with supplies and 4 massive tires, his 3-wheeled vehicle had slowed to a crawl. And trailing behind it was the tiny electric car head towed along. Yes, that very electric car parked by the roadside. Chen Ye simply couldn't bear to leave it, so had lashed it to his vehicle with a rope, intending to take it along. It was the most intact vehicle had seen, and if he could modify it together with his own and add a solar charging panel, maybe he could turn his 3-wheeler into a hybrid system. Then even without gasoline, he wouldn't have to worry about range. Fortunately, the car wasn't too heavy, or no amount of reluctance would have let him drag it. Before, his 3-wheeler was like a small horse pulling a big cart. Now it was a small horse pulling a tank. The throttle was twisted to the max, yet the speed barely matched that of a cyclist. Sis, look at Chen Ye. He's like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. His 3-wheeler is packed full. There's no way it can run fast. He should ditch some stuff. If the anomalies catch up. Zhou Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, seemingly disdainful of Chen Ye's foolishness. Somehow, ever since Changshu village, her perception of him had shifted. After the last incident, Zhou Xiaoxiao had come to understand clearly that ordinary people could barely survive in this apocalypse. They might die on the road tomorrow or starve the day after when supplies ran out. The only reason they'd lived this long wasn't their own strength. It was sheer luck. So Zhou Xiaoxiao wanted to mend her relationship with Chen Ye and seek some protection. But she couldn't bring herself to fawn over anyone. Before the apocalypse, she was the darling of the entertainment industry, poised for stardom with countless admirers. For someone of her former status, changing her mindset was no easy task. Not just months. Some people never managed to adapt in their entire lives. Every time she saw Chen Ye, she couldn't help but pay attention to him. But whenever their eyes met, Zhou Xiaoxiao would quickly look away, her heart racing with unease. She knew all too well that a man like Chen Ye wouldn't hesitate to use her as a shield if danger arose. Like back in Changshu village, she had witnessed with her own eyes how Head used that old woman as a scapegoat without a shred of guilt. As for why she had set her sights on Chen Ye rather than seeking out other sequence transcendence. Compared to the others, Chen Ye was undoubtedly the best choice. Because he was alone. Captain Chu Tiesher or Nana, they all had their own established circles. Fitting in with them would be far more difficult. Xiao, I've noticed you've been paying a lot of attention to Chen Ye lately. You're not. Sis, what are you talking about? I just want to repair our relationship. I'm only trying to use him, that's all. It's not as dirty as you think. You? Use him? Come on, Xiao, be careful you don't get burned. I won't. Sis, how about we give him a ride? His 3-wheeler is struggling and can't keep up. Zhou glanced at the rearview mirror. Chen Ye's vehicle was indeed slowing down, about to be left far behind by the convoy. Yet he didn't seem flustered at all. He even had the nerve to pull out a cigarette. Zhou thought to herself, this man, what can you even say about him? He's still smoking at a time like this. But then the smoke around him began to swell thicker and thicker. Zhou eyes went wide. Beside her, Zhou Xiaoxiao was too stunned to speak. Sis, what is he doing? The smoke churned violently, as if something was about to burst forth from within. This is... A horse formed entirely of smoke burst out, galloping forward. Both sisters' eyes bulged in disbelief. Sis, this is a sequence transcendent. The smoke-borne horse looked somewhat stiff, even a bit distorted in places. Zhou felt this smoke horse was different from the one she had encountered on a film set years ago. Still, she was utterly astounded. Chen Ye, meanwhile, felt quite satisfied. After all, had only ever seen horses on television or at tourist spots. To mimic one to this degree was already remarkable. 2 ropes of smoke extended to the frame of his 3-wheeler and lashed tight. The smoke-formed horse reared its hooves and broke into a frantic gallop. The gap between his vehicle and the convoy visibly shrank. In the off-road vehicle ahead, the long-legged girl Nana witnessed the scene, a glint of amusement in her eyes. Interesting. So the smoke apostle sequence can be used like this. On the yellow school bus, the sluggish giant Taisher also saw it, and rumbled in his deep voice, "Yeezy, amazing." With that, the big oaf slumped over and fell fast asleep. Earlier, Head used his transformation ability to dig the bus out of the sand, and every use of it required sleep to recover. In Chu-Chi's eyes, Chen Ye's actions were nothing short of wasteful. The captain believed that a sequence transcendence abilities were precious and should never be used for anything but combat. Fortunately, Chen Ye only kept up the smoke horse act for about 10 minutes before stopping. The strain was simply too great. Barely 10 minutes in, and Chen Ye already felt dizzy and lightheaded. As the temperature began to drop and the setting sun painted the desert in gold, the convoy finally decided to stop and set up camp. Traveling at night wasn't a good idea. The blood moon would soon hang overhead once more. Chen Ye's three-wheeler finally limped into camp, having used the smoke mimicry ability twice along the way. Even so, had been left far behind by the convoy. Even that old folks' buggy had outpaced him. At least it wasn't hauling a mountain of supplies. Still, when Chen Ye surveyed his haul for the day, a deep sense of satisfaction washed over him. Now he could use his remaining kill points to upgrade his vehicle. Once upgraded, he wouldn't have to worry about transport for a while and could focus on enhancing his own strength or weapons. Even now, Chen Ye couldn't stop thinking about the 500 kill points needed to upgrade his mystical item. By the time Chen Ye reached the camp, he was utterly exhausted, his body on the verge of collapse. The 4 all-terrain tires still mounted on their rims sat in the tricycle's cargo bed, weighing it down until it was slightly deformed. The 2 chopped pepper fish head cars had also bumped into his rear due to inertia when he parked. Many survivors cast envious glances toward Chen Ye. Whispers rippled through the crowd. A woman with a striking figure bit her lower lip, seeming eager to approach him. She had long been known as the social butterfly of the convoy. Though not as beautiful as the Zhou sisters, she still made many men's mouths water. She had previously tried to win over Captain Chu, but failed. Now that Chen Ye seemed to be gaining momentum, her attention shifted to him. She nibbled on her fingernail, her gaze flickering with a dangerous light. This migration had been more grueling than any before. He had used his smoke mirage ability twice just to catch up. After parking his tricycle, Chen Ye's first move was to pull out a cigarette from his pocket, inhale, deeply savoring the rich nicotine to ease his fatigue. As a seasoned smoker, his first instinct when tired wasn't to rest, but to light up. In the past, he might have hesitated, mindful of the health risks. But ever since awakening as a sequence transcendent, the minor side effects of smoking had become utterly negligible to him. This left Chen Ye with no qualms about smoking. He checked his cigarette supply and calculated that at his current rate, he wouldn't have enough to last a month. "Yezi, you're back." As he leaned against the vehicle to rest, the big oaf Taisher came looking for him. Chen Ye offered a cigarette. "Want one?" Taisher waved his hands hastily. "I don't smoke." He then tossed a carton of cigarettes to Chen Ye. Chen Ye looked at the big man, puzzled. Taisher chuckled sheepishly and said, Yezi, if you have some time, could you take a look at my vehicle? Mine seems to have some issues." Chen Ye glanced toward Taisher's tent in the distance, where a few survivors were lying under the vehicle with a flashlight, its beam flickering as they inspected it. "Didn't you just get this one? It's already broken." Taisher's face showed a hint of frustration. "Yeah, the bus we had before was already problematic. We finally found this school bus hoping it'd be better, but it turns out it has problems too. Our own people have been checking for ages and still can't find the issue. That's why I thought of you. You're a mechanic sequence, you'll definitely have a solution." Taisher's team had their own repairmen who could handle minor issues internally. But when they hit a problem even they couldn't solve, that's when they needed Chen Ye's expertise. "Is it serious? It just won't start, and even when it does, it won't move. Anyway, you'll see when you check." Chen Ye thought for a moment, then pointed at his tricycle. "You saw it today. I need to modify this tricycle first. Once that's done, I can help you." Even though Taisher was on good terms with him, Chen Ye wasn't about to set aside his own tasks to help first. If he didn't upgrade the tricycle, tomorrow's migration would be impossible to continue. Taisher nodded. "No problem, take care of your stuff first. I can hold out a bit longer." "All right. Taisher, could you bring me that engine? I might need it." "Sure thing." Taisher left the cigarettes and departed. After regaining some strength, Chen Ye struggled to his feet to prepare a meal. Only with a full stomach would he have the energy to tackle the tricycle's upgrade. Using his superpowers wasn't just a drain on his mental energy, it was a physical ordeal too. While he was eating, Taisher delivered the engine. The massive steel heart made Chen Ye's eyelids twitch. Even with his body enhanced far beyond a normal human's, he couldn't lift such a hunk of iron. But Taisher handled it with apparent ease. After finishing his meal, Chen Ye began the upgrade on his tricycle. From the 7th Asan plus kill points Head had last time, he was down to just over 4,000 after a series of modifications. Staring at the remaining balance, he felt a bit stumped. This amount wouldn't be nearly enough. Still, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Upgrade first and figure out the rest later. The system's upgrade interface soon appeared before him. System, I need to upgrade. Chen Ye planned to incorporate the chopped pepper fish head brought back, along with the 2.0T engine stripped from the wooden man and the 4 all-terrain tires, all to be mounted on the tricycle. The chopped pepper fish head was an electric vehicle. Combined with the 2.0T engine, it could form a hybrid gasoline-electric vehicle. In such apocalyptic times, a hybrid vehicle like this would be an absolute bargain. With abundant sunlight during the day, a single upgraded solar charging panel would guarantee his electricity needs indefinitely. Even if the chopped pepper fish head's power was somewhat lacking, it would still be far superior to his old tricycle. A brand new design blueprint soon materialized before him. Just looking at it made Chen Ye's mouth water. The chopped pepper fish head replaced the front end of the original motorcycle tricycle. The old cargo bed became the cabin seamlessly connected to the fish head. Perhaps to accommodate the 2.0T steel heart within the fish head, its front fascia was stretched, making it look far more imposing. To fit the 4 all-terrain wheels and tires, the fish head's body was also raised significantly. The original 4 small wheels from the fish head were swapped onto the rear cargo bed. The entire vehicle now boasted 8 wheels. Despite this, the system's design ensured the vehicle wasn't ugly at all. In fact, it looked quite formidable, perfectly matching the post-apocalyptic setting. It could even be called a vehicle purpose-built for the end of the world. The chopped pepper fish head had transformed so drastically that it was unrecognizable from its former life as a Mom City commuter. Even the body lines had become more rugged. The tricycle had evolved into an apocalypse pickup truck. Chen Ye was practically drooling. Owning a vehicle like this, forget the internal specs. Just the exterior alone would put Captain Chus and the long-legged girls modified off-roaders to shame 8 streets behind. But when Chen Ye saw the kill points required for the upgrade, his spirits plummeted. Damn, it actually requires over 20,000 kill points. As for what digits followed the 2, Chen Ye didn't bother to look. The cost was simply outrageous. His heart ached like a cat was clawing at it. He didn't have nearly enough kill points. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Chen Ye, and a look of excitement spread across his face. System, how many kill points can I borrow now? He had borrowed 300 before and repaid them promptly when the time came. His credit record was solid. Maybe his limit had increased, allowing him to borrow more now. A small spinning circle appeared on the system interface, seemingly evaluating Chen Ye's creditworthiness. The newly acquired school bus of Iron Lion seemed to have some problems that his incompetent mechanic couldn't fix. Iron Lion sought Chen Ye's help to repair the vehicle, but Chen Ye refused. He prioritized upgrading his own tricycle. What a selfish young man. Inside the tent, those eavesdropping on the radio commented on Chen Ye's earlier refusal to Iron Lion. The entire convoy was under the radio's surveillance, and sometimes it would even voice its own opinions on matters. Often these opinions were quite acerbic. No, I don't see it that way. In the apocalypse, fairness is the most precious thing. Chen Ye prioritizing himself, in my view, is fair. Captain Chu raised a cup of tea, took a gentle sip, and then wore a look of bliss. Now, whenever Captain Chu wanted to enjoy his tea, he no longer did so openly in public. Instead, he would savor it secretly in his own vehicle or alone in his tent during rest. In Captain Chu's view, letting those few people drink his fine tea was like casting pearls before swine. Based on the system's comprehensive evaluation, the host's current kill point credit limit is 10,000 points. 10,000 kill points. Upon receiving this answer, a look of surprise lit up Chen Ye's face. 10,000 kill points could accomplish many great things. Adding the remaining 4,000 from before, he now had a total of 14,000 kill points. While it wasn't enough to transform his tricycle into an apocalypse pickup truck, it was still sufficient for many tasks. For instance, he could finally acquire the mystical items he had been longing for. Even if he reserved 5,000 kill points, he would still have 9,000 left. This was largely thanks to his previous frugality. Whenever he could use manpower, he would never let the system waste a single kill point. Chen Ye once again optimized the system's upgrade plan. Simply put, he was cutting kill points from the system's design proposals. Otherwise, 9,000 kill points would never be enough to upgrade the Apocalypse pickup. The first thing Chen Ye removed was the design of 8 wheels for the Apocalypse pickup. This design looked cool and even had decent practicality, but it consumed far too many kill points. Moreover, fuel consumption would increase significantly. Even in electric drive mode, it probably couldn't handle 8 wheels. Chen Ye optimized the 8-wheel design, reducing it to 4 wheels. He kept the 4 all-terrain tires that had been removed from the Wrangler. These tires were essential. Who knows when they might have to leave the paved roads, and then these tires would prove their worth. The previous over 20,000 kill points suddenly dropped from starting with 2 to starting with 1. This saved a considerable number of kill points. Chen Ye examined the design blueprints again and noticed the suspension modification. According to the system's design, this suspension setup would ensure a good driving experience for the driver on rough terrain, making it quite necessary. Chen Ye hesitated for a moment, but didn't delete the suspension modification. Instead, he replaced it with a cheaper option. Next came the issue of the frame and chassis. Seeing the system's quoted price for these two modifications, Chen Ye felt a pang of pain. Earlier at the scene of the massive car accident, Chen Ye had wanted to salvage a frame and chassis. However, Captain Chu Chi's sudden departure had disrupted that plan. Checking the system's upgrade proposal, these two items would cost several thousand kill points. No matter how much it pained Chen Ye, these two modifications were unavoidable. Previously, it was just a tricycle and could make do, but now it was an apocalypse pickup. It would be unacceptable without these components. Yet there was still a way to squeeze out some kill points. Following the system's suggestions, Chen Ye streamlined the design as much as possible without affecting normal driving. Next was the cargo bed. The previous cargo bed had already been upgraded. This upgrade was to make it even more complete. The entire cargo bed was modified to be made of iron sheets, and even the canopy was changed to iron. Not only was it much sturdier than the previous spliced canopy, but it was also rainproof. Chen Ye unhesitatingly reverted to the previous splicing plan. The current design presented to Chen Ye didn't look ugly either. It could only be said that it suited the name Apocalypse Pickup better. Previously, the Apocalypse Pickup looked like a toy of a Chable's son in the apocalypse. But now, it truly looked like a real apocalypse pickup, a weathered apocalypse pickup. The subsequent design was to save wherever possible. Air conditioning in the cabin. It costs 500 kill points. No, delete it. What about a walkie-talkie? No, delete that too. Radio? Delete it. And the power-adjustable seats? Delete them too. Replace them with manual ones. Even the automatic oil-electric switching system was changed to manual by Chen Ye. This system would automatically switch the vehicle to electric mode when the fuel in the tank ran out. To save kill points, Chen Ye directly changed it to manual operation. From now on, when Chen Ye drove this vehicle, if it ran out of fuel, the vehicle would have to stop, and he would manually switch it to electric mode. As long as it didn't affect survival, even if it only saved 1 kill point, Chen Ye would modify it without hesitation. Even the 4 wheels were removed by Chen Ye to be installed himself. If the system were to install them, it would cost dozens of kill points. Chen Ye preferred to do it himself. Even for the steel hard engine, Chen Ye only kept the pre-installation position, preferring to do the rest of the installation work himself. Under the system's guidance, this apocalypse pickup could guarantee basic driving without any issues. Just don't talk about comfort. All the features that could be saved were saved. Half an hour later, this newly designed apocalypse pickup of Chen Ye's wasn't much better than a tractor. When Chen Ye looked at the system's final budget, it still required 6,000 kill points. Sigh. I can't optimize it any further. You'll just have to go with this. Chen Ye confirmed the upgrade plan on the interface. An hourglass countdown appeared above the tricycle. 095959. 10 hours. That's acceptable. The upgrade would be complete around 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Of the 14,000 kill points, 6,000 were spent, leaving 8,000. Upgrading the mystical item would cost another 5,000. That leaves 3,000. He had 14,000 before, but in the blink of an eye, only 3,000 remained. Chen Ye once again felt anxious about having only 3,000 kill points. Having resolved the tricycle upgrade issue, Chen Ye stood up, patted the sand off his pants, and walked towards Iron Line's yellow school bus. Judging by the constantly flickering flashlight beam, it was clear they hadn't given up yet. Having taken something from Tiesher, it was only natural that Chen Ye help him fix the vehicle. As Chen Ye arrived, many set down their work, gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Yezi, you're here. Ye came to take a look. Still not fixed. No, and I don't know why. Shouldn't have switched to this one. A hint of chagrin crossed Tai's honest face. This school bus was undoubtedly far superior to the old coach. Just the space alone was about 30% larger. Moreover, the interior height was significantly greater, and the cabin was much more spacious. A big man like Taisher certainly needed a larger vehicle. No worries, let me take a look. Chen Ye walked over, and the survivors working on the bus quickly made way for him. The engine bay had already been stripped down considerably. The exposed steel heart and greasy oil were visible at a glance. Taisher was undoubtedly lucky to have found a functioning school bus in such an environment. Chen Ye placed his hand on the bus wall, and a system dialog appeared before him. System, inspect this vehicle's condition. Inspection complete. Vehicle integrity 87. Seeing this number, Chen Ye roughly understood that the bus was likely in good shape. The issues Taisher had mentioned were probably just worries that prompted him to ask. In this apocalypse, the importance of a vehicle was self-evident. System, provide a list of vehicle problems. A table quickly materialized before him. The table listed 7 or 8 problems, half of which were cosmetic, like peeling paint or body deformation. Chen Ye quickly located the issues Taisher had described: the abnormal noise and the sluggish throttle response. These problems wouldn't significantly affect the vehicle's performance in the short term, but if left unresolved, minor issues could escalate into major ones. Taisher had just acquired the bus, so his concern was understandable. Chen Ye's activities with Taisher soon drew the attention of other survivors. With only about 40 people in the convoy, news spread quickly. Rumors circulated about Chen Ye's past as a mechanic and his awakened superpower sequence. It was now evident that Chen Ye was going to help Taisher repair the vehicle. Everyone was curious to see how he'd do it. Seeing him stand motionless with his hand on the yellow bus, whispers began to stir around him. Sis, what is Chen Ye doing? Why isn't he moving? Not sure, maybe he's activating his superpower. The Zhou sisters were also in the crowd. Zhou Xiaoxiao in particular had an unparalleled desire for the sequence. She dreamed of awakening one and becoming a superhuman, so she wouldn't miss this chance to observe a sequence user up close. Many others shared her sentiment. As Chen Ye remained motionless, a buzz of speculation filled the air. Even the long-legged girl Nana had come. She had never seen Chen Ye use his mechanic abilities in person. By now Chen Ye had identified the key issues from the system's list. System, how many kill points to fix this main problem? This will cost 150 kill points. 150 points. Chen Ye felt a pang of reluctance. This system is really bleeding me dry. But having already accepted a pack of cigarettes from Tiesher Chen, Ye absolutely wouldn't go back and say he couldn't fix it. Even the frugal Chen Ye balked at spending 150 points. System, can you provide repair guidance? Does that cost anything? Repair guidance costs only 10 kill points. Hearing it was just 10 points, Chen Ye was instantly tempted. He immediately exchanged the points. The repair guidance appeared before his eyes. With a poker face, he habitually lit a cigarette, took a tool from a nearby survivor, and began his work. The onlookers craned their necks to get a better view. Chen Ye disassembled parts of the engine bay with incredible familiarity. It felt like watching a master mechanic with decades of experience. A few minutes later, Chen Ye had completely fixed Tai's bus. The bespectacled man loudly got in for a test drive. The start was smooth, and the throttle response was sharp. Taisher was overjoyed, clapping Chen Ye on the shoulder with a wide, honest grin. The surrounding survivors, however, were disappointed. That's it. Thought we'd see some superpower, but it's already over. This mechanic sequence is probably fake. If it were me, I could do that too. You could what? Think you could do it? Nana took a swig from her beer and strode away on her long legs. The Zhou sisters exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in the other's eyes. In the crowd, a woman with a round face and pointed chin stood with disheveled hair. Had anyone noticed her, they might have seen a strange light in her eyes. This woman was Su Jiaojiao, the former boxer. After Captain Chu's subtle schemes, she had lost all favor in the convoy, with some even harboring deep disgust for her. Since then, she had kept a low profile. She hadn't gone to Changshu village last time out of fear. Now she survived by helping others in the convoy. Unfortunately, with an average figure and plain looks, her only standout trait was an overinflated confidence, as she had no real skills. Thus life was hard for her. She was like a rat in the gutter. But she wasn't one to back down easily. Lately, she had been trying to rally other survivors, aiming to overthrow the rule of the sequence superhumans. But her efforts had been futile. Now, hearing these whispers, Su Jiaojiao's eyes gleamed brighter, and her gaze at Chen Ye held a hint of intrigue. The recent peace had also stirred a restless ambition within her. Chen Ye clapped his hands together and stood up, ready to leave. The survivors who had struggled with the repair for so long now looked at him with admiration. Only they truly understood how skilled he was. It was now past 11 p.m. The desert temperature plummeted. Survivors huddled in their clothes. Those with vehicles had retreated inside. Those without had crawled into their tents. Chen Ye felt the chill too, but this wasn't the time to rest. There was one thing Chen Ye had wanted to do, but hadn't, asking Captain Chu to trade for the solar charging panel. He had coveted it for a long time. With it, not only could the digital watch from Changshu village be used again, but his apocalypse pickup truck could also finally run on electricity. Chu Che naturally knew that Chen Ye had gone to repair the school bus for Taisher. As the captain who possessed a radio that could eavesdrop, nothing in the convoy escaped his ears. For instance, that restless woman, Su Jiaojiao. However, Captain Chu didn't take Su Jiaojiao to heart. To strike at this woman without reason would violate the principle of fairness within the convoy. As the captain, he would not easily break the rules he himself had set. Moreover, this woman actually believed Chen Ye was the weakest member of the entire convoy. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Hiss. Captain Chu took a light sip of the pure tea in his cup, feeling an indescribable comfort. He truly missed the days when he could enjoy tea freely. Back home, he had a dedicated tea room. The apocalypse was fine in many ways, but the tea leaves were dwindling with each use, and gathering more was no easy task. Recalling the scene when Nana had wasted his tea like a bull chewing peonies, Captain Chu felt a pang of heartache. As the captain, Chu Che had no interest in beautiful women, nor did he spare a second glance at the few decent-looking women in the convoy. Even beauties like the Zhou sisters Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao held no appeal for Captain Chu. The only thing he loved was this cup of tea. It was simply a worldly pleasure. Hiss. He took another sip. Captain Chu felt his soul ascend, and the fatigue of the day was wiped away completely. Captain Chu. A familiar voice suddenly sounded outside the tent. Captain Chu's heart skipped a beat. He hastily prepared to stash the tea set into the nearby box. Just as he lifted the teapot to hide it, the tent flap was pulled open from outside. A handsome, slightly stubbled face appeared at the entrance. It was Chen Ye. Chen Ye hadn't expected to see this scene when he lifted the tent flap. Captain Chu was sneaking something into the box beside him. Chen Ye's gaze shifted to what Captain Chu was trying to hide, and his eyes lit up. Captain, that's not fair. Drinking tea alone without calling me. Hiss. It's been days since I last had tea. Chen Ye rubbed his hands together like a fly as he entered the tent. He had originally come to exchange for a solar charging panel, but had stumbled upon Captain Chu enjoying tea. One must remember this was the desert. Water resources in the desert were extremely precious. Even Chen Ye had to ration his daily water intake. And tea, even more so. To conserve water, Chen Ye hadn't brushed his teeth in months. The last time he had bathed was during the rainy night after leaving the longevity village. Thinking back to that night's rain, he still felt a pang of regret. If only he had collected some in bottles. Captain, you're so stingy. Chen Ye chuckled to himself and pulled up a moon chair sitting directly across from Captain Chu. Chu Chi's mouth twitched uncontrollably. You? Fine. Seeing that he had been caught red-handed, Captain Chu had no choice but to share the pot of pure with Chen Ye. He added hot water to the teapot, then poured the tea into a fairness cup. The amber liquid exuded an intoxicating fragrance. Chen Ye also took in Captain Chu's tent. He had to admit that Captain Chu knew how to enjoy life. Inside the tent was a single-person cot and a camping lantern. The solar charging panel Chen Ye wanted was simply tossed on the ground. Compared to Chen Ye's conditions, this was far superior. So how's it going? Did you fix Taishi's car? Fixed it, no major issues. As expected of a mechanic class, but you're too ruthless, earning a pack of cigarettes from Taishi in just a few minutes. No choice, Taishi and I are close. Just a pack of cigarettes. I'd have helped him even without it. This was true. Earlier when Chen Ye had asked Taishi to help pull his car out of the desert, Taishi had agreed without hesitation. As long as it didn't affect his own interests, Chen Ye was willing to lend Taishi a hand. But if Taishi offered cigarettes, Chen Ye wouldn't refuse. The mechanic class is impressive, but support classes are easily underestimated. You're too low-key. Captain Chu looked at Chen Ye with a smile, his words seemingly carrying a deeper meaning. Chen Ye raised his cup, downed the tea in one gulp, savoring the lingering fragrance. Chen Ye, you never visit without a reason. Coming to see me late at night. What's the deal? Out with it. Chen Ye pointed at the solar charging panel behind Captain Chu. I want this. How would you like to trade? Captain Chu glanced at the panel. He had long guessed Chen Ye would come for it, just not that it would take this long. You want this? It's not impossible, but it's not cheap. Name your price. A 10-kilogram bag of flour plus a 10-kilogram bag of rice. You're crazy. Chen Ye hadn't expected Captain Chu to be so black-hearted, even more ruthless than himself. Chu Che took a slow sip of tea before replying, expensive. You can go to old Zhang, he has plenty of solar panels. But he's even more ruthless than me. If you want to trade with him, the price will at least double. Chen Ye gritted his teeth. He believed Captain Chu's words. That old coot, who drove a rusty old vehicle, only gave a small piece of bread each time he finished a transaction with that plump woman. One whole night, and only a tiny bread. With that level of stinginess, getting a solar panel from him would indeed cost a fortune. Moreover, Chen Ye wasn't very keen on dealing with that old man. For some reason, Chen Ye felt there might be something off about him. Until he figured out the old man's background, Chen Ye thought it best to keep his distance. Sometimes learning from Han Laoma meant living longer. Captain, that's too expensive. Not at all, Chen Ye. You have plenty of supplies all for yourself, while I have to feed so many. My supplies are even tighter than yours. Why not trade with me? Oh, and you still owe me a 15-liter can of gasoline. When do you plan to pay it back? Chen Ye currently had only 60 liters of gasoline left. If he returned it to Chu Che, he would be down to 45. Ahem. Captain, you don't lack gasoline, so let's talk about that later. First, let's discuss the solar panel. 10 kilograms of rice, 10 kilograms of flour. No bargaining. You Blackheart Galang Tai. Say what you will. Captain Chu was quite pleased with Chen Ye's frustration, sipping his tea with satisfaction. But if you really think it's too expensive, I have another solar panel. It's broken, but for you it shouldn't be a problem. If you want it, I can give you a discount. Half the price of the previous one. Alright, Captain, please show me. Hearing that he could get it for only half the supplies, Chen Ye's heart grew eager. Wait a moment, let me find it. With that, Chu Che stood up and walked over to a large travel suitcase nearby, at least 30 inches in size. He had acquired this suitcase during his earlier supply runs and found it convenient for storing goods. Chen Ye's eyes followed the suitcase. Whatever Captain Chu kept in that suitcase must be of some use. Suddenly Chen Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. A red piece of hide was pulled out by Chu Che and set aside. Chen Ye had seen this hide during the convoy's trading event before. At the time he had thought the hide was peculiar. Now it seemed quite likely to be some kind of mystical material. Chen Ye's eyes narrowed again. System, what is this hide? Do you wish to spend 100 kill points to identify it? What the hell? It actually requires kill points to identify. This had never happened before. Could it be some extraordinary mystical material? The desert's temperature plummeted at night. During the day one wished to shed every piece of clothing, but at night the desperate need was to don every layer available. The recently repaired school bus had all its windows sealed shut, even stuffed with clothes and quilts. By the dead of night, temperatures dropping dozens of degrees below zero were enough to freeze a person to death. Su Lina couldn't fathom why Su Jiaojiao had called her out of the bus at this hour. But considering they shared the same surname, Su Lina wrapped her coat tightly and stepped down from the bus. Even bundled in thick clothing, Su Lina's graceful figure couldn't be completely hidden. Several male survivors watched her retreating form with lingering gazes. Within Captain Chu's convoy there was only one ironclad rule: fairness. Unless Su Lina was willing, no one could force her to do anything she didn't want to. Old Zhang, who drove the mobility scooter, had even offered a large bag of food to curry favor with her, but she had politely declined. And that was food after all. A whole large bag. Any other survivor would do almost anything for that. In the apocalypse, no resource was more precious than food. This enigmatic woman held even more allure for the men than the Zhou sisters. Every gesture she made was filled with a natural allure. Some called it femininity, some women were simply born with it, while others could only make a poor imitation if they tried to learn it. Some had been curious about what Su Lina did before the apocalypse. Even the Zhou sisters were curious about the convoy's sweetheart. But no one managed to glean any information. She was a mysterious woman maintaining neutral relations within the convoy, always smiling when talking to anyone, never offending, yet never getting too close. Thus Su Lina didn't live an easier life in the convoy because of her looks, as she still did her fair share of the daily chores. She tightened her coat, her breath forming white puffs in the cold air, and stomped her feet as she walked over to a nearby spot. Jiao Jiao, why did you call me out in the middle of the night? Su Jiaojiao was bundled up like a ball, and her unwashed hair gave off a sour stench. But she didn't seem to mind, as most people in the convoy were in the same state. Even the Su Lina in front of her wasn't much better off. Sister Lina, I need to talk to you about something. Su Jiaojiao looked around cautiously. Jiaojiao, stop beating around the bush. It's freezing out here, just say it. All right, Sister Lina. Don't you think things are unfair in this convoy? Su Lina's gaze turned wary. What do you mean? Sister Lina, there are 43 of us here. There are 4 sequence transcendents, 3 men, and only 1 woman. Don't you think that's unfair? Su Lina remained silent, subtly stepping back to put a little more distance between them. Su Jiaojiao seemed to be getting more agitated. Sister Lina, we clean the bus every day, cook for the men, and even let them defile us. Sister Lina, don't you think this is unfair? Why do the men get to eat well without lifting a finger while we slave away cleaning and cooking just to get a barely filling meal? Why? It's not fair. Su Jiaojiao spoke through gritted teeth, her voice filled with indignation. Su Lina's expression remained unchanged, her gaze clear and composed. In fact, she was beginning to regret stepping off the bus. This woman was insane. What do you plan to do? Su Lina asked, more out of curiosity. Sister Lina, I want to make this convoy fairer. I want everyone to have food, to be fed and clothed, and to have a voice. Sister Lina, I've done my research. Being a sequence transcendent isn't such a big deal. You saw Chen Ye today. He's a sequence transcendent, but when he was fixing the bus, he was no different from us ordinary folks. Sister Lina, have you ever considered that maybe the whole sequence transcendent thing is a joke? Sister Lina, I've got a plan. Chen Ye is the weakest of the transcendents, so we'll target him first. Isn't he a mechanic sequence? If we can get control of Chen Ye, we can change the convoy. Then you'll be the deputy leader, and he'll be the leader. We can build a new apocalyptic utopia. Stop. Su Lina raised her hand to cut Su Jiaojiao off. Su Jiaojiao stared in shock at Su Lina's eyes, which were 1,000 times more beautiful than her own. Jiaojiao, if you think it's unfair, you can go out and scavenge for supplies yourself next time. The Zhou sisters do it on their own, and they're doing just fine, aren't they? Su Jiaojiao's face stiffened. She wouldn't dare face those aberrations alone to scavenge for supplies. Don't talk, let me speak. The bus isn't that big, and cleaning isn't that much work. If you don't want to do it, you'll do your share from now on. And you say some people are degrading themselves. That's their business, not mine. I don't want to interfere in other people's choices. One last thing, you say Chen Ye is the weakest. Humph. I don't agree with you bad-mouthing the man I've set my sights on. Slap. Su Lina delivered a vicious slap across Su Jiaojiao's face, stunning her. A red handprint quickly appeared on her plump cheek. Before Su Jiaojiao could react, Su Lina turned and walked briskly away. Before the apocalypse, Su Lina was a golden phoenix born from the deep mountains of Chuanyu. Only she knew how much effort it took to escape those mountains. That summer she had cried all afternoon clutching her university acceptance letter. In university, her outstanding qualities earned her the title of campus goddess, making her the dream girl of countless male students. Even after she graduated, her legend lived on. After graduation, a chance encounter brought her into the orbit of an influential figure. At some point, Su Lina became that man's kept woman. In return, she gained a standard of living and resources far beyond her peers. At the same time, leveraging this connection, she slowly built her own small ventures, planning to start a new life once she was on solid ground. Then the apocalypse began. After the initial panic subsided, Su Lina surprisingly found her current life to be not so bad. Her daily work was simple: cleaning the bus, helping with meals, or assisting with other tasks. She traded this work for the daily necessities she needed. In this convoy, everything was about fairness. To get something, you had to give something. Fortunately, as long as she was unwilling, no one could force her to do anything. Su Lina knew how rare this kind of environment was in the apocalypse, so she was content. The only thing that bothered her was that she could never get enough to eat. As time went on, she also wanted to climb higher, otherwise she wouldn't have become a kept woman in the first place. At first, Su Lina had set her sights on Captain Chu Che. During a few brief proper interactions, she noticed something strange about his gaze. When he looked at a beautiful girl like her, there was no change in his eyes at all. She hadn't seen a look like that since she was a child. Su Lina came to a sad realization: Captain Chu seemed to be, well, not quite capable. Perhaps. As for the big guy Tai, sure. Better forget it. And old Zhang, who was always fawning over her. Well, she wasn't that desperate yet. It wasn't until Chen Ye appeared that Su Lina's attention shifted to this young man. Young, handsome, a sequence transcendent, and now even a dual sequence one. Su Lina set her sights on this man. She had even shamelessly declared to Su Jiaojiao that Chen Ye was the man she had chosen, and even slapped her for it. Su Lina secretly hoped that what happened and what she said today would reach Chen Ye's ears. Should Chen Ye take the initiative to approach her, Su Lina would act as if nothing had ever happened. That was the way of the former kept woman. By the way, Su Jiaojiao is planning to go after Chen Ye. He probably doesn't know yet. Should I tell him? This could be my chance to get close to him. But he hasn't come back yet. He'll wait a bit longer. What tone should I use when I talk to him? As she pondered, Su Lina began to tidy her messy hair. She even pulled a precious wet wipe from an inner pocket, tore it open, and carefully cleaned her face, which hadn't been washed in days, not forgetting her neck. Confirmed appraisal. As the thought solidified in Chen Ye's mind, the system promptly returned its verdict. 100 kill points deducted. Appraising. Appraisal complete. Item name: Skinflayer's Scalp. Type: curio. Material: usable in crafting curios with effects beyond ordinary imagination. Origin: this item was flayed from a skinflayer by a Buddha Sequence 3 law keeper who fell in battle. It was recovered by a survivor and eventually fell into the hands of Fairness Convoy Captain Chu Che. Note: this is a rare curio material. Crafted curios might rank within the top 2,000, but there is a chance of side effects. Within the top 2,000, Captain Chu's eavesdropping radio was number 1257. Though it might not match Captain Chu's radio, Chen Ye was more than satisfied. This was a curio after all. According to Captain Chu, curios were extremely rare. Even he had only acquired his eavesdropping radio through a stroke of luck. Nana was said to possess a curio as well, though its rank was beyond 3,000, its nature unknown. Chen Ye speculated it was her sword. Ever since Head met her, she never seemed to part with it. As for Iron Lion, there was no word of him owning one. This underscored just how precious curios were. You want this? Though phrased as a question, Captain Chu's expression seemed to say, I knew this day would come. Looking at that self-satisfied face, Chen Ye felt an urge to spit on it. But he held back for the sake of negotiation. Suppressing his greed, Chen Ye knew he couldn't show his eagerness. What's the price? Chu Che didn't answer. Instead, he picked up a pair of plastic gloves, put them on, and only then picked up the red skin. Damn it. You tossed it aside carelessly a moment ago, and now you're putting on gloves because I want it. You're a sly one, Captain. Seeing the red skin up close this time, Chen Ye's impression was completely different. The skin's blood-red hue was utterly baffling, as if it had been steeped in a pool of blood for eons, its redness deeply unsettling. For some reason, Chen Ye was instantly certain it was human skin. Its texture was identical to his own. Since you've noticed, I won't hide it. To be honest, I don't know its origin either. Chen Ye. But I know it's no ordinary thing. We lost a survivor over this skin. Chu Che began recounting what he knew. It was before Chen Ye joined the convoy. A survivor had brought it back while scavenging supplies. One morning, that survivor was found dead in their tent. Their skin had been completely flayed off. The skin then came into Chu Che's possession. Had initially planned to discard it, but hesitated, thinking it might prove useful later. So he kept it. I can't figure out what it is, but I know it's not simple. I was saving it to trade for something good with other convoys. Since you want it, I'll trade it to you. After that rambling, Chen Ye knew the price would be steep. So, what do you want for it? Chu Che pondered, then said, I want your chopped pepper fish head. Chen Ye stood up and turned to leave. Wait. Don't be hasty. Let's talk. Young people so impatient. In the end, Chen Ye paid 2 bags of rice 10 kilograms, each 20 total 10 kilograms of flour, a box of instant noodles, a case of bottled water, 2 jars of lao gan, ma chili sauce, 10 sausages, 10 packs of braised eggs, and 5 jin of cured meat. Only then did he obtain the red skin along with the broken solar charging panel. The panel had become a mere throw-in. Chen Ye had bled dry. Easy, don't blame me for being ruthless. I've got a whole convoy to feed. This is barely enough. You feed a whole convoy. While the survivors who escaped from Deer City had indeed been given 2 days of free food by Captain Shu, Chen Ye couldn't be bothered to retort and strode out of the tent. With the item in hand, he no longer hid his excitement. As he stepped out, he ran into Uncle Bao strolling with 2 big black dogs. These dogs were acquired by Chu Che after Chen Ye mentioned that black dog blood could fend off the eerie. Their original owner had died in Longevity Village. Now the dogs were skin and bones, clearly in poor spirits, likely drained of blood by the unscrupulous Chu Che. A few steps later, he saw the leggy girl staggering back, a can of beer in one hand and her sword hilt in the other. Seeing Chen Ye, she raised her beer in greeting. Yeezy, want a drink? No, you enjoy it. Somehow, everyone had started calling him Yeezy. When Chen Ye returned to his tricycle, the countdown showed just over 9 hours remaining. As he was about to rest in the canopy, he spotted a shivering figure by the tricycle. Who? Startled, his hand went to the machete at his waist. It's me. The figure turned, revealing a face pale from the cold under the blood moon. Despite the eerie light, Chen Ye recognized her. The convoy wasn't that big. The girl was well known in the convoy for her alluring figure and unique charm. Unless Chen Ye was as oblivious as Captain Chu, it was impossible not to notice her. It's you. Sulina tilted her face up, letting him see her features clearly. Then in a stammering voice, she said, I am Sulina. She seemed unaware of her own fame, acting like an unknown nobody. This pretense stirred a protective instinct in men. A hunter disguised as prey is the deadliest kind. I came here to warn you. Someone is plotting against you. Be careful. She stomped her feet, her breath visible in the cold air, her face flushed red. She looked so pitiful that it tugged at the heartstrings. You came all this way just to tell me that? Chen Ye scrutinized her. He had to admit, even freezing like a drowned rat, she was still stunningly beautiful. She was a match for the Zhou sisters, perhaps even more alluring with her delicate femininity that invited teasing. You're a good person. I don't want to see good people get hurt. Her words implied I'd do this for anyone. I'm just that kind-hearted. Who's targeting me? I can't say. If I do, they'll come after me. And if you know, you'll definitely retaliate. I don't want to see anyone get hurt. The world is already like this. Such a thick green tea fragrance. Chen Ye scoffed inwardly. Seeing him staring blankly, Sulina thought, this bastard. I've come all this way, and you can't even spare some food for thanks. Just as she was about to turn away in embarrassment, Chen Ye finally pulled a Snickers bar from his pocket and offered it. Sulina swallowed hard at the sight. Before the apocalypse, she had never touched such high-calorie food to maintain her figure and allure. But now, this was the end of the world. Her mouth watered uncontrollably, yet she forced herself to look away. I told you this because I don't want good people to get hurt, not to get something from you. That's all. Get some rest. Good night. With that, she turned and ran, swaying her hips. She feared that if she lingered, she'd lose her composure in front of him. Watching her retreating figure, a smirk played on Chen Ye's lips. That woman's got game. I wonder what she did before all this. But Chen Ye quickly refocused and climbed into the tricycle's cargo bed. Fumbling in the dark, he found the willow branch. It had occurred to him earlier, if the system could appraise the skinflayer's scalp, could it appraise this branch too? What exactly was that great willow tree in Longevity Village? What was the purpose of this branch? If he combined it with the skinflayer's scalp, could he craft a curio with an even better rank? Sulina stomped her feet as she returned to the vehicle. Her hands and feet were numb with cold, and her face was flushed bright red. Even the crimson glow of the blood moon couldn't conceal the redness on the woman's face. She had waited for nearly half an hour just to catch a glimpse of Chen Ye. But in such freezing temperatures, even 10 minutes was a struggle for an ordinary person, let alone half an hour. Yet she had persisted. It spoke volumes about her tenacity. As soon as she got on the vehicle, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Sulina's lips, but she quickly hid it. The reason was simple: the way the people in the vehicle looked at her had completely changed. Previously, the men would gaze at her as if they wanted to devour her whole. But now their looks were far more complex, some filled with wariness, others with contempt, and still others with resentment. The women's glances were a mix of envy and disdain. However, none of that could dampen Su Lina's good mood. From this angle in the shuttle, she had a clear view of Chen Ye's three-wheeled cart. The scene of her conversation with Chen Ye moments ago was perfectly visible to anyone who cared to look. This was Su Lina's deliberate design. Although she knew full well that nothing had happened between her and Chen Ye, that they shared no real connection, in the eyes of others she appeared inextricably entangled with him. As a result, anyone who had previously harbored designs on her would now have to consider Chen Ye's stance. The wrath of a sequence transcendent was not something ordinary people could withstand. No man believed that Chen Ye could resist Su Lina's allure. When Su Jiaojiao saw Su Lina, the slap mark on her face seemed to throb with renewed pain. At the sight of her nemesis, her eyes blazed with fury, and she sprang to her feet, charging at Su Lina. That slap was a debt she had to repay, or she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. After boarding, Su Lina appeared not to notice Su Jiaojiao, yet her peripheral vision was fixed on the woman. When she saw Su Jiaojiao rise and rush toward her, Su Lina took a step back into a defensive stance, watching as Su Jiaojiao's round face came straight at her. Then Su Lina did something no one anticipated. She reached out and delivered a resounding slap. Smack! Another slap, and the entire carriage was stunned into silence. It wasn't just Su Jiaojiao who hadn't expected Su Lina to strike her. Even the other survivors around them were caught off guard. Su Lina'll tear you apart. Rage flooded Su Jiaojiao's eyes, and she looked ready to rip Su Lina to shreds. Jiaojiao, calm down. We're all in the same convoy, don't be impulsive. A man rushed forward and hastily blocked Su Jiaojiao. It was the college student Xiao Fu. This justice-driven young man had become quite renowned in Iron Lion's team, highly regarded by Old Li and Iron Lion. Aside from the sequence transcendence, Xiao Fu's supplies were among the most plentiful of all the survivors. But this fellow's sense of justice overflowed. Within a single day of returning to camp, he had practically given away all his supplies. Whenever someone asked, he'd see their pitiful state and hand things over. His reputation for kindness spread through the entire convoy within 2 days, and there were few who didn't know him something. Old Zhang, who drove the senior's mobility scooter, always demanded something in return when people wanted to borrow supplies. But not Xiao Fu. As long as your acting was convincing enough, you could get a substantial amount of supplies from him. This was one of the reasons Xiao Fu had joined Iron Lion's team the very next day after his return. Xiao Fu, get out of my way. I'm going to rip that vixen apart. Su Jiaojiao leaped and clawed at Su Lina. Su Lina's face showed a hint of perfectly timed panic, which stirred a pang of sympathy in the male survivors watching. Jiaojiao, don't get so worked up. Let's talk this out. We're all on the same vehicle. That's right. Jiaojiao, could there be some misunderstanding? Lina, don't be scared. As long as we're here, Su Jiaojiao wouldn't dare touch you. The men around chimed in one after another, and to Su Jiaojiao's ears, it was absolutely infuriating. I'm the one who got slapped without saying a word, and you idiots didn't see that. Why are you all telling me to calm down? You bunch of idiots. You're just fooled by Su Lina's charm. She's already got a man now. You'd better keep your dirty little desires in check. Everyone knows what you're really after. Humph. Better not let her man find out, or you might lose your lives. Su Jiaojiao wasn't stupid. She didn't bother arguing about her conflict with Su Lina, instead directly exposing the men's sordid intentions. The men's faces darkened. Their gazes flickered between Su Jiaojiao and Su Lina. A hint of shame and indignation appeared on Su Lina's face, and a sheen of moisture instantly welled up in her eyes, making her look even more pitiable. She resembled a wronged young bride. Even though she had been the one to strike first, she somehow seemed to be the one who had suffered. What an act! If she hadn't become some big shots kept woman back in the day, she could have at least taken home a golden statuette in the entertainment industry. Jiaojiao, how dare you speak about everyone like that and think of me that way? Do you really not know why I slapped you? Su Lina refused to take the bait. She didn't explain her relationship with Chen Ye at all, instead turning the blame back on the other woman. This demeanor of "I hit you for your own good" was several notches above Su Jiaojiao's shrewish ranting. Su Jiaojiao gritted her teeth and glared venomously at Su Lina. You hit me, and you're saying it's for my own good. Ha ha. Su Lina, do you think I'm as stupid as those idiots? Su Lina paid no heed to Su Jiaojiao's venom. In fact, she inwardly sneered at Su Jiaojiao's foolishness. This one's fighting prowess was far too weak. Once I get serious, she's utterly pathetic. Perhaps only a man like Chen Ye could spark even a hint of my fighting spirit. Still, with my abilities capturing Chen, you should take no more than 3 days. If it takes longer, I'd consider it a loss. Reining in her thoughts, Su Lina focused her attention on the woman before her. Su Jiaojiao kept hurling insults like stupid men and idiots, which made the surrounding men frown deeper and deeper, their gazes toward her growing increasingly hostile. Even Xiao Fu, the college student holding her back, felt awkward. Jiaojiao, I know you've always been dissatisfied with the convoy, unhappy that some people get more while others barely have enough to eat. You want to rebel, you want to win me over. You want to do something big to become the captain and have me as your deputy. Zhao Zhao, that's not right. They went out to gather supplies themselves. So many companions didn't make it back. It's only fair they get more. They risked their lives for it. We get food without doing anything, and am already grateful. I'm truly thankful. The reason I slapped you is to wake you up. This is the apocalypse now. If you want a better life, fine. You have to earn it through your own labor. If you want it, fine. You can learn from the Zhou sisters. They went out to gather supplies themselves. If they can do it, why can't you? The convoy doesn't have many people left. Stop causing trouble. Su Lina unhesitatingly exposed all of Su Jiaojiao's plans in front of everyone. She also dragged the Zhou sisters into the mess. Su Jiaojiao's face slowly turned pale, and her body swayed. When the others heard Su Lina's words, and then looked at Su Jiaojiao's expression, their gazes all shifted. Everyone received the same message. Su Jiaojiao was planning to stage a coup. This time both the male and female survivors looked at Su Jiaojiao with changed eyes, wariness, disgust, even hatred. Even the women who had previously sympathized with Su Jiaojiao changed their stance after Su Lina brought up the Zhou sisters abandoning any sympathy for her. Only Su Lina returned lightly to her seat, as if nothing had happened. Ha ha ha. Interesting, very interesting. I never thought the convoy would have such an intriguing woman. Ha ha ha. I wonder what sparks will fly when this Su Lina meets Chen Ye. Captain Chu took a satisfying sip of his bright tea, his palate pleased, and his psyche equally gratified. Everything that had happened in the shuttle had been heard from start to finish through the stolen radio, greatly satisfying Captain Chu's eavesdropping desires. On the three-wheeled cart, not far away, Chen Ye glanced at the shuttle with slight surprise. He could only hear the sound of an argument, but not the specifics. He focused his attention on the willow branch before him. System appraised this willow branch. Let's see what it really is. The appraisal of that red hide earlier had cost him 100 kill points. Chen Ye had already steeled himself, mentally prepared to spend another 100 kill points on the willow branch. Though his heart bled at the expense, he resolved to proceed with the appraisal. However, when the system displayed a cost of merely 10 kill points, he felt a pang of disappointment, yet also a flicker of relief. The disappointment stemmed from the notion that something appraised for a mere 10 kill points could hardly be of any great value. The relief came from the fact that it had only cost 10 kill points. The system soon provided its answer. Item name: branch of the resentment-bound willow. Type: curio, material usable for crafting curios. Origin: this object is a branch severed from the resentment-bound willow by a nameless individual. The willow possesses many such branches. Commentary: this item is a rare curio material, yet still an ordinary one. So the great willow in Longevity Village was called the resentment-bound willow. The name was quite fitting indeed. The corpse puppets lying beneath that great willow were nothing less than resentful spirits. Wait, what does it mean by a nameless individual? Is this system capable of mockery? Previously, when appraising the skin of the flaying ghost, the system had provided a rating stating it could be used to craft curios numbered within the first 2,000. Yet this time the system gave no such indication. It seemed this branch of the resentment-bound willow was far inferior to the flaying ghost's hide. Nevertheless, Chen Ye carefully gathered the willow branch in the darkness and stored it away. The system still had an upgrade quest pending. Only upon its completion could he proceed to the next mission. The system could only handle one upgrade quest at a time. Two could not run concurrently. Conversely, tasks like this appraisal or simple QA missions that received immediate answers did not occupy the system's upgrade slot. To upgrade the curio, he would have to wait until 7 o'clock the next morning. He lit a cigarette, its faint glow illuminating a small patch of darkness within the shed, while the white pupil of his mutated left eye glimmered faintly in the night. Chen Ye's thoughts began to race. One moment his mind drifted to the time before the apocalypse. Back then Chen Ye was just an ordinary man. He went to work, returned home, and idly scrolled through short videos. The next moment his thoughts shifted to the present, to the convoy he was with now. Captain Chu of this convoy was a young man with a distinguished air, but inwardly he was petty, secretly hoarding his tea and unwilling to share. He was even a pervert who used a stolen radio to eavesdrop on others' private conversations, occasionally being exposed and humiliated by it. Then there was that alcoholic high school girl with pink hair and long legs. He hadn't realized she was such a heavy drinker before, but now that she had gotten her hands on some liquor, she was drunk all day long. And then there was Tai Shur with his split personality. Usually a simple, honest fellow, but in battle, he became fiercely manic, like a completely different person. And the scheming Su Lina, a woman oozing femininity, who surely had her own hidden motives for getting close to him. There was also Xiao Fu, the overly righteous college student, who seemed destined for a short life. And the self-righteous Zhou Xiaoxiao alongside the mature and intelligent celebrity Zhou Lan. And of course himself, the old chain smoker. This convoy was quite an interesting bunch. Each member had their own distinct personality. His left eye's vision was deteriorating rapidly. Perhaps one day, it would be completely blind. With the upgrade system, it should be curable, shouldn't it? As he pondered this, Chen Ye felt his thoughts growing increasingly hazy, his eyelids heavier and heavier. Time passed swiftly. Almost the instant the upgrade was complete, Chen Ye opened his eyes. He had long anticipated this apocalyptic pickup truck. He was thoroughly sick of that tricycle. If he hadn't been unable to get his hands on a four-wheeled sedan, he would never have chosen to brave the apocalypse on a three-wheeler. Just lying in the cargo bed, he sensed something different. It wasn't that the vehicle had grown taller. Rather, it was lower. It felt as if the vehicle had been placed directly on the ground. As he climbed out of the bed, the bitter cold of the previous night seemed to have vanished entirely. A golden sun had replaced the eerie blood moon. The morning sunlight also dispelled a portion of the apocalypse's gloom. It seemed that apart from Chu Che, everyone else in the convoy occasionally felt a sense of surrealism about the end of the world. What Chen Ye saw before him now was a majestic and imposing apocalyptic pickup truck. Though it lacked wheels, it still exuded an air of dominance. To save kill points, Chen Ye hadn't had the system install the wheels back then. Every point saved was a point earned. The chopped-off fish head had a very short front end, almost like a van's. But now the front end was considerably longer, much like the rugged off-road vehicles popular on the market. When designing this apocalyptic pickup, Chen Ye had incorporated a front-engine bay. The windows were also enlarged, a deliberate choice he had made during the design phase. The previously patched-together canopy of the cargo bed now seamlessly merged with the cab, showing no signs of awkwardness. Back then, to accommodate sleeping, Chen Ye had designed the tricycle's cargo bed to be quite long, at least 2.5 meters in length. The chopped-off fish had originally measured 3 meters in length. With the extended front-engine bay, the entire vehicle was estimated to be over 4 meters long. Combined with the 2.5-meter cargo bed, the total length appeared to be around 6.5 meters. It was already a section longer than most large SUVs. Such a vehicle might be difficult to maneuver in a city, but it was perfectly suited for the backdrop of this apocalypse. Chen Ye was frugal when spending kill points, but once a task was confirmed, the system would carry it out with meticulous care. The paint job, however, was somewhat shabby, with patches of the original material exposed in places. This was also a result of his penny pinching on kill points. After all, in the apocalypse, a battered paint job wouldn't affect survival. Such a vehicle was fitting for the apocalyptic setting. Chen Ye couldn't have been more pleased with the pickup before him. At the very least, he wouldn't be lagging behind anymore. Next came the installation of 4 all-terrain tires. These tires were stripped from that previous Wrangler. One had been punctured, but after the upgrade, the system had repaired it as well. Chen Ye pulled a jack from the cargo bed and began mounting the tires. The jack lifted the vehicle at an angle, and he hoisted the tire up to fit it. His body, enhanced by the system, wasn't as freakishly strong as Taisher's, but completing such tasks wasn't difficult. Moreover, due to the extremely minimalist design, the vehicle, which didn't even have an engine installed, wasn't very heavy. Just as he aligned the wheel hub and raised his hand, he saw a charming, smiling face standing beside him. The face bore a hint of light makeup, and she had changed into a clean, long-sleeved outfit, looking far better than the mummy-like bundle from the night before. This woman was none other than Su Lina, the convoy's #1 heartthrob. She held a hexagonal wrench in her hand and said in a slightly hesitant voice, "Chen Ye, I see you're busy." Chen Ye didn't wait for her to finish. He reached out, took the wrench, and began tightening the lug nuts. Chen Ye could guess her intentions. But as for becoming his leading lady, she could forget it. This was the apocalypse, and he had no desire to carry dead weight. Even if that dead weight was exceptionally beautiful, his mind wouldn't change. If danger arose, he wouldn't hesitate to use this pretty face as a scapegoat. Unaware of his thoughts, Su Lina was actually a bit pleased that Chen Ye hadn't chased her away. Yet she kept that flicker of joy well hidden. "Did you hear any news last night?" Captain Chu stood by the tent window with a cup of plain tea, watching Chen Ye busy himself not far away. When Chen Ye looked over, Captain Chu raised his cup in greeting. Captain Chu was quite astonished by Chen Ye's vehicle. Last night, it had been a battered tricycle, and in a single night, it had turned into an apocalypse pickup. If he didn't find that suspicious, he probably wouldn't have been fit to hold his position as captain. Moreover, as a captain who possessed an eavesdropping radio, no secret in the convoy could escape his ears. "I didn't hear any strange sound. Something's off, something's off." Eerie tones came from the radio. The system's upgrade had made no sound. Only at the final moment of completion did the object being upgraded briefly turn intangible. Therefore, the eavesdropping radio had picked up nothing about the system. This was not the first time something like this had happened. Even a secret that the eavesdropping radio couldn't uncover made every cell in Captain Chu's body tingle with excitement just thinking about it. Could it be some new kind of extraordinary sequence? The mechanic sequence. Like hell, I do believe that. It seems this one of ours definitely has a big secret. But so what if he has a secret? Who in this convoy doesn't have a secret? But who knows more secrets than I do? Interesting. As for the secret Chen Ye carried, Captain Chu said he didn't care at all. It was just that this damned voyeuristic urge wouldn't let Captain Chu stop. What he cared about was the perverse pleasure of eavesdropping on secrets, not wanting what the secret itself represented. Even though he knew Chen Ye's secret must be significant, Captain Chu had no intention of making Chen Ye hand it over. In the apocalypse, who has no secrets? Even the pink-haired, long-legged, booze-addicted high school senior, or the simple-minded Iron Lion, or even himself. Everyone has secrets. Even those ordinary survivors have their own secrets. But no one knew more secrets than Captain Chu. Thanks to his superhuman physique, Chen Ye quickly finished mounting one tire and moved on to the next. Before long, all 4 tires were in place. With its tires mounted, the Apocalypse pickup was not much inferior to Nana's and Captain Chu's modified off-roaders. In terms of appearance alone, it was even a bit larger. It was 6.5 meters long and fully 2.5 meters wide. It looked like a giant beast crouching on the desert road. Throughout the whole process, Su Lina helped silently by Chen Ye's side, without saying a word, as if she weren't there. By the time he reached the second wheel, the woman no longer needed any prompting. As soon as he raised his hand, she knew what he wanted. Looking at the Apocalypse pickup before him, Chen Ye was in a very good mood. He fished a cigarette pack out of his pants pocket and took out a cigarette. He flicked the lighter twice, but it wouldn't light. A breeze carrying yellow sand blew over and snuffed out the lighter's flame. Suddenly, he sensed a fragrant breeze drawing near. He looked up and saw that the woman before him had already opened her coat to block the wind. Since it was morning and the air was still a little chilly, the woman was wearing a trench coat over a tight black turtleneck top, with a pair of tight jeans on her lower half. Clearly, she had dressed with care. Her shapely curves were now presented right before Chen Ye's eyes. Meeting Chen Ye's gaze, the woman's face flushed slightly, and she turned away, not daring to look at him. Their interaction at that moment was like a famous scene from some short video. He really had no idea how, after so many days without a bath, this woman didn't smell bad. Once the cigarette was lit, the woman folded her coat back and, blushing, turned to look at the red clouds in the distance. This little bit of allure didn't prompt Chen Ye to do anything excessive. Before he had even finished the cigarette, he was already installing the engine with it dangling from his mouth. This Apocalypse pickup used both fuel and electric drive systems. The electric drive system used the 27 horsepower motor from the old chopped pepper fish head, and the battery had a capacity of about 10 kilowatt hours. Trying to fully charge such a vehicle battery with a solar charging panel would be basically impossible. Even under ideal sunlight, it would take more than 10 days, or even dozens. Therefore, for Chen Ye's earlier plan of charging with outdoor solar panels, upgrading and modifying the panels was a necessary condition. Of course, that was a matter for later. What needed to be done now was to install the 2.0T engine. The system had already reserved the space and all installation conditions in the front engine bay. Following the system's guidance, Chen Ye installed the engine with ease. Chen Ye excitedly opened the door and climbed into the cab. Inside the cab, apart from the original dashboard from the chopped pepper fish head, there was only a steering wheel. As for radios, stereos, auto-heated seats, auto-ventilated seats, and the like, there were none at all. None at all. The whole vehicle was also a manual transmission, and the seat was manually adjusted too. Chen Ye wasn't skilled at driving manual, but he could manage. Even the windows were hand-cranked. All of this was to save kill points. Even the headlight was a single one taken from the previous motorcycle tricycle. In that respect, it was somewhat like Chen Ye. Both the car and the man were one-eyed. When the car shuddered and let out a roar, Chen Ye's mouth stretched from ear to ear. The smile on his face simply couldn't be held back. The specs were crude, the poorest of the poor, but sitting in the car, Chen Ye still felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. All along, he had been the straggler at the rear of the convoy. Every time the convoy moved, he was always stumbling along behind it. The roar of the engine finally caught everyone's attention. "Whoa, Yezi, you're something else. You managed to rig up this big beast in one night. How's this?" The old chopped pepper fish head, the long-legged girl, clear-headed for once, strolled over to Chen Ye's car with her pink hair, reached out to touch the imposing vehicle, and couldn't stop exclaiming in admiration. It wasn't just the long-legged girl who kept exclaiming in wonder. Even the survivors who had crowded around all had shining eyes. In an apocalypse like this, who wouldn't want a vehicle to get around in? Just look at the Zhou sisters. Simply because the two sisters had that little sedan, their quality of life was beyond what other survivors could match. Let alone Chen Ye's Apocalypse pickup. The body alone was 6.5 meters long. Even just in length, it was quite a bit longer than those two modified off-roaders. That meant cargo capacity for supplies. The eyes of the other survivors were filled with envy and jealousy. This car. Not bad, Yezi. As expected of the mechanic sequence. Awesome. The pink-haired girl circled the car again and again. Yezi, get out. Let me try it. Nana said bluntly that she wanted to try the car. Chen Ye got out with a grin. The girl swung her leg up and slipped into the car. Damn, is your car's interior really this shabby? How is there nothing in here? It's even a manual. The moment she got in, the pink-haired girl was full of disdain. This car's interior was far, far worse than her modified off-roader. Chen Ye didn't mind the girl's complaints at all, and kept looking at his car with a smile. Amid the crowd, the womanly Sulina had already squeezed out. She found a stove and solid alcohol blocks from the nearby supplies, and began making breakfast. Humph. While everyone else envied your achievements, only I cared whether you had enough to eat. This time let's see how you can escape my grasp. Sulina's lips curled slightly, but the smile disappeared again just as quickly. Vroom. Creak. Suddenly the Apocalypse pickup's engine roared violently, the car creaked and groaned, and the survivors around it were terrified. At that moment the vehicle lunged forward, its tires screeching wildly. The survivors nearby couldn't dodge in time, and were scared out of their wits, shrieking and wailing as they tried to flee. The pickup shot forward 3 or 4 meters. An old geezer howling in fright scrambled ahead on all fours with the Apocalypse pickup, less than 2 meters behind him. Just as the vehicle was about to hit the old man. Squeal. The tires left 2 deep marks on the road, and the car stopped dead. Cold sweat broke out on the old man's forehead. He stared blankly at the huge vehicle before him, then his body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. This old man was none other than old Zhang, who drove the old man's buggy. Nana jumped out of the car, her face slightly flushed. Damn, I haven't driven a manual in years. I didn't expect to be this rusty. The old man wanted to curse, but when he saw the long-legged girl, he forced every word back down his throat. Many of the survivors nearby had also been badly startled, but they didn't dare scold the pink-haired girl, so they all held it in with great effort. Chen Ye, however, showed no expression. After all, the desert was so vast that even if Nana drove recklessly, nothing would happen. Besides, crude as the car was, it was still a product of the system, so the quality was guaranteed. With the vehicle done, the next step was to plan upgrading the artifact. Even a burly man like Iron Lion couldn't help but have his eyes light up with envy upon seeing Chen Ye's apocalyptic pickup truck. The crowd dispersed, each returning to their own business, though a few envious gazes still lingered on Chen Ye's vehicle. There was no helping it. The truck was all show and no substance, but it certainly looked the part, especially with its formidable and imposing frame. It perfectly suited the apocalypse. A steaming bowl of noodles was then placed before Chen Ye by Sulina, who wore a bashful yet expectant look. Chen Ye was genuinely a bit surprised. This bowl of noodles was made with real skill, far better than anything he could cook himself. It even had a fried egg on top and 2 slices of green leafy vegetables. Green leafy vegetables. An egg. This egg. Chen Ye recalled that his own supplies didn't include any eggs. Eggs were a rare commodity. At summer temperatures, they could only be stored for 7 to 10 days, and even under optimal conditions, they'd last no more than a month. In the current apocalypse, the value of a single egg was unimaginable. Where on earth did this woman manage to get eggs? And the green vegetables too. This was a desert. How could she possibly find fresh greens here? It was utterly absurd. Sulina lowered her head, her face flushed, and murmured, You go ahead and eat. I'm heading back for my meal. With that, she turned and hurried away like a young maiden caught in the gaze of her beloved. But as soon as she turned, the shyness on her face morphed into smug satisfaction. From start to finish, Sulina had never even considered herself cooking a bowl of noodles solely for Chen Ye. She hadn't even spared a thought for her own needs. Surely she had left a deep impression on Chen Ye. She had even saved him some of her own supplies. No doubt he believed she was completely devoted to his well-being. Men were so simple-minded. Recalling the surprise on Chen Ye's face moments ago, her smugness deepened. Sulina even felt that dealing with a man like Chen Ye was hardly a challenge at all. Returning to the school bus convoy, breakfast was already prepared. Old Li greeted Sulina with a beaming smile. Lina, yes, ride is really something. Sulina's expression remained composed, her smile polite, as she replied, Yes, Chen Ye's truck is truly impressive. Fitting for a transcendent of the mechanic sequence. Quite impressive. Old Li, now in his 30s, smiled, even more kindly, his head seemingly balder than before. The other survivors cast complex glances at Sulina before lowering their heads to their own tasks. No one objected to her showing up to eat without having contributed any labor that morning. No one voiced a complaint. Even Su Jiaojiao didn't jump in to mock her. She merely turned her back, silently, head hung low, using her hair to conceal her expression and the small bowl in her hands. The woman had noticeably lost weight over this period. It was expected given the convoy's limited supplies. Even the plumpest person could wither into a shadow. Sister Lina, this is yours. Xiaofu brought over a large bowl of thin congee. Xiaofu, thank you. Sulina accepted the bowl, her face betraying neither disappointment nor gratitude, maintaining her usual courteous demeanor that left others feeling at ease. Sulina could clearly sense that the people around her had become much friendlier. It was only fair. She had given something, and in return she received something. Even that lecherous old man hadn't come to harass her this morning. Previously, he would show up like clockwork every morning. Although had never managed to take advantage of her, dealing with him was still a hassle. The vegetables and eggs given Chen Ye were all tricked out of that old pervert. Knowing he'd been duped, the old man didn't dare to confront her. When Sulina glanced his way, he even offered her a somewhat ingratiating smile. Chen Ye stroked his chin, his gaze fixed on Sulina's swaying hips, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Shaking off his thoughts, he took a bite, and found it quite tasty, far better than his own cooking. He carried the bowl of noodles to a corner, set it down, and surveyed his surroundings. Seeing that no one was paying attention, all focused on their breakfast, he proceeded. Chen Ye brought out his machete, the broken hand crossbow, the willow branch of the grudge-bound willow, and the scalp of the flayed ghost. He picked up his noodles and slurped them noisily while his mind began plotting the upgrade plan. The most precious of these items was naturally the red scalp of the flayed ghost. If the upgrade with this skin went smoothly, he might even obtain a wonder item with a number within the first 2,000. That was a wonder item ranked in the top 2,000. Judging by how Captain Chu cherished that radio tapping item, one could easily understand the value of such relics. And then there was that pink-haired, long-legged alcoholic high school girl. Had heard her sword was ranked beyond 3,000, yet had never seen her part with it. Chen Ye continued slurping his noodles, his gaze shifting among the 4 items before him. System: how many kill points does it cost to fuse the flayed ghost scalp with the machete for an upgrade? The spinning rings soon appeared. The answer both excited and disappointed him. The system demanded 30,000 kill points and 86 hours, 3.5 days. 30,000 kill points. Chen Ye didn't have anywhere near that many. He only had 8,000 left, and even owed the system 10,000. He then tried fusing the scalp with the hand crossbow, which required the same 30,000 points and 86 hours. Naturally, a wonder item requiring 30,000 kill points would be immensely powerful. Chen Ye abandoned the idea of using the scalp as material and decided to upgrade using the grudge-bound willow branch first. He chose not to upgrade the crossbow, instead focusing on the machete. The reason he upgraded the machete was to gain a close-quarters defensive capability. The system's reply was again 5,000 kill points. 5,000, he had that. Without hesitation, Chen Ye clicked to confirm. An hourglass countdown appeared above the machete. 115959. Suddenly another thought struck Chen Ye. Black dog blood. Black dog blood could affect supernatural entities, so it should count as a wonder item too. Why not try using that? No sooner said than done. Chen Ye set down his bowl again, climbed into the truck bed, and rummaged around. Soon he held a small pouch of somewhat sticky black dog blood. A single kill point yielded the appraisal result. Item name: ordinary black dog blood, nearly dried. Type: common wonder item. Material: origin: collected from an ordinary black dog. Assessment: this substance can affect ordinary supernatural beings to a limited degree, but attempting to kill a supernatural entity with such common black dog blood is nothing short of a pipe dream. Chen Ye was speechless. He knew it might not be that precious, but he hadn't expected it to be this mediocre. The appraisal was littered with words like ordinary and common. He immediately canceled the upgrade in progress. Since the system recognized it as wonder item material, even if it was common material, it should still be usable for upgrades and provide some benefit. Something was better than nothing. It would be even better if the black dog blood's effect on supernatural entities could be preserved. That way he wouldn't have to keep smearing black dog blood on his machete's blade. Previously had soaked the machete in the blood. Later, when it ran low, he resorted to wiping the blade with it. Every so often the blood would wear off and he'd have to reapply it. A real hassle. He hoped the new wonder item from the fusion would retain the black dog blood's properties. Chen Ye added the blood to his new plan. The system quickly responded. The upgrade cost 5,500 kill points. An extra 500. With 8,000 spent, down to 5,500 head, have 2,500 left. That should be enough for unexpected needs. The time also increased from 12 hours to 12.5, meaning the upgrade would finish around 9:30 this evening. The hourglass countdown for the upgrade reappeared above the machete. 122959, 122958. Attention. Attention. We depart in 10 minutes. Departing in 10 minutes. Uncle Bao's loudspeaker blared again. Chen Ye had nearly finished his bowl of noodles. As for washing the bowl, he poured a bit of mineral water into it, swirled it around, and downed the flavored rinse water in one gulp. This was a desert. Every drop of water was priceless. After tidying up his repair tools and other belongings, Chen Ye opened the door, climbed into the driver's seat, and settled in. The brand new apocalyptic pickup truck was about to embark on its first apocalyptic migration. By nightfall, he would own his very first wonder item. A new day brimming with hope. The convoy rumbled to life. Leading the way was Captain Chu's modified off-road vehicle, its body emblazoned with the word justice in red paint. Following close behind was the long-legged, pink-haired, alcoholic high school girl. Through the window, Chen Ye could see that the woman had once again drunk herself into a stupor, passed out in the passenger seat. He truly wondered how she managed to spend 20 out of every 24 hours in a state of inebriation. Noticing his gaze, she raised her beer can in a silent toast. Chen Ye held up his cigarette in response. a shared nod of understanding between a chainsmoker and a drunkard. The Modi pickup truck vibrated as it shifted into gear. This massive, distinctly post-apocalyptic vehicle followed the long-legged girl's car like a great beast. Though the truck had its shortcomings, its fair share of flaws and imperfections. For Chen Ye, however, this was the finest vehicle in the apocalypse. Many survivors cast envious glances his way, wishing they could pull him from the driver's seat and take his place. Finding a vehicle like this in the wasteland was a dream few could even fathom. From inside the cab, he could see the endless desert stretching out in every direction. Aside from their own convoy, there was no other sign of human life. Such a sight would have been impossible before the apocalypse. Back then, even in the most remote corners of this land, traces of humanity could always be found. It seemed that in just a few short months this land had transformed into something unrecognizable. Chen Ye couldn't shake the feeling that this apocalypse was not as simple as it appeared. Take this brutal desert climate for instance. The daytime heat was enough to kill a man, and the nighttime cold could freeze you to the bone. Such extreme weather was unheard of before. Then there were the bizarre creatures, beings that had no place on Earth. Some survivors speculated that an unknown space had merged with our own. Others theorized it was the resurgence of spiritual energy. Theories abounded, but the heat remained relentless. Chen Ye rolled down both windows, letting the scorching wind rush through the cabin and whisk away the sweat from his temples. He wore black sunglasses to shield his eyes from the harsh glare outside. Before the apocalypse, such eyewear was nothing special. But in these times of extreme scarcity, many coveted Chen Ye's sunglasses. Some had even offered to trade for them, but he had refused every time. On his feet were a pair of flip-flops. His previous shoes had met their end during the big accident. When he had gone searching for a new vehicle, the soles had melted right off on the scorching ground, leaving him with no choice but to wear flip-flops. What bothered him even more was the smell. It had been months since he had last bathed. The stench was nearly unbearable. He flicked his cigarette butt out the window, and with one hand on the wheel grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the passenger seat. He drained the last few drops, feeling his mouth moisten slightly, then carefully tucked the empty bottle beneath the passenger seat. In the old days, he would have tossed it into a trash can without a second thought. But now even empty bottles were precious resources. Who knew when they might find a new water source? These bottles would serve as storage containers. Chen Ye had accumulated dozens of them. As time wore on, the initial excitement of driving began to fade. A sense of boredom crept in. If only he had a radio to play some music. Or better yet, an in-car air conditioner. That would be bliss. And the seats were far too hard. Every pebble on the road transmitted clearly through to his back. The suspension design left much to be desired. Perhaps this was human greed. Had wanted a car, and now that he had one, he craved greater comfort. He noticed the convoy gradually slowing down. Peering ahead, he saw two vehicles parked by the roadside. They were burned-out husks reduced to charred frames. Captain Chu's vehicle had come to a stop, and a young man had jumped out. Chen Ye recognized him, the third member of Captain Chu's crew. There were three people in that vehicle: Uncle Bao, who handled the convoy's logistics, and Captain Chu, who generally stayed out of day-to-day affairs. The third was this young man, Xiao Wang, who served as Uncle Bao's assistant. Sometimes driving, sometimes helping with various tasks. Uncle Bao always called him Xiao Wang. He was essentially the convoy's assistant. The pink-haired girl's vehicle carried only two people, herself and another called Xiao Yu, a petite girl under 5 feet tall, who wore thick black-framed glasses. She was said to be even younger than the pink-haired girl. On a couple of occasions, Chen Ye had seen the diminutive girl struggling to haul the long-legged girl into the car. Had even heard her call Nana cousin. Had also witnessed the little girl driving the modified off-roader. If you didn't look closely, you might think the car was driving itself. Under Chen Ye's watchful gaze, Xiao Wang sprinted toward the two burned-out vehicles. Seeing this, Chen Ye parked his truck and jumped out. Whenever he spotted a vehicle, his eyes lit up. Who knew what valuable supplies might be inside? Scavenging was the first law of survival in the apocalypse. Others were also getting out of their cars, clearly thinking the same thing. Might as well see if there's anything worth taking. Brother Ye, Xiao Wang called out, noticing Chen Ye's approach. Chen Ye nodded, surveying the two wrecks. The vehicles had burned thoroughly, leaving nothing of value inside. Each contained two bodies charred nearly to carbon. Finding nothing useful, Chen Ye returned to his truck disappointed. The others were equally disheartened. The convoy set off again. After this brief interlude, the usual oppressive silence settled back over the group. No one knew where they would rest tonight. No one knew when this life would end, or when this endless migration would cease. Everyone stared in despair at the boundless desert. Just then the horn blared from the front. Attention! Route change. We're leaving the paved road. Attention! We're leaving the paved road. This meant the convoy was veering off the highway. The announcement threw many into disarray. The Zhou sisters and the occupants of another sedan wore grim expressions. Driving on sand was a completely different beast from driving on asphalt. The off-road vehicles would manage, but the sedans would struggle. The convoy gradually ground to a halt. Several people went to ask Uncle Bao for an explanation. Chen Ye's cigarette dangling from his lips approached Captain Chu. Nana and Taisher gathered around as well. Captain Chu's expression was grim. No choice. There's danger ahead. If we push forward, none of us will survive. That dangerous. Chen Ye flicked his ashes, expression turning serious. Very dangerous. We have 4 transcendent ranked individuals in the convoy, but if we encounter a powerful aberrant, none of you would stand a chance. Captain Chu said gravely. Fine. Off the road it is. Our vehicle can handle it. The pink-haired, long-legged alcoholic high school girl slurred, swaying on her feet. Likely having had a bit too much to drink, she couldn't stand steadily and reached out to steady herself on Chen Ye's shoulder, giggling foolishly. Chen Ye pursed his lips in exasperation. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of alluring eyes on the yellow school bus behind them held a hint of jealousy. All right, everyone, don't worry too much. We'll be safe as long as we don't go forward. Head back and let some air out of your tires. Driving in the desert required adjusting tire pressure according to the terrain. Chen Ye returned to his truck, let some air out of all 4 tires, and climbed back into the driver's seat. After leaving the road, the convoy was tense at first, but they soon adapted. The Zhou sisters' sedan got stuck in the sand once, but Nana's vehicle managed to pull it free. As night began to fall, Captain Chu still hadn't ordered them to stop. A tense atmosphere hung over the convoy. Chen Ye's cigarette never seemed to go out, filling the cabin with smoke. The smoke was his weapon. Within its reach, he could sense everything. It served as his eyes. His cleaver still had a few hours before its upgrade would complete. Fortunately, when the blood moon hung high in the sky, Captain Chu finally announced it was time to rest. It was only then that Chen Ye learned it was already 9 o'clock at night. In half an hour, his first relic would finish upgrading. After a day of arduous trekking, the survivors of the convoy had long been tormented into utter exhaustion. Previously, the road had guided them, offering some psychological comfort. A highway signified the presence of civilization. But now, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but an endless desert, leaving them completely lost as to their whereabouts. Occasionally, faint sobbing could be heard from the camp. Not far away, the old man's car rocked even more violently than before, accompanied by unmistakable sounds. Fortunately, the convoy supplies were still relatively ample, though drinking water might be running low. Chen Ye dared not use too much water while cooking. Compared to the pessimism of the other survivors, the sequence Transcendence remained relatively calm. Nana had already collapsed into a drunken heap, oblivious to the world. Tai's massive frame sat by the campfire, silent and brooding. Only Captain Chu was nowhere to be seen, likely having retreated into his tent to drink tea. Chen Ye watched the orange flames of the solid alcohol, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips. 00201 upgrade complete. The cleaver in his hand flickered momentarily, and both the black dog blood and the willow branch of Fuyuan willow vanished simultaneously. A familiar weight settled in his palm, filling Chen Ye with a sense of grounding. He raised the cleaver before his eyes to examine it. Under the light of the blood moon, Chen Ye could see a faint blood-red energy flowing within the blade, yet when he looked closer, it was gone. The cleaver's appearance had undergone subtle changes. The thick-backed blade, 40 centimeters long, felt reassuringly solid, its edge radiating a blood-red chill. The slightly reverse-curved handle, fully 20 centimeters in length, fit comfortably in his hand, ideal for chopping. A layer of hemp rope wrapped around the handle provided grip during combat. Know this. This isn't hemp rope. Chen Ye brought the handle closer to examine it. The handle is wrapped with willow branches from Fuyuan willow. As soon as he recognized the willow, a tender green sprout emerged from the end of the handle. Chen Ye was startled. Before he could react, the willow branch grew rapidly, quickly coiling around his wrist, linking his hand to the cleaver before stopping. Then a flood of information about this artifact, the cleaver, poured into his mind. Artifact name: Blood Resentment, cleaver number 04879. Seeing the ranking, Chen Ye wasn't overly disappointed. After all, it was crafted from the most common artifact materials. Having any number at all was already a stroke of luck. Moreover, the number was within 5,000. Below the information was a description of the Blood Resentment cleaver. Uses the blade, can suppress anomalies to a certain extent. When thrown, the willow branch can act as a tether, granting a degree of control over the blade. This effect is enhanced under the blood moon. The Blood Resentment cleaver can absorb resentment, but when accumulated to a certain degree, it may even undergo qualitative transformation. Seeing the 3 abilities of the cleaver, Chen Ye's excitement surged. The first use was clear, likely inherited from the black dog blood. The second seemed to be from Fuyuan willow's ability. Back in Longevity Village, the corpses hanging beneath the Fuyuan willow had all been capable of free flight. As for the third ability, it must also be inherited from Fuyuan willow's nature. Otherwise, how else would it have gotten that name? That implied the Fuyuan willow itself possessed the same trait. The more corpses it hung, the more puppets it controlled, and the more it could transform. Thinking of the Fuyuan willow and longevity village sent a chill down Chen Ye's spine. He forced those chaotic thoughts aside and continued examining the blood resentment cleaver's information. Cost must be fed daily with the host's blood. Daily blood feeding. That wasn't difficult, just a drop or two each day, right? With his sequence transcendent body, he could probably handle it. After all, it was only an artifact ranked around 4,000. The side effects shouldn't be too severe. Taboo must never be unsheathed in the presence of blood relatives, or the blade will turn against family members. Blood relatives. In this apocalypse, where could he find any blood relatives? That taboo was irrelevant. But what was Captain Chu's taboo about eavesdropping on the radio? The taboo of an artifact ranked within 2,000 must be formidable. Comment if the handle were made from the trunk of a Fuyuan willow, this cleaver's ranking might be much higher. This final comment once again reminded Chen Ye of the Fuyuan willow. But using the trunk of a Fuyuan willow for the handle. Best to leave that for later. When he grew stronger, he could revisit Longevity Village. That place still held many secrets yet to be unearthed. Chen Ye toyed with the cleaver in his hand, then flicked his wrist. The blade shot out under the blood-red moonlight, a willow branch extending infinitely into the darkness. Chen Ye could feel that he could control the flying cleaver through the willow branch. He even sensed the cleaver was subtly exhilarated under the blood moon, likely the enhanced effect. With another flick of his wrist, the willow branch retracted at lightning speed. The cleaver landed solidly in his palm. This feeling. If he ever faced an enemy hidden under the cover of smoke, it would be terrifyingly powerful. After playing with it for a while, Chen Ye estimated the willow branch's maximum range was about 20 meters. For this cleaver numbered 4,879, though he had no idea how the ranking worked, Chen Ye was thoroughly satisfied. He drew the blade across his fingertip. Crimson blood dripped onto the edge. The cleaver seemed to come alive, frenziedly sucking the blood, and even the willow branch on the handle relaxed noticeably. Seeing this, Chen Ye pressed the cut directly against the blade. Since it was the first feeding, he didn't know the proper amount, and wanted to see how much it could consume. The cleaver stopped only when he felt the faintest hint of discomfort. The willow branch on the handle trembled slightly, as if purring with pleasure. This level of blood loss was bearable. It seemed that because the ranking wasn't too high, the cost wasn't exorbitant. Still, he wondered who had assigned these rankings. And what were the top-ranked artifacts like? How powerful were they? A burnt smell reached his nose. Damn my meal. The pot was now a blackened mass reeking of acrid smoke. That night Chen Ye ate a charred meal. Even so, he couldn't bring himself to throw it away. His mood remained good. He had finally obtained his first artifact. After finishing the awful dinner, a breeze blew in, miraculously bringing a hint of oppressive heat. Chen Ye looked up at the sky in slight surprise. The blood moon hung far away on the horizon. But tonight the stars that once seemed within reach were nowhere to be seen. He turned his attention to the solar charging panel he had acquired. Gasoline was running low. 60 liters couldn't guarantee a worry-free journey ahead, especially after today's consumption. The remaining fuel was even scarcer. Charging the pickup truck's battery was imperative. The first priority was to repair the solar charging panel. It would take 5 hours, and by midnight it would be finished. Fortunately, it only cost 100 kill points, though it still stung a little. The night passed without incident. When he woke the next morning, the solar charging panel was already repaired. Regretting the wasted upgrade opportunity, Chen Ye began an urgent upgrade of the panel. This panel, which he had traded from Chu Che, was normally only enough to charge small electronics like a phone or power bank. Using it as an alternative energy source for an apocalyptic pickup truck was sheer fantasy. But thanks to his upgrade system, it wasn't entirely impossible. Soon, however, he was deflated. To achieve the desired charging effect, he would need to increase the solar panel's surface area and improve conversion efficiency. This was beyond the technology of this era. Thus, the system quoted a price of 50,000 kill points. Chen Ye didn't have nearly enough. In the end, he had to simplify the plan, increase sunlight absorption area, and boost electricity conversion efficiency. He lowered his expectations of full charge within 50 hours of sunlight would be acceptable. Even so, it still required 5,000 kill points. That left Chen Ye at a loss. He simply didn't have enough. What could he do? Would he have to borrow from the system again? He hadn't even repaid the last loan. The system probably wouldn't lend to him. Just as he was about to try, a piercing scream of utter terror echoed from the camp. The voice seemed to have witnessed something horrifying beyond imagination. That's a sandstorm. A sandstorm. A sandstorm is coming. Sandstorm. The moment those 3 words reached his ears, Chen Ye's scalp crawled with terror. Even though he had never set foot in a desert before, he knew full well the horror of a sandstorm. He looked up. The right eye, hidden beneath his sunglasses, narrowed to a pinpoint. A taupe horizon rolled in from the distance, stretching endlessly. The world was swallowed in a haze of yellow sky and earth indistinguishable. The blazing sun above was drowned by the ochre tide. The wind striking his face stung with pain, and the car windows rattled with a sharp, incessant clatter. It felt like the apocalypse. Even as a sequence 1 transcendent, even in possession of a relic numbered within 5,000, the sudden surge of power did not cloud Chen Ye's judgment. How could mere strength like this contend with the might of heaven and earth? The overwhelming pressure enough to annihilate the world made it hard for Chen Ye to breathe. Danger. Even a transcendent like Chen Ye was struck speechless with fear. The expressions of the other survivors were even more wretched. Zhou Xiaoxiao parted her small lips, staring dumbfounded at the distant taupe horizon, her short hair whipped wildly by the gale. A shudder of dread swept over her. Sister. Her sister hadn't returned yet. Sulina had originally planned to seek out Chen Ye that morning to give him the half-sausage she had saved from the night before. She had resisted the urge to visit him the previous evening, unwilling to appear too cheap. This woman understood the delicate balance of interacting with men, enough to create ambiguity but not to seem frivolous. Though she believed Chen Ye was not in need of that half-sausage, it was her gesture of goodwill. Sometimes what a man valued was not the value of the gift, but the heartfelt intention behind it. Sulina grasped this principle well. The wind was strong that day, but the sun was not particularly harsh, so the temperature was not high. The gale fluttered her dress, noisily accentuating the flawless curves of her figure. In the years she had been a kept woman, Sulina not only built her own career, but also worked hard to maintain her figure. If not for the apocalypse, she might have achieved something great. Years later, she could have become an inspirational icon. Regardless of gender, when you finally succeed, your past misdeeds are merely the path you traveled. Han Xian endured the humiliation of crawling between someone's legs, yet he still became the god of war. A grain of sand struck Sulina's face, stinging slightly. She paid it no heed, her mind only on what she would say when she faced Chen Ye. Suddenly, she heard someone shout, "Sandstorm." Sulina started quickly looking up. In an instant, every hair on her body stood on end. The taupe horizon that stretched between heaven and earth nearly filled her pupils. Sulina felt her legs go weak, almost unable to stand. On the roof of the modified off-road vehicle, the fierce wind tugged her pink hair backward, revealing a slightly childish face. Sand struck the long sword strapped to the girl's waist, producing a faint, brittle sound. The pink-haired, long-legged alcoholic senior high school girl narrowed her eyes, a hint of intoxication on her face, clearly already drunk in the early morning. The crotches of many survivors were already wet with dripping urine. Some opened their mouths, lips trembling, unable to utter a word. "Damn it, what are you standing there for? Run." The first to react was Chen Ye. He let out a loud shout, abandoning the breakfast he was cooking. He didn't even bother to clean up the portable stove on the ground, dashing straight for the big pickup truck. "Mom, run. Cousin, get down, we're leaving." A small head poked out from the cabin of the modified off-road vehicle, shouting at the pink-haired girl on the roof. "What kind of time is this for showing off? What sin did this beautiful girl commit to have a cousin like this? Lena, come back. The sandstorm is coming, we have to go." Sulina stumbled, her face ashen. She didn't bother picking up the half-sausage that had fallen to the ground. She ran back toward her school bus on her long legs. Fortunately, Sulina hadn't gone far, and in a few quick steps, she was back inside the school bus. The engine had already started. Old Lee turned the steering wheel to reverse the vehicle. "Let's go. Wait for me." "Damn it, the sandstorm is here, and you're still clinging to your breakfast." It was breakfast time. So many people had just finished cooking. Some, like Chen Ye, abandoned their meal and fled for their lives. Others couldn't bear to leave the freshly prepared food. The entire camp had descended into chaos. Chen Ye had already reached the cabin of his big pickup and forced the door shut. The sound of sand battering the body was louder now, and scratches had begun to appear on the windows. He turned the key, shifted into gear, and the vehicle lurched forward. In the distance, the modified off-road vehicle had already sped off, the two red characters "Fairness" painted on its body, glaring and unsettling. Another modified off-road vehicle followed closely. It was Nana's car. Chen Ye cursed under his breath. No wonder those two had become sequence transcendents. Oh, just their speed of escape was beyond ordinary. Even the school bus wobbled along in third place, and from this distance he could still hear the roar of its engine as it swayed violently, accelerating wildly. The sandstorm came faster than expected. The yellow horizon was now right before their eyes. A torrent of sand pelted the windows, and even the vehicle began to tremble slightly. Inside the lead modified off-road vehicle, "Aren't you the Pathfinder? How did you not sense such a massive sandstorm?" Uncle Abeo asked, gripping the steering wheel. Captain Chu glanced at Nana's car following behind, and cursed him, "A Pathfinder, not a meteorologist. I can sense anomalies, not the weather." Unless he raised a sequence. Captain Chu left that last thought unspoken. Even the small car that had escaped from Luching joined the convoy. Chen Ye had too many secrets, so whenever the camp stopped, he always parked his vehicle a bit farther away. Now the disadvantage was clear. Others had already sped off, and his car was only just lumbering along. Moreover, Chen Ye's car was manual transmission, and it didn't accelerate as fast as the others. On top of that, he had only started driving a manual for the first time yesterday. so his speed was even slower. Sis! Sis! Chen Ye, save my sister. A shrill voice pierced through the wind and reached Chen Ye's ears. If his physical abilities weren't far beyond ordinary, he probably wouldn't have heard it at all. It was Zhou Xiaoxiao. Zhou Xiaoxiao stuck her head out of the window, her short hair flying in the wind, shouting at Chen Ye, her face full of desperation. When they had camped the night before, the Zhou sisters' vehicle was parked in the middle of the camp far from Chen Ye's. Under these circumstances, it was difficult for Zhou Lan to reach her own car. Chen Ye glanced at the rearview mirror and saw the beautiful Zhou Lan just then emerging from beneath a sand dune. In the camp, dealing with personal hygiene every morning was a troublesome issue. One could skip brushing teeth, even skip washing one's face. But one couldn't skip going to the bathroom. It was even more troublesome for the girls to handle their private matters. Especially for a celebrity like Zhou Lan, even in the apocalypse there were always eyes on her. Therefore, every morning, when she took care of her personal needs, Zhou Lan had to walk far away to find a safe spot. Today the spot happened to be closer to Chen Ye's car. She had done it intentionally. After all, it was the apocalypse. If anything went wrong, she could shout, and Chen Ye might come to help. After all, that incident had passed so long ago. Surely this man wouldn't still hold a grudge. Just as Zhou Lan finished her business, she heard the word sandstorm. She shuddered, seeing the wildly dancing yellow sand and the howling wind. Terrified, Zhou Lan scrambled toward the camp. The nearest vehicle to her was Chen Ye's. The modified pickup truck was impossible to miss. Chen Ye also saw Zhou Lan running after him. The celebrity's eyes were full of pleading and longing. If Chen Ye stopped and waited for a moment, Zhou Lan might be able to get in. But he might be swallowed by the sandstorm. However, Chen Ye had no such intention. No matter how beautiful a woman was, she wasn't worth more than his own life. The car was already moving. Chen Ye's right foot was practically kicking through the gas tank. There was no way he would stop or slow down. First gear, second gear. The speed grew faster and faster. The despair in Zhou Lan's eyes deepened. Chen Ye, please save my sister. This scene was all too similar to what had happened in Changshu village. If she could kneel to Chen Ye at that moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao would do so without hesitation. Chen Ye paid her no attention. The apocalyptic pickup's engine roared in fury, its entire body trembling. The speed kept increasing. Brother Chen, save me. A man suddenly rushed over from the side. Chen Ye only glanced at him and then looked away. This man was a member of the Taisher school bus crew. He had been reluctant to abandon his freshly cooked breakfast and had been a step too slow to board. He had assumed the school bus would wait for him, but Old Li had driven off without him. Seeing Chen Ye's car, he hurried over to beg for help. A few others, 2 or 3, also rushed toward Chen Ye's vehicle. Some even spread their arms to block the car. But Chen Ye ignored them, completely shifting straight from 4th to 5th gear. The engine roared, and the car surged even faster, chasing the convoy ahead. Damn it, Chu-Che, aren't you the Pathfinder? How the hell did you lead us here? The man who had spread his arms barely dodged Chen Ye's vehicle, throwing himself to the side and hurled curses at the retreating car. The accelerator was floored. This apocalypse pickup truck was enduring an unprecedented trial. The vehicle shot forward like a bolt from a crossbow, with the howling sandstorm hot on its tail. Sand rattled against the windows and the body of the car, a sound like the cold, mocking laughter of death itself. Visibility was dwindling rapidly. Fortunately, the vehicle ahead had its hazard lights on, allowing Chen Ye to cling tenaciously to the tail of the convoy. Back then, to save on kill points, Chen Ye had even disabled his own hazard lights. Only a single faint beam from his headlight pierced the gloom. The convoy raced ahead of the storm, seemingly on the verge of being swallowed whole at any moment. The willow branch had already coiled around Chen Ye's arm. He stared intently at the blinking red taillights ahead. Something was wrong. Something was terribly wrong. Continuing this way was suicide. He had never been to the desert before, never encountered a sandstorm. He had no experience with this. Seeing others run, he had simply followed. Most of the people in the convoy were in the same situation. Now that he had calmed down, he realized how foolish it was. Where would this end? And how could any vehicle outrun a sandstorm? With visibility dropping, driving blindly, they could easily hit an obstacle or get stuck in a sand pit. Or lose their way and get separated from the group. Or run out of fuel. Any one of these scenarios was a death sentence. Running was not an option. Only by stopping and weathering the storm was there a glimmer of hope. Cold sweat beaded on Chen Ye's forehead. He wanted to communicate with Chu-Che, but it was too late. There was no walkie-talkie in the car. Even if he stuck his head out and screamed, Chu-Che probably wouldn't hear him. What was he supposed to do? Damn it. But just then Chen Ye saw the car ahead suddenly slow down. He yanked the steering wheel hard, the pickup swaying as he narrowly avoided rear-ending it. Looking closely, he saw that Chu-Che and Nana's vehicles had come to a complete stop. Even Taisher's yellow school bus had halted. All the vehicles were stopped in place, their hazard lights flashing. Chen Ye understood. Captain Chu-Che must have figured it out. As expected of Captain Chu. It had only been a dozen or so minutes since this started, and he had already assessed the situation. he saw something waving from the direction of Captain Chu's vehicle. Then two off-road vehicles moved to converge on Taishi's school bus. Understanding the intent, Chen Ye slowly drove his pickup towards the bus as well. Inside the cab, he could feel the canopy on the back being violently whipped by the raging wind. The canopy was originally stitched together from women's clothing, and even though it had been reinforced with bicycle materials, it was barely holding up. Chen Ye wasn't optimistic about the canopy's chances of survival. He just hoped they wouldn't lose too many supplies. With Taishi's yellow school bus at the center, Chen Ye and the others' vehicles formed a ring around it. The wind howled louder, the sand flew thicker, and the sound of it battering the windows intensified. The scratches on the glass multiplied. What was once a clear window was now frosted glass. The sandstorm was closing in like a colossal beast, roaring in their ears, threatening to surge forward and devour them all in a single gulp. A scream, distant then near, pierced the air. Through the window, Chen Ye saw a motorcycle lifted by the wind, tumbling into the hazy yellow distance. A figure chased after it. The face was indistinct, but Chen Ye guessed it was one of the motorcycle survivors from the convoy. The sun was completely blotted out by the storm. The surroundings plunged into sudden twilight. Chen Ye sat in his pickup, his body swaying with the vehicle's rocking. He felt like he was on a boat, even though he was in the middle of a desert. Was this sandstorm truly this terrifying? Bang! The driver's side window shattered. The ferocious wind blasted into the cab, whipping Chen Ye's hair into a wild frenzy. He quickly stuffed his sunglasses into his pocket, searching for something to block the opening. Bang! The passenger side window blew out, as well shards of glass cutting the skin on Chen Ye's cheek. No! Another scream, distant and near. Chen Ye didn't know what was happening, he just squinted into the storm. He saw a massive figure emerge from the school bus. It was Taishi. The moment this big oaf stepped out, his entire body seemed to swell. A three-meter giant now stood there. The superhuman ability of the Titan lineage. The giant held something in his hand. A rope. He ran around the encircled vehicle's rope in hand. He was trying to tie all the cars together, but the wind was too powerful. Even for a three-meter muscle giant, it was a struggle. Yezi, help me. A roar cut through the wind, reaching Chen Ye's ears clearly. Damn it. Chen Ye grumbled, then rolled out of the vehicle. No matter how reluctant he was, he had to get out now. If the surrounding vehicles were lost, his apocalypse pickup would be lost too. The principle of unity had been drilled into him since childhood. The wind was getting stronger. The earlier motorcycle was a perfect example of the danger. In this situation, only the superhumans stood a chance. Chen Ye scrambled out and rushed towards Taishi. The two of them grabbed the rope and quickly circled the vehicles, looping it around them twice. Taishi, the big oaf, tied a knot and held the other end of the rope. With a roar, Taishi dug his legs deep into the sand. Half his body was exposed, half buried in the dune. He looked like he intended to act as a human anchor to hold the cars in place. Would that even work? Seeing this guy over 3 meters tall, with rippling muscles looking like a small mountain, he probably weighed at least 500 or 600 kilograms. Using him as an anchor wasn't entirely impossible. Yeziyu, get back. I've got the rest. Covered. Taishi's voice came through in fragments on the wind. Big guy'll help you. A flash of pink hair cut through the sandstorm like a blade. It was Nana. The girl shaking her long legs had shed her drunken demeanor, her eyes now sharp and focused. The girl grabbed the rope behind Taishi, muttering an incantation, and drove her long sword into the ground, its blade extending over 2 meters with a burst of light. Yezi, what are you staring at? Get over here and help. The pink-haired girl raised an eyebrow at Chen Ye. Fine, everyone has their tricks. Let me show you mine. Chen Ye flicked his wrist, and a green willow branch shot out, coiling tightly around the thick rope. The cleaver spun in his hand before he slammed it into the ground. Go. The cleaver hummed as it bore a deep hole into the earth, only to be instantly covered by the shifting sand. The willow branch pulled taut, straining against the rope. The blood grudge cleaver's first real test wasn't against a monster, but as an impromptu kite anchor for Chen Ye. Yezi, you're something else. The pink-haired girl even had the presence of mind to wink at him. Chen Ye's expression remained grim as the sandstorm intensified. Through the vibrations in the willow branch, he could clearly feel the wind's power increasing. He felt himself being lifted slightly and had to grip the branch for dear life. The tied-down vehicles groaned under the strain, their metal frames screeching in protest. Captain Chu-Chi's face was grim. The ferocity of the sandstorm outside the vehicle exceeded his imagination. This was his first encounter with such a natural disaster, and his initial panic had led him to a wrong decision. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly. Yet Captain Chu's expression remained tense. From his perception, a sinister aura was drawing near. It was likely that the earlier commotion had attracted its attention. Even if the sandstorm subsided, the convoy would still be in danger. Under normal circumstances, the aberrations could not act under sunlight. This was common knowledge among all survivors, or humanity would have perished long ago. But it seemed this common belief might be wrong. As the Pathfinder, Chu Che had sensed aberrant activity during the day more than once. For instance, at the scene of the last car accident, Chu Che had a theory perhaps aberrations like sequence transcendence could also grow and evolve. At the time, he was startled by his own conjecture. Not because it was too far-fetched, but because it was too terrifying. That was why Chu Che deliberately blurred this possibility. Perhaps one day all aberrations would no longer fear the sun. That would be humanity's doomsday. Captain Chu turned his gaze to the raging sandstorm outside the window. With Iron Lion Nana and Chen Ye around, the sandstorm was not much of a problem. They would surely weather it. At worst, they would lose some supplies, and some ordinary people would be swept away. These were trivial. What mattered was the trouble that lay ahead. In Captain Chu's perception, the aberrant aura was getting closer. After the sandstorm, the convoy certainly couldn't continue. It seemed. A direct confrontation with the aberration was imminent. Aberrations were invincible. Was the convoy's end at hand? The violent sandstorm engulfed nearly the entire world. Chen Ye kept his eyes and mouth tightly shut, relying solely on his perception to sense the surroundings. The sand stung his body with a dull pain. Every second felt like an eternity. Fortunately, the machete was thrust deep into the sand, holding the rope firmly. After what seemed like an age, when Chen Ye felt his body go numb, the sandstorm finally began to weaken. That slight weakening ignited a spark of hope in Chen Ye's heart. When the sandstorm finally stopped, Chen Ye was entirely covered in sand, half buried in the dune. Sand filled Chen Ye's ears, nose, and even his mouth. A slight movement sent sand flying around him. Damn it. This sandstorm, I've seen it all now. Using the willow branch for support, Chen Ye dragged himself out of the sand. Iron Lion was buried up to his neck with only his massive head visible. If Chen Ye wasn't familiar with him, he wouldn't have recognized the sand-covered mound as a person. A pair of large spade-like hands emerged from the ground, frantically digging at the sand. Iron Lion was trying to pull himself out. Yeezy, help me. A girl's dissatisfied voice came from nearby. Chen Ye turned and saw only a head of pink hair on the sand, nothing else. The girl was completely buried in the sand. An ordinary person would have died. Fortunately, she was a sequence transcendent Series 2, with remarkable vitality. Ha ha ha. People often feel less miserable when they see someone worse off than themselves. Chen Ye didn't even have time to light a cigarette before laughing and digging the girl's head out. The girl glared at him angrily. Chen Ye, you bastard, still laughing? Huh. Sorry, I really couldn't help it. Chen Ye quickly apologized. This woman was a Series 2 transcendent. Angering her would be troublesome. The girl could have gotten out herself, but she had expended some of her transcendent power fighting the sandstorm. Though not completely exhausted, she was still weary. Chen Ye dug out the girl's arm, and Iron Lion, the big oaf, grabbed it and lifted her out. Iron Lion had returned to his normal size, but his face looked haggard. The other survivors were also climbing out of their vehicles, their first act being to spit out sand. The outermost vehicles were half buried by the sandstorm, but thankfully no one was hurt. To leave, they would need to dig the cars out first. Moreover, after such a storm, some vehicles might have developed minor issues. As for supplies, they had lost a considerable amount. For instance, many roof racks had come loose, and the tied-down supplies were gone. Even Chen Ye's pickup truck hadn't fared well. The canopy was gone. Fortunately, most of his supplies were in the truck bed, and the food was on the back seat of the cab. Despite the shattered side and front windows, the food was still there. Chen Ye's pickup wasn't the only one with broken windows. The yellow school bus had almost all its windows shattered, with only a few barely usable. Iron Lion's yellow school bus, being the tallest, had taken the brunt of the sandstorm. Chen Ye lit a cigarette and sat on a nearby dune, savoring the rich aroma that soothed his fatigue and tension. Looking out, all he saw was desolation. Strange dunes, unfamiliar terrain. The sandstorm had reshaped the landscape. Chen Ye could no longer recognize the direction of their previous camp. Chen Ye, thank God you're all right. You scared me to death. Su Lina clutched her chest in worry. The woman wasn't in great shape herself, covered in dust, far from her usual charming self. She even looked disheveled. Yet despite this, she had come to check on his safety immediately after the storm. Even someone like Chen Ye felt a flicker of gratitude. But it was just a flicker. Chen Ye didn't believe this woman had fallen for him after just a few encounters. Impossible. In danger, he would still use her as a shield, a scapegoat. I'm fine. How about you all? How bad are the food and supply losses? Iron Lion had the most supplies. If his losses were severe, the convoy would be in real trouble. Su Lina tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, about to speak. Chen Ye, you son of a bitch. A sharp, hate-filled voice rang out. A petite figure charged at him like a blade. Another dusty figure, but her eyes were filled with venom and hatred. Seeing those eyes, Chen Ye immediately recognized her. Zhou Xiaoxiao. She blamed him for not saving her sister. Zhou Xiaoxiao wanted to kill Chen Ye. She had watched her sister get swallowed by the sandstorm. She used to think her sister was naggy, timid, even weak, but when her sister vanished before her eyes, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt her heart bleeding. She clutched a fruit knife she had picked up while scavenging for supplies. She only wanted to plunge it into the heart of the man before her to avenge her sister. Chen Ye exhaled a stream of smoke which coiled like a dragon, binding the girl's hands and feet. This was the power of a sequence transcendent. An ordinary person stood no chance against them. Chen Ye'll kill you, he'll kill you. The girl struggled, her eyes red as she glared at Chen Ye. She had made him her enemy. The conflict instantly drew the attention of those around as dusty figures turned to look. When they saw Chen Ye subdue the girl with just a puff of smoke, many eyes were filled with deep fear. You want to kill me? Why? You killed my sister, you killed Zhou Lan. The girl struggled, screamed, her voice hoarse. Chen Ye frowned. Have you lost your mind? When did you see me kill your sister? If it weren't for you, if you had stopped to save her, she wouldn't have died. Bullshit. If I had stopped to save her, I'd be dead. Zhou Xiaoxiao, are you stupid? Why should I save your sister? Why? Because my sister gave you gasoline when you needed it most. Didn't you take it back? Zhou Xiaoxiao, have you forgotten? Zhou Xiaoxiao was stunned by Chen Ye's words. Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks, carving a path through the grime, her lips bitten bloody. Her delicate face was a mess, but her eyes still glared blood-red at Chen Ye. The girl needed an outlet for her vengeance, and the man before her was a suitable target. Chen Ye's frown deepened. Su Lina stood by at a loss. Chu Che crawled out of a vehicle, his face, pale, his body, trembling slightly. Careful, there's an aberration. As Chu Che spoke, a horrifying face suddenly emerged from beside Chen Ye. It was a massive, terrifying human face as tall as a grown man. The face opened its huge mouth, lunging to bite Chen Ye. Chen Ye felt his hair stand on end. Too close. Too sudden. There was no dodging. Instinctively, he reached out, grabbed Zhou Xiaoxiao by the neck, and shoved her in front of him as a shield. This future star, awaited by the entire entertainment industry, was thus used by Chen Ye as a scapegoat. When Chen Ye grabbed her by the neck and held her in front of him, Zhou Xiaoxiao saw the colossal face. A sinister smile stretched across its features, its mouth splitting open in an exaggerated grin, all while she stared in utter terror. The mouth yawned open grotesquely, revealing layer upon layer of teeth. They were not the fangs of a beast, but human molars and flat teeth arranged in endless rows within that cavernous maw. Zhou Xiaoxiao felt as if an icy hand had seized her tiny heart. Ever since she could remember, Zhou Xiaoxiao had known she had a famous movie star sister. Inspired, she aspired to achieve the same stardom. With her stunning looks, she had already garnered significant attention even before her official debut. While her peers burned the midnight oil studying for a chance at a modest livelihood, Zhou Xiaoxiao had already transcended the ordinary. On set, everyone treated her with kindness and deference. At home, she was the apple of her parents' eyes, and even her superstar sister encouraged her. The sordid side of the entertainment industry never even had a chance to touch this future star. Zhou Xiaoxiao herself was convinced she was destined to be the top celebrity in the industry. But then the apocalypse arrived without warning. While filming, Zhou Xiaoxiao and her sister Zhou Lan were terrified but managed to escape the set. After joining a convoy, the sisters actively participated in supply runs, earning them a decent standing within the group. It at least ensured a semblance of dignity. But things couldn't stay smooth forever. In this world, death could come from a supply point raid or at the hands of other survivors or aberrations. Seeing Chen Ye awaken as a sequence transcendent, Zhou Lan decided to seek his protection. At the very least, they needed to maintain a good relationship. However, Zhou Xiaoxiao disagreed with her sister's decision, which had led to her retrieving the gasoline her sister had gifted to Chen Ye. She firmly believed that self-reliance was the only truth. She had always lived by this principle. Even with someone like Chen Ye, a sequence transcendent, she saw no need to curry favor or even interact with him. Because she was Zhou Xiaoxiao, just as she had on set where she could ignore the director and producers. But this was the apocalypse. Zhou Xiaoxiao had failed to adapt her mindset. In this new world, unless you were powerful enough, your principles were a death sentence. Watching the tooth-filled maw descend to devour her, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt a warm wetness spread through her lower body. Tears and snot streamed down her delicate face, turning it into a messy blur. Facing death, she didn't know if she felt more regret or fear. Bam! A heavy thud of impact. Zhou Xiaoxiao saw the massive face contort in pain as it was knocked aside. When her hands touched the sand, her body gave out, completely drained of all strength. Miss Zhou, run. She recognized the young man pulling her Xiao Fu from the school bus, an innocent college student. Xiao Fu dragged her limp body backwards. Su Lina, snapping out of her daze, hesitated for a moment before rushing over to help pull them both away. Zhou Xiaoxiao glanced back, and when she saw the creature's true form, the courage she had just mustered evaporated into pure terror. Careful. This aberration is tough. Taisher's voice boomed. The big man had activated his transcendent ability again, transforming into a three-mid turtle giant. It was his punch that had just sent the scorpion staggering, saving Zhou Xiaoxiao's life. The big man was shaking his hand, wincing in pain. Chen Ye backed away, putting distance between himself and the creature. Now he could see it clearly. It was a colossal scorpion, its body the size of a large truck. What was even more terrifying was its head, a huge human face. The expression of pain etched on it was eerily human. Its massive pincers and the raised black stinger all screamed that this was a formidable foe. Chen Ye exhaled a thick plume of smoke which formed a shroud around him, his eyes wary. He gripped a willow branch in his right hand, twirling a blood-cursed butcher knife in the other. Captain, are you up for this? Aren't you supposed to be the guide? How did you let this thing catch up to us? Are you even capable? Even the long-legged girl looked skeptical. Captain, can't you handle even this? Her tone and attitude made it seem like Chu Che was her subordinate, open to her berating. In front of all these survivors, she was even more disrespectful than Chen Ye, showing the captain no face at all. Chu Chi's blood boiled with anger, but he knew this wasn't the time for a confrontation. He forced a bitter smile. I don't know, maybe aberrations evolve too. It's still daytime, its power is suppressed. You'd better deal with it before the blood moon rises or else. Well, all died. The guide sequence was extremely sensitive to aberrant energy. Chu Che could sense the creature's power was indeed weakened by the sun. But once the blood moon was high, the surrounding survivors were in a worse state. Some had wet themselves for the second time, reeking of urine. Others with vacant eyes knelt and kowtowed to the human-faced scorpion, muttering prayers. Chen Ye's lips curled into a bitter smile. Damn it. Are we really going to have to fight this thing, Heaton? I only just awakened a few days ago. Looks like we have no choice but to go all out. The long-legged girl drew the sword from her waist, her expression grimly serious. Taisher slammed his iron-like fists together, a wild grin spreading across his face. He'll test its strength. You two find an opening. As soon as battle began, the big guy's other personality emerged. It was as if the Taisher before them was a completely different person. Finishing his cigarette, Chen Ye lit another. Damn it, I've only been awakened for a few days and now I have to fight this monster. He exhaled a thick stream of smoke. The smoke churned and twisted as if imbued with life, swirling around him like a guardian. It grew denser and denser, expanding its range until it gradually swallowed Chen Ye's figure entirely. This was his first battle since awakening as a sequence transcendent. Why do I feel a hint of anticipation? The blood-cursed machete in his hand seemed to tremble slightly. Right, one of its traits is to absorb resentment from slain aberrations, causing it to evolve. I wonder if that's true. Pain. Pain. The human-faced scorpion rubbed the spot where the iron lion had struck it with its large pincer, its expression eerily human. It sent chills down one's spine. But at that moment the scorpion's face twisted into Zhoulan's face. Chen Ye was not the only one stunned. Even Tai Shi and Nana were caught off guard. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoxiao in the distance felt as if struck by lightning. She murmured, Why is it my sister's face? The girl's exposed skin was as pale as paper. Chen Ye, why didn't you save me? If you had just stopped and saved me, I wouldn't have died. Chen Ye, how cruel. How cruel. That grotesque, oversized face turned toward Chen Ye, its expression venomous. Such a massive face bearing such an expression made one's scalp tingle. In a dazed Chen Ye even saw Zhou Lan herself standing there as if asking why he hadn't saved her. Chen Ye grew alert. The smoke quickly spread before his eyes, obscuring his vision. This human-faced scorpion was strange. A thick plume of smoke burst forth and the clouds around Chen Ye grew denser, expanding their reach. He was not yet capable of covering several kilometers with a single breath. He could only accumulate it bit by bit. Chen Ye, I want you dead. The scorpion's final word, dead, was shrill and piercing. It left those around dizzy and disoriented. A scorpion tail stinger shot like lightning toward where Chen Ye had stood. The smoke cloud was pierced through, but nothing happened. Hidden within the smoke, Chen Ye could clearly sense the position of the stinger. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist and hurled the blood resentment cleaver. Pain, pain, pain. The blood resentment cleaver clashed with the scorpion's stinger, sending a shower of sparks. Though the cleaver did not inflict significant damage on the human-faced scorpion, judging by its expression, it was not entirely ineffective. At the same time, the system provided some feedback, granting him some kill points. But Chen Ye had no mind to check them right now. Damn it, Chen Ye, where are you hiding? Come out. The scorpion pain grew even more enraged. Taisher, Nana, why aren't you attacking? Taisher let out a roar, charging at the human-faced scorpion like a flesh-and-blood tank. The Titan sequence's fighting style was close-quarters combat, its immense physical strength and regenerative ability making it unafraid of any melee battle. Scar as oath, sword, spirit as body. Drink my blood, howl, three souls. The girl chanted. The long-legged girl in Changshu village had used this move before. The sword in her hand glowed with white light. Even from such a distance, Chen Ye could feel the sharpness of the sword aura. The girl tilted her head slightly, and the black scorpion's stinger barely missed. Did this woman have eyes in the back of her head? Or was it an ability of the sword immortal sequence? The human-faced scorpion was so cunning, transforming into Zhou Lan's face to make them think it was targeting them. Instead it turned and targeted the long-legged girl. What a cunning anomaly. Damn it. The girl moved like a butterfly among flowers, her sword leaving wounds on the scorpion's body. Truly a sword immortal of Sequence 2, Edge opening stage. The three-meter little giant before the truck-sized human-faced scorpion seemed dwarfed for the first time. The scorpion was covered in hard exoskeleton, and Tai Shi's attacks were somewhat lacking. Hit its face. Chen Ye's voice came from the smoke. The girl's sword danced, thrusting straight at the scorpion's eyes. Shishi, look who I am. Just as the sword was about to pierce the scorpion's eyes, the massive face twisted again into a woman's face, both charming and expressive. The woman's face was 4 or 5 parts similar to the long-legged girl, only more mature. When the girl saw that face, she was completely dazed. Sister? Nana. Nana. Wasn't she Nana? Seeing this face, the girl's sword simply could not strike down, and she stood frozen as if under a spell. She stared blankly at the face, trembling violently. She, you remember me, you remember me. My dearest sister, I've missed you so much. You ate me, but I don't blame you, because we have finally become one. Now you are me, and I am you. Sister. My good sister. Chen Ye's eyelids twitched wildly, a sense of danger instantly surged. Indeed, no anomaly was easy to deal with. Tai Shi, attack. To hell with your tricks. Tai Shi sensed something was wrong, dodged the 2 large pincers, endured a blow from the scorpion's stinger, and charged close to the scorpion. Die. He brought a fist like a sandbag down on the scorpion's face. But the scorpion's face twisted rapidly again. Boss, look who I am. The face shifted again, this time to that of an old woman with graying hair. Seeing that face, Chen Ye's heart sank. Big guy, don't look at it. But it was too late. The giant face wore a kind expression. Boss, you've worked so hard all these years. These words made Tai Shi the little giant tremble violently, his eyes reddening. Chen Ye had never seen such an expression on Tai Shi. Captain Chu, who had been watching the battle anxiously, was like a cat on hot bricks. If Chen Ye and his team lost, the whole convoy would be doomed today. Chu Che glanced at the sun in the sky. The sandstorm had passed, and sunlight once again bathed the earth. In his perception, the scorpion's abilities were greatly suppressed. Even so, this suppressed anomaly could still overwhelm the 3 of them. If the blood moon rose, they might not even have a chance to resist. Damn! A cleaver tied with willow branches flew straight at the giant face. Chen Ye. The face shifted back to Zhou Lan. The cleaver came down directly on its head. The human-faced scorpion could not understand someone like Chen Ye. It had read from his mind that this face was Zhou Lan's. Why could this man still strike? In truth, the scorpion did not know that even if it were the real Zhou Lan, Chen Ye would still cut her down. A bloody gash appeared on the face. Chen Ye, look who I am. The face changed again. It became an old woman's face. Chen Ye hesitated briefly, but only briefly. The surrounding smoke roiled, and several large dogs burst forth from the smoke, charging at the scorpion. Smoke simulation. Tai Shi and Nana still stood there, tears streaming down their faces, muttering something unintelligible. The smoke dogs reached the scorpion and tore at its giant face. The scorpion's pincers swung, smashing the dogs into smoke. More identical dogs emerged from nearby. The cleaver danced wildly. Thick white smoke poured from Chen Ye's mouth and nostrils, the smoke cloud expanding continuously. Chen Ye, look at me. Look at your grandpa. Facing another familiar face, Chen Ye swung his blade unhesitatingly, leaving another bloody gash on the scorpion's face. The scorpion could not understand why this man was so ruthless. Every face it showed was red from his memories. How could he still strike? The scorpion did not notice that the battlefield was gradually shrouded in smoke, severely impairing its vision. The scorpion's stinger stabbed wildly, leaving holes in the smoke that were quickly filled. Its giant pincers flailed chaotically, only stirring up more smoke. The survivors strained their eyes to see the battle. But the battlefield grew increasingly blurred. Chu Che, frantic, suddenly remembered something, turned, and ran back to his modified off-road vehicle, searching the trunk. Chu Che held up a bag of crimson liquid. Chen Ye. A large hand made of smoke grabbed the bag and pulled it back into the mist. It was a bag of black dog blood. Chen Ye had mentioned earlier that black dog blood could be effective against anomalies. Chu Che had remembered that, and the convoy's 2 large black dogs were regularly bled. This was his hard-earned stash. The 2 black dogs were now cowering in the corners of their vehicle. Chen Ye'll kill you. A voice of extreme venom came. Though Chu Che could not see clearly, he could sense the anomaly's aura weakening. Inside the smoke mist, Chen Ye poured the bag of black dog blood over the scorpion's head. Black smoke rose. Nana, big guy, you idiots, wake up. I've been fighting all this time and you 2 just watch. Chen Ye raised his hand and slapped the girl's delicate face hard. Slap. Ruthless as he was, Chen Ye did not hold back. A red handprint appeared on the girl's face, visibly swelling. Slap. He swung again, and gave Taisher a solid slap. Both snapped out of their trance. 10 minutes later, roars and screams came from the smoke mist, making the survivors' legs tremble. The human-faced scorpion under the furious assault of the girl, and Taisher was growing weaker. Chen Ye remained hidden in the smoke, striking out at every opportunity. Sometimes he threw the cleaver, sometimes he summoned a smoke dog. Among the three, Chen Ye's attack power was the weakest, but the damage he inflicted was no less. The system kept sending notifications of kill points gained. Chen Ye stood behind Taisher. The big guy's large frame provided good cover. Taisher was covered in blood, but seemed more excited, fighting even more recklessly. The cleaver in his hand spun like a windmill. The girl spat a mouthful of blood onto her sword, which glowed with light, and with one stroke cut off half of the scorpion's head. A sword immortal of sequence 2, edge opening stage, was terrifying when serious. Go! The spinning cleaver carrying immense momentum flew toward the scorpion's head. No! The scorpion's venomous voice was cut short. Chen Ye's system notified him. You have killed the human-faced scorpion. You have gained 20,000 kill points. This final strike gathered nearly all of Chen Ye's strength. The man-faced scorpion left behind a venomous glare as its massive body gradually lost all signs of life. The enormous human-like face slowly dissipated under the sunlight, and its colossal form also began to fade, dissolving into specks of spiritual light that vanished between heaven and earth. Huff! Huff! Iron Lion slumped down onto the sand, his body slowly shrinking back to its normal size. At this moment, he looked like a figure bathed in blood with several gaping holes pierced clean through his body. When this man fought, it was as if he became an entirely different person. A single stab from the man-faced scorpion's tail stinger would leave a bloody hole, yet he refused to dodge or evade. At his most frenzied, Iron Lion grabbed the stinger with one hand, while pounding away with his iron fists. Chen Ye also slumped down onto the sand, no longer caring about the sand and dirt clinging to his clothes. The smoke slowly began to clear. The survivors finally got a clear view of the battlefield. Chen Ye patted his pocket only to pull out an empty cigarette pack. He crushed it in his hand and tossed it far away, cursing his bad luck under his breath. During the most intense part of the battle, he had smoked through half the pack in one go just to create the smoke screen. If not for that smoke screen, Chen Ye himself would likely have died beneath the man-faced scorpion's tail stinger. Nana would probably have died too. Several times when danger struck, she would dive into the smoke, and the scorpion simply couldn't find her. The abilities of the smoke apostle were certainly useful. It was just that the mimicry ability was a bit lacking. All things considered, Chen Ye hadn't awakened as the smoke apostle for long. He simply couldn't compare with those like Nana and Iron Lion who had awakened long ago. Time to see how many kill points this earned. Chen Ye eagerly prepared to check his kill tally for this battle. After all, he had landed the final blow. To use gaming terms, it was a last hit. Smack! A heavy slap landed directly across Chen Ye's face. Chen Ye staggered from the blow. His vision blurred, and even the system interface was interrupted. He looked up and first saw a pair of long, slender, straight legs, then a waist so narrow it could be circled by two hands. Finally, a head of pink hair, and a face swollen like a steamed bun so puffy that her left eye was squeezed into a thin slit. Chen Ye, this is payback. One slap for one slap. Ow! It hurts so much. You bastard, did you put all your strength into that slap, even the strength from when you were a baby? After slapping Chen Ye, Nana clutched her swollen cheek and wailed. A young girl beaten to such a state. She was practically disfigured. Even though the recovery of sequence transcendence was remarkable, she was still temporarily disfigured. Seeing Nana like this, Chen Ye pointed at her and burst out laughing, earning a string of exasperated eye rolls from the pink-haired girl. Here, this is for you. I know how to repay favors and settle scores. You hit me, so I hit you back, but you also saved me, so this pack of cigarettes is my thanks. The pink-haired girl pulled a pack of premium cigarettes from Waknoshir and tossed it to Chen Ye. I really don't get what's so good about these things. The girl had once tried to smoke like Chen Ye, but one puff was enough to make her give up. This pack of cigarettes was a nice windfall for Chen Ye. He pulled one out and lit it. I can't believe we actually killed an aberration. Since the apocalypse began, we've only heard of aberrations being killed, never actually seen it. I never thought we'd be the ones to do it today. The pink-haired girl's voice was filled with emotion. Aberrations can't be killed, but that's only true for ordinary people. A clear voice sounded in their ears. Chu Che walked slowly toward them, barefoot, his eyes fixed on the dissipating man-faced scorpion. I once heard of a sequence 2 transcendent who single-handedly killed an aberration. That's impossible. At the mention of sequence 2, Nana reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, refusing to accept it. If what Chu Che said was true, it would be a huge slap in the face. The three of them had fought together in broad daylight against a single man-faced scorpion and barely managed to win. Compared to that sequence 2, they were worlds apart. Did that mean they were all useless? As the top fighter of the fair convoy, the pink-haired girl refused to accept this. Chu Che turned and smiled at Chen Ye and the pink-haired girl, his face clearly saying, "You two still know far too little about this world." As for Iron Lion, he was already lying on the sand dune fast asleep, snoring loudly. "You two still know far too little about this world. You've only tapped into a fraction of a sequence transcendence true power. Even Nana, the sword immortal sequence unique to the Great Xia, has tremendous potential. Don't disappoint me. And Chen Ye, your supernatural path, is also very strong. If it weren't for you this time, we might all be dead." The pink-haired girl's eyelids twitched, and Chen Ye also felt like throwing a punch. "Stop playing the wise sage, will you? If you've got something to say, just spit it out." The pink-haired girl was about to lose it. "Ahem. Have you ever heard of potion capsules?" "What's that?" Potion capsules are a type of alchemical remedy that can to a certain extent unlock the latent potential of a sequence transcendent. They're even rarer than sequence injections. I've only heard of them myself. If you could get your hands on a potion capsule. Never mind. Don't even think about it. Sequence transcendence aberrations, and so much more. There's so much we don't know. Chen Ye, however, felt a stir of interest. Potion capsules. Others might not be able to get them, but that didn't mean he couldn't. He had the system. If he could exchange for sequence injections, there was no way he couldn't exchange for potion capsules. He pushed the thought aside for now, and turned his gaze to Chu Che, because Captain Chu's expression at that moment was very strange. Captain Chu's eyes were practically glowing. He stared intently at the spot where the man-faced scorpion had vanished, his feet already moving in that direction. Chen Ye followed his gaze. There, lying on the sandy ground, was a dark black object. Chen Ye felt a jolt of surprise. This thing. He then stood up and walked toward the dark object as well. The pink-haired girl also followed out of curiosity. Captain Chu walked to where the man-faced scorpion had dissipated and bent down to pick up an object from the ground. It was a black shell, its material resembling neither iron nor plastic. Chen Ye recognized it. It was the carapace of the man-faced scorpion. Earlier, Iron Lion had transformed into a three-mid turtle giant and pounded the scorpion with his fists without dealing any damage to it. This was a marvel material. Is this a marvel material? The pink-haired girl voiced her curiosity. Chu Che ran his fingers over the black hard shell, a gleam of pleasant surprise flashing in his eyes. What a treasure. If we could auction this off, it might fetch several hundred million. What a pity, what a pity. Chen Ye directly cast an appraisal. The appraisal cost him 60 kill points. When he had appraised the skinflayer's scalp earlier, it had cost 100. This one only cost 60. It was likely not as valuable as the skinflayer's scalp. The system quickly provided feedback. Item name: carapace of the man-faced scorpion. Type: marvel material. Origin: dropped by a man-faced scorpion slain by 3 sequence transcendents. Commentary: this item possesses formidable defensive properties. If crafted into a defensive marvel, it could yield a decent piece worthy of collection. Seeing this appraisal result, Chen Ye knew for sure that this item was definitely not as valuable as the skinflayer's scalp. But judging by Chu Che's expression, Chen Ye suddenly realized he might have gotten quite a bargain. "Chen Ye, Chu Che, there's another one over here." At the sound of the pink-haired girl's voice, Chu Che moved even faster than Chen Ye, appearing beside her in what seemed like the blink of an eye. Chen Ye also caught sight of the object that had drawn the girl's startled exclamation. It was a soft, full human face mask, its empty eye and mouth sockets starkly visible. An instinctive wave of revulsion washed over Chen Ye at the sight of it. It was the face of the man-faced scorpion they had fought earlier. He hadn't expected this to be the second exotic material. Recalling the earlier battle, his expression soured. The pink-haired girl's face looked even worse than Chen Ye's. During the fight, this very face mask had transformed into a woman's face, bearing a striking resemblance to her own. The moment she saw it, she had been rendered completely helpless. Seeing the face mask again, now it was no wonder her expression was terrible. Captain Chu, on the other hand, was practically vibrating with excitement, grabbing the mask and holding it, as if he couldn't bear to let it go. After spending 90 kill points, Chen Ye obtained the basic information on the face mask. Item name: face mask of the man-faced scorpion. Type: exotic material. Origin: dropped by a man-faced scorpion that was cornered and killed by 3 sequence transcendents. Appraisal: this mask, taken from the scorpion's face, possesses formidable shape-shifting and regenerative abilities. Had it not been for the daylight, the scorpion could never have been slain. It is a rare and valuable exotic material worthy of careful collection. Chu Che's eyes gleamed as he stroked the mask in his hands, muttering, "We're rich, we're rich." The pink-haired girl wore a look of disgust and turned to leave. Chen Ye, however, found himself intensely interested in the item. The appraisal cost was 90 kill points. Though it didn't match the price of the flayed ghost scalp had obtained earlier, it was surely a valuable find. Seeing the look on Chu Che's face, Chen Ye wasn't sure what to say. The scalp head traded from Chu Che was evidently far more precious than this face mask. According to the system's appraisal, the flayed ghost scalp could be used to create an exotic item ranked within the top 2,000. This face mask received no such praise. It probably wasn't as good, but it couldn't be far off. What you want this to? Captain Chu noticed Chen Ye's intense stare, and a sly cunning grin spread across his face. That skin I gave you earlier, I didn't know what it was, but I figured it was precious. Since I got it by chance, I didn't feel too bad about it. Trading it to you is fine, you're part of our convoy anyway. It would have ended up being used for the group eventually. But this thing. Haha. Chu Che stroked the skin in his hands, his sly grin widening. To kill that man-faced scorpion, if not for Nana's sword strike iron lion blocking the front, your smoke and mist, or my dog's blood, we couldn't have done it. So this face mask and the carapace we got earlier belonged to all four of us. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Hearing Chu Che put it that way, Chen Ye couldn't argue. And he was entirely correct. Without any one of them taking down the man-faced scorpion would have been impossible. They wouldn't have gotten the mask or the carapace. No objections. So if you want this face mask or the carapace, you'll have to trade something for it. Fairness is key. Chen Ye. He was interested, but he didn't have much on hand to offer in trade. Besides, after this sandstorm, had likely lost a good amount of his supplies. They'll hold on to this for now. When you've got something good enough to trade, come find me. They'll talk to Nana and Iron Lion for you. Captain Chu patted Chen Ye on the shoulder, a warm smile on his face. The sun was setting, casting an orange glow over the dunes, beautiful as a dream. It was hard to believe this land had just weathered a violent sandstorm. Iron Lion, the big guy, was still lying on a dune fast asleep. Old Lee had already set up a large canopy tent to block out the scorching orange sunlight. The wounds on Iron Lion's body were beginning to heal. However, a few of them were visibly blackened, clearly stings from the man-faced scorpion's tail, which was venomous. Black blood slowly oozed from the wounds. Old Lee had left a young girl to care for Iron Lion. Whenever the black blood seeped out, she would wipe it away with a towel. When she saw Chen Ye approach, she shrank back in fear, clearly terrified of him. Most of the vehicles were buried under the sand. The two sedans were already more than half covered. Digging them out would not be an easy task. Moreover, the sand was soft after the storm. This made the survivors work even harder. At this point, there was no distinction between men and women. Everyone worked together, using anything they could find to shovel the sand. Vehicles were undoubtedly one of the most critical assets in the apocalypse. Chen Ye immediately went to check on his doomsday pickup truck. The windows on both sides had been blown out. Even the front windshield hadn't escaped. The canopy over the truck bed had also suffered damage, and the cover itself was blown away to who knows where. All that was left was a bare truck bed. The supplies that had been strapped to the canopy roof were gone. Fortunately, the food was safe. Although the chopped pepper fish head was a small two-door car, it did have a back seat. Chen Ye had placed the food there earlier. The sandstorm had blown away the truck's canopy, but hadn't destroyed the cab. It was just a bit deformed from the pressure. A system scan showed the vehicle was basically intact, which was a relief. The truck already had a rugged post-apocalyptic look, and after the storm it looked even more so. Chen Ye could only console himself that without windows driving would be cooler. The survivors worked until midnight before they managed to dig all the vehicles out. After the sandstorm, Chen Ye clearly noticed that the convoy had lost a few more people. Sigh. When we left Changshu village, there were over 40 of us. Now there are less than 30 left, Uncle Abeo said, his face etched with deeper wrinkles. How many got lost? Chen Ye asked, a cigarette dangling from his lips and a pair of sunglasses covering his eyes. There were 2 survivors on motorcycles, they got lost. And a guy called Kai, he's missing too. Uncle Abeo rambled on. He was only in his 40s, but he looked like he was in his 50s now. He was in charge of the convoy's daily affairs. After all, he had spent time with these people. With them gone now, Uncle Abeo felt a pang of sadness. At least we're still alive. In this situation, we can barely take care of ourselves. Chen Ye's voice was flat and emotionless. He wasn't close to these people, they were merely nodding acquaintances. Even when Zhou Lan had disappeared, he hadn't felt much. Seeing the indifferent look in Chen Ye's eyes, Uncle Abeo sighed inwardly. This man truly has a heart of stone. Only transcendence like Chu Che, Nana, and Iron Lion mattered to him. In this apocalypse, people died every moment. He had seen too much death when they fled Jiangqing. To survive, Chen Ye had to grow harder and more callous. Chen Ye, there aren't many of us left in the convoy. Ike's idea is that we should all eat together from now on. That way we can conserve resources. Of course, you'd have to provide your own ingredients. Uncle Abeo had come to discuss this communal dining arrangement. Chen Ye thought for a moment and agreed. Eating together wasn't a bad idea. He was tired of his own cooking. Besides instant noodles, his culinary skills were pretty mediocre. According to what Uncle Abeo relayed from Chu Che, they'd have communal meals from now on. Chen Ye, Chu Che, Nana, and Iron Lion would eat together as one group. The other survivors would eat as another group. Of course, no one was forced to join if they didn't want to. Chen Ye understood Captain Chu's intention and fully approved of the plan. After Uncle Abeo left, Chen Ye decided to check his kill points from this venture before the meal. When he saw the number displayed by the system, his heart gave a jolt. It was over 30,000 kill points. This was the most kill points he had ever possessed since acquiring the system. Seeing the system display over 30,000 kill points, Chen Ye felt a wave of brightness wash over him. Even the blood moon hanging high in the sky seemed auspicious to him now. With over 30,000 kill points, he could definitely elevate his strength by a significant margin. Whether it was upgrading his vehicles or enhancing his own power, it should be more than enough. Chen Ye was tired of the days lacking kill points. As for the 10,000 kill points he owed the system, he had no intention of repaying them anytime soon. He would just owe it for now. It wasn't like the system would kill him over it, right? And those magic potion capsules. And upgrading the blood grudge cleaver. He wanted it all. By the way, when he had slain the man-faced scorpion earlier, Chen Ye had clearly seen a wisp of gray mist being absorbed by the blood grudge cleaver as it died. Recalling the third trait of the blood grudge cleaver, its ability to absorb resentment and accumulate it for a qualitative change. He hadn't had a chance to check on it until now. Chen Ye reached behind him and pulled the cleaver from his waist. Under the blood-red moonlight, he brought his right eye close to inspect it. The cleaver's overall appearance was largely unchanged, still looking much the same as before. Wait. No. The blood grudge cleaver seemed to have undergone some changes. For instance, the patterns on the blade now bore a hint of darker, hidden lines. If not for his exceptional eyesight, he probably wouldn't have noticed them at all. He reached out and touched the blade, feeling its icy coldness. Information about the cleaver surfaced in his mind. Blood grudge cleaver number 04880-4880. The number had moved up a spot. This actually works. Chen Ye suddenly realized that among all the strange materials he possessed, the grievance-binding willow branch might be the most underestimated. Even if it only contained a trace of the willow's properties, it was enough to significantly enhance the cleaver's value. If he ever got the chance, he wouldn't mind making another trip to Chansho village. Satisfied, he tucked the cleaver back into his waist. A campfire had been lit not far away. Captain Chu Che was waving at Chen Ye. On the other side, a pink-haired girl gave him a lazy, sloppy wave as well. It looked like it was time to eat. Chen Ye ambled over to his pickup truck, climbed into the back seat, and pulled out a bag of flour. After a moment's thought, he also took out the cured meat he had left over. The meat had been sitting in the car for days. Because his cooking skills were terrible, he had been reluctant to waste such good ingredients, so he had never eaten it. Now that someone else was cooking, he supposed it wouldn't hurt to share. Luckily, it was cured, or it would have spoiled by now. With a swift chop, Chen Ye split the meat in two, wrapped up the larger portion, and carried the rest in his hand. Throughout the whole process, not a trace of grease clung to the cleaver's blade. If Chu Che ever found out Chen Ye was using a mystic artifact for this, he'd probably be hopping mad and cursing him out. Finally, Chen Ye found some potatoes in the back seat. Cigarette dangling from his lips, he swayed his way towards the campfire. Along the way, many survivors eyed the supplies in Chen Ye's hands, drooling. Even cured meat was a luxury. Many hadn't tasted meat in a long time. Uncle Bao, this is my food contribution. Chen Ye handed his supplies to Uncle Bao. Seeing so much food, Uncle Bao's eyes crinkled into crescents of joy. All right, don't you worry, I've got it all noted down. Beside him, there was already a bag, presumably brought over by the pink-haired girl. If you're not eager to eat, something's wrong with your head. The pink-haired girl raised her beer in a toast towards Chen Ye. Chen Ye ignored her teasing completely and simply walked over to sit by the campfire. How much have you had to get this drunk? The pink-haired girl's cheeks were flushed. Just one can. Getting this drunk from just one can? You've got to be kidding. Chen Ye was astonished at her low tolerance for alcohol. No wonder she still had beer left. That explained why she always seemed tipsy whenever he saw her. He remembered back in school, a guy in his dorm could down a whole case of beer as a warm-up. The pink-haired girl's tolerance was pitifully bad. It was practically an insult to the word drinker. Who says you can't enjoy drinking just because you can't hold your liquor? The pink-haired girl retorted stubbornly. She likes to drink, but her tolerance is terrible. Captain Chu added an explanation. Chen Ye shrugged, indicating she could do whatever made her happy. Iron Lion is still unconscious, probably won't wake up for a while. It's just the three of us for dinner tonight. This is Aunt Chu. She's a good cook. I've tried her food. We'll have her cook for us from now on. The middle-aged woman looked up and gave Chen Ye a kind smile. She was around 50, and although she looked a bit disheveled, her demeanor suggested she wasn't an ordinary person. She carried an air of elegance and nobility. Chen Ye didn't object, but felt the woman looked vaguely familiar. Sensing Chen Ye's gaze, Chu Che explained, Aunt Chu used to run a chain of restaurants. With her at the stove, we're in for a treat. With that hint, Chen Ye remembered. This woman had run a famous chain of restaurants before. Her life story was quite legendary. She started from a single small eatery and built it into a nationally renowned business, amassing assets in the billions. She was a nationally celebrated, inspirational businesswoman. The reason she seemed familiar was that she was quite high profile and had appeared on 2 variety shows. He never expected she'd end up as their personal chef. After the apocalypse, life circumstances had certainly taken a different turn. That's all in the past now. Just being alive is enough for me. The middle-aged woman sighed softly, her eyes filled with helplessness. After the meal was prepared, she left silently. The dinner was of course quite enjoyable, far better than anything Chen Ye could have made himself. The entire meal took only 30 minutes. They didn't even leave the soup at the bottom of the pot. The survivors nearby, eating their potato porridge, swallowed their saliva frantically. After the sandstorm, their daily meals had gotten even worse. They could barely manage to stave off hunger. But no one complained. Today they had personally witnessed the terror of the man-faced horrors. If it had been ordinary people, they would have been devoured by those man-faced scorpions long ago. After the incident with the man-faced scorpions, the survivors understood even more clearly the gap between themselves and the sequence transcendence. Sulina stared at the few potato chunks and watery porridge in her bowl, then looked at the rich food not far away, feeling her mouth water uncontrollably. Waves of meaty aroma wafted over, making Sulina's heart itch like a cat scratching. She had never found the smell of meat so enticing before. But now, if Chen Ye would give her a piece of meat, she'd move into his pickup truck this very instant. Lena, keep at it. I'm sure you can win Chen Ye over. Keep going. Sulina downed the porridge in her bowl in one gulp, her gaze growing more resolute. Chen Ye was just about to pull out a cigarette to cut through the greasy feeling when he realized the pack he had earlier was left in the car. Chu Che tossed a pack over to him. There's a bit of a problem with my car. Take a look when you get a chance. It was probably just some effect from the sandstorm, shouldn't be anything major. Before Chen Ye could respond, the pink-haired girl on the side also tossed a pack of cigarettes at him. Check mine too. Having received 2 packs in quick succession, Chen Ye's eyes curved into happy crescents. No problem, I'll take a look after I rest a bit. Burp. The pink-haired girl raised her beer, took a huge gulp, not wasting a single drop. She crushed the empty can into a ball and tossed it away. Then she pulled out another can of beer from beside her, a full 500 milliliters. Hey, can you even handle that? If it were anyone else, Chen Ye wouldn't have asked. His concern wasn't because he had changed his personality, but because this woman was the top fighter in the convoy. She'd be useful in the future. None of your damn business, I'll drink if I want to. The pink-haired girl downed half of the freshly opened can in one go, staring at Chen Ye with hazy, drunken eyes. It was clearly a sentence full of gunpowder, but coming from her mouth it sounded soft, melancholic, and plaintive. Chen Ye rubbed his nose, not getting angry at her words. After all, she was just a teenage girl. He was an adult who had been one for many years. All right, you take your time drinking. I'm heading back to sleep. Yawn. I'm sleepy. Actually, Chen Ye wasn't tired. He just wanted to plan how to allocate his kill points. Chen Ye, who said you could leave? Just as Chen Ye was about to get up, the pink-haired girl grabbed his pant leg. Chen Ye frowned slightly. He wasn't the type of man to be swayed by a pretty face, even if the pink-haired girl was cute and even useful. But his patience had its limits. As Chen Ye looked down, he saw the pink-haired girl's big, watery eyes brimming with tears. Under the blood-red moonlight, there was an eerie, pitiful charm to her. It was a chaotic kind of beauty, different from Zhou Xiaoxiao and different from Sulina. To borrow a popular internet phrase, she was the pinnacle of pure seduction. Chen Ye had never seen Nana like this. Beside him, Captain Chu Che, upon seeing this scene, perked up entirely, his usually calm eyes now looked like a dog that had spotted a bone. Chen Ye could swear he saw the blazing fire of gossip burning in that guy's eyes. Ahem. Well, you two take your time, I'm tired, I'll head back to rest first. Damn it, wasn't that my line just now? Captain Chuitz. It's not what you think. You bastard. Chu Che chuckled, his gaze suggestive. I understand, don't worry, no one will disturb you. Chu Che, you bastard. Chen Ye tried to pull his leg free, but the pink-haired girl clung to his leg tightly, refusing to let him go. Chen Ye suppressed his irritation, considering they were in the same convoy, considering she was the team's top fighter, and considering she might be useful to him in the future. He decided to be a bit more patient today. Nana, you've had too much to drink. I haven't. This is nothing. Chen Ye, listen to me. The girl struggled to lean against Chen Ye's shoulder, reeking of alcohol. She hadn't eaten much during dinner earlier. The woman seemed troubled today and had been drinking nonstop. As everyone knows, when someone who's been drinking starts saying, listen to me, it means a story is coming. Chen Ye, you know what? Actually, my name isn't Nana, it's Cici. Nana is my sister's name, Sun Na. Captain Chu Che, sensing gossip was afoot tonight, felt like 800 ants were crawling all over him inside and out. This outwardly proper, inwardly lecherous captain was utterly consumed by curiosity. Captain Chu loved hearing secrets. Sometimes secrets meant gossip. But Captain Chu didn't like hearing gossip face-to-face, nor did he want to be a participant in it. He preferred to eavesdrop, to secretly listen to others' secrets without them knowing. For Chu Che, this was the ultimate thrill. Chu Che remembered telling Uncle Bao not to disturb Chen Ye and Nana. Then he returned to his own vehicle, turned on his eavesdropping radio, and even had time to brew a pot of pure tea. Chen Ye, you know what? Perhaps it was the earlier battle with the human-faced scorpion that had unearthed the darkest, deepest secret buried in the girl's heart. Chen Ye remained silent, quietly playing the role of a listener. Even he couldn't help but feel immense shock at this story. Nana's real surname was Sun Sisi. Nana was her sister's nickname. If not for the apocalypse, Nana no Sun Sisi might have been a freshman at a top domestic university living a carefree life in an ivory tower. Sun Sisi was born into a very happy family. Including her, there were 7 members: grandparents, parents, her older sister herself, and a younger brother. The family was well off, with parents holding respectable jobs and earning considerable incomes, making them prominent figures in their local area. Her grandparents received tens of thousands of yuan in monthly pensions. Her sister was a graduate student at a prestigious domestic university with a bright future ahead after graduation. As for her younger brother, though a bit mischievous, he was very cute. Such a family was undoubtedly the envy of many. Sun Sisi had felt blessed by her family countless times. Until one day, everything changed. She had just received her college admission letter the day before. The next morning, when she woke up, Sun Sisi saw all her family members crowded at the door, seeming to look at something. Sun Sisi rubbed her eyes, and wearing her cute little bear pajamas went to the door. What met her eyes was an incredibly massive tree. The tree's trunk was so thick it completely blocked the gate. The Sun family lived in a detached, 3-story European-style villa. This huge tree had grown in the front yard of the villa. Sun Sisi recognized it. It was an ornamental tree her grandfather had planted in the yard. But it hadn't been this big. The canopy almost covered the entire Sun family house, even blocking the entrance. Her father had to jump from a window into the yard to try and find help. That scene Sun Sisi would never forget for the rest of her life. The massive tree opened its huge mouth, and amidst Sun Sisi's screams and the gaze of the whole family, swallowed her father in one gulp. That tree. It's alive. It ate my. Tears as big as beans rolled down the girl's cheeks, her body trembling slightly. Chen Ye had to reach out and pat her pink hair to comfort her, but inwardly he was deeply puzzled. Why is it always trees? First the giant willow in Longevity Village, and now this man-eating tree. Or is there some commonality between these two trees? The pink-haired girl shakily raised her beer, taking a huge gulp, yellow liquid trickling down her fair neck and soaking the front of her clothes. That big tree. After swallowing her father in front of the whole family, the bizarre tree seemed to be activated. Branches like pythons brutally smashed through the walls and reached inside. Her grandparents, mother, and younger brother were all coiled by the snake-like branches. Like a buffet right before Sun Sisi's eyes, it devoured her entire family one by one. Only her sister and herself were left trembling and cowering in a corner. Sun Sisi's mind went completely blank. Fortunately, her sister's son, Nana, being older, discovered a cruel rule about the tree. The tree was relatively safe while it was eating. This discovery led son Nana to make a decision. When she was wrapped by a branch and sent towards that huge mouth, she pushed her sister out, sacrificing herself to give Sun Sisi the only chance to survive. Watching her sister get swallowed, Sun Sisi's mind broke, and she stood there stupidly. Just as she thought she was going to die, the bizarre tree stopped attacking. A fruit red as blood appeared before her eyes. A tempting aroma constantly stimulated Sun Sisi. According to her own account, she didn't know why at the time, but she grabbed the fruit and devoured it greedily. She even tasted the essence of her grandparents' parents, sister, and brother in that fruit. This description might not be appropriate, but that's what Sun Sisi said. Chen Ye, do you know why you guys are sequence 1, but I'm sequence 2? By now the girl was crying uncontrollably, her face obscured by tears, her body limp like a pile of mud. Chen Ye already had some guesses about her question. Was it because of that fruit? This Captain Chu Che, eavesdropping in his car, now had an extremely grim expression. He could be sure that Nana no Sun Sisi's rapid advancement was due to that fruit stained with her blood relative's blood. It was that fruit. Chen Ye. I ate my whole family. Tears fell like rain. The girl had no strength left. After saying this, she collapsed limply against Chen Ye's shoulder. Chen Ye was speechless. He really didn't know how to comfort people. But in this situation, staying silent felt inappropriate. After thinking for a long time, Chen Ye opened his dry mouth and finally said, "This isn't your fault. It's the apocalypse. Oh, everyone's in the same boat. Everyone has lost family." That was a terribly inadequate thing to say. I actually don't like drinking at all. I never had a drop before. But if I don't drink, you'll think about it. Every day, every minute, every second, the faces of my grandparents, parents, sister, and brother are right in front of my eyes. The girl was a mess of tears, looking utterly pitiful. Chen Ye felt he should still try to comfort her, racking his brains for a response. What's the use of crying? What you need to do now is get revenge. When you're strong enough, you can go back and chop that tree down for firewood. Captain Chu Che, eavesdropping from a distance, had black lines forming on his forehead. What kind of comfort was that? But Sun Sisi suddenly looked up. The word revenge had never crossed her mind. Her whole family died overnight, and the murderer was a tree. How could she get revenge? But Chen Ye's words opened a door for her. Yes, so what if it's a tree? Why can't she get revenge? It could eat her family, so she could chop it down for revenge. Sun Cece's eyes grew brighter and brighter, shining like the stars in the sky. Chen Ye, let's go to the car. Huh? You? The blood moon in the sky seemed shy, hiding behind a cloud. Little Yu, cursing under his breath, stumbled out of a nearby car, his face flushed red. He kept muttering about getting styes in his eyes. As for Captain Chu Che in the SUV not far away, upon hearing the sounds from his eavesdropping radio, he flinched, as if scalded, quickly turning it off, his face turning extremely sour. My ears, they're dirty, dirty. Bastards. Chen Ye, Sun Cece, you too. You too. Shameless. Disgusting. As for the others, some sneered coldly, some wore lecherous expressions. Only Su Lina's face was dark as a storm cloud. For Chen Ye, this kind of thing was perfectly normal. Sun Cece was over 18, an adult. He was neither a saint nor a paragon of virtue. When dawn broke, they would just pretend it never happened. You want the face of the human-faced scorpion? Chen Ye was taken aback when Nana, no Sun Qianqian, told him she also wanted the creature's face. Just yesterday, when they found the skin, she had been repulsed by it, unwilling to even glance at it. He hadn't expected her to change her mind before dawn. Now she was speaking to him with a coquettish tone. That human-faced scorpion is a treasure. I want it. Brother, please help me. Chen Ye was 7 or 8 years older than the 18-year-old Nana, no Sun Qianqian, so her calling him brother wasn't out of line. But yesterday was yesterday, today is today. Yesterday we killed the human-faced scorpion, and it dropped 2 rare materials, the carapace and the face. The carapace aside, the face alone is extraordinary. How can you tell me? Chen Ye interrupted her, confused. He had his system to appraise items, but how did this pink-haired girl know? Could she have a secret method he didn't know about? Are you dense? The face gives you an eerie, unsettling feeling, while the carapace doesn't react at all. Anything that makes you feel uneasy is likely a high-quality item. That's the key standard for judging how precious a material is. Of course, it's not always accurate, but for the human-faced scorpion's face, it should be right. He hadn't expected the pink-haired girl to know more than him at her age. Chen Ye recalled the skinning ghost scalp he had collected. He had felt uneasy when he first saw it too. This method seemed reliable. According to the convoy's rules, the 4 of us split everything equally. Brother, give me your share. You're a mechanic if you talk to the captain, and the big guy ITLL work. And you can upgrade my sword while you're at it. The pink-haired girl flipped over and pulled out the long sword she had been lying on. How do you know I can upgrade? Chen Ye stopped mid-sentence, realizing he had asked a stupid question. You think I'm dumb? Your car changes every day? We've known for a while that you might not be a pure mechanic. But everyone has secrets these days, you're not the only one. The girl's face was full of cunning, like a little fox. She turned her attention back to the longsword. Every sword immortal sequence needs a natal sword. This one was my grandfather's collectible. Since I became an awakened, it hasn't left my side. Its serial number is only a little over 3,000. Brother, I know you have a way to upgrade artifacts. Please help me. The girl clung to his arm, pleading. Even her tone had become clingy. But Chen Ye didn't soften, nor did last night's intimacy loosen his resolve. His gaze grew sharper. What are you offering in return? Sun Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at him. After all this, you're still keeping score. Let's keep things separate. I just said I want the face. How about this? I'll trade my share of the carapace for your share of the face. You take the carapace, I take the face. I can craft artifacts for you, but my services don't come cheap. And I can talk to Chu Che and Iron Lion on your behalf. But, like I said, what are you offering in exchange? His tone was purely that of a negotiator. Chen Ye, get lost. Get out. The result was that Chen Ye got kicked out of the modified off-roader. Dawn was just breaking, and the air was still cold. Fortunately, as an awakened, the chill was bearable. As he shrugged and turned to leave, the door opened again. A delicate face framed by pink hair appeared, sneering. Jerk, remember this in the one who dumped you. The door slammed shut again with a bang. Chen Ye stood frozen, a wave of humiliation washing over him. Returning to his battered pickup truck, he laid down in the bed. The canopy had been shredded by the sandstorm long ago. Briefly recalling yesterday's ordeal, he steadied his mind. Chen Ye began to plan his upgrades. There were 3 paths. The first was to upgrade the blood curse chopper. He still had the skinning ghost scalp. It would cost 3,000 kill points. He had enough, but spending that much would drain his reserves completely. If an emergency arose, the system would be useless. The second option was to exchange kill points for a magic potion capsule. Chu Che had mentioned it, and the name had stuck with him. According to Captain Chu, the capsule could fully unlock human potential, boosting an awakened strength, and was even more precious than a sequence injection. Of course, the magic fruit Sun Qianqian ate had a similar effect. But, forget it. Forging a magic fruit from a loved one's flesh to achieve power, even with a heart of stone, was something he couldn't do. System: how many kill points for a magic potion capsule? Magic potion capsule, a capsule created with human wisdom before the apocalypse. It can greatly unlock human potential. Invaluable. Cost 5,000 kill points. Do you wish to exchange? 50,000. Chen Ye immediately abandoned the idea. The third plan was to upgrade his vehicle. The pickup's canopy could wait. The truck's electric system was the urgent issue. The 60 liters of fuel were nearly gone. His supplies couldn't compare to those of Chu Che's son Chen or Iron Lion. They had found a gas station before he joined the convoy. They had stocked up on plenty of fuel. He couldn't compete with them. He still owed Chu Che 15 liters. Without an alternative, he'd be begging for fuel again in 2 days. So this was the most pressing matter. After some haggling with the system, he settled on a plan: spend 150 kill points and 48 hours to upgrade the solar charging panel. Once done, it would take 20 ideal sunlight hours to fully charge the truck's 10 kilowatt-hours battery. With 10 kilowatt-hours, the chopped pepper fish head minicar could travel 100 kilometers under ideal conditions. The Apocalypse pickup was much larger, so 70 kilometers would be a blessing. 70 kilometers was enough. The convoy's daily travel distance varied. Chu Che would set up camp once they reached a safe spot. Some days they covered over 100 kilometers, other days just a few dozen. As he confirmed the upgrade, Chen Ye felt his fingers tremble. He had just earned 3,000 kill points, and now only a little over 1,000 remained. It felt like payday, only to hand half your salary to the landlord. It was far from satisfying. An hourglass countdown appeared above the pickup. 476059. Staring at his remaining points, Chen Ye felt a pang of regret. It was frustrating that 3,000 kill points hadn't increased his combat power at all. No artifact upgrades, no personal enhancement. But the pickup's power system couldn't be ignored. Thinking it over, he remembered the magic potion capsule. Since he lacked the points, why not find an alternative? Wuxiao novels always have inner cultivation techniques, right? Wasn't there another way to boost his strength? After awakening his sequence transcendent ability, Chen Ye had been diligently practicing his powers during this period. Strengthening oneself was the surest way to survive the apocalypse. Of course, this method of practice was rather crude, endlessly smoking and exhaling smoke, then using his ability to mimic various animals. Alternatively, he would shroud his surroundings in a dense haze. His current strength had naturally improved since his initial awakening, though the increase was rather limited. During his previous battle with the Face Scorpion Chen, he had spent considerable time and smoked numerous cigarettes to conjure the smoke screen. If his opponent had been human, or if he had lacked backup, Chen Ye would likely have perished long ago. This method was crude and progress was painfully slow. It was also extremely taxing on his cigarette supply. Had it not been for his passive ability of nicotine tolerance, Chen Ye wouldn't have dared to train this way. Chen Ye had once asked Chu Che about this. The guide sequence was unique, requiring nearly 24 hours of high-frequency sensing of anomalies. As a result, Chu Che's transcendent ability was constantly being honed. According to Chu Che, as long as one lived long enough, the enhancement of one's sequence ability was inevitable. It was just that the process of enhancement could be rather slow. Chu Che's method was essentially the same as Chen Ye's. Iron Lion was a Titan sequence transcendent. According to Iron Lion, tempering the body was the path to strength. Thus, whenever they weren't on the move, Chen Ye had often seen Iron Lion training his physique amidst the sand dunes. This method was also fundamentally the same as Chen Ye's. But Chen Ye was not content. If his transcendent ability were stronger, perhaps his battle with the Face Scorpion wouldn't have been so grueling. Whether it was upgrading his vehicle or enhancing his personal power, it was all for the sake of surviving the apocalypse. The vehicle and his own abilities were indispensable during such a migration. Couldn't there be a way, like in martial arts novels, where one could cultivate some inner technique daily and grow stronger, as long as it was even a bit faster than his current painstaking grind? System: is there a method to enhance my sequence ability like? Chen Ye described the characteristics of inner techniques from martial arts novels to the system. The spinning circle appeared once more. The system was clearly pondering. Could it actually exist? Chen Ye felt a surge of nervousness, his breathing quickening. If such an inner technique truly existed, even a hefty price would be acceptable. That was something that could boost one's power. Theoretically, both sequence transcendent abilities and what you call inner energy are applications of energy. So it's feasible then. Chen Ye couldn't help but interrupt the system, his voice trembling slightly. If it truly worked, theoretically feasible, requires consumption of kill points for deduction. Great. How many kill points are needed? Estimated at 10,000 kill points. Deduction will take 36 hours. A system task is currently in progress. Do you wish to interrupt it? Note: interrupting the current task will not refund the consumed kill points. Please consider carefully. Host. 10,000 kill points. And 36 hours for deduction. He had thought that paying the points would yield results instantly. Chen Ye discovered a new characteristic of the system. For simple information, the system provided immediate results upon payment. But the more troublesome the task, the more points required, and the longer it took. Like this method for training his sequence ability. It was perhaps a very troublesome matter for the system. Of course, the benefit to him would also be greater. As for interrupting the current task, Chen Ye naturally refused. That was a task worth 15,000 kill points. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, he would have to wait 48 hours. Dawn was breaking, the blood moon sinking, and the sanguine glow on the dunes was fading. Greeting the morning sun every day undoubtedly brought a sliver of hope to the survivors of the apocalypse. Even Chen Ye felt some of the gloom in his heart dispelled upon seeing such a sunrise each morning. People were beginning to stir the camp, rustling with activity as some descended from their vehicles to attend to personal matters in the distance. Others were setting up stoves and starting fires. A charming figure descended from a nearby sand dune. Her pink hair shimmered in the morning sunlight. Yet this pink-haired girl was drenched in sweat, her damp hair plastered to her face and neck. The woman also carried a long sword in her hand. This woman, had she been practicing swordsmanship all last night? And now this woman was truly. This morning they had porridge for breakfast. It had to be said the cook was truly skilled. Even plain white congee was simmered to a fragrant ricey perfection. Iron Lion was still sleeping. According to Chu Che, the wounds from the battle with the face scorpion were secondary. The real problem was the poison in his body. Any other sequence one would have been dead by now. The pink-haired girl met Chen Ye's gaze without a hint of awkwardness. As if nothing had happened yesterday. Chen Ye was momentarily surprised, but quickly composed himself. What Chen Ye didn't know was that Sun Qianqian was also anxious, worried that Chen Ye might feel obligated to take responsibility. To her, Chen Ye was from the aughts, while she was from the tens. Born in 2012, in this year of 2030, she had just turned 18. She wouldn't even be 19 until next month. An old fossil like Chen Ye might have different views. When she watched movies before, those old-fashioned characters always thought that if something happened, they had to be together forever. This weighed heavily on the girl's mind. Asking Chen Ye for her share of the face scorpion hide that morning was largely a test. Later, when Chen Ye refused her, she wasn't disappointed, or in fact, she felt a sense of relief. Despite being only 18, her mind was no simpler than an adult's. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived this long. In the apocalypse, almost no one with a naive mind survived. Seeing that Chen Ye truly didn't seem to care at all, she breathed a huge sigh of relief. Yet a faint bitterness pricked at her heart like a thorn. Not fatal, but a constant reminder that this man before her was after all different. What the girl didn't know was that Chen Ye was far more cold-blooded than she imagined. If danger arose and sacrificing one person meant survival, Chen Ye wouldn't hesitate to do it, even if the two of them had a history. In fact, Chen Ye would even hope the girl would do the same to him. To survive the apocalypse, everyone had to rely on their own abilities. Love-struck fools don't survive the apocalypse. Captain Chu's gaze kept flitting between the two, hoping to discern some clue. Seeing that they showed no signs of intimacy or awkwardness, Captain Chu was utterly bewildered. Could I have misheard last night? After breakfast, come help me check my vehicle. Don't forget. Okay. A pack of cigarettes just to look at my car. That's way too expensive. If you think it's too expensive, you can find someone else. Fine, give me back the cigarettes, and I'll find someone else. Are you shameless? Who asks for a gift back? Stop. I've paid too. Easy, check my car first, then yours, how about that? Seeing that they were about to argue, Chu Che quickly stepped in to mediate. The pink-haired girl tilted her head, letting out a proud humph. Iron Lion, on the other hand, didn't ask Chen Ye to check his vehicle. Firstly, Chen Ye's price of a pack of cigarettes was simply too steep. Before the apocalypse, a pack of Tazi cigarettes was only a dozen or so yuan. But now it was the end of the world. Secondly, the school bus had many people and their own mechanics. Chen Ye was only called upon when they encountered problems they couldn't solve. By the way, how much water do you two have left? Chu Che posed this serious question right after putting down his bowl. Chen Ye also set down his bowl. I have about 4 or 5 bottles left. I have a bit more, about 10 bottles left. Chu Chi's brow furrowed slightly, his expression unusually grave. Everyone can serve your water. We should encounter another convoy within the next few days. If things go well, we might be able to trade for some water with them. Let's hope Iron Lion wakes up before that. Another convoy. Hearing this news, Chen Ye's expression also turned serious. Even Sun Qianqian's small face tensed up. In the apocalypse, sometimes it wasn't the anomalies that harmed you, but other people. Encountering another convoy at this time was even more terrifying than facing a face scorpion. Months ago, cell phones had already lost their signals, becoming useless bricks. Later, after Shanghai fell, the radio picked up nothing but static. The convoy was completely in the dark about the outside world. Unexpectedly, Chu Che managed to obtain news from other convoys. Perhaps this was one of the abilities of a pathfinder. Of course, this was merely speculation. Chen Ye's understanding of sequence transcendence was still far too limited. Among the hundreds of sequences, each possessed its own unique abilities. Chen Ye wouldn't ask Chu Che how he managed to contact others, just as Chu Che never questioned how Chen Ye, who wasn't a mechanic sequence, transformed a tricycle into an apocalyptic pickup truck. Chu Che had said that in such an apocalypse, everyone has their secrets. Chen Ye didn't even utter foolish words about avoiding other convoys. First, the convoy was running out of water. Without finding a water source, trading with another convoy for water was a reasonable plan. Second, interacting with other convoys could provide valuable intel about the outside world. Without phones or computers, obtaining outside information was difficult. Now that another convoy had suddenly appeared, even if there was some risk, it was worth taking for water and intelligence. The convoy seemed stable, but it was essentially an isolated island in the desert. What changes had the world order undergone after Shanghai's fall? Did the government have backup plans in place? Or were there survivor bases? For the people, this nomadic life was undoubtedly painful. Only through settlement could they resume production, rekindle the flame of civilization, and even reclaim their cities. These were all crucial matters. However, when making contact with other convoys, one must remain vigilant. Chen Ye had inspected the vehicles of Chu Che and Sun Qianqian. Their cars were mostly fine, though some sand had gotten in due to the sandstorm. Fortunately, the issue was caught in time, preventing minor problems from becoming major ones. Today, the desert remained scorching hot. The distant dunes shimmered illusorily, appearing like distorted mirages. Captain Chu's modified off-road vehicle led the way, maintaining a steady, unhurried pace. Chen Ye could even hear music emanating from the vehicle. It was utterly exasperating. His own vehicle was not only battered, but also lacked a canopy. Among the convoy, his was undoubtedly the shabbiest. The other vehicles, though bearing some cosmetic damage, were at least intact. Captain Chu would occasionally stop seemingly to get his bearings. Sometimes he would even retrace the morning's route. With supplies scarce, the convoy only ate 2 meals a day. There had once been a few plump members in the group. Now they had all become gaunt. One by one, they were as thin as bamboo poles, clearly malnourished. In such an apocalypse, the only benefit was not having to struggle with weight loss. There wasn't even enough to eat. The morning's porridge had long since been digested. Chen Ye fished out a small bread roll from the back seat and nibbled on it slowly. The last bit of water in his bottle was drained, barely moistening his lips. Though not satiated, he was reluctant to open a new bottle of mineral water. He put the bottle away, as it was also a valuable resource. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. It slightly eased his anxious mood. The heat made people irritable. Behind Chen Ye's apocalyptic pickup truck was that miraculous Oldtimer's buggy. So many had died in that sandstorm, yet this old man was still alive. This genuinely surprised Chen Ye. While others perished, the old man survived. Moreover, his iconic buggy followed steadily behind. The roof rack swayed precariously, looking loose, yet it never fell off. Chen Ye's cigarette, dangling from his lips, stared at the buggy in his rearview mirror, at a loss for words. After all, that buggy was electric. Under normal circumstances, it should have run out of power long ago. Yet the old man was still alive. And the vehicle still ran. So many had died, yet the old man lived comfortably. There had to be something wrong with him. However, Chen Ye had no intention of prying into the old man's secrets. This was the apocalypse, not a horror movie. In those horror films, protagonists, knowing full well the danger, would still venture into perilous places and interact with dangerous people. In the end, everyone died, leaving only the movie title behind. Then another group of protagonists would appear, continue the adventure, and die again. Knowing the old man might be problematic, Chen Ye chose to keep his distance, observing first. He wouldn't make any rash moves until he understood the old man's background. At 5 in the afternoon, Captain Chu found the resting spot for the day, behind a sand dune. The westering sun provided some shade. Dinner was still relatively abundant, though somewhat dry. It was clear that the water shortage had begun to affect daily life. As for the other survivors, they fared even worse. Each person received only a small sip of water daily, just enough to stave off death by thirst. Many survivors had cracked lips, looking like withered flower buds. Chen Ye spotted Sulina. When she saw him, she managed a weak smile. "You? Would you like a sip of water?" Chen Ye shook the half-full bottle of mineral water in his hand. The woman's gaze seemed glued to the bottle, her eyes locked onto it intensely, but in the end she reluctantly shook her head. "I know you don't have much water left either. I'm not thirsty." Sulina's hoarse voice betrayed her severe dehydration. Who knows how much resolve it took for her to utter those words. What she wanted wasn't a sip of water. It was the passenger seat of that apocalyptic pickup truck. One who covets no small gains surely harbors grand ambitions. That saying perfectly described Sulina. Compared to the other women in the convoy, Sulina's sophistication was on another level. Chen Ye gave her a long, hard look, but said nothing. As for what happened between Chen Ye and Sun Qianqian that night, the entire convoy knew. Yet Sulina didn't cast a single resentful glance at Chen Ye. The dynamic between Chen Ye and Sun Qianqian appeared unchanged. Their interactions were perfectly normal, as if nothing had happened that night. This greatly tormented Captain Chu, who was always burning with gossip-fueled curiosity. The night passed without incident. The vehicle's power system still had 24 hours until its upgrade was complete. It would be done by this time tomorrow. Fortunately, today's journey hadn't been too long. The vehicle could barely hold on. In the morning, Chen Ye spotted the pink-haired girl returning to the convoy drenched in sweat. Had this senior high school girl with long legs and a drinking problem transformed into an ambitious, hard-working one? Judging by her state, she must have been practicing her swordsmanship all night. Since that day, Chen Ye had noticed a change in her. She had become diligent. She was no longer seen stumbling around drunk. After meals, she would find a spot to practice. According to her cousin Xiao Yu, she even meditated in the vehicle during the day's journey. When they set off this morning, Taisher finally woke up. His wounds had healed, but the toxins in his body hadn't been fully expelled. The venom of the man-faced scorpion is potent. It won't kill me, but it will prevent me from fully recovering for a while. At least another week. A week. After Taisher's gruff declaration, silence fell over the group. According to Captain Chu, they were very close to the other convoy. Both sides had been looking for an opportunity to meet without attracting the attention of the aberrations. After all, when two convoys combined, their numbers would grow. The more people, the higher the risk of drawing the aberrations' notice. And with a key combatant like Taisher unable to fight, it posed a serious problem. Today's journey was erratic, as if Captain Chu was trying to avoid certain things while also heading toward a specific destination. That evening, the pickup's power upgrade system finally finished. This meant the system now had a free slot to simulate methods for cultivating superhuman abilities. The post-apocalyptic pickup truck, now upgraded with an enhanced electrical system, looked much the same as before. The only visible change was a solar charging panel mounted on the roof of the cab. Inside, a few new buttons and a battery-level indicator had been added. Connecting the solar panel to the in-cab charging port activated the charging mode. The 12kW power bank exchanged from Iron Lion could now be put to use as well. Even the Fruit brand digital watch obtained from the Longevity Village chief's home was finally usable. In such an apocalypse, having a watch to tell time was a true luxury. However, it was nighttime now, and charging would have to wait until dawn. Chen Ye could only be patient. Yet a more pressing task lay ahead. That was to have the system deduce a method for training the transcendent sequence. System begin deduction. Complying with host request, initiating deduction based on martial arts novel inner energy techniques. Estimated time 36 hours. Deducting 10000 kill points. 355959355958. Watching his kill points plummet from 30,000 to a mere 5,000, Chen Ye winced in pain, grinding his teeth. These kill points were spent far too quickly. Fortunately, starting tomorrow, this pickup could operate in hybrid mode, saving a considerable amount of fuel. It would take 2 days to fully charge the battery with a theoretical range of 100 kilometers. Realistically, it would probably only cover about 70 or perhaps even less. Though not ideal, it was barely sufficient for now. If he accumulated more kill points in the future, he could upgrade it further to completely eliminate fuel consumption. The truck was out of gas today, and it was still charging. He would have to wait until the battery had some juice before he could engage the electric motor. Chen Ye had no choice but to swallow his pride and ask Chu Che for another 30 liters of fuel. Besides, with so many debts already, what was one more? Owing one more wouldn't make a difference. Captain, just how much fuel have you hoarded? It feels like you guys never run out. After lending you so much, I don't have much left either. Oh, and remember to return the fuel can. Chen Ye looked utterly unconvinced. Just so you know, we're expected to run into other convoys tomorrow. Get some rest tonight, and stay alert when we make contact with them. As Chen Ye left carrying the fuel, Chu Che imparted this warning. Tomorrow. So suddenly. After fueling up, these 30 liters would last for a while. He spotted the pink-haired girl practicing her swordplay on a nearby sand dune. Beneath the blood moon, her blade moved like a swimming dragon, reflecting the moonlight and sending a chill down one's spine. That woman seemed to have grown stronger. After topping up the tank, he returned the fuel can. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Chen Ye immediately sensed something unusual about the camp. First, Captain Chu was actually wearing new clothes and looked noticeably cleaner. Even young Sun Qianqian appeared more composed, radiating a positive energy. Even Iron Lion had tidied himself up. What's with you all? We're meeting other convoys today. Can't let them look down on us. All right. Chen Ye reluctantly poured a small amount of water, dampened a rag, and wiped his face. As for his clothes, there was no helping it. His previous set had been swept away by a sandstorm. All he had left was what he was wearing, and for footwear, he only had the flip-flops on his feet. The convoy seemed to have a plan today, heading east right from the start. Chen Ye activated the solar charging panel. Beep. A prompt sounded and the dashboard indicator lit up, showing it was charging. Seeing the battery indicator illuminate on the dashboard, gave Chen Ye a nostalgic flashback to civilization. When the sun grew scorching, Captain Chu found a spot to halt. He picked up a handful of sand from the ground and tasted it carefully, as if savoring broad beans. After sampling a few grains, Chu Che tossed the rest aside. This area will be safe until tomorrow morning. The other survivors began to set up camp. Some pulled tents from their vehicles, while others unloaded food supplies. Chu Che barefoot walked up a sand dune, shielding his eyes from the sun as he scanned the horizon, clearly searching for the promised convoy. It had been so long since the apocalypse began that seeing other people stirred a mix of anticipation and caution within Chen Ye. Apparently failing to spot the other convoy himself, Captain Chu delegated this crucial task to the convoy assistant Xiao Wang. Coming down from the dune, Chu Che found a shaded spot and set up a canopy. Today he even deigned to bring out his treasured tea leaves, and the group sat under the canopy, sipping tea and chatting. Leaving Xiao Wang alone on the sand dune to endure the blazing heat of nearly 40 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, the man had the sense to bring a tattered parasol. "They're here, Captain. They're coming." A jubilant cry from Xiao Wang on the dune broke the calm shortly after they sat down. Everyone stood up and made their way to the dune. The other survivors, now energized, scrambled up with expectant faces. This was the first time in months they had encountered another convoy. Once they reached the top of the dune, they followed Xiao Wang's pointing direction. A long line of tiny figures was slowly making its way towards them. Due to the distance, Chen Ye couldn't discern the specifics of the other group, but he could sense something amiss about the approaching column. "This doesn't look like a convoy." Someone voiced their doubt. "No, it's moving too slowly. There are so many of them. Yes, so many people." The distant line of figures certainly looked numerous, stretching for several hundred meters from front to back. Jingle bell. The sound of bells drifted over. Could it be a camel train? Chen Ye was puzzled, but remained silent. However, his curiosity was soon satisfied. It was in fact a camel train. A camel train advancing gracefully across the desert towards them felt strangely out of time. If not for the modern attire of the people and the contemporary goods loaded on the camels, Chen Ye might have thought he had traveled back in time. The camel train was extensive, with Chen Ye roughly estimating over 30 camels. Only the camels at the front had riders. The ones behind were laden with supplies even more abundant than what the Fairness convoy had. He wondered if they had just finished scavenging. As the camel train drew closer, Chen Ye noticed another peculiar detail. At the lead was a barefoot old man seated atop a camel equipped with a sunshade and a pipe in his mouth. This must be the Pathfinder Transcendent, a colleague of Captain Chu. Some of the camels behind had riders, but there were many more people walking on foot. These people, men and women alike, were ragged and emaciated, with hollow cheeks, vacant eyes, and bodies as thin as grasshoppers. Their hands and feet were bound with ropes, the other ends held by burly men. Seeing them, only one word came to Chen Ye's mind: slaves. "Hello there, Mo Huiran. Call me Captain Mo, or Old Man Mo, whatever suits you." The old man, a pipe clenched between his teeth, beamed with a face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. He stood barefoot on the scorching sand, extending his hand towards Captain Chu. His thick, rustic northwestern accent was somewhat disarming. Chu Che also smiled and extended his hand. "Chu Che, captain of the Fairness convoy." "Captain Mo, welcome." The two teams finally met. They sized each other up, a mutual wariness hanging in the air. Chen Ye quietly stepped back half a pace behind Iron Lion, trying his best to remain inconspicuous. This move of retreating behind others was almost worthy of Old Han the Demon. As the camel caravan approached, the first thing they noticed were the survivors within it. Those tattered individuals looked more like beggars than beggars themselves. Each one was gaunt and skeletal, their eyes devoid of light. They resembled the slaves one sees in television dramas. More striking were the ropes binding their hands and feet. Even upon seeing Chen Ye and the others, their gazes remained dull and hollow, unchanged. These people were treated even worse than the camels. In comparison, the survivors in their own convoy were merely thinner, but in far better condition. The survivors in the convoy whispered amongst themselves, glancing furtively at the old man leading the caravan. The old man pretended not to notice, chatting cheerfully with Captain Chu. A pungent odor wafting from the camels made Chen Ye want to cover his nose. There were more camels in this caravan than he had imagined. Moreover, there were 5 large dogs among them. These 5 dogs were several times more imposing and larger than Captain Chu's 2 black dogs. Wait, no. These weren't dogs, they were 5 wolves. Chen Ye's heart tightened. The wolves' eyes were fierce, and as they made contact with their convoy, they silently formed a surrounding circle. They were treating them as prey. Chen Ye's pupils contracted slightly. A whoa, a strange howl. The 5 wolves lowered their bodies and slunk over to a man. Chen Ye's gaze followed their direction. It was a young man around 30 years old. He made strange sounds, seemingly communicating with the wolves. The 5 wolves circled him, appearing utterly docile. This man could control wolves. He must be a sequence awakened. "Captain Chu, let me introduce you. This is Jean Lei, an important member of our team. Ha. Mo Huiran gestured towards the young man, playing with the wolves, not mentioning a single word about his sequence. But seeing this, one could guess. His sequence awakened ability was likely related to beast taming. Also, this is Ding Dong, another key member of our team. The old man pointed to a robust woman standing with her arms crossed. The woman was plain-looking but had wrapped fists and a cold, stern expression, clearly not someone to be trifled with. When Mo Huiran introduced her, she merely nodded, saying nothing else. Chen Ye, however, took a second glance at the bandages on her hands. Those were the hand wraps boxers use for training. This woman's sequence was probably related to those wraps. The one over there is Liu Yang, just a kid, not yet an adult. Don't mind him if he's rude. The last person mentioned was a youth standing at the back of the group. The youth was completely shrouded in a hooded robe, hiding from the sun behind a camel. Chen Ye noticed a problem. The slave survivors around them seemed to be especially terrified of this youth. Even the other sequence awakened seemed reluctant to get close to him. When Chen Ye looked at him, the youth grinned, revealing his teeth, and drew a finger across his throat in a slitting gesture. Was this a provocation? No, it wasn't directed at him. It was directed at that big oaf Iron Lion. Sure enough, the big man was now red-faced, his aura unstable. Chu Che, mimicking the other's style, pointed to his own people and said, "Iron Lion's son, Shanqian Chen Ye. Well, if you're going to be brief, they'll be even briefer. As for their sequences, I don't know your abilities, and you're not going to know ours. These few should be the sequence awakened of the camel caravan. Like their side, there were 4 of them. However, Iron Lion's combat power hadn't recovered yet, which put them at a slight disadvantage. He himself had only awakened a few days ago and hadn't fully grown into his abilities. If he could get his hands on the practice methods deduced by the system and rapidly increase his strength, he'd feel at least a bit more secure. And those 5 wolves, each standing as tall as an adult when upright. If they had any other trump cards, Chen Ye didn't think their group could win. Scanning the surrounding terrain, Chen Ye was already planning a retreat route in case they were outmatched. After all, he had always regarded Old Han the Demon as his lives idol. He had mastered the 2 techniques of retreating behind others and fleeing first quite well, and he felt no shame in it. If you can win, you take the spoils. If you can't win, you run. It's a principle any child understands. In his mind, Chen Ye was already planning for future conflicts. After all, it had only been a few minutes since they met. Both sides set up camp behind a sand dune. Chen Ye's group arranged their camp around the vehicles, while the camel caravan organized theirs according to the camels' positions. It was then Chen Ye realized the caravan's supplies were far more abundant than theirs. Various tents and supplies were laid out, covering an area 3 times larger than theirs behind the dune. The ragged slaves, both men and women, moved slowly, unloading gear from the camels to set up camp under the lash of a man wielding a whip. "Captain Chu, your convoy's a bit short-handed." Mo Huiran took a puff from his pipe, his old eyes gleaming as they swept over the survivors of the Fairness convoy. Every survivor his gaze fell upon turned pale with fear. It was the apocalypse now. Survivors had already learned that ordinary people had no rights. Just look at the ordinary folks in this camel caravan. Captain Mo, in times like these, the fewer people the better. "Captain Chu, your convoy is impressive with vehicles. Tisk TSK. But I bet fuel is hard to come by." "Ha ha ha. Captain Mo, you're right, you wouldn't believe." The old man and the young man, both barefoot, chatted away amiably. To an outsider, they'd look like old friends reuniting after years. But in reality, both were harboring their own schemes. Despite the old man's frail appearance, he was sharp-witted, using various conversational tactics to pry information about the convoy. Captain Chu was no pushover either. He defended against the probing flawlessly, while simultaneously trying to extract information about the other party. The blood moon hung high, casting an eerie pall over the desert. Yet within the camp, nestled among the dunes, an unusual bustle of activity prevailed. Of course, this commotion was confined to a very small area, while the other survivors could only salivate at the scent of roasting meat wafting from the campfire. The large pot simmering over the fire contained perhaps only a few cans of meat and some dried vegetables, ingredients that the picky eaters among them wouldn't have touched before. But now these were priceless provisions, and even a single bite was a luxury none could afford. Beside the fire, an old tape recorder played music. 7 or 8 people sat in a circle around the flames, chatting about everything and nothing. The massive pot, a full meter in diameter, had been taken from a camel's back. The ingredients within were contributed equally by the 2 groups, a silent agreement between them. In such an apocalypse, hosting a meal for 7 or 8 people was practically a catastrophe. Several bottles of white liquor had been opened. A full glass sat at the hand of Captain Mo Huiran, who savored each sip as if it were the finest nectar, his expression one of pure bliss. The liquor they drank today was hardly famous or of high quality. It had been scavenged from the village of Longevity. A small village supermarket could hardly stock anything better. Back in the day, I was a cadre in my village with a family of 7 or 8, the old man began. Our village wasn't as wealthy as the rich ones, but we were better off than many. Except for the lack of water, everything else was fine. Then people started flooding into the village saying there were ghosts outside, that the cities were gone. How could I believe that? But more and more people came. Xiaochu, you wouldn't believe it. Everyone told you the cities were gone, the people were gone. You can't imagine the panic I felt. The former Captain Chu had now become Xiaochu. Chu Che gritted his teeth in annoyance. Damn it, you're a captain, and I'm a captain too. We're equals. And you're calling me Xiaochu. In front of everyone. This isn't right. But to gather intelligence, Captain Chu had no choice but to endure it. Old brother, take your time, let's drink slowly. Chu Che poured his own glass of liquor into the old man's cup. He wasn't fond of alcohol anyway, so giving it away was no loss. The old man's eyes narrowed into slits. Clearly he was a man who enjoyed both tobacco and alcohol, never refusing either. Oh, this won't do, this won't do. His words protested, but his actions were honest. Xiaochu, you don't know these people are wicked. When they first came to our village, we treated them with food and drink, but later they wanted more and started looting. My God, those bastards, they're truly despicable. The old man drank and fished meat from the pot with his chopsticks, his lips glistening with oil as he spoke. The general picture was that the cities had been overrun by the eerie phenomena. The survivors had come to their village and conflicts had arisen between them. Later, the eerie phenomena began to appear in the village as well, forcing them to flee. Their experiences were largely the same as everyone else's. Old brother, what about the government and the military? Did they make any moves? With so many people and so many troops, how could there be no response at all? Old brother, I heard that Shanghai has fallen. That's Shanghai, a megacity with tens of millions of people. How could it simply be gone? Chu Chi's face was grim, and he asked with a hint of unwillingness. Of course they did. Hey, go fetch that fat guy over here. The old man flicked a piece of meat from his chopsticks. A man as thin as a monkey leaped up, snatched the meat midair, and stuffed it into his mouth, barely caring about the heat, as he chewed hastily and ran towards the group of slaves. Soon a tall, skinny man appeared. His appearance was a stark contrast to the label fat guy. Haha. Xiaochu, this man used to be plump, and I heard he was some kind of official before. Now with no food, he's become this thin. He's one of the escapees from Shanghai. Listen to what he has to say. He knows a lot. Chu Chi's eyes brightened slightly. The tall, thin man suddenly called before the crowd trembled uncontrollably, but managed to remain standing. You tell Brother Chu what you know. The thin man steadied himself and began to speak slowly. Shanghai, being one of the top cities in the nation, had few equals not just in the country, but globally. He had been a public official in Shanghai. When the eerie phenomena first erupted in Shanghai, the government had clearly taken measures. But the onslaught was too ferocious, catching the entire city off guard. According to the thin man, Shanghai changed almost overnight. As night fell, the entire city was enveloped in a ghostly silence. The more densely populated the area, the more frequent the eerie incidents. It was nothing short of a living hell. The situation naturally drew the attention of the higher-ups, who quickly dispatched troops, but unfortunately the chaos was not quelled. Conventional weapons were useless against these aberrations. Within just a few days, humanity was in full retreat, and Shanghai became a forbidden zone. Later, organized teams were sent in to investigate. Countless people entered Shanghai for reconnaissance, one wave after another. But not a single one returned. Shanghai was now one of the most perilous no-go zones in the country, perhaps even the world. As he spoke, the thin man trembled violently, tears streaming down his face. Seeing his distress, Chu Che urged him to summarize the events rather than delve into specifics, sparing him from reliving more horrifying memories. But wasn't there any attempt by the government to establish a base? Hey, I know about that. Mo Huiran waved his hand, dismissing the thin man, before turning to Chu Che. I've heard that the government set up a survivor base in the south. That base housed hundreds of thousands of people. But later it got too crowded, and the eerie phenomena infiltrated it. People died or fled. There was a man in our caravan who escaped from there, but he died a few days ago. Otherwise I'd have him tell you himself. And it wasn't just that one. Several bases were established over time. Some were as large as the one with hundreds of thousands, others as small as a few hundred. They were all destroyed. This damn apocalypse. We just live one day at a time, don't think too much about it. God damn it all. Mo Huiran downed his glass in one gulp, a flush creeping up his face. Chen Ye poured his own share of liquor into the old man's cup and lit a cigarette for himself. The old man ignored Chen Ye, smiling at Chu Che instead. Enough dwelling on it. It's the apocalypse anyway, we just muddle through. Say, Xiaochu, you want to see an internet celebrity? My little wife was a huge one, a star with tens of millions of followers, they say. She used to earn more in a day than we could in 10 lifetimes. If it weren't for the apocalypse, I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a catch. Haha. She dances beautifully, you know. Want to see? Chen Ye had little interest in such matters. He glanced at his system. The cultivation technique deduction still had 10 hours remaining, expected to finish by tomorrow morning. But this caravan was unlikely to stay peaceful for long. If a fight broke out, he'd stay close to Sun Cece. A sword immortal sequence expert at the edge opening realm was not to be trifled with. Chen Ye had already made up his mind. Fight if we can win. Flee if we can't. While Chen Ye was lost in thought, a captivating figure emerged from the crowd. His first impression was one of peculiarity, a strange sensation. It wasn't that this internet celebrity with millions of followers wasn't attractive. On the contrary, she was quite stunning, standing about 175 meters tall, with a perfectly proportioned figure. As she walked, the exaggerated sway of her hips was almost obscene, drawing one's gaze involuntarily to inappropriate places. No wonder she had become a top-tier influencer. She was undeniably alluring. Yet Chen Ye felt an inexplicable discomfort, a bizarre unease. Before the apocalypse, an influencer with millions of fans earned no less than a Cliss celebrity, and in some ways rivaled even Alistair's. Now she was reduced to being a concubine of a decrepit old man. This implied the old man likely had more than one wife. Chen Ye glanced toward the shadows, catching only glimpses of eyes filled with longing or suppressed despair. The woman swayed over to the old man, swung a long leg, and perched beside him, cooing, "Honey, what did you call me for?" The old man was shameless. She was young enough to be his granddaughter. "Haha, my little darling, this is Captain Chu Che. We're celebrating tonight. How about a dance for everyone? Honey, I'm tired and I haven't eaten yet. Ha ha ha. Be good, my treasure. Dance well, and I'll give you all you can eat tonight." "You're so naughty." The two flirted, openly oblivious to their surroundings. Chen Ye grew more uneasy. It wasn't just that he didn't recognize this mega-influencer, but their interaction felt off in a way he couldn't quite articulate. Captain Chu, who was indifferent to women, even shuffled away slightly. Naturally, some men were leering at the influencer. Chen Ye felt a mocking gaze on him, and looked up to see Sun Cece, the pink-haired girl. She was watching him with a teasing look. Chen Ye was puzzled. Just then the old man's concubine swayed to the center of the area. Her clothes weren't extravagant, but compared to other survivors she at least appeared clean. There was even a simple rustic beauty to her. It seemed the old man treated her decently. The little darling even winked at Chen Ye as if hinting at something. For no reason at all, Chen Ye shuddered. Someone produced a phone and started playing music. Though the network was long gone, the phone still worked as a music player. As the music began, old man Mo's little darling started to move. Her dancing was impressive, clearly showing solid training. If not for the apocalypse, old man Mo would never have had any chance with such a beauty in 100 lifetimes. As she danced, Chen Ye's unease grew. Her hands and feet were unusually large, and her frame was broader than a typical woman's. When he spotted the Adam's apple, it clicked. This was a crossdresser. Damn, and she'd been winking at him earlier. Chen Ye was speechless. He had never discriminated against such people. He believed everyone had the freedom to choose. But this was his first encounter with such an extreme case. He was stunned and instinctively scooted his chair back. Iron Lion, Captain Chu, and Chen Ye all wore similar expressions. In contrast, many in the camel caravan looked utterly charmed. Only the plain-looking young woman showed obvious disgust. Her features were sharp. She downed her liquor in one gulp, stood, and left without a word to anyone. Old man Mo seemed not to notice her departure. So tempted. The pink-haired girl's locks brushed Chen Ye's nose. He rolled his eyes and stayed silent. Captain Mo, on your travels, have you encountered other survivor groups besides us? Captain Chu, uninterested in the crossdresser's performance, steered the conversation elsewhere. The lecherous old man, however, wore a look of pure delight. He reluctantly engaged with Captain Chu. I have. Counting you all, I've met 2.5 survivor convoys. Oh. The old man took a sip from his cup, letting out an appreciative "ah," as if it were the finest wine. One group I met were all on motorcycles heading south to seek refuge at sea. But in this day and age, even the sea isn't safe. Chen Ye and the others listened intently. Such information was precious in the apocalypse, potentially life-saving. Before the end, all this could be found online. Now, with no network knowledge, spread only by word of mouth. And the other half convoy? Iron Lion asked, his voice a low rumble. I'm not too sure about them, the old man said. I only caught a glimpse from a distance. They seem to have built a castle on the back of a colossal elephant. As he spoke, old man Mo seemed to recall something unbelievable, his own words tinged with hesitation. A castle on an elephant's back. Captain Chu pressed his eyes, darting wildly, as if the idea sparked a realization. Chen Ye, Sun Cece, and Iron Lion exchanged bewildered glances. It was definitely an elephant, a massive one with a castle on its back, the old man insisted. Or rather, a creature like an elephant. I saw the castle clearly. It was a real castle, bustling with people, hundreds of them. But we were too far apart, so I didn't stop to make contact. Seeing their disbelief, old man Mo laughed heartily. That's nothing. I've heard of convoys living in sky cities floating above. This is the apocalypse. With sequence powers, anything is possible. There's a theory that the anomalies erupted because two dimensions are overlapping. Many more unbelievable things are coming. Don't be so shocked. Did you ever imagine such extreme weather, scorching hot days and freezing nights? I've heard of people encountering worlds that have never existed before. This is all nothing. Perhaps due to the drink, old man Mo rambled on endlessly. As long as Captain Chu offered a small prompt, the old man would chatter away. From him, they gleaned much news from the outside world. However, whenever the topic of their sequences came up, he would deftly avoid it, retaining a shred of sobriety. The trade was supposed to happen that night, but it was too late, so it was postponed to the next day. As the feast wound down, and everyone prepared to retreat to their vehicles or tents, the survivors who had been crouching in the darkness surged toward the leftover pot. They ignored the still boiling soup, grabbing handfuls of food and stuffing them into their mouths. The weaker ones, unable to push through, gnawed on discarded bones, the crunching filling the air. Old man Mo turned back, laughing with glee. The apocalypse is great, truly great. Boss Zhang, take it slow, there are plenty of bones to go around. And Boss Wang, haha. Fascinating. My darling, let's go back. Back. These bone scavengers were the camel caravan survivors referred to by Mo and his group as slaves. Through brief contact, Chen Ye learned the caravan structure was entirely different from the fair convoy. These survivors, bound by shackles, were the personal property of Mo and the other sequence users. Compared to the caravan's slavery, the fairness upheld by the fair convoy was practically paradise. Their everything was based on fairness. If you were willing to work, you could eat your fill. Even simple diligence ensured survival. Many survivors wore expressions of sorrow and fear. The group exchanged glances, but said nothing, silently filing into Captain Chu's tent. The sandstorm had spared it. Each found a chair and sat down. Captain, when do we make our move? Chen Ye asked immediately upon sitting. He had noticed the caravan had plenty of valuable goods, possibly even artifacts. His question drew everyone's attention. The pink-haired girl scoffed, her tone dripping with contempt. Chen Ye, you're a born villain. Don't tell me you're planning a double cross. Iron Lion rumbled. Easy, that's not right. We're all survivors. Fair trade benefits everyone. Captain Chu looked at him with disdain. Tisk tisk tsk. Chen Ye, I always knew you were no good. Chen Ye retorted, damn it. Don't tell me you weren't thinking the same thing. No way. The three exclaimed in unison, casting contemptuous glances at Chen Ye. Chen Ye choked back a curse, unsure whether to let it out. It was the apocalypse, and these people were still playing at courtesy and humility. In Chen Ye's view, this was the time for dog-eat-dog tactics. Whether they could pull it off was another matter entirely. At least they should have the ambition. All right, Yezi, you have a point. We shouldn't harbor ill intentions, but we must guard against others' malice. I've already arranged things with old man Mo. The trade happens tomorrow morning. Everyone keep your wits about you during the exchange. That old man's crew seems formidable, likely carrying valuable goods, perhaps even some extraordinary artifacts. Chu Che began to summarize. Sun Qianqian crossed her pale, slender legs, a thoughtful look in her eyes. We may not plan to rob them, but we certainly need to prevent them from robbing us. And that old man Mo strikes me as cunning and sly. We must stay vigilant. Chen Ye nodded. Finally, someone who backed him up. This woman was definitely worth keeping close. Taisher scowled. That kid in their group gives me the creeps. You know, during dinner just now, that kid didn't touch a single bite of food. That kid wrapped up in the cloak. Chen Ye's interest was piqued. What do you mean? The kid doesn't eat. In the apocalypse, who wouldn't want food? That was abnormal. Highly abnormal. Taisher furrowed his brow. I don't know, but during the meal the kid slipped out for a bit, and I got curious and followed. Guess what I saw? The three stared at Taisher, not saying a word. Taisher rubbed his head, still shaken. I saw the kid go up to one of their crew members and break the guy's fingers one by one, just listening to him scream. If the guy's mouth hadn't been gagged, you'd have heard it too. The kid's expression. It was strange. It was like, I can't even describe it. Taisher's face was grim, clearly still disturbed by what he had witnessed. After Taisher finished, even Captain Chu Chi's expression turned hesitant, as if lost in thought. Suddenly his face shifted slightly. I think I know what sequence that kid belongs to. It must be the demon sequence. Demon sequence? The pink-haired girl asked in surprise. Yes, the demon sequence, said to be the most suited for the apocalypse. Those of this sequence cannot eat normal food. If they consume human food, they suffer severe rejection. Human delicacies are poison to them. The demon sequence feeds on human negative emotions. What Taisher saw was likely it feeding. The group exchanged uneasy glances, at a loss for words. They had never heard of such a bizarre sequence. Not only that negative emotions fuel their power. The denser the negative emotions, the faster they grow. At this, everyone fell silent. This was the apocalypse. Negative emotions were everywhere. No wonder Chu Che said the demon sequence was perfect for the end times. No need to worry about food, and they could rapidly increase their strength. It was like being the favorite of fate itself. Even Chen Ye found it troublesome. Without his system head have turned tail and run at the sight of such a being. The method to enhance supernatural abilities wouldn't arrive until tomorrow noon. There were too many things to upgrade: vehicles, artifacts, and his own strength. But kill points were always in short supply, and his sequence had awakened too recently. Given enough time, beating such a favored one wouldn't be a problem. But that was only an if. Things didn't bend to his will. For now, he'd have to play it safe like old man Han. And that kid might even be sequenced too. Chu-Che said this. How can you tell? Chen Ye was genuinely curious. See that cloak on him? That's his demon wings. Every demon sequence grows wings at sequence 2. Normally they manifest as a cloak wrapped around the body, only unfurling in battle. Chu-Chi's words left everyone deep in thought. Chen Ye, however, glanced at Captain Chu with newfound interest. Clearly the captain knew a lot about the demon sequence. Interesting. I'd love to see who's stronger between two sequence 2s. The pink-haired girl set down her crossed legs and licked her lips. Having consumed the demon fruit, she had the strongest talent among them and was the fair convoy's top fighter. She had never faced a supernatural of the same rank. Now, with another sequence 2 in sight, she was eager for a challenge. Lately she had been training hard and was anxious to test the growth of her power, though she had only been at it for a few days. Let's be cautious. Avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary. Captain Chu clearly didn't want trouble with Old Man Mo's group. With Taisher incapacitated, only Chen Ye and Sun Qianqian were fit for battle. The fair convoy was at its most vulnerable. That was another reason Captain Chu wanted to avoid a fight. But if it comes down to it, we're not without a chance. Chen Ye stroked his chin, his eyes glinting. What do you mean? Chu-Che turned to look at Chen Ye. Chen Ye grinned slyly. Haven't you noticed? That caravan isn't as united as it seems. That plain-looking woman doesn't seem to get along with the others. Reminded by Chen Ye, they recalled how the sharp-eyed woman had gotten up and left during dinner. I say let me go talk to her now. Maybe we can. Stop right there, Yezi. Don't even think about robbing them. Best to avoid trouble and complete the trade smoothly. Chu-Che quickly cut him off. Chen Ye pursed his lips, inwardly grumbling. Captain, this is the apocalypse. If you don't want to fight, doesn't mean they don't. You're still too naive. All right, let's hear what they have to say first. Captain Chu took out the radio. Seeing it again, Chen Ye couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Before he didn't know what the number 01257 signified. But now he understood its meaning all too well. Sun Qianqian, upon seeing the radio, thought of something and blushed slightly, though she was relieved no one noticed. Chu-Che fiddled with the device for a moment. Crackle. Captain, I think that pretty boy in the convoy is the most cunning and treacherous. We need to keep a close eye on him. That was the first thing that came out. The other three all turned to look at Chen Ye. Pretty boy. Taisher was a big brute, and the pink-haired girl was a woman. It couldn't be either of them. Why are you two looking at me? Captain Chu is about my age, and he's even paler than me. The pretty boy must be him. Besides, I didn't say a word all night. I've been perfectly well behaved. How could it be me? Chen Ye argued, though inwardly he cursed. Could it really be about me? The others found his reasoning plausible and turned their gaze to Chu-Che. Chu-Chi's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Just as he was about to defend himself, the radio crackled again. Yeah. That kid didn't talk much all night. Seems honest, but those shifty eyes kept wandering, even glancing at our supplies several times. We need to be wary of them trying to rob us. Chen Ye, you son of a bitch. Regarding how to deal with Mo Huiran and his group, the four-sequence transcendents of the fair convoy held differing opinions. Chen Ye advocated for striking first to catch the enemy off guard. With the loss of a formidable combatant like Taisher, the convoy was at its most vulnerable. Thus, striking first seemed especially crucial. Naturally, if even that failed, Chen Ye would not hesitate to flee. Chu-Che held the opposite view, believing that peaceful trade and contact were preferable. He hoped to avoid conflict altogether. First, the convoy was weakened. Second, the notion of preying on others violated Chu-Che's principles of fairness. Attacking others without reason was an act of injustice. In short, Captain Chu was somewhat naive. Such a mindset would lead to hardship in the apocalypse. Yet it was precisely this nature that made the fair convoy's situation far better than the camel convoys. It also earned the trust of the convoy members. After all, no one wished to associate with a scheming individual. Everyone preferred to befriend good people. Though Chen Ye disagreed with Chu-Che's stance, he raised no objections. Being adults, they would not quarrel over trivial matters. Chen Ye simply prepared himself to act when necessary. Then there was the pink-haired girl. Her attitude fell between the two, leaning slightly toward Chen Ye. Perhaps it was due to their connection. In short, she was still eager for a fight. As for Taisher, that big, simple-minded fellow had no opinion at all. Eavesdropping on the radio, Chen Ye felt a flicker of doubt. Was he truly the unscrupulous one? When he first encountered the camel convoy, his instinct had been to seize their supplies. But everyone else seemed different. Even Old Man Mo had no intention of robbing them. Don't worry, came Mo's voice from the radio. Chu-Che is a good lad. The survivors in his convoy are all doing well. No need to fret. Captain is right, another voice replied. I hope tomorrow's trade goes smoothly. No worries. Everyone get some rest. Yawn. Chu Che reached out and turned off the radio. Chen Ye shrugged. Whatever. You're the captain. You call the shots. Yezi has a point. It's wise to be cautious. All right, everyone head back. We'll need to get up early tomorrow. The group filed out of the tent one by one. The pink-haired girl followed, Chen Ye nudging his arm with her elbow. Do you really think they'll try to rob us? She whispered. Chen Ye replied softly, what else? What would you do? The girl pondered for a moment. I understand. With that she turned and walked toward a distant sand dune. Hey, it's late. Where are you going? To practice my sword. She flicked her ponytail, leaving Chen Ye with a view of her graceful silhouette. Chen Ye silently gave her a mental thumbs up. The tall, drunken high school girl had transformed into an inspiring pink-haired one. Nearby shadows moved in the camel convoy. Chen Ye squinted and saw the young man who controlled the wolf pack patrolling their camp. Under the blood moon, Chen Ye's right eye gleamed. His enhanced vision allowed him to see far more clearly than before. He watched the man press his hand against the camels' foreheads, murmuring something. Strange syllables drifted through the air. The restless camels grew calm and docile under his touch. So this man's sequence was indeed related to animals. Chen Ye took a long look, then lit a cigarette and returned to his apocalypse pickup truck. Ever since the roof had been blown off, he had been sleeping under the open sky. If not for the blood moon on the horizon, the vast expanse of stars would have been a breathtaking view. Without human industrial pollution, even the air seemed fresher these days. He checked the system's countdown for the cultivation technique. 13 hours remained. Once he had a technique, his supernatural abilities would progress much faster. He might even reach sequence 2 before long. As for tomorrow, Chen Ye tightened the machete at his waist. Even if Chu Che wished for a smooth encounter, it would be difficult. This was the apocalypse. After the others left the tent, Chu Che's eyes flickered. He was pondering Chen Ye's words. He was principled, not foolish. Chen Ye's argument made sense. He knew it, but as captain he couldn't endorse initiating an attack. In fact, Chu Che placed himself far above the role of a mere captain. In just a few months, humanity had lost over 99% of its population, perhaps more. So few remained. Every life spared mattered. That was why, despite knowing Su Jiaojiao stirred trouble in the convoy, he hadn't killed her. Recalling Chen Ye's words, Captain Chu turned on the radio again. He decided to listen all night. Perhaps he would catch something significant. Just then a voice came through the eavesdropping radio. You. I remember you. You're from Young Chu's convoy, aren't you? Why are you in my tent? It was Old Man Mo's voice. Then silence. Chu Che's face turned grim. The words were brief, but their implications sent a chill down his spine. Someone from our convoy. Old Man Mo even recognized them. And they had gone to his tent. Who? Sun Xianxian, Tai Shi, or Chen Ye. Just as Chu Che waited for more, the eavesdropping radio fell silent. Even the sound of breathing faded. No. This. The mole knew about the eavesdropping radio. Only then would they refrain from speaking. There were many ways to communicate without words. A foreboding feeling grew in Chu Che's heart. Who could it be? At dawn, the first rays of morning light appeared, and the camp began to stir. The camel convoy survivors were the first to move. They cleared a large open space between the convoy and the camp, then unloaded supplies from the camels. The camel convoy was indeed well stocked. Each camel bore several bulging packs. Earlier, Mo Huiran had mentioned they had recently scavenged supplies from a small town on the outskirts, so their resources were abundant. Chen Ye even spotted a small desktop fan among the goods. Useless to others, but invaluable to him. His vehicle battery was now half-charged enough to power some appliances. The truck had no air conditioning. This little fan would be a welcome addition, better than nothing. It probably wouldn't cost much. Chen Ye also noticed many cassette tapes. In this age, finding tapes was rare. Most people used music apps on their phones. But in the apocalypse, they were a treasure. If he could get a tape player, his drives would be far less boring. There were also plenty of canned food and drinking water. Soon a massive skeleton caught Chen Ye's eye. It resembled a cow's skeleton, but much larger. Was this anomalous material? Such a huge piece. Even ordinary anomalous material was invaluable. Chen Ye had long harbored an idea: if he could acquire suitable anomalous material, he might transform his apocalypse pickup into an anomalous vehicle. The giant cow skeleton before him seemed perfect. He just didn't know its quality. He activated the system's appraisal. It required 70 kill points. 70 kill points was more than Chen Ye had anticipated. He had since developed his own criteria for appraisal. Anything requiring fewer than 100 kill points to identify was generally a common oddity material, and even if crafted into an oddity, it wouldn't rank within the top 2,000. Yet 70 kill points was no small amount. Without a second thought, Chen Ye clicked confirm. The system responded promptly. Item name: bone of the man-eating twin-headed ox. Type: a relatively precious oddity material. Origin: the bone left behind by a man-eating twin-headed ox that was besieged and slain by 5 sequence transcendents In the process, one transcendent even lost his head to the beast's jaws. Comment: this item harbors peculiar energy. If forged into an oddity, it would make an excellent large-scale one, a material worthy of collection. Just by looking at the bone before him, Chen Ye could imagine the sheer enormity of the man-eating twin-headed ox. Forging an oddity from this skeleton would undoubtedly yield a large-scale artifact. His thoughts naturally drifted to his doomsday pickup. As long as he paid enough kill points, the system could upgrade and modify it according to his designs. If he could turn the doomsday pickup into an oddity, his chances of survival in this apocalypse would surely skyrocket. System: can this thing be used to forge my doomsday pickup into an oddity? The familiar little circle began to spin again. The system soon provided an answer. There are two ways to integrate the bone of the man-eating twin-headed ox into the doomsday pickup. 1. Melt the bone into the vehicle's body to enhance its rigidity, preventing deformation from impacts. 2. Melt the bone into the chassis and main beams to improve off-road performance, while also increasing the boat's structural strength. In short, one option was to use the bone to boost the exterior's rigidity. The other was to reinforce the vehicle's internal structure. When the doomsday pickup was previously upgraded, a set of chassis and main beams had been designed. However, to save kill points back, then the design had been kept crude using the cheapest materials the system offered. Though the system guaranteed quality, the setup was so rudimentary that after enduring a sandstorm, the vehicle's frame had begun to warp slightly. Moreover, constant driving across desert terrain placed even greater demands on the vehicle. While driving, Chen Ye could sometimes feel the vehicle sway like a mollusk, with eerie creaking sounds emanating from the body. If a collision occurred, the consequences would be dire. He might even be injured himself. This wasn't to say the system's products were subpar. Had it not been for the sandstorm, that set of beams and chassis would have sufficed for years of driving on normal paved roads. But this was the apocalypse now. In the future, he might even need to off-road through extreme environments. Thus, a solid chassis and main beams were absolutely critical. He had originally planned to use the system to repair them after finishing his derivation of a method to train his extraordinary abilities, but then had stumbled upon this ox bone. If he used it to upgrade the doomsday pickup, the vehicle would leap forward by a significant margin. It might even gain additional oddity effects. At that point, the doomsday pickup would no longer be just a vehicle. It would also be an oddity. Little Chen, you want this thing? A hoarse voice came from beside him, interrupting his thoughts. It was that old bastard Mo Huiran. The old man, pipe in mouth, grinned slyly at Chen Ye with a look of ill intent. Chen Ye also had a cigarette dangling from his lips, his left eye still clouded white. His expression, darkened by deep thought, made him look just as unsavory. Standing side by side, the two of them could scare off every living soul within 30 feet. True to that, the survivors around them all kept their distance. Captain Mo, good morning. Didn't expect you to be up so early. Chen Ye quickly adjusted his expression, trying to appear amiable. Old man Mo had been startled by Chen Ye's earlier look, half expecting the young man to strike at any moment. Seeing Chen Ye's face soften, the old man's own expression relaxed considerably. Yes, had to get an early start today? The sooner we finish, the better, less trouble. The words carried a double meaning. Chen Ye chuckled without responding. This ox bone was hard won. Our caravan originally had 5 sequence transcendents, but when the man-eating twin-headed ox caught up to us, one of them never woke again after we slew the beast. We lost many people that time. A trace of grief flickered across old man Mo's face as he spoke. Seeing the old man's sorrow, Chen Ye didn't know how to console him. In this apocalypse, people died every day. Still, why had the anomaly chased down the caravan? Under normal circumstances, a caravan led by a Pathfinder captain shouldn't attract such attention from anomalies. Had something strange occurred? It seemed old man Mo had read his thoughts. The old man rarely spoke at length. With us Pathfinders around, most anomalies won't chase us down, but there are exceptions to every rule. Besides, like Xiao Chu, I'm only a sequence 1 danger sensor. My abilities are limited. Anomalies come in all sorts of bizarre forms, and many have powers beyond imagination. Take this man-eating twin-headed ox, for instance. All right, young man, I've explained enough. How do you plan to trade for this bone? Chen Ye's face showed hesitation. His most valuable possessions were the doomsday pickup and the bloodwrath machete at his waist. Those 2 items were absolutely off the table. There was also some food in the vehicle, but the remaining supplies were meager, also not up for trade. He did have a share in the oddity materials from the man-faced scorpion they'd killed earlier, but that would require the consent of the other 3. That was clearly impossible. Chen Ye gave an awkward smile. I was just curious, Captain Mo. This item of yours is too precious. I couldn't possibly afford it. Old man Mo waved it off with a smile. No matter, you can take a look at other things. So he's just a broke bastard. The old man muttered inwardly, exchanged a few pleasantries, and walked away. Chen Ye reluctantly tore his gaze from the ox bone and turned to inspect the other goods. He had to admit the caravan had plenty of fine things, far more than a pauper like him. Not to mention the ample food supplies. There were even dozens of cases of bottled water. It seemed Old Man Mo's claim from last night about having just looted a supply depot was true. What Chen Ye didn't realize was that his eyes were now gleaming with green light radiating pure greed to onlookers. He looked like a starving bandit. The survivors by the vehicles had woken up as well, each starting their day's work. On the other side of the caravan, the group's supplies had been laid out. Among them, Taisher had the most goods, occupying a large space in the open area. Iron Lion's convoy boasted the largest crew and the greatest stockpile of supplies. Much of this wealth had been amassed from the belongings of fallen survivors, which had become his private hoard. Furthermore, any resources gathered by the survivors under his protection were considered communal property, ultimately controlled by him. Through this long-term accumulation, Iron Lion had become the wealthiest individual in the convoy. Of course, he was also the one with the most significant overhead. In exchange for the survivors contributing all their findings, Iron Lion was responsible for their daily sustenance, ensuring they did not starve. When scavenging expeditions yielded a bountiful harvest, their daily rations would be more substantial. However, during times of scarcity like recently, each person received only 2 bowls of thin gruel per day. Moreover, being part of Iron Lion's group also provided a basic measure of safety. The 3 motorcyclists they had encountered earlier, despite living more freely, were likely nothing but sun-dried husks by now. Iron Lion's goods were spread out over a large area. The most eye-catching items were the crates upon crates of the latest model fruit phones. Before the apocalypse, these were valuable commodities, each costing over 10,000, with top-tier models reaching 20,000. Where Iron Lion acquired them was a mystery. Even though these phones were likely useless bricks, now they still drew significant attention. Of course, no one was actually foolish enough to trade for these phones. There were also some clothes and other items. As for food, there was some available. It was clear that only food could be traded for the precious drinking water. A few bottles of liquor and some cigarettes were also on display. When these were laid out, Chen Ye could clearly see that old scoundrel Mo Huiran catching the scent and drifting over. That fellow like Chen Ye was a heavy smoker. In this day and age, getting a hold of manufactured cigarettes was no easy feat. Sun Qianqian's collection of goods was comparatively smaller than Iron Lion's. However, when she laid out her row of knives, it certainly attracted a lot of attention. In Daxiao, acquiring firearms was extremely difficult, making these blades highly sought after. Although they were just ordinary knives, useless against the aberrations, they served as a formidable deterrent against other humans. In the apocalypse, it wasn't just the aberrations that killed, often humans were more terrifying than the monsters. Captain Chu's assortment was a hodgepodge of various items. Among them, the most intriguing were undoubtedly the 2 anomalous materials obtained from the human-faced scorpion. Captain Chu had consulted with the others before deciding to bring these out. While everyone desired to keep these materials for crafting artifacts later, the current circumstances did not permit it. The immediate priority was solving the drinking water crisis. Reluctant as they were, they had to offer them for trade. As for Chen Ye's supplies, they were the meagerest of the group. A portion had been lost to the sandstorm, but thankfully some food remained in the cockpit. He had to part with a fraction of it. He also produced a few bottles of baijiu which he had scavenged back in Xinghua town and had been collecting dust in a corner ever since. The beer he had previously acquired had all been traded away to Sun Qianqian. He had intended to use these remaining spirits for future bartering, and it seemed they would serve that purpose now. He also had some cigarettes, but he had no intention of revealing them unless absolutely necessary. Chen Ye strolled past the caravan stalls as if he were window shopping. He understood that most of the caravan's goods belonged to the few sequence transcendents. The slaves owned no personal property. Of course, each stall was manned by a few emaciated slaves assisting with the display. This was also part of the service provided to potential buyers like Chen Ye. He, along with Iron Lion and Sun Qianqian, lingered before the stalls. Even their assistants were circling the caravan's displays. As for Captain Chu Che, he had already slipped into a tent with Old Man Mo, seemingly to negotiate a large-scale transaction. How much for these? And what size are they? Chen Ye asked, pointing to a pair of white and red high-top sneakers. If they were genuine, they would have cost at least 2,000 before the apocalypse. His previous shoes had their soles melted off in the desert. Consequently, he was currently wearing flip-flops. It didn't matter much in the desert, but he would inevitably leave this place, and having a proper pair of shoes would be crucial. The stallholder was a young man with deeply sunken cheeks. He looked up weakly and said, size 43. 2 jean of rice or 10 packs of instant noodles. Catching sight of the cigarette dangling from Chen Ye's lips, the young man added, or a pack of cigarettes. Any brand will do. These are a limited edition, guaranteed authentic. You can check them yourself. Chen Ye sneered, are you insane? For a pair of shoes you want 2 jean of rice. Before the apocalypse, if Chen Ye had dared to haggle like this, someone might have spat in his face. The young man grew agitated. I paid over 3,000 for these. Is 2 jean of rice really too much to ask? That was then, this is now, Chen Ye retorted. He'll give you 1 pack of instant noodles. Take it or leave it. One pack. You. The young man's chest heaved with indignation, as if deeply insulted. He looked from the shoes to Chen Ye, and a sheen of tears appeared to well up in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Deal." Those words seemed to drain the last of his strength. Chen Ye turned and walked back to his vehicle, returning with a pack of pickled cabbage-flavored instant noodles, which he tossed over. The young man stared at the noodles in his hand, his expression as sour as if he had bitten into a lemon. "Couldn't you at least give me braised beef flavor? I don't even like pickled cabbage. Take it or leave it. That's all you're getting," Chen Ye said, bending down to grab the limited edition white and red high-tops box and all. A middle-aged man walked over, snatched the pack of noodles from the young man's hands, and walked away with a cold sneer. The young man's mouth twitched uncontrollably, tears threatening to spill over. The shoes bought for over 3,000 had been traded for a single pack of instant noodles, which was then confiscated. Life was truly unbearable. Still, he had brought in some food today, so he would receive a ladle of clear soup as his commission for dinner. Chen Ye then returned to the stall with the small desktop fan he had seen earlier. He managed to acquire it for 3 cigarettes. This little fan was even less valuable than the sneakers head just gotten. Without electricity, it was nothing more than a paperweight. As for the cassette tapes, he traded a single cigarette for dozens of them. These items were unwanted even before the apocalypse. In the current wasteland, they were practically worthless. Most vehicles now supported Bluetooth, and even older models could play CDs. Only a select few had the archaic equipment needed to play cassettes. But Chen Ye was different. With enough kill points, he could acquire anything he desired. He had already decided that as soon as his kill point balance allowed, he would exchange some with the system for a cassette player for his vehicle. He had just checked with the system, a cassette player would cost 80 kill points. That was a price he was willing to pay. At least it would make his drives less monotonous. It seemed Chen Ye was doing well for himself now that he was considering such luxuries. "Hey there, brother. Haha. How much for that baijiu of yours?" A hoarse voice rasped near Chen Ye's ear. It was Old Man Mo emerging from the tent. The old coot had clearly set his sights on Chen Ye's liquor. He was a man who appreciated both smokes and spirits, and the sight of the baijiu on Chen Ye's stall had rooted him to the spot. "You can trade it for that oxbone of yours." In the apocalypse, the monetary system had long since collapsed. A million might not even buy a single cigarette. In the current barter system, food is the most stable currency. Other supplies come second. Anything can be traded for food, even people. Take the limited edition red and white sneakers Chen Ye just acquired, for instance. Before the apocalypse, they cost 3,000 yuan. Now he traded a bucket of pickled cabbage noodles for them. Even rare materials could be obtained if one were willing to part with food. In the desert environment, drinking water is even more precious than food. A person can theoretically survive for 3 weeks without food, but only 72 hours without water. In conditions like this desert, that theoretical time could be even shorter. Therefore, water is the most valuable resource now. It was only through the negotiation between Chu Che and Old Man Mo that they managed to trade the man-faced scorpion's carapace and skin for 10 cases of mineral water. Each case held 12 bottles, each 550 milliliters. Before the apocalypse, such rare materials would have been worth hundreds of millions, if not more. Each possessed unimaginable magical power. But now these items could only fetch 10 cases of water. This wasn't trading for water, but for life itself. It was only because Old Man Mo was afraid of pushing Chu Che too far that the deal was made. Although these materials could be crafted into artifacts to protect against the eerie, they only become useful after being processed. The convoy was out of water. The remaining supply wouldn't even last a full day. There was a real risk the entire convoy would die of dehydration before the materials could ever be turned into artifacts. Survival was the absolute priority. Items like cigarettes and alcohol were only valuable to certain people. For instance, one could trade with Chen Ye for things if they had cigarettes. And this ordinary white liquor was a rare treasure in Old Man Mo's eyes. The apocalypse called for the numbness that alcohol provides. However, Old Man Mo reacted strongly when he heard Chen Ye wanted to trade for the oxbone. "You little rascal, I knew you were cunning. You've had your eye on my oxbone all along." Old Man Mo looked as if he had seen right through Chen Ye. "So, deal or not? In your dreams. Unless you offer 50 bags of rice, I won't part with it." Trading just 2 bottles of liquor for that bone was impossible. Chen Ye had only asked on a whim, expecting nothing. The trade would only be possible if Chen Ye had more liquor. Not drinking alcohol wouldn't kill you, but not drinking water certainly would. "Chu, there's another deal I'd like to discuss with you if you're interested." Seeing Chu Che approach, Old Man Mo flashed a lecherous grin. A sense of dread welled up inside Chu Che, but he halted. Chen Ye turned to look into the distance. There a plain-looking woman sat on a sand dune, indifferently wrapping bindings around her hands. As if sensing Chen Ye's gaze, the woman glanced up briefly before returning to her task. The whole interaction lasted less than 1/10 of a second. Not far from her stood the youth, shrouded in a cloak. The youth noticed Chen Ye's look and responded with a cold sneer, drawing a finger across his throat in a slashing gesture. Chen Ye paused. When he had first seen this youth, the boy had made the same gesture towards Iron Lion. It had infuriated Iron Lion. But now it was clear the boy's target had been Chen Ye all along, not Iron Lion. How interesting. Chen Ye grinned, offering the youth a warm, spring-like smile. The youth shot Chen Ye a disdainful look, seemingly trying to provoke him. Chen Ye completely ignored the provocation. If such a gesture could anger him, he wouldn't be Chen Ye. Of course, this didn't mean he was magnanimous. Chen Ye, after all, was a very petty man. He planned to settle the score with this kid later. He shifted his gaze. The slaves in the camel caravan were already packing up their supplies, tidying everything on the ground, and preparing to load it onto the camels for departure. By then it was broad daylight, and the temperature was rising. Old man Mo was still talking to Chu Che. Chu, I see that Su woman in your convoy is quite something. How about trading her to me? They'll give you 5. No 10 bottles of water. Remember, in the desert, water is more precious than gold. And also that young lady Zhou. How about it? Add her, and am willing to offer 2 cases of drinking water. That's a fair price. Old man Mo licked his lips, his gaze falling on Su Lina, who looked haggard, but had an excellent figure, and Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was standing by the car looking into the distance. These 2 were the most attractive women in the convoy, the ones many survivors dreamed of at night. Perhaps old man Mo's gaze was too intense, for they both felt it. When they looked over and met Mo Huairan's eyes, they shuddered, feeling as if they were being stared down by a ferocious beast. It had only been a few hours since they met. The people in the convoy had seen the slaves in the camel caravan. Everyone realized how fortunate they were to have a leader like Chu Che. At the same time, they were utterly terrified of Mo Huairan and the other sequence transcendents. Anyone with half a brain could guess what old man Mo was scheming as he talked with Chu Che. Besides, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Su Lijuan were not far away and had overheard most of the conversation. Zhou Xiaoxiao trembled, her face turning deathly pale. As for Su Lina, she cast a pleading look at Chen Ye and instinctively moved closer to him. Chu Chi's expression darkened at Mo Huairan's words. Captain Mo, please don't bring this up again. Tisk Chu, you're still too naive. This is the apocalypse. What's the point of being such a saint? How about this? I'll add another condition. Someone came to my tent last night. Guess what she told me? Chu Chi's face stiffened. He knew someone had entered Mo Huairan's tent last night, but he didn't know who it was, and he dared not guess. Without hearing a voice, even with a hidden radio, it was impossible to identify the person. Chu Che had tossed and turned all night because of it. His expression flickered, revealing his inner turmoil. Within seconds, his face changed several times. He finally gritted his teeth and said, Captain Mo, Su Lina and Zhou Xiaoxiao are people, not merchandise. They cannot be traded. The last words were spoken with absolute finality. Zhou Xiaoxiao went limp as if she had just been through hell. Su Lina wasn't much better, grabbing Chen Ye's arm as her body trembled. Mo Huairan looked at Chu Che and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Captain Chu, indeed. I underestimated you. This time, Mo Huairan addressed him as Captain Chu instead of the familiar Chu, and a hint of respect had crept into his voice. Forget it, I won't take those 2 women. I have enough of my own to enjoy. I'll just tell you directly. The woman who came to my tent last night was someone named Su Jiaojiao. She sold you all out. She told me everyone's sequence. Captain Chu, sometimes you can't be too kind. Remember, this is the apocalypse. Mo Huairan spoke with the condescending tone of a teacher scolding a student. Chu Chi's face turned as dark as a storm cloud. If Chen Ye had been the leader, that woman would have died countless times over. But Chu Che thought differently. The world already had so few people left, he didn't want his convoy to be ruled by unbridled privilege and power. That's why he had spared her. And she had seemed to behave herself. He never expected her to be the one to betray them. For the first time, a glimmer of murderous intent appeared in Chu Chi's eyes, but he still managed to smile for Mo Huairan. Thank you for telling me, Captain Mo. Ha ha ha. Think nothing of it. We're both captains. I like you despise traitors. Mo Huairan gave Su Lina and Zhou Xiaoxiao one last greedy look, licking his lips, still feeling a pang of regret. Beauties like them were rare to come by. Meanwhile, Chen Ye withdrew his own covetous gaze from the supplies loaded on the camels. The drinking water, the food, and those camels. Seeing their conversation, Chen Ye chuckled. Captain Mo, my captain won't trade with you, but I will. Su Lina is mine. Give me that ox bone, and he'll give you this woman. Deal. Chen Ye took Su Lina's hand and walked towards Mo Huairan with a grin. The machete on his back trembled slightly. Not far away, the plain-looking woman was talking to the youth. As for Sun Qianqian, she was directing some men to help her load supplies onto the car, but her right hand was already resting on the hilt of her sword. Su Lina's face turned ashen when she heard Chen Ye's words. She nearly collapsed to the ground. Chen Ye. How could he? He was a demon. The moment Chen Ye uttered those words, the reactions among those present varied greatly. Captain Shu's face darkened, the usually amiable and benevolent leader, now wore a grim expression. He had never anticipated Chen Ye would go this far. Although Chen Ye was ruthless, Captain Chu believed the man acted only to survive and still held a moral line in his dealings. At least he wouldn't sell his comrades like merchandise. Yet now that was precisely what Chen Ye was doing. Lina collapsed entirely. She had deliberately cultivated a connection with Chen Ye, believing that even if she hadn't won him over, she had at least carved a place in his heart. But his words shattered her illusions into dust. How could he be so cruel, so heartless? Lina trembled violently. She refused to be treated as goods, to become the old man's plaything, or to be reduced to a slave in the camel caravan. The ancient terrifying term alone sent chills down one's spine. Zhou Xiaoxiao's expression was the most conflicted. Her sister's entanglement with Chen Ye was the earliest and deepest. Initially, she harbored deep resentment toward him over her sister's death. But gradually, as she calmed down, she realized that in his position, she wouldn't have saved a stranger in that situation either. Perhaps it was Chen Ye's overwhelming power that forced Zhou Xiaoxiao to rationalize his actions. Now, after witnessing the caravan's slavery system, her fear and panic grew daily. And now Chen Ye's cold ruthlessness filled her with dread. The other survivors from the convoy were angry, but dared not speak out. They wanted to rush forward in a heroic rescue, but none had the courage. That was Chen Ye, the dual-sequence transcendent of the convoy. They could only seethe in silence. Just then a slender figure stood up and walked toward Chen Ye. It was Xiao Fu, the naive college student. "Are you crazy?" Someone nearby grabbed him. Xiao Fu gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Chen, he can't do this. He's a sequence transcendent. He does what he wants. Who do you think you are to meddle in his affairs?" Even if he's a sequence transcendent, I must." The surrounding survivors noticed Xiao Fu's unusual behavior. This simple, timid student was usually the target of mockery, yet today, he actually dared to step forward. Only Sun Qianqian, not far away, subtly shifted her position, standing just behind the cloaked youth. In the distance, the man who resembled a beast tamer sequence gently stroked a powerful wolf king, paying no heed to the unfolding scene. This wolf king was the strongest of the 5 wolves, its size a full 30% larger than the others. Its claws alone were as thick as an adult's arm. It could even be ridden with ease. The slaves nearby kept their distance from this man. Though this man never spoke, no one dared to provoke him. Even the most unruly demon sequence transcendent wouldn't dare jest with him. "Chen Ye, you." Chu's face turned pale, his eyes issuing a warning. This time Captain Chu was genuinely angered. "Xiao Chu, don't be hasty. Xiao Chen's desire to trade is his own business. You're a good man, but too rigid. The apocalypse is here, we're sequence transcendents now. Why should we live like ordinary people? We used to be common folk, bullied by anyone. Now we're transcendents, the privileged class. Captain Chu, you need to update your thinking." The one who had once admired Chu Zhen now spoke with biting sarcasm. The old fox was indeed cunning. "Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen, I like your style." Mo Huiran cut off Chu Zhen's protest, his lecherous gaze roaming over Lina's figure. Lina had always been meticulous about her appearance. Even under these circumstances, she spent hours each day grooming herself. As a result, she appeared far more alluring than the other women. A pair of venomous eyes, however, glared at Lina with intense hatred. It was the famous male internet celebrity with millions of followers. "Xiao Chen, you want the bones of that 2-headed ox? It's not impossible, but one alone might not be enough." Mo Huiran turned his gaze toward Zhou Xiaoxiao. Under his aged stare, she felt a chill run through her entire body. But in Mo Huiran's eyes, the girl seemed even more tempting. Yet what was with her expression? Why were her eyes wide open? In terror, or suspicion, and a hint of excitement? No. A sudden alarm surged through Mo Huiran, and he swiftly turned around. He saw only a grinning face, and in its owner's hand a cleaver. Mo Huiran felt himself falling slowly and realized he could see his own back. What a ruthless young man. He had actually attacked me. I didn't sense a thing. The moment Chen Ye made his move, the plain-faced woman nearby raised her brows in fury, a dangerous aura radiating from her. She transformed from a proud kitten into a fierce leopardess. The woman clenched her fists and drove a punch toward the hooded youth. The force of the punch kicked up sand from the dune, blowing back the youth's hood to reveal a face filled with shock and a hint of disdain. The youth's cloak seemed to come alive, rippling like ocean waves, layering upon itself to absorb the force of the woman's punch and disperse its impact. Bang! The youth's figure retreated rapidly, his face flushed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, yet a smile crept onto his face. "Ding dong you." Before he could finish, a chilling sensation pierced his body. Looking down, he saw a sword tip protruding from his chest. Staring in disbelief, his expression turned to shock and confusion. His strength was slowly ebbing away while dark energy surged wildly within him, seemingly attempting to mend the wound. The youth turned his head with difficulty and saw the pink-haired girl not far away, her fingers forming a sword seal. You? How can you wield a flying sword? The words came out with immense difficulty. Just learned. The pink-haired girl flipped her hair, about to say more when her expression drastically changed. A rough, agonizing scream tore through the air. The pink-haired girl spun around to see several ferocious wolves pouncing on Iron Lion. The largest of them had already clamped its jaws around Iron Lion's neck. Blood sprayed from the wound. Half of Iron Lion's neck was already torn away. The wolf swallowed the flesh in its mouth, its body drenched in Iron Lion's blood. Even the sand before it was stained crimson. Another wolf bit down on the back of Iron Lion's neck. If he had been at full strength, dealing with these wolves would have been trivial. But Iron Lion was at his weakest moment. He tried to shake off the wolves, but his hands were also clamped in their jaws. These were no ordinary wolves. They had been carefully bred by the sequence transcendent named Chen Ye, making them far larger than normal. Iron Lion struggled desperately. If he could hold on for just another half a minute, no, perhaps just a few seconds, he would survive. A Titan sequence transcendent, even at his weakest, was not so easily killed. Even with half his neck torn away, given time, he could endure. A flash of cold light streaked by. Iron Lion's head flew off, still gushing blood. It was the silent sequence transcendent. Before Iron Lion's head even hit the ground, Chen Ye, riding the Wolf King, charged off into the desert. Iron Lion. Sun Qianqian's eyes nearly split with rage. Her pink hair flowed as if stirred by an unseen wind. Her sword instantly returned to her side. Her delicate lips murmured an incantation. Go! The sword transformed into a beam of light, streaking toward the figure on the Wolf King's back. The figure let out a muffled groan, slumping and falling from the wolf's back. The entire sequence of events lasted less than 10 seconds, perhaps even shorter. For sequence transcendence had met their end, and the mastermind behind it all was none other than Chen Ye. The entire process happened so swiftly that no one could react. By the time the four bodies crumpled to the ground, the survivors on the scene realized that sequence transcendence had died. The expressions on their faces were varied. Some secretly gloated, though they dared not show it. Others wailed in grief and shrieked. The pink-haired girl dashed like a blur to Tai Shi's side, cradling his massive head and trying to press it back onto his neck. Blood soaked her clothes, yet she seemed oblivious. As soon as she let go, Tai Shi's head fell off again. The girl had to keep holding it, foolishly hoping this would bring him back to life. Big dummy, aren't you a Titan sequence? Aren't you supposed to be unkillable? Quick, wake up. Say you're okay. Tai Shi, big dummy. Tears as big as beans dripped from her eyes onto Tai Shi's face. The pink-haired girl had known Tai Shi longer than Chen Ye had. Before Chen Ye awakened, the two often coordinated during supply runs. They had saved each other's lives countless times. In the pink-haired girl's eyes, Tai Shi was a comrade she could trust with her back. Tai Shi felt the same. The pink-haired girl knew that in this apocalypse, death was inevitable for everyone. But she never expected it to come so suddenly. There was no romantic attachment between them, only sibling-like affection. Tai Shi, wake up, wake up. She let go and his head rolled off like a ball. She pounded his chest in fury, her emotions spiraling out of control, tears flowing freely. In that moment, she was transported back to that morning, watching helplessly as her family was devoured by a giant tree. She could do nothing. A wave of guilt washed over her. Chu Che stood rooted for a long while, then tore his gaze away from Imo Huiran's corpse and slowly focused on Tai Shi. When he saw Tai Shi's body, the spirit seemed to drain out of him, plunging into despair. Barefoot, Chu Che staggered toward Tai Shi, his grief etched plainly on his face. Many survivors on the school bus were already sobbing uncontrollably. These people had in one way or another been cared for by Tai Shi. Without him, many would not have survived. It could be said that Tai Shi was the kindest sequence transcendent to ordinary survivors in the entire convoy. Chen Ye was ruthless and many feared him. Chu Che was aloof and his kindness was not for everyone. As for the pink-haired girl, except for other sequence transcendents, no one could exchange a few words with her, not even the popular Su Lina and Zhou Xiaoxiao. She barely acknowledged them. Only Tai Shi would grin foolishly at everyone, treating sequence transcendents and ordinary people alike. Tai Shi's death was nothing short of catastrophic for many survivors. If anyone could still keep a clear head, it was Chen Ye. Chen Ye had a decent relationship with Tai Shi, but not as deep as Chu Che's or the pink-haired girl's. He also understood clearly that in this apocalypse, anyone could die, including himself. Tai Shi's death came as a shock, but it didn't drive Chen Ye to lose his reason. His eyes were now fixed on the body wrapped in a hooded cloak not far away. Chu Che had said that demon sequences had incredibly tenacious vitality comparable to Titan sequences, perhaps even stronger. Therefore, Chen Ye suspected the man might not be dead. He even doubted whether the extraordinary who controlled the wolf pack and had just fled was playing dead. Of course, the priority was still this demon sequence too. He drew the cleaver from his waist and slowly approached the black-robed youth. This man was a demon sequence too, the most difficult to deal with many ways to survive. First check if he was dead. If not, give him another slash. He's dead. No one could survive that sword strike. A hoarse voice. The speaker was the plain-looking woman. At that moment the body under the hood indeed had a bloody hole in the chest, but it had already stopped bleeding. A wisp of black energy coiled around the wound, and countless tiny tendrils writhed trying to regenerate. Though not dead, that sword strike had gravely wounded him. If given a few minutes he would recover, and could even kill everyone present. The sound of weeping reached Liu Yang's ears, fueling his hatred to an insane degree. Liu Yang was confident that in just a few minutes, using the dark energy accumulated during this time, he could recover 70 to 80% of his strength. When that happened, everyone would die. Suddenly Liu Yang heard footsteps approaching. He could guess who it was. It must be that one-eyed Cyclops. That kid was shrewd. Was he coming to check if I was dead? Liu Yang slowed his breathing, waiting for Chen Ye to get close, ready to strike him with a fatal blow. But just then the footsteps stopped. Liu Yang was puzzled. Suddenly he felt an intense crisis behind him, like needles pricking his back. Damn this old fox, too cunning. He tried to react, but it was too late. His head was severed by a cleaver. A fine head flew into the air. Liu Yang even saw his own hands and legs being chopped off by the same cleaver. And that treacherous old man was actually a dozen meters away, controlling the cleaver with a willow branch. Endless darkness descended. The demon sequence too, with boundless potential, perished. Just then the youth who had been stabbed off the Wolf King's back by the pink-haired girl leaped onto the wolf's back and turned to flee. When he fell to the ground, he had deliberately chosen an angle, peering through half-closed eyelids to see what happened behind him. He clearly witnessed the one-eyed Cyclops' treachery. The Cyclops stopped a dozen meters away from Liu Yang and killed him by swinging the cleaver. Liu Yang was loathsome, but his demon sequence 2 strength was not to be underestimated, and even he wouldn't want to provoke him. Yet he died just like that. This one-eyed bastard is truly underhanded. If I don't escape, I'll end up dead at his hands. Chen Ye watched the man flee at a loss for words. He only regretted the loss of kill points. The killing of Mo Huiran and then the demon sequence had netted him substantial kill points from the system. Last night Chen Ye had first sought out the plain-looking woman. From his observations, this woman was out of place in the group. When old Mo bragged about his little wife being a mega-influencer with millions of fans, she had looked annoyed, even got up, and left, showing no respect for the team leader. When the youth was abusing the other slaves, no one intervened. Only when this woman appeared nearby did the youth stop. Those slaves seemed less afraid of her, and some even showed gratitude in their eyes. Chen Ye had noticed all this. When he approached her and briefly explained his plan, she agreed, without a second thought, surprising even Chen Ye with her straightforwardness. The second person he sought out was the pink-haired girl, to whom he also revealed his plan. Once he made his move, the pink-haired girl was to cooperate with the woman to attack the arrogant youth. Thanks to Chu Che's explanation, Chen Ye considered the demon sequence an even greater threat than the pink-haired girl. Therefore he assigned 2 people to deal with the insolent youth. As for Mo Huiran, the old guide sequences have no special combat power. Their strength lies in sensing anomalies. A sequence 1 guide cannot even detect hostility from others. Killing a guide sequence who was right beside him was not difficult. As for Tai Shi, he was injured and had no combat capability. Moreover, he was stubborn. If Chu Che said not to fight, he would obey. Even if Tai Shi had been uninjured, Chen Ye wasn't sure he could convince him. He never expected Tai Shi to die like this. Chen Ye had no intention of killing Iron Lion. Even if outsiders judged him as ruthless and cold-blooded, he would not harm Iron Lion without cause. But fate was fickle. Chen Ye had no foresight, and being one-eyed, his vision was limited. He never expected someone to strike at Iron Lion so suddenly. Iron Lion's corpse lay sprawled on the sand, doing a distinct line of blood marking the separation between neck and head. The big fellow's face was serene, eyes closed as if merely asleep. Someone found a wooden board and wrote on it with a marker, "The Tomb of Wu Haifeng." It was presumably meant to serve as a gravestone. So Iron Lion's real name was Wu Haifeng. Always calling him Big Guy never bothered him. He would just chuckle foolishly. He had also taught Chen Ye much about sequence transcendence. The pink-haired girl wept profusely, her delicate face now a mess of tears, and snot sobbing loudly with strands of saliva stretching from her mouth. Many survivors also stood before Wu Haifeng's grave, shedding tears. For the first time, Chen Ye felt grief. He never thought Iron Lion would die. In the convoy, Iron Lion got along well with everyone. When Chen Ye had just awakened, Iron Lion had been kind to him. Much of his knowledge about sequence transcendence came from Iron Lion. When Chen Ye was first identified as being of the mechanic sequence, he often tried to pry information from Iron Lion. The big guy clearly knew, yet he still shared everything he knew with Chen Ye. Even the secrets of the Titan sequence were revealed without reservation. If Iron Lion hadn't died, Chen Ye might have considered him a brother. For someone as guarded as Chen Ye, that was already rare. Time is running short. Uncle Abeo reminded him from the side. It was already 10 in the morning. Chu Che ignored Uncle Abeo's words and instead looked at Chen Ye. You shouldn't have been so reckless. At least you should have told me. There was no blame in Chu Chi's tone, only calmness. Chen Ye fell silent for a moment, then said, You wouldn't have agreed. If I had a chance to do it over, I would still act. But I would have warned Iron Lion to hide. Chu Che fell silent as well. He understood what Chen Ye meant. If he had known Chen Ye's plan, he certainly wouldn't have agreed, and they might have even clashed. Chu Che was not a soft-hearted man. He had known about the many walking survivors used as decoys in the team before, and he had not stopped it. In his view, those people couldn't have survived anyway. Their existence merely bought more time for the others. It was a necessary death. Even if they had lived, Chu Che didn't believe he had the ability to protect so many. He was only sequence 1. From a purely rational analysis, Chu Che didn't think Chen Ye was wrong. Without supplies, everyone would die. In the boundless desert, no one knew when they'd escape. Moreover, Mo Huiran and that youth were both despicable. Just look at the slavery system they established. You are too ruthless. Perhaps among us only you can survive to the end. If I ever die, remember to burn some tea leaves for me every year. Chen Ye remained silent. Chu Che poured a cup of clear tea before Iron Lion's body, a few brown tea leaves scattering onto the sand dune. The poor tea, usually as precious as gold, was wasted like this. But Chu Che felt no regret. Chen Ye said nothing, lit a cigarette, took a couple of puffs, found it uninteresting, and tossed the unfinished but to the ground, stamping it out. He checked the countdown. 2 more hours until the cultivation technique deduction was complete. Time was running late. The desert temperature was slowly rising. Chen Ye started, but was interrupted by Chu Che. Wait a bit longer. What? Chen Ye was puzzled. Chu Che stared at Iron Lion's corpse seriously and asked, Do you know how many branch sequences the Titan sequence has? Chen Ye didn't understand. From what I know, Titan sequence 1 is called Flesh Apprentice, but at sequence 2, there are 2 branches. One is called Twin-Headed Giant, and the other is called Gazing Skull. The Gazing Skull grows a 3rd eye on the forehead, which possesses mystical properties. I once read a document stating that transcendence on this branch at a high enough sequence leave behind a 3rd eye upon death that can even be used directly as a relic. Chen Ye was stunned. Was that possible? Even the pink-haired girl who had been crying uncontrollably forgot her tears and listened intently. As for the Twin-Headed Giant, do you remember that Iron Lion had 2 personalities, one we knew and one during battle? How could Chen Ye forget? Iron Lion's dual personality was unforgettable. Every time they fought, Chen Ye suspected someone else had crawled into Iron Lion's body. Chu Che fixed his gaze on the massive body before him, a gleam of wisdom shining in his eyes. In truth, Chu Chi's inner turmoil was far from the composed wisdom he displayed. When he saw Iron Lion's head severed, he had panicked, believing Iron Lion was surely dead. Only after calming down did he recall a document he had once read, which described the peculiarities of the Titan sequence. In fact, it wasn't just the Titan sequence. Every sequence was unique. You mean, Iron Lion could come back to life? The pink-haired girl, her face covered in tears and snot, suddenly looked up upon hearing their conversation. Those close to Iron Lion also looked up, their eyes shining with hope. Chu Che pondered for a moment, then said, When Iron Lion's 2nd personality appeared earlier, it might have already been the nurturing of the Twin-Headed Giant branch. Perhaps. Iron Lion didn't come back to life. He never died. How can he not be dead after having his head chopped off? A survivor nearby muttered, lost in thought. Realizing his blunder, a look of panic crossed his face. Chu Che didn't rebuke him, instead saying, Sequence transcendents are already beyond the ordinary. Every sequence has its own miraculous aspects. Just as those words left his mouth, Iron Lion's corpse suddenly twisted. A large bulge swelled at his chest. It seemed something was trying to burst out of his chest. The surrounding survivors turned pale, and even those who had liked Iron Lion backed away in fear. Only Chen Ye and a few others stared with intense curiosity and gleaming eyes. What followed was nothing short of horrifying. A head struggled to emerge from Iron Lion's chest cavity. Yet it seemed as if countless hands within the body were gripping the head, refusing to let it break free. From the frantic struggle, one could tell. It was exactly like the Iron Lion seen in battle. The position of this head was not where the original head was, but beside it. Just as Chu Che had said, this was the Twin-Headed Giant branch. Roar! The new head let out a furious roar, releasing a burst of energy that forced those nearby back several meters. With that roar, the new head finally broke free from the unseen restraints and successfully grew out. Everyone watched, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Yezi, little girl, Chu Che, what are you 3 standing there for like idiots? Why don't you help me up? Did you know I nearly died? A rough, booming voice. While this was nothing like the original Iron Lion, the pink-haired girl's expression shifted. She recognized this one too, as she had encountered him several times during battles. But, noticing the girl's hesitation, the head laughed heartily in Mad Lion. That guy Iron Lion isn't dead, he just needs a few more days to come out. So Yezi, isn't the Titan sequence awesome? Even getting your head chopped off can't kill you. Remember this, as long as a Titan sequence has a single breath left, they are immortal. I saw you feeling a bit guilty earlier. TSK. I never thought a ruthless bastard like you could feel guilt. Indeed, this one lacked the charm of the old Iron Lion. He was utterly arrogant. He truly hoped this one wouldn't show up too often. Fortunately, the real Iron Lion would return in a few days. Chen Ye's face darkened. Damn it. The persona he had worked so hard to build. Shut your trap. It's getting late. Get in the car now. There was 1 hour and 45 minutes left until the deduction was complete. Not a single person died this time. They had gained so many supplies. The coveted ox bone was obtained as well. And there was a sequence transcendent. The fair convoy was finally on the rise. Seeing the Iron Lion unharmed, the faint trace of guilt that had stirred in Chen Ye's heart was instantly cast beyond the 9 heavens. For a man like him, that sliver of remorse was already a rare flicker of emotion. The Titan sequence was indeed formidable. As long as a single thread of life force remained, resurrection was possible. He would need to stay vigilant. If he ever encountered enemies of the Titan sequence in the future, he must show no mercy and eradicate them root and branch. Suddenly, Chen Ye's thoughts turned to the demon sequence. The demon sequence, so highly praised by Chu Che. Perhaps it too had survived. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Chen Ye hurried over to the corpses of Mo Huiran and Lu Yang. The bodies were already in a ghastly state. Just moments ago, the so-called slaves from the camel caravan had been kicking and punching the remains, and some had even torn flesh from the bodies and devoured it raw. It was evident how deeply these people despised the two. Chen Ye stared at the corpses and exhaled a wisp of smoke. The smoke drifted over the youth's body, enveloping it entirely and forming a coffin of haze. His right hand clenched suddenly, and the smoke around the body burst into thousands of smoke needles, further shredding the corpse. The survivors who witnessed this recoiled in terror. Gazing at this cruel man, not content with murder, he defiled the dead. They saw him as a deranged madman. A shrill, venomous scream erupted from the corpse. A wisp of dark smoke thick with resentment drifted from the body, forming a skull that glared at Chen Ye with pure malice. Yet it lasted only 2 seconds before dissipating into the air. Chen Ye's heart tightened. The demon sequence, which Chu Che had called the most suited for survival in the apocalypse, was indeed not to be underestimated. Chen Ye treated the old man, Mo Huiran's corpse, the same way. However, no strange phenomenon occurred. The beheaded old man was thoroughly dead. The guide sequence did not possess such monstrous vitality. By now, no one stood within 10 meters of Chen Ye. All kept their distance from this madman. All right. Everyone now immediately move all supplies onto the vehicles. Use all the camels for riding. We leave within half an hour. Move fast. Uncle Bao's voice rang out across the camp once more. The caravan supplies had now become the convoy supplies. Chen Ye had long since set his sights on the bones of the man-eating twin-headed ox. A great hand of smoke seized the skeleton, first loading it onto his own apocalypse pickup truck. He hadn't expected the bones to be extraordinarily heavy. Chen Ye's face flushed red before he managed the transfer. The weight pressed down on the vehicle, making it creak and groan. The bones' mass far exceeded his expectations. The apocalypse pickup, already battered by the sandstorm, seemed on the verge of giving out. When he had designed it, he only aimed for it to be passable, prioritizing the conservation of kill points. He never intended the vehicle to withstand natural disasters. Yet no sooner had the upgrade finished than a sandstorm hit. Chen Ye lay on the ground to inspect the chassis and frame. Some parts had already begun to warp. Fortunately, it could still function for now. Chen Ye had the system conduct an assessment. If he maintained it carefully and drove with caution, it could still serve for a while. It had to be said the system's creations were remarkably durable. But now, with the twin-headed ox bones in hand, the urge to upgrade the apocalypse pickup into an artifact was impossible to suppress. As soon as the deduction was complete, his next step would be to upgrade the pickup and forge it into an artifact. He reached out and touched the bones. The sensation was not like bone at all. Rather, it felt like metal. Cold, eerie, and carrying a strange sense that within this skeleton lay an energy beyond comprehension. If he truly used these bones to upgrade the apocalypse pickup, it would surely deliver a pleasant surprise. All the survivors sprang into action. Even the former caravan slaves had become new members of the convoy. Uncle Bao was run off his feet. The newly joined survivors were already familiar with the convoy's rules, so each was excited and moved quickly. Some, upon learning the school bus rules, unhesitatingly joined Iron Lion's ranks. Others preferred to strike out on their own. For such people, Uncle Bao simply distributed camels to each and added them to the convoy. No one wanted to leave. After so long in the apocalypse, even fools knew what lurked in the wilds. Of course, Uncle Bao also provided them with some basic supplies. The remaining supplies were confiscated for the common good to be distributed once a safe location was found. Naturally, only the sequence transcendents would have a say in that distribution. What are your plans? Chu Che asked, gazing at the plain-looking woman before him. It was clear she was a sequence transcendent, a new one joining the ranks, and Captain Chu was more than eager to have her. The woman extended her hand. Let me reintroduce myself. Ding Dong Boxer Sequence Tier 1 Iron Fist. Given the situation, I have nowhere else to go. I want to join the convoy. Captain Chu's lips curved upward involuntarily. No problem, welcome aboard. Though he had anticipated her answer, Chu Che was still pleased. I don't want to deal with convoy affairs on a daily basis. They'll just join Iron Line's school bus. The implication was clear. She wouldn't leverage her former status in the caravan to form any illicit ties with the newly joined survivors. She simply wanted to be an ordinary transcendent. Chu Che naturally had no reason to object. Ding Dong produced a tattered map and handed it to Chu Che. He was taken aback for a moment, then reached out to take it. It was a hand-drawn map consisting of only a few lines, extremely crude. At the map's center was drawn a small circle. This was Mo Warren's. Our caravan had been searching for a water source. The circle in the middle marks the water. Find this place, and you'll find the water. Uncle Bao, please, I was wrong. You'll never do it again. Uncle Bao handed his work to the convoy assistant Xiao Wang, then had two survivors drag Su Jiaojiao behind the sand dune. After Mo Huiran and Lu Yang were killed, Su Jiaojiao had panicked. The woman had hidden herself among the crowd, hoping to stay inconspicuous. If she could just survive this, she swore, she would behave from now on. Unfortunately, this betrayal had enraged Captain Chu Che. The captain, who was usually averse to killing, now had murder in his heart. Otherwise, more betrayers would emerge in the convoy in the future. When they came to seize Su Jiaojiao, not a single survivor spoke up for her. They all wore expressions of disgust. Only Xiao Fu, that naive college student, showed a flicker of reluctance. Xiao Fu, I know you're kind-hearted, but have you considered? If Chen Ye and Che had died, you'd all be slaves right now. Those words silenced the kind-hearted Xiao Fu. No matter how Su Jiaojiao struggled, she couldn't break free from the two survivors' grip. They brought the woman behind the sand dune away from the survivors' sight. Su Jiaojiao knew she had truly infuriated Captain Chu Che this time. The woman knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Uncle Bao repeatedly. Uncle Bao, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I'll never dare again. From now on, I'll be obedient in the convoy. Do whatever I'm told. Uncle Bao, I don't want to die. Uncle Bao, please. Just spare me, and I'll do anything. Uncle Bao's face was ashen as he stared at the distant dunes, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. This was the first time he had done such a thing. At first, he had thought it was just a matter of killing someone. Chen Ye could sever a man's head without a second thought. Killing one person, what was there to fear? But when it came down to it, Uncle Bao found himself unwilling, or perhaps unable to strike. Even the two men he had brought along, despite their fierce looks, had never killed anyone before. Since the apocalypse began, everyone had been focused on fleeing. Who had time for killing? Uncle Bao gritted his teeth and signaled to the two men beside him. They hesitated for a moment, then one of them steeled himself and raised the wrench in his hand. The wrench used for repairing vehicles was heavy. A scream. Su Jiaojiao collapsed to the ground, struggling to crawl away. A second blow. Blood soaked into the sand dune. The other man, gritting his teeth, joined in, until the woman lay motionless on the ground. Uncle Bao suppressed the churning emotions within him, waved his hand, and led the two men back to the convoy. By now the supplies had been fully distributed. Chen Ye's apocalypse pickup truck bed was loaded with goods. 2 ropes had been used to secure the cargo tightly. Even the passenger and rear seats of the cab were stuffed with supplies. The caravan's haul exceeded Chen Ye's expectations. Calling it a bountiful harvest would be an understatement. Chu Che mentioned there was also an artifact, but there was no time to inspect it now. He would have to wait until they found a suitable place to examine it closely. Chen Ye had seen Uncle Bao take Su Jiaojiao away, but he only spared a single glance. Such matters weren't worth his attention. The method for training his transcendent abilities was about to complete its deduction. That was what truly mattered to him. Just then a strikingly handsome young man walked straight toward Chen Ye. It was none other than the internet celebrity with millions of followers. As this figure approached, everyone halted their work. There was no helping it. This person was simply too striking amidst the crowd. Though male, he possessed a charm that exceeded that of most women. In terms of allure, he rivaled Su Lina. In terms of delicate features, he was on par with Zhou Xiaoxiao. Had they not already known this was a man, no one would have believed he wasn't a woman. It was no wonder he had once amassed tens of millions of followers online. The man's large eyes were filled with nothing but hatred, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. The man was drenched in blood from head to toe, yet in one hand, he clutched a necklace strung with teeth. In his other hand he held a skull. Every survivor who laid eyes on him recoiled, as if fleeing from a plague. Judging by the direction he came from, Chen Ye could deduce that the man had been to where Mo Warren's corpse lay. As for the string of teeth, Chen Ye guessed they had been pulled from the old man's mouth, and the bloodstained skull was likely his as well. What a ruthless act. A breathtakingly beautiful man covered in blood carrying a necklace of teeth and a skull. The surreal macabre beauty of the scene sent chills down one's spine. Xuan, what do you think you're doing? Su Lina rushed out from somewhere, placing herself protectively in front of Chen Ye. So this man was called Xuan Nan. Su Lina had met him once before on business, and thus knew him. Even she had been taken aback when she saw him last night. Ignoring Su Lina, Xuan Nan fixed his gaze on Chen Ye. The fury that had filled his eyes moments ago vanished, replaced entirely by gratitude. One moment his face was contorted with rage, the next it was filled with gratitude and thankfulness. His ability to switch emotions was truly remarkable. Even the alluring Su Lina seemed to be nothing more than air in Xuan Nan's eyes. It was as if he would obey Chen Ye without a moment's hesitation, even if commanded to die. It was as if Chen Ye were his god. Yet buried deep within that gratitude lay a flicker of profound complexity. With a thud, Xuan Nan's knees gave way, and he knelt on the sand, kowtowing 3 times, his head striking the ground heavily. He cast aside the tooth necklace and the skull. Mr. Chen, from today onward, Xuan Nan is your dog. He'll do whatever you ask. At these words, the onlookers cast strange glances at Chen Ye. A pretty boy like that, even if he wasn't a woman, wasn't entirely unacceptable, was he? Chen Ye's face turned green with annoyance. Damn it, what are you all looking at me like that for? And Sun Qianqian, why are you looking at me that way too? You little girl, have you forgotten what I'm capable of? The pink-haired girl's face was filled with disdain. Xuan Nan, is it? What's your games? Chen Ye didn't tell him to rise, so Xuan Nan remained kneeling, speaking directly from his position. You killed that old bastard Mo Huiran and avenged me. This tooth necklace, I pulled it from Mo Huiran's mouth myself, and this skull is his too. As he spoke of these items, anger flared in Xuan Nan's eyes again, a clear sign of the deep grudge he bore against the old man. Chen Ye looked deeply at this cross-dressing man. He had already figured out his intentions. With Mo Huiran dead, this guy was probably afraid of retaliation and wanted to attach himself to a new protector. As for gratitude and repaying a debt, well, that was probably part of it too. You've changed a lot since yesterday. Chen Ye said coldly. I only followed Mo Huiran to find my sister. He told me she had left with another group, and I wanted to find her. Mo Huiran. Just uttering the name stirred a storm of complex emotions in Xuan Nan's eyes. Hatred, humiliation, resentment, bitterness. It was impossible to describe the turmoil with mere words. To endure such degradation for his sister's sake. Xuan Nan was certainly a patient one. Just yesterday, he hadn't seemed to be enduring any humiliation at all, in fact had appeared to be enjoying himself. But now he was acting like had finally avenged a great wrong. They call me a freak, but this guy is probably even more twisted than I am. I killed Mo Huiran. You'll probably never find your sister now. Don't you hate me? I do. But right now I'm grateful. Why, I just found out that Mo Huiran was lying to me. He never knew anything about my sister. It was all a lie. Just found out. It seemed that after Mo Huiran's death, Xuan Nan had discovered something among his belongings. As for what it was, Chen Ye wasn't particularly interested. This was heavy personal baggage, and he wanted no part in it. Chen Ye waved his hand dismissively. Get up. I don't need a dog. He refused without a second thought. A flicker of regret appeared in the eyes of some survivors. But, no buts. The convoy is leaving soon. Go. Chen Ye waved his hand again, as if shooing away a fly. Xuan Nan's face flushed red, but he got to his feet, walked over to a camel, and swung himself onto its back, without a word. Move out. Uncle Bao's voice crackled over the loudspeaker. The convoy began to crawl forward, followed by a long line of camels. It was a much larger procession than before. Every vehicle was loaded to the brim with supplies. Captain Chu's roof rack was stacked nearly 2 meters high. The pink-haired girl's off-road vehicle also struggled to get going. Her modified roof rack was so overloaded that she nearly tipped over from the unstable center of gravity. Taisher happened to be nearby and steadied it with one hand. Since his promotion to Titan Sequence 2, the twin-headed giant, his height seemed to have increased by another 20 centimeters, making him a full 2 meters tall. Even Chen Ye, at over 1.8 meters, had to look up at him. As for Chen Ye himself, his doomsday pickup was wobbling and slow to start. Unlike the 2 modified off-road vehicles ahead, Chen Ye's doomsday pickup had never been designed to carry so much. It was seriously overloaded. Taisher's school bus was even more extreme. Its roof was stacked 2 meters high with supplies. The flashy school bus was visible from a distance. It was now packed with survivors. Previously it had only been a quarter full, but now it was crammed with people, every seat taken. Starting the vehicle on the soft sand was proving difficult. Several survivors got out to try and push the bus out of the sand hollow. Even with their faces turning red from exertion, they couldn't budge it. Taisher, unable to watch any longer, simply pushed the bus out of the hollow with one hand. Chen Ye's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Damn, This big oaf has gotten even stronger. It wasn't that had never seen Taisher push a vehicle in the sand before, but it had never been this effortless. The camel bells jingled behind. Chen Ye sped across the desert in his doomsday pickup, which was missing its windshield and side windows. The hot desert wind blasted straight through the empty windshield frame, hitting his face and driving him crazy. This was absolute torture. He glanced at the system panel. Less than an hour until the deduction ended. Almost there. He caught a glimpse of that old man's buggy again, but he only gave it a passing glance. Knowing that old man was trouble going near him would be asking for death. Though he thought that new woman Ding Dong might be a good candidate to test the old man's secrets. In the lead vehicle, Captain Chu's expression was grim. They had already delayed their departure time again today. His senses told him that a strange creature had fallen in behind the convoy. It was fast. It would catch up to them within minutes. If he could help it, Chu Che naturally wouldn't want such a thing to happen. Being chased by an aberration was hardly a pleasant experience. Accelerate. The moment those words left his mouth, the modified vehicle's speed surged, instantly kicking up a massive cloud of dust behind it. Seeing Chu Chi's vehicle speed up, the pink-haired girl who had been playing with her handheld console looked up. Cousin Captain Chu's vehicle is accelerating. The little loli in the driver's seat propped her head forward to watch. The pink-haired girl set down her console, looked at Chu Chi's vehicle, then turned to glance behind them. The pink-haired girl's brow furrowed. If only they had walkie-talkies, they could ask what was happening. Based on her understanding of Chu Che, he wouldn't accelerate without reason. This meant the vehicles behind might not be able to keep up with the convoy. Especially the camel caravans. Those camels couldn't possibly match the speed of four-wheeled vehicles. After a moment's thought, the pink-haired girl finally said, "Let's follow them." As for the camel caravans, every convoy needed someone to be the gecko's discarded tail. Old Wu Cece and the captain have both sped up. Bald, Old Li driving the school bus frowned. Beside him sat Taisher, a mountain of flesh, who leaned forward to look ahead. The wound on his neck had healed, and a small piece of granulation tissue had even grown over it. Merely sitting there, he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Ding Dong, seated behind Taisher, looked back and said, "The Pathfinder must have a reason for this. Should we follow?" This woman had an unremarkable appearance, but she held a strong sense of justice in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been incompatible with Mo Huiran and his group. She also knew her place. Despite having a plan, she still sought Taisher's opinion. Follow them. 3 vehicles in a row sped up. Chen Ye didn't hesitate, either flooring the accelerator. The engine roared with fury as the entire vehicle shook violently, surging forward to catch up with the 3 vehicles ahead. Their acceleration quickly drew the attention of the others. In an instant, the entire convoy was forced to speed up. No one asked Chu Che why he was doing this. Those who had survived this long weren't fools. They knew following the captain was the only way to live. From a distance, the convoy kicked up a massive sandstorm. Chen Ye, without a windshield, found the situation utterly unbearable. Sand kicked up by the wheels ahead poured directly into his vehicle without missing a speck. His face and body were soon covered in a layer of gray dust. Chen Ye turned the steering while pulling his vehicle alongside the one in front. Earlier, to avoid quicksand, they had been following the tire tracks of the vehicle ahead. Once the vehicles were side by side, the sand hitting his face lessened considerably, and Chen Ye could finally see the road ahead clearly. Several other vehicles also floored the accelerator to catch up, but the camels bringing up the rear were in trouble. A camel's usual speed was only around 10 kilometers per hour. Even with their burst speed, they could only sustain it for 3 to 5 minutes. They had just acquired all these camels and survivors. Perhaps today they'd all be fed to the aberrations. Not to mention the survivors. Just these camels alone were prime meat. In this era, being able to get fresh meat in the desert was an incredibly difficult feat. But soon Chen Ye noticed something was off. The camel's speed wasn't slow either. Though they couldn't catch up to his vehicle, they could manage a trot, trailing far behind the doomsday pickup. It didn't take long for Chen Ye to figure out the reason. There was a breeder sequence in the caravan. This sequence's awakened had weak combat abilities, but possessed a natural talent for nurturing supernatural creatures. If these were ordinary camels, Mo Huiran and his group would likely have died on the road long ago. Such an ability, if it had existed before the apocalypse, would have shocked the world. Indeed, every sequence awakened had their own incredible powers. Some camels not burdened with supplies quickly broke away from the herd behind. System deduction complete. A system notification appeared before his eyes. It was the method he had previously asked the system to deduce for training his supernatural abilities. Before Chen Ye could examine it closely, a loud bang echoed. Chen Ye felt the vehicle lurch violently side to side. Before he could check the system notification, the vehicle was already out of control. Chen Ye slammed on the brakes, but the vehicle veered sharply to the right, crashing hard into the nearby mobility scooter. The scooter was flipped over, even crushed flat. The vehicle tipped over onto the sand, its 4 wheels spinning uselessly in the air. It turned out they had hit a large rock, causing the vehicle to lose balance and roll over. When Chen Ye crawled out of the cabin, he was a mess, his hair and face covered in sand. The mobility scooter beside him was also mangled beyond recognition from the collision. You. A wizened old figure emerged from the scooter's cabin. This old man, whenever he saw Chen Ye before, would always greet him with a fawning smile, even trying to curry favor. But now the old man's face was incredibly grim, even filled with resentment. He didn't seem to hold back any of his malice just because Chen Ye was a sequence awakened. Or perhaps he had never truly cared about Chen Ye's status as an awakened in the first place. His previous behavior was merely a facade. At this moment, Chen Ye had no time to worry about what the old man was thinking. His mouth was full of sand. Camels were galloping past them, kicking up trails of dust. They had reached an unimaginable speed, as if something terrifying was chasing them. White foam was dripping from many of the camels' mouths. A strong sense of crisis welled up in his heart. This feeling was all too familiar. Chen Ye had encountered it several times before. An aberration. Looking up into the distance, a colossal headless sand serpent burst forth from the desert. Under the sunlight, it cast a monstrous, terrifying shadow across the dunes. From a distance, it was estimated to be as tall as a 10-story building, and most of its body was still beneath the sand. Even from this distance, Chen Ye could feel the intense pressure and sense of danger. Chen Ye stared in disbelief. This thing was definitely the largest aberration he had ever seen. In the next instant, it rapidly expanded in his pupils. So fast, the hairs on Chen Ye's body stood on end. Run. That was the only thought in his mind. Relying on just his legs would be a delusion. Chen Ye quickly turned around, intending to right the doomsday pickup. He also had the system check it. The vehicle was still operational. Thank the system. Even after all this, the vehicle could still run. Unfortunately, the doomsday pickup was loaded with supplies, making it difficult to right it quickly. Damn it. Are you just going to stand there gawking? Get your ass over here and help if you don't want to die. Chen Ye roared at the old man, who was staring at him with venomous eyes. The old man, upon being yelled at, glared even more viciously, his murderous intent no longer concealed. After his mobility scooter was destroyed by Chen Ye, the old man had completely dropped the pretense. He glanced at the terrifying sand serpent in the distance, a deep look of apprehension flashing in his eyes, but he still ran over to help Chen Ye. Riding an overturned pickup truck loaded with goods in the sand was difficult. However, both Chen Ye and the strange old man were not ordinary people. With the situation critical, neither held back their strength. With a combined effort, they managed to right the doomsday pickup. Chen Ye leaped into the driver's seat in one swift motion. Ignition shift into gear. The engine roared to life. Chen Ye thanked the system once again. A cigarette had somehow found its way into his mouth, smoke filling the cabin. What are you spacing out for? Get in. Chen Ye yelled at the old man through the cigarette. The old man was stunned for a moment, seemingly surprised that Chen Ye had considered him. His murderous intent receded slightly as he climbed into the cabin. The situation was urgent, and the old man didn't notice the lingering smoke in the drafty cabin. The sand serpent was closing in rapidly, its speed terrifyingly fast. In almost the blink of an eye, the serpent had grown considerably larger in their vision. With each emergence from the sand, it closed the distance crazily. The sand serpent had obviously noticed Chen Ye and the old man, adjusting its course to charge directly at them. Just as Chen Ye was about to hit the ignition, the engine roared, but the vehicle wouldn't move. Having driven in the desert for so long, Chen Ye immediately realized the wheels were likely stuck in a sand trap. Getting stuck in the desert was all too common. Chen Ye looked at the old man, who had just gotten in. You. Get out and push. Quick. The old man was furious. Me push. Why not you? Chen Ye retorted. If I get out, who's going to drive? Hurry up, that thing is coming. The old man glanced at the rearview mirror, a flicker of fear in his eyes, and any goodwill he had felt towards Chen Ye vanished instantly. Knowing this was no time for idle talk, the old man quickly got out. Chen Ye couldn't see exactly what the old man did, but he felt the vehicle start to move soon after he got out. Old man, get back in quick. Once the vehicle was mobile again, Chen Ye shouted at the old man. The old man was taken aback again. This young man is somewhat detestable, but he's still decent to me, knowing to wait. The old man moved with incredible speed, slipping back into the vehicle in a flash. However, the old man's door was already in shambles. The earlier crash had damaged it, and with all this rough handling, the door fell right off. While the doomsday pickup was even more beat up now, the old man got in. Chen Ye floored the gas pedal. The doomsday pickup surged forward again. First gear shift to second, then skipping gears straight to fifth. With Chen Ye's reckless driving, the doomsday pickup unleashed unprecedented power. Its speed was maxed out again, but the sand serpent behind them was relentlessly chasing the distance between them, shrinking. Even at full throttle, the doomsday pickup couldn't shake off the headless sand serpent. Moo. A sound similar to a cow's bellow but much deeper resonated in their ears, even causing a vibration in the surrounding air. Chen Ye only glanced at the rearview mirror, and a cold sweat broke out across his back. A massive shadow engulfed the entire doomsday pickup. The headless sand serpent opened its mouth, revealing rows upon rows of densely packed fangs. Countless tiny eyes covered the entirety of its head, a sight so unsettling it made one's skin crawl, a nightmare for anyone with trypophobia. Perhaps in the next second both he and this vehicle would become food for the sand serpent's belly. Just then a massive hand formed of smoke grabbed the terrified old man, yanked him out of the cabin, and hurled him towards the headless sand serpent. By the time the old man realized what was happening, he found himself less than a meter away from the serpent's gaping fang-filled maw. The old man understood now. Earlier he had thought this bastard wasn't all bad, that he even took care of an old coot like him. But it turned out he was just being used as the gecko's discarded tail. Chen Ye'll curse your ancestors. Chen Ye not only crashed into the old man's mobility scooter without apologizing, but also forced him to help flip his overturned vehicle back onto its wheels. He even made the old man push his car. Yet despite being such a fine fellow, when danger struck, Chen Ye did not hesitate to cast the old man aside. The old man could never have dreamed that Chen Ye would be so shameless and cold-blooded. As he watched the layers of razor-sharp fangs closing in to devour him, a surge of unwillingness and fury welled up within him. His body underwent a violent transformation. A massive lump bulged rapidly from his back, tearing through his clothes, and a ghastly pale head emerged from within. When Chen Ye caught sight of that head in the rearview mirror, his expression shifted slightly. It was the hunchbacked old puppet, the very anomaly he had encountered in Changshu village. He never imagined it had been hiding within the convoy all along. Had this thing been trailing the convoy ever since they left Changshu village? Or was it following him specifically? What was this old man's true purpose? What did he intend to do by tailing the convoy? Thick plumes of black miasma spewed from the eyes, ears, nose, and mouth of the hunchbacked old puppet. Even the head on its back expelled the same noxious fumes. The entire scene was utterly grotesque and terrifying. Just as Chen Ye anticipated a ferocious battle between the hunchbacked old puppet and the serpent opened its maw and swallowed the anomaly, wreathed in eerie energy, whole. Then with a single powerful lunge it dove deep into the dune, kicking up a cloud of sand. In that fleeting instant the doomsday pickup had already surged a considerable distance, narrowly escaping the sand serpent's attack range. The engine roared relentlessly. Given just 1 minute, no, a mere 20 seconds, the pickup would be completely clear of the serpent's reach. Sweat carved rivulets down his face before dripping into his collar. The engine continued to scream, and Chen Ye could feel every tremor of the vehicle's frame. His right foot pressed the accelerator to the floor without a hint of slack. The steering wheel vibrated with a fine steady buzz. In moments like this, every single second was a matter of life and death. Forget the hunchbacked old puppet disguised as a survivor. Even if Captain Chu himself were sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Ye wouldn't hesitate to kick him out of the moving vehicle. That damned Captain Chu. There had been an anomaly hiding right in their convoy, and he hadn't detected a thing. How could this so-called pathfinder be so incompetent? If he made it back alive, Chen Ye swore he'd grab Chu Che by the collar and demand to know how he'd been leading his team. After diving into the dune, the sand serpent did not resurface. The dune's surface lay eerily still, as if nothing had ever happened. Yet Chen Ye dared not relax for even a heartbeat, keeping his foot pressed firmly on the accelerator. Only after the vehicle had covered another dozen or so meters did he allow himself a faint sigh of relief. Just as he was wondering why the sand serpent hadn't given chase, a thunderous boom erupted from the dune behind him. Sand and earth exploded into the sky as if a cannon shell had detonated beneath the surface, hurling debris 100 meters into the air. The debris then rained down, pelting the truck's roof with a relentless clatter like a sudden downpour. Chen Ye's eyes remained locked on the rearview mirror, only to see the sand serpent writhing violently within the dune, a massive section of its body bulging upward. The countless eyes covering its serpentine head were bulging wide in what seemed like distress. Imlo. The same low penetrating bellow rang out once more. A visible shockwave of sound exploded across the dune. Everywhere the sonic wave passed, sand was sent flying into the air. As the wave swept over the doomsday pickup, Chen Ye could clearly hear the vehicle's metal frame groaning in protest. The sound wave tore through Chen Ye's body. His face contorted as he felt as if a sledgehammer had slammed into his back. He gritted his teeth, refusing to let up even for an instant. This sand serpent was terrifying beyond imagination. Bang! Bang! Both side mirrors were shattered by the sonic wave. And just like that, the doomsday pickup was left without rearview mirrors. Chen Ye's scalp prickled, and his head swam with dizziness. Still, his foot never wavered on the accelerator. The doomsday pickup swerved erratically, but continued its desperate dash forward. The low guttural roars persisted behind him, each one sending out another visible ring of sonic energy and another plume of sand into the air. Even without mirrors, Chen Ye could vividly picture what was unfolding behind him. Wave after wave of sonic force battered the vehicle. The last remnants of paint were stripped away, revealing the bare metal underneath. More and more of the body became pitted and dented. Chen Ye could also feel a faint jarring tremor deep within his organs. A trickle of crimson blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His complexion had turned ashen. Only when he felt the impact of the sonic waves diminish to the point where they could no longer harm him did Chen Ye finally dare to poke his head out of the window and glance back. This wasn't an act of suicidal recklessness. He simply needed to assess whether the sand serpent was dead or alive. If he ever encountered it again, any scrap of information could prove invaluable. By now the Doomsday pickup had already put 100 meters between itself and the churning sea of sand in the distance. He could still see the sand serpent thrashing and churning within the sand sea. The hunchbacked old puppet had clearly been swallowed into its belly. Yet the fact that it could stir the serpent into such a frenzy meant the old man's puppet was no ordinary entity either. The engine continued its thunderous roar. The Doomsday pickup never once slowed its pace. With no windshield to shield him, Chen Ye's face was stung raw by the sand whipping past. He hadn't gone far when he spotted a camel trotting toward him across the dunes ahead. Astride its back sat a figure with long flowing hair. It was Xuan and that kid. While fleeing with the convoy, Xuan had already realized that an anomaly might be pursuing them. Such situations were all too common in their nomadic existence. Against those terrifying anomalies, even extraordinary humans could only barely manage to preserve their own lives. A camel was never going to outrun four wheels. So when Chen Ye's vehicle flipped, Xuan had witnessed it all from behind. The kid had watched from his camel as Chen Ye's truck plowed into that old man's mobility scooter. Xuan's heart clenched. He had just pledged his loyalty to Chen Ye, sworn to be his loyal dog. And now the man was dead. Xuan swayed on the camel's back, his body rising and falling with each lurching stride. He had no idea how long had been riding. When he looked back, he could only see two tiny specks on the distant dunes, and that sand serpent radiating terrifying pressure. Fear flickered in Xuan's eyes, but so did genuine worry for Chen Ye. It wasn't that their bond had grown so deep. For one, Chen Ye had killed Mo Huiran, avenging Xuan's humiliation and settling the score on his behalf. For another, Xuan wanted to get close to Chen Ye, to gain his protection, to rely on an extraordinary human to help him find his sister. Before the apocalypse, Xuan had millions of followers, with countless people depending on him for their livelihood. But now in this post-apocalyptic world, 1 million followers meant nothing compared to the power of an extraordinary. Xuan gritted his teeth, his heart hardening with resolve. It was a gamble, but he'd take it. And so, to the astonishment of everyone around him, he wheeled his camel around and charged back the way he had come. When Xuan caught sight of Chen Ye's Doomsday pickup again, it looked even more battered. The truck kicked up a plume of sand as it rapidly closed the distance toward him. "Mr. Chen, you." Before Xuan could even finish his exclamation, the Doomsday pickup roared past him, chasing after the convoy ahead. Xuan clenched his jaw and once again wheeled his camel around to follow. Inside the truck, however, Chen Ye was feeling a surge of exhilaration. He took one hand off the wheel, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a cigarette, lighting it. He had narrowly escaped the jaws of the sand serpent by the skin of his teeth. If he had hesitated even a few seconds longer, he would have been the one in that serpent's belly. The adrenaline rush from brushing so close with death sent Chen Ye's heart pounding, his hands still trembling slightly as he held the cigarette. This hostile takeover of the camel caravan had been a windfall, not just in supplies, but in the kill points had earned and the extraordinary cultivation method had just deduced. All in all, it was a massive haul. By the time Chen Ye caught up with the convoy, the blood moon hung high in the sky. Its crimson light spilled across the dunes. From a distance, the convoy appeared far larger than before. On one side, dozens of camels huddled together on the sandy slopes. On the other, a few vehicles sat in silent stillness. At the center, a massive bonfire blazed, with Chu Che, Iron Lion, and Sun Qianqian gathered around its front. Several smaller fires dotted the periphery, each encircled by survivors. Something was roasting over every flame. A strange aroma of meat wafted over from afar. Chen Ye's Doomsday pickup sputtered and coughed its way back, drawing the gaze of many. The vehicle ground to a halt. He stepped out looking like a figure wrought of ash. From his hair to his face to his clothes, everything was blanketed in dust. Only his blinking eyes and a flash of white teeth revealed he was human. Two. The first thing Chen Ye did after getting out was spit out the sand filling his mouth. All because there was no windshield. He had been swallowing grit the entire journey. A light pat on his body sent a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The Doomsday pickup fared little better. The entire vehicle was coated in grime, and both side doors had vanished completely. The sole remaining door had eventually succumbed to the relentless jostling and fallen off mid-route. Back then, Chen Ye was solely focused on escaping with his life, and had no time to retrieve it. As a result, the Doomsday pickup now stood without a windshield and without its side doors. The whole aesthetic was ruggedly bare. Chen Ye. Captain Chu shone a flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness. Who else would it be? You guys are heartless, just taking off without me. What if I hadn't made it back? If you hadn't, it would have been one less menace to society. How did your truck end up like this? Be glad I made it back at all. They were all familiar with each other now, and banter flowed freely. Unfazed by Captain Chu's teasing, Chen Ye walked straight over to the bonfire. He had intended to ask about the strange artifact he'd heard they'd acquired, but given the current circumstances, that would have to wait. The group of four had clearly gained a new member, the woman named Ding Dong. The two had once conspired together against that demon sequence, making them old acquaintances. Chen Ye gave her a nod as a greeting, which she politely returned. Smells great. Did you guys slaughter a camel? The pink-haired girl sniffed the air. Yeah, I've never had camel meat before. I wonder if it's any good. The girl looked utterly ravenous, swallowing hard as she spoke. And she wasn't alone in her craving, many others shared it. In the post-apocalyptic world, the only meat available was usually smoked or cured, with fresh cuts being a rare luxury. Iron Lion stared fixedly at the meat roasting over the flames. When he noticed Chen Ye's arrival, he offered a brief greeting before his gaze snapped back to the feast. It was clear the big man had been suffering from intense cravings. Those of the Titan sequence naturally possessed appetites far exceeding ordinary people, and their desire for meat was equally magnified. With no meat for so long, Iron Lion had been feeling the pain more than anyone. There's no helping it. These camels will probably all be dead soon anyway, Captain Chu said with a look of regret. In Chu Chi's eyes, these camels were prime means of transport. In some ways, they were even more useful than four-wheeled vehicles. Of course, he wouldn't dream of trading his cars for them, but seeing so many of them being eaten bothered him. Chen Ye looked around. No feed. All the camels in the caravan were previously managed by Chen Ye. He's a breeder sequence. Every few days, Chen Ye would feed them these specially made pills. With those, the camels could go for days without eating or even drinking. But Chen Ye fled, and he took all those secret pills with him. If we can't find enough food for these camels, it won't be long before. It was Ding Dong speaking, a hint of sadness in her voice. She clearly didn't want to see the camels die either. Having journeyed alongside them, she had grown fond of the beasts. Not far away, several camels had already been slaughtered by survivors and were being butchered. After hearing Ding Dong's explanation, Chen Ye silently marveled. Indeed, every sequence transcendent possessed their own incredible abilities. It was impressive enough that he had managed to raise the camels to such a state. Now he had even created pills that could replace food. The breeder sequence might lack combat power, but when it came to raising animals, no one could rival them. In the pre-apocalyptic world, such skills alone would have made a fortune. Given enough time and resources, a breeder sequence might even be able to overpower other sequences in battle. Just look at those wolves from before. Every one of them was plump and sturdy like young bulls. Chen Ye had often wondered why the camels didn't carry much fodder on their backs. The answer lay entirely with that breeder sequence transcendent. Unfortunately, the man had escaped, and without their guide, he had surely been killed by the anomalies by now. Without him, and without fodder, these camels probably wouldn't survive more than a few days. Under normal circumstances in resource-scarce regions, a camel requires 4 to 8 kilograms of dry grass and 8 to 10 liters of water daily. Occasionally, they did spot some dry grass and withered tree trunks. Throughout the journey, the convoy had been collecting any dried wood and branches they encountered. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have been able to start these campfires. But the collected dry grass was nowhere near enough to feed the dozens of camels, let alone provide them with 8 to 10 liters of water each. Water was as precious as gold now. Chu Che simply couldn't afford to spare that much water to sustain dozens of camels. Not unless they managed to leave this desert. Therefore, slaughtering some camels for reserve provisions was a necessity. This was something Chen Ye didn't need to worry about. There were plenty of people in the convoy skilled at making jerky, and just as many willing to do the work. As for how one could make jerky in a desert with such scarce resources, where there's a will, there's a way. At worst, it would just taste a bit worse. Better than having nothing to eat. Soon the camel meat was roasted. A decently cooked portion was presented to Chen Ye. The aroma was intoxicating. He sniffed, feeling his mouth flood with saliva, barely managing to keep it from spilling over. Yet he didn't touch his utensils. Instead, he glanced to the side. This wasn't just any camel. It had been raised by a breeder sequence. The pills it was fed must have been infused with the breeder's transcendent abilities. Who knew what might happen after eating this meat? As Chen Ye looked up, his gaze met Captain Chu Chi's. The two stared at each other, instantly understanding the thoughts in each other's minds. Chen Ye thought, indeed a cunning fox. Captain Chu thought, little fox, just as sly. While the two were lost in their scheming, the others paid no mind. Iron Lion most dramatically opened his gaping maw and began tearing into a massive chunk of meat. Yezi, Captain, why aren't you eating? It's delicious. Sun Qianqian mumbled, her mouth stuffed full of meat. Chen Ye chuckled. You guys go ahead. I'll eat after seeing if it's poisonous. Of course he didn't voice that last thought. Across from him, Chu Che was also putting on a show, claiming he wasn't hungry. Indeed, the two sly dogs were thinking exactly alike. Watching the pile of bones before Taisher grow larger, Chen Ye grumbled, aren't you afraid of choking? Chu Che added, Taisher, slow down. No one's competing with you. There's plenty more. The man ate so fast. Whether or not the meat was poisonous, by the time poison might show had have devoured it all. Taisher turned and grinned, Captain, you're calling me wrong again. Im Kwang, sure. After this meal, that kid will be back soon and he'll return. Well, you don't like meat. If you don't want to give it to me. With that, he grabbed the meat from Chen Ye's and Chu Chi's plates and piled it onto his own. Chen Ye and Chu Che exchanged a glance, but said nothing. After waiting nearly half an hour, they were all perfectly fine. No signs of poisoning whatsoever. Only then did Chen Ye and Chu Che start eating. A mountain of bones had already piled up before Kwang Shi, yet he continued to devour ravenously. One had to admit the man had an astonishing appetite. He ate so much without any sign of being sick of it. 2 survivors were assigned solely to roast meat for him. Sometimes he didn't even care if the meat was cooked or still raw with blood, just tossed it into his mouth and spat out the bones. His practiced motions were almost enviable. The Titan sequence can't compare. Eat up, it should be safe. Chu Che remarked beside him. Only then did the 2 sly ones begin to eat slowly. An adult camel weighed about 500 kilograms, and this one raised by the breeder sequence was even larger, probably 600 to 700 kilograms. Everything edible was used without waste. In this era of extreme scarcity, any waste was shameful. That night, almost every survivor ate meat. Those who had previously opposed Chu Chi's slaughter of the camel now had no objections. Even Ding Dong, the newly joined sequence transcendent, ate heartily. When Chen Ye put the meat into his mouth, a peculiar aroma exploded on his tongue. There was no gamey smell, but a faint sweetness. Chen Ye didn't know if camel meat always tasted like this. But what he was eating now was delicious. Chen Ye understood why this sequence was called the breeder sequence rather than the beast tamer sequence. After eating until their bellies were round, the group sprawled on the dunes, rubbing their stomachs. Amid the swirling smoke, they felt the apocalypse wasn't so bad after all. At least they could enjoy such delicacies. Captain Chu Che had already brought out a tea set and began to arrange it. With a new member joining the convoy today, he planned to share his fine tea as a welcome gesture. The pink-haired girl's eyes lit up. Captain Chu, you're so generous today. Seeing her reaction, Chu Chi's face darkened. You little wretch, how many times have you drunk my tea? Ding Dong, let me tell you, not everyone gets to taste Captain Chu's tea. Today we're all indebted to you. Chen Ye also sat down with a smile. It was getting harder and harder to get a sip of Chu Chi's tea. These days the man would sneak off into his tent to drink it alone. After eating so much meat, holding a cup of fragrant tea, just the aroma alone was refreshing. In the days before the apocalypse, such a life might have seemed ordinary, perhaps even a routine after dinner. But now in the midst of the apocalypse and the desert, it felt extraordinarily precious. Only Kwang Shi was still devouring meat. He seemed uninterested in tea. Delicious. Fine tea. Each of them took a sip of the fragrant tea, reluctant to swallow. 3 people, 3 different expressions. By the way, Yizi, I saw old Zhang Tu lagging behind with you earlier, but I only saw you come back. What happened to him? Chu Che set down his cup and asked. During the escape, Chu Che had sensed a strange aura suddenly appear behind him. As if it materialized out of nowhere, something he had never noticed before. This matter had been weighing on Chu Chi's mind. Now with food and drink, he finally found the chance to ask. Ding Dong, being new to the convoy, didn't know the situation well and looked confused. The pink-haired girl quietly explained to Ding Dong. Ding Dong's expression grew serious as she listened. Did you all think there was something wrong with that old man before? Instead of answering, Chen Ye turned the question back to Chu Che and the pink-haired girl. Chu Che remained silent, but the pink-haired girl nodded. Only a fool wouldn't see that old man is suspicious. In that little old person's cart, so many died on the road, but he's still alive. We thought you'd go test him, but you never made a move. As she spoke, her voice grew quieter, as if she felt a little guilty. Hearing this, Chen Ye felt a catch in his breath. So everyone had seen it, but no one said a word. They were just waiting for him to foolishly probe the old man's strength. Indeed, no one who survived the apocalypse was stupid. None of you are good. Chen Ye was exasperated. You dare to accuse us? The pink-haired girl retorted. Captain Chu, I have to say, you had such an anomaly hidden in our convoy, and you didn't even know. That old man is an anomaly. The news startled the 3 of them. The hunchbacked old puppet of Longevity Village. Chen Ye began recounting what had just happened. After hearing his story, everyone fell silent. Especially the pink-haired girl and Chu Che. They had been to Longevity Village and knew the strangeness of the hunchbacked old puppet. Who would have thought that the hunchbacked old puppet had been in the convoy all along? Ding Dong nearly found it terrifying, but didn't have the same depth of understanding. Che took a sip of tea and said slowly, maybe that hunchbacked old puppet isn't really an anomaly. What do you mean? From what I know, this might be a symbiotic sequence. Another new sequence. Che had mentioned before that there were over 100 kinds of sequence transcendence. Who knew there was this one too? Symbiotic sequence. Does it mean symbiosis with anomalies? The pink-haired girl tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. You all know about sequence injections, right? Captain, stop being mysterious and just get to the point. Chen Ye interrupted bluntly. Using a sequence injection can awaken a sequence transcendent, but not everyone succeeds. Some people die from the transformation of transcendent power, and some are directly corrupted by it, becoming anomalies. Others manage to survive, but fail to awaken, yet their bodies are transformed by the power. They are clearly different from ordinary people in various physical aspects. To gain strength, such individuals often choose to form a symbiosis with anomalies, thus acquiring formidable power. Therefore, we call them the symbiotic sequence. Each symbiotic sequence has different abilities, and it is the most bizarre and mysterious sequence. Hearing this, everyone held their breath, digesting Che's words. Chen Ye recalled the hunchbacked old puppet. That old man was definitely a symbiotic sequence. Of course, symbiotic sequence transcendents don't only bond with anomalies, some even bond with mysterious objects. This type typically has two states: a normal human state and an anomaly state. In the normal state, if you don't observe closely and they don't actively reveal their power, they seem just like ordinary people. That's probably why I never noticed. Captain, what did you do before all this? How do you know so much? Chen Ye finally couldn't hold back and voiced the curiosity in his heart. Everyone had the same 24 hours in a day, the same 60 minutes in an hour. Yet Captain Che always seemed to know more than the rest of them. It was as if he were an encyclopedia of the apocalypse. As Chen Ye asked this, even the pink-haired girl and Ding Dong looked equally intrigued. Yeah, Captain, how do you know all this? Were you a member of some special organization researching sequence transcendence before the apocalypse? Don't overthink it. You'll know when it's time for you to know. Knowing now wouldn't do you any good anyway. Che raised the teacup in front of him, shielding his gaze. He noticed the cup was already empty. Tisk. The pink-haired girl scoffed in disdain. Since their last conversation, she had stopped her heavy drinking and seemed to harbor an extraordinary obsession with cultivation. Seeing the girl about to rise again, Chen Ye asked, Qian, that flying sword technique you used to slay that demon sequence creature, why haven't I ever seen you use it before? Hearing Chen Ye's question, the girl who had just begun to stand sat back down. She lifted her chin slightly and said proudly, flying sword technique. Just mastered it. Pretty badass, right? You didn't think our sequence was called the Sword Immortal sequence just for the cool name, did you? The girl was thoroughly pleased with herself. For some reason, the pink-haired girl loved showing off in front of Chen Ye, especially savoring the look of frustration on his face. And Chen Ye did feel somewhat frustrated. Among the 5 members of the team, he seemed to be the weakest now. Iron Lion had already advanced to sequence 2. Though Chen Ye had never seen him fight, just imagining it was enough to know he was formidable. Sun Qian needed no mention. She had grasped the flying sword technique after just a few days of practice. As for Che, the man was mysteriously enigmatic. Though his combat ability was lacking, the secrets he held were likely far more numerous than Chen Ye could imagine. Then again, Chen Ye had never actually seen Che fight, so his combat prowess couldn't be definitively judged. As for Ding Dong, the newcomer, one look told you she wasn't someone to mess with. With all this in mind, Chen Ye grew even more eager to try the new transcendent training method he had just deduced. He was equally eager to upgrade the Apocalypse pickup truck into a mystical artifact. Wait, are you saying you only mastered that flying sword technique in the past few days? Che's interest was piqued, a hint of shock in his tone. Yep, don't you know me by now? If I actually knew the flying sword technique, why wouldn't I have used it before? Your talent is simply heaven-defying. Che exclaimed in admiration, while inwardly growing curious about the demonic fruit the pink-haired girl had consumed, planning to ask her about it when the opportunity arose. Alright, you guys chat. I'm off to cultivate. The pink-haired girl flicked her pink ponytail, striking the pose of a determined young heroine. Hold on. We've taken down the camel caravan this time. Let's divvy up the supplies. Iron Lion, no Mad Lion. Stop eating and come sort the supplies. It was then that Chen Ye noticed Iron Lion was still eating. Throughout their entire conversation, the man had never once paused. A small mountain of bones had piled up beside where he sat. The 2 survivors tasked with grilling his meat had been swapped out for new ones. Hearing Che call for him, the man rose slowly, wearing an expression that suggested he was still not quite satisfied. This ambush on the camel caravan had yielded the richest haul yet. Every single vehicle was packed to the brim. Chen Ye's Apocalypse pickup truck was practically sagging under the weight. Uncle Bao directed a few survivors to unload the supplies from each vehicle, and by the light of the campfire and flashlights, they spread out a massive pile on the sand dunes. Zhou Xiaoxiao was also drawn by the commotion, knowing they were about to distribute supplies again. Having joined the convoy, she had witnessed this scene several times before. After her sister's death, what used to be supplies for two had become solely hers. But Zhou Xiaoxiao felt no joy. Seeing so many supplies now only intensified her desperate longing to awaken as a sequence transcendent. Sulina was also among the crowd, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unreadable light, darting between Chen Ye and the pile of supplies. Having been through so much, Sulina had learned one crucial truth: to survive, she either had to awaken as a sequence transcendent herself, or attach herself to one. Sulina knew full well how difficult awakening was for her, so she chose to pursue Chen Ye instead. However, after days of interaction, she knew how difficult Chen Ye was to crack, far more troublesome than any young man she had encountered before. He wore a cheerful, joking facade on the surface, but inside, he was ice-cold, even ruthless and merciless. Yet Sulina didn't give up. If anything, she grew more excited. The harder the conquest, the greater the reward. Back then, everyone thought it was that powerful figure who had taken a liking to her, granting her a meteoric rise. But no one knew that she had been the one to make the first move. That secret belonged to her alone. The supplies were spread out across the sand dune like a small hill. The most eye-catching item was what lay on a piece of plastic sheeting. Among the familiar items was a set of ox bones that Chen Ye had his eye on from the start. Chu Che examined the bones from every angle, but couldn't make heads or tails of them. He even clacked two bones together, producing a metallic clang. Beside them lay a metal lighter. A lighter. Anyone who smoked couldn't help but take notice. Chen Ye's current lighter was one head scavenged from Xinghua Town and Changshu Village earlier. Those things were plentiful. You could easily scrounge up dozens, or even 100 from any corner store or supermarket. Chen Ye picked up the lighter and examined it. It felt icy cold to the touch, carrying a strange sensation. A line of information appeared in his mind. Love-struck lighter, serial No. 05172, function flame control. Side effect: you must say I love you to this metal lighter 100 times a day, or it may very well go on strike. This is a mystical artifact. The description was simple and direct, the function a mere 2 words. Chen Ye couldn't quite figure out what flame control actually meant. As for the side effect, it was somewhat twisted. What sane person would tell a lighter, I love you 100 times a day? Chen Ye also spotted a line of tiny text etched on the bottom of the lighter. For you, I would give everything. Even my very life. A deranged, obsessive aura washed over him. So this is the mystical artifact. Let me see. The weight in his hand vanished as the pink-haired girl snatched the metal lighter. She seemed to be receiving the information in her mind as well. Mystical artifacts had a trait: when unclaimed, any transcendent who touched them would receive their basic information. If an ordinary person touched them, the artifact was just a mundane object. Once an artifact bonded with its owner, other transcendents touching it would no longer receive any information. Chu Che had said mystical artifacts were like keeping a cat or dog. No need for blood oaths or binding rituals. Only through prolonged contact and understanding could the bond be formed. Just like raising a pet. A guard dog, for instance, would unleash fierce aggression when its master was attacked. A golden retriever, on the other hand, would follow anyone who held its leash. As for a husky, the moment you let go, it's gone. Each has its own temperament. Chen Ye's current mystical artifact was just a blood grudge chopper, one he had crafted himself. When he first obtained it, he hadn't experienced any bonding process at all. Mr. Chen, Miss Sun, I know how to use this thing. A cold yet ingratiating voice came from nearby. The two turned around to see Xuan Nan. He was covered in dust, clearly having just returned, his face showing signs of exhaustion. This love-crazed lighter was originally M.O. Huaren's possession. This extraordinary artifact had been used by M.O. Huaren several times in battle, catching his opponents off guard. When mentioning this item, Xuan Nan still had a trace of fear on her face. Since the old man died so suddenly, he never had the chance to use it in combat. Just like that youth from the demon sequence who clearly possessed many incredible abilities. Unfortunately, he encountered Chen Ye, who never gave him the chance to use them. After killing M.O. Huaren, Chen Ye's main attention was focused on the youth from the demon sequence, so he didn't pay attention to whether M.O. Huaren actually carried anything valuable. This was how this extraordinary artifact fell into the hands of Captain Chu Che. Chen Ye's heart stirred. Could it be that the demon sequence member he killed didn't have any good items on him? As if seeing through Chen Ye's thoughts, Chu Che said, that youth was a pauper. He didn't even leave behind any extraordinary materials. Chen Ye was speechless. Xuan Nan had already explained how to use the lighter. Everyone around listened in amazement. The girl opened the windproof cover of the lighter, slid the flint, and a small, orange-eared flame appeared dancing before her eyes. It looked no different from any other lighter. The girl puffed out her cheeks and, following Xuan Nan's instructions, blew gently toward the small flame. with a whoosh, a stream of orange-earth fire 7 or 8 meters long shot out, carrying a wave of searing heat that illuminated a vast area around them. The surrounding survivors recoiled in terror. Those closest felt the rolling heat and scrambled away, shrieking in fright. This tiny lighter now behaved like a flamethrower. Even Chen Ye's eyes widened in astonishment as he too felt the unbearable scorching heat radiating towards him. The pink-haired girl quickly stopped blowing. Only then did the survivors halt their panicked retreat, though the fear on their faces remained. The sand where the flames had erupted was now glowing red. Chen Ye was secretly amazed by such power. In such a short time it had turned the sand red hot. If this were aimed at a person, a fine treasure. Captain Chu spoke up, his eyes now filled with greed as he stared at the lighter. It was easy to understand why. Those of the guide sequence generally lacked offensive power and relied on their team members for protection. As such, they craved offensive, extraordinary artifacts. Even though Chu Che possessed an artifact ranked over 1,000, he still coveted this lighter desperately. Chen Ye had never seen Captain Chu fight. Whether he was hiding other tricks was impossible to tell from the surface. Chu Che eagerly took the lighter from the pink-haired girl's hands, looking utterly enamored with it. The bones of the man-eating twin-headed bull and the love-crazed lighter were the spoils of this internecine ambush. As for the tobacco pipe that Mo Huiran had always held, it was merely an ordinary item. The rest were supplies, large quantities of bottled water, rice flour noodles, instant noodles, and various snacks. There were also some cigarettes, though not many, and some clothes. The scene had turned into a small marketplace with miscellaneous items piled up into a small hill. According to the convoy's rules, unless supplies were obtained through solo actions and could be kept exclusively, all other acquisitions were to be divided equally. Of course, this equal division applied only among the supernaturals. As for the ordinary people, even if they received any supplies, it wouldn't amount to much. The supernaturals didn't care much for these things. This rule had been established when the convoy was first formed. This seemingly unfair rule was in fact the fairest. At least so far, no irreconcilable conflicts had arisen within the convoy. In this ambush, Chen Ye was the mastermind, and he alone had killed the old man Mo Huiran. Therefore, he was entitled to an extra share when the spoils were distributed. The pink-haired girl Ding Dong was the executor. Tai Shi was the victim who had nearly lost his life. Of course, if Tai Shi hadn't blocked the breeder's attack, the injured one might have been Chen Ye or someone else. As for Captain Chu Che, he was of the guide sequence. Naturally, he was entitled to a share. No reason needed, it was the privilege of a guide. No one objected to this. Without the guide sequence, these people probably wouldn't be standing here. Finally, Chu Che led everyone in swiftly shaking off the pursuing aberrations, which was also a significant contribution. With this, the two extraordinary artifacts had to be divided among 5 people, which was truly insufficient. How about this time? Let's thoroughly divide the supplies. We'll start with the ordinary supplies, and after that we'll divide the artifacts and extraordinary materials. We'll also include the extraordinary materials obtained from the man-faced scorpion last time. The supplies piled up like a small hill were soon being distributed. Chen Ye's share included 7 boxes of 550 milliliters water, along with some rice flour and other staples. There was also a fair amount of snacks. According to Ding Dong, they had indeed found a town earlier and gathered many supplies, but the camel caravan had even lost a sequence supernatural in the process. They just hadn't expected these supplies to ultimately benefit the convoy. Chen Ye soon had a small pile of supplies beside him. The surrounding survivors watched with envy. Among them, Tai Shi and Ding Dong received the most. Ding Dong was currently on Tai Shi's vehicle, so her share was essentially his. Their combined pile was quite a sight. In fact, this time supplies should also include those camels. Over 40 camels were definitely a significant asset. Without a breeder sequence supernatural, the convoy absolutely could not afford to keep these camels. Therefore, these camels would have to be quickly converted into meat for storage. Since this morning these camels hadn't eaten anything. By evening, many were showing signs of exhaustion. It was estimated that if they weren't fed by tomorrow, some would start dying. These would be divided after the camels were turned into meat. Although everyone had already started eating from a communal pot, making the distribution of food seem unnecessary at this moment, food was no longer just food. It represented supplies, it was currency. After Chu Che announced this decision, some survivors visibly showed dissatisfaction and reluctance. Some survivors had been using camels for transportation. Without them, they would have to trek on foot with the convoy. Or they might have to beg those who own vehicles. Take Zhou Xiaoxiao for example. She now had a vehicle all to herself, and many in the convoy had their eyes on her. If not for being in the convoy, that girl would have been devoured whole. Or take the Zhao brothers, who were among those who had escaped from Luqing. The 4 brothers shared a single sedan. As for Chen Ye owning his own pickup truck, that fact had been conveniently forgotten by all the survivors. But no matter how dissatisfied they were, they dared not go against the sequence supernaturals. In this convoy, whatever Chen Ye and the others decided, no one could oppose. Alright, the supplies are distributed for now. Next, we'll start dividing the artifacts and extraordinary materials. We'll also bring out the 2 extraordinary materials from the man-faced scorpion for division this time. As for the 2 artifacts from the man-faced scorpion, Ding Dong hadn't joined the convoy then, so she doesn't participate in that division. Whoever wants these 2 artifacts must provide corresponding supplies to buy out the shares of the other 3. As for the ox bone and the lighter, the same rules will apply for their distribution. Does anyone have any objections? The moment the distribution of extraordinary items was announced, everyone's interest was piqued. The surrounding survivors wore envious expressions. Chen Ye felt a surge of excitement. What he desired most was the bone of the man-eating 2-headed ox, eager to upgrade and modify his doomsday pickup into an extraordinary item. He had wanted this item from the very beginning. He never expected it would finally be within his grasp. He had just checked his kill points. Slaying Mo Huiran and the boy from the demon sequence had unexpectedly earned him 20,000 kill points. Combined with his previous points, it should be enough to upgrade 1 extraordinary item. When Chen Ye saw the kill points awarded by the system after killing 2 sequence transcendents, he was taken aback, his thoughts becoming intricate and complex. He suppressed the stray thoughts swirling in his mind, focusing on the matter at hand. As long as he could integrate the ox bone into the doomsday pickup, he would possess 2 extraordinary items. Not to mention the tremendous boost in combat power with an extraordinary pickup truck, his chances of survival in the future would be greatly enhanced. As for the skin of the man-faced scorpion, in terms of value, it was clearly superior to the ox bone. However, the ox bone was undoubtedly a better fit for his needs. He couldn't yet figure out how to utilize the man-faced scorpion skin on the doomsday pickup. Was he supposed to install leather seats in it? That wasn't entirely impossible, of course. But for now, survival remained the top priority. Folks, first up is this ox bone. Although I can't ascertain the quality of this extraordinary material, I believe it shouldn't be subpar. This ox bone is available to everyone. Whoever wishes to acquire this extraordinary material must compensate the other 4. Chen Ye hadn't expected the first item to be the bone of the man-eating 2-headed ox. Naturally, he expressed his interest without hesitation. Mad Lion shrugged. I'm not interested in this. If Chen Ye can give me 1. No 2 camels, I'll yield the ox bone to you. Mad Lion, isn't that a bit too steep? Although Chen Ye had already agreed in his heart, he wasn't about to make it easy. Even though it was an extraordinary material, food was the most scarce commodity right now. Food was the true currency. According to the distribution rules, Chen Ye was entitled to a considerable number of camels anyway. After bargaining with Mad Lion, they finally settled on 1.5 camels. Ding Dong was confused. Logically, extraordinary materials were indeed very valuable before the apocalypse. But materials were ultimately just materials. They couldn't immediately translate into combat power. The pink-haired girl whispered a lengthy explanation in Ding Dong's ear, then pointed at Chen Ye. Ding Dong's eyes lit up with understanding. Ignoring their chatter, Chen Ye turned his attention to Chu Che. Captain, you want the love-struck brain lighter, right? Give me your share, and I promise not to compete with you for the lighter. Chu Chi's face flushed instantly, veins bulging on his forehead. Chen Ye, you're being way too ruthless. These were the exact words Chen Ye had just said to Mad Lion, now echoed back by Chu Che. Captain, this is a fair trade. This is an extraordinary item, usable right away. You're getting a great deal. Bullshit. Even if I were willing to discount it for you, you can't be this greedy. Man, you're always smiling, but I never knew you could be this cunning. Chu Che was visibly irritated by Chen Ye's attitude. Chen Ye cheerfully haggled with Chu Che. In the end, Chen Ye paid with some rice flour and a portion of camel meat to secure Captain Chu's share. It pained him to give up those supplies, though thankfully, it wasn't an unbearable loss. Chen Ye's team consisted only of himself, so his food consumption was naturally far less than the others. Chu Che and Sun Qianqian not only had to feed themselves, but also had 1 or 2 dependents each. As for Mad Lion and Ding Dong, they had even more people to worry about. When it was Sun Qianqian's turn, the girl cheerfully stated she didn't need any supplies in exchange, only a promise that Chen Ye would refine an extraordinary item for her in the future. This request was flatly refused by Chen Ye. Refining extraordinary items consumed kill points. His own points were insufficient. There was no way he could refine one for her. Thus Chen Ye paid a heavy price. As for Ding Dong, she also had a share in the ox bone. Chen Ye likewise paid 1.5 camels worth of meat. Once the camels were slaughtered, he would have to hand over 3 portions of his own share. In a short time, Chen Ye's supplies had dwindled considerably. Next was the man-faced scorpion skin. This item ultimately went to the pink-haired girl, who also compensated Chen Ye with some supplies. This was originally a material Chen Ye had his eye on. However, with his current supplies insufficient to trade for it from the others, he had to let the pink-haired girl have it. As for the man-faced scorpion's carapace, no one was interested, so it was collected by Chu Che. It could only be traded later when they encountered other teams. Finally, there was the love-struck brain lighter. This was also a highlight. Chen Ye wanted this item badly too. It was an extraordinary item, not just a material. Materials required refining before use. An extraordinary item could boost combat power immediately upon acquisition. However, Chen Ye knew his current supplies were far from sufficient. In the end, he had to give up. Captain Chu Che managed to obtain this extraordinary item, but he also paid a hefty price. Not only did he waive the gasoline debt Chen Ye owed him, but he also gave Chen Ye a 30-liter barrel of gasoline and some other supplies. It was a massive expenditure. Chen Ye even began to suspect whether Captain Chu possessed some kind of storage space, as he still had so much gasoline left. Chu Che remained tight-lipped about this matter. This captain was always so mysterious. Meanwhile, Mad Lion and Ding Dong had a bountiful harvest. A large pile of supplies had accumulated in front of them. The other survivors trailing behind them were grinning from ear to ear. Mad Lion's Titan sequence was focused on his physical body, which was why their sequence 1 was called Flesh Apprentice. As for Ding Dong, a boxer, his power was also based on physical strength. Therefore, they had little desire for extraordinary materials or items. This allowed the two of them to reap a rich harvest. Alright, the supplies have been divided. There's one last matter for today, and after that everyone can rest. Captain, there's more. Can I skip it? I haven't practiced my sword today. The pink-haired girl complained. She would now find a secluded spot every night to diligently practice her swordplay. Sometimes waking in the middle of the night, Chen Ye could even see the girl's weary figure. Ignoring her, Chu Che pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his bosom. Seeing Chu Chi's cautious manner, it was clear that this matter was not simple. Among those present, only Ding Dong, the newcomer, knew what it was. Captain, what's this? Ding Dong, you gave this to me. You should do the explaining. Ding Dong didn't stand on ceremony and directly shared the information she knew. The group exchanged glances, seeing surprise and delight in each other's eyes. If this map truly pointed to a water source, its significance would be even greater than dividing the extraordinary items. Although they had obtained a significant amount of drinking water today, without a source of replenishment, it would only allow them to hold on for a little longer. Stretching endlessly before them was the desert, and no one knew when they would ever find their way out. Only by locating a water source could they have any hope of survival. Our next mission is to find a water source before our drinking water runs out, or else none of us will survive. These were Chu Chi's concluding words for the evening meeting. It was also the most rousing statement everyone had heard. The surrounding survivors also learned about the water source and erupted in cheers. It was the only piece of good news the convoy had received in days. With that, the evening meeting concluded. Chen Ye eagerly asked two survivors to help him carry the supplies onto the truck. The amount of supplies he received this time was substantial, causing the bed of the Doomsday pickup to sag under the weight, squeezing the space he used for sleeping. Fortunately, Chen Ye had also acquired a tent this time. Although he couldn't name its brand, the quality seemed decent. He tossed a small piece of bread to the two survivors, who left with profuse thanks. After setting up the tent, Chen Ye eagerly crawled inside. Without taking time to appreciate the tent's comforts, he called up the system interface. He had been thinking about this all through dinner. If it hadn't been for the crowd and the fear of drawing suspicious glances, he would have checked the results of the system's simulation much earlier. The blood moon breathing method. Chen Ye's expression soured at the sight of the name. As a survivor, it was common knowledge that one must never gaze directly at the blood moon. When the anomalies first descended, countless people had gone mad and perished simply from staring at the crimson orb in the sky. Those who died under the blood moon were no fewer than those claimed by the anomalies themselves. Now the very name of this technique filled Chen Ye with unease. Still, he carefully examined the breathing method. Soon he grasped its essence. This so-called breathing method was unlike the internal cultivation arts of martial arts novels, which were divided into multiple tiers. It consisted of a single level. Within it, the blood moon was neither condemned nor revered. According to the method, the blood moon was but another form of energy, albeit one not entirely suited for human supernatural power. Therefore, one had to use breathing to assimilate this energy, aligning its frequency with the human body so it could gradually be absorbed, thereby cultivating supernatural might. Of course, this breathing did not refer to the respiration of air through the nose. Rather, it was a frequency of the supernatural power within the body. According to the blood moon breathing method, every supernatural being possessed a unique frequency inherent to their power. This breathing signified each individual's own frequency. Chen Ye sank into contemplation. It seemed to make sense. Seated cross-legged in his tent, he attempted to locate the frequency of his own supernatural power. Soon he sensed an unusual frequency stirring within him, quiet lurking in every corner of his body. Half an hour later, Chen Ye sat outside his tent, lifting his gaze to the blood moon for the very first time. A strange restlessness rose from the depths of his heart. A faint, elusive murmuring brushed against his ears. When he tried to focus on it, the sound vanished. When he attempted to block it out, it grew loud and vexing once more. It felt as though some urgent task awaited him, something so pressing that regardless of good or ill, right or wrong, it had to be done immediately. So this was why so many had lost their minds after gazing upon the blood moon. Chen Ye suppressed the turmoil within, grimly counting the seconds. After 3 heartbeats, he snapped his eyes shut. He focused on the supernatural breathing within him. That peculiar yet reassuring frequency in its rhythmic expansion and contraction gradually soothed the agitation wrought by the blood moon. Amidst the turbulence, he sensed a strange energy seeping in, like the first snow melting under the morning sun. The restless energy was slowly being influenced by his frequency. To his delight, Chen Ye discovered his supernatural power had grown. Under the steady influence of the frequency, he truly felt his supernatural power increase. In just a single hour of cultivation, he realized it was equivalent to the sum of all his previous days of crude, arduous practice. This breathing method was nothing short of miraculous. 2 hours later, sensing that his cultivation for the day had reached its limit, Chen Ye slowly opened his eyes. Though weary, his gaze was alight with barely concealed joy. His path of transcendence had finally entered the fast lane. With this breathing method, it wouldn't be long before he advanced to Sequence 2. He eagerly anticipated what the Sequence 2 form of the Smoke Apostle pathway would be like. His joy was immense, but so was his exhaustion. His eyelids were so heavy they refused to stay open, as if he had toiled through a day of grueling labor. Yet he could not rest just yet. There were still matters to attend to. Chen Ye mustered his remaining strength and summoned the system within him. System: fuse the oxbone to upgrade. Using the man-eating twin-headed ox as raw material, the upgrade plan for the Doomsday pickup is as follows. If this plan is followed, the pickup will be upgraded and transformed into a curio. Requires 2,000 kill points. Requires 96 hours. Confirm upgrade. Chen Ye rallied his last shred of focus, double-checked the system's upgrade plan, and confirmed it without hesitation. Then he sank into a deep slumber. Not long after, a figure utterly drained staggered back into the camp. Her pink hair gleamed an eerie red under the blood moon's light. It was the pink-haired girl. On the other side of the dune, she had spent the last of her strength just to make it back. The car door opened, and a small figure bundled in a thick down jacket crawled out. "Cousin, you're late again tonight." Xiao Yu grumbled in annoyance. "Cut the chatter. I'm dead tired and going to sleep. Don't bother me." With that, the girl tumbled into the car and fell fast asleep. Xiao Yu huffed and dragged her cousin properly into the vehicle. In the yellow school bus nearby, most survivors dozed in their seats. Huang Shi slept on a large bed at the back, his head slowly morphing into a simple, good-natured visage. A piercing scream tore through the camp. Chen Ye, who had just dozed off for less than half an hour, jolted upright in fright. Only then did he realize he was sleeping on the dune, his body chilled to the bone. The camp began to stir. Chen Ye grabbed a flashlight from the recently distributed supplies. Fortunately, it still had some battery left. "Yezi, what's going on?" Captain Chu Che emerged draped in a coat and holding a flashlight, flanked by Uncle Bao and the convoy assistant Xiao Wang. "I just woke up too. It's Xuan. Something's happened to Xuan," someone shouted. Chen Ye exchanged a glance with Chu Che and followed the continuous screams. Chen Ye yawned as he walked. A crowd had already gathered outside Xuan's tent, and the stench of blood hung in the air. Chen Ye's senses sharpened instantly. His hand moved to the machete at his waist. "Captain, Uncle Bao, Mr. Chen is here." The onlookers quickly parted to let the three through. Chen Ye soon took in the scene before him. Even he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Xuan was crouched like a ravenous wolf, his lips smeared with blood, seemingly chewing on something. His eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted in a savage, maniacal expression, his entire body trembling slightly. With long hair loose and disheveled, he looked both hauntingly beautiful and terrifyingly eerie. Beside him, a burly man clutched his neck, convulsing veins bulging across his body. From his angle, Chen Ye could see the man's neck was a shredded mess, a chunk of flesh missing. Blood had soaked through his entire front, staining his clothes crimson, while his eyes stared in terror at the strikingly beautiful youth. That man wouldn't make it. Chen Ye vaguely recognized him. A member of the camel team, notable for his towering stature. Xuan'an's frame was less than half the size of the man's. Xuan'an looked like a chick next to that giant. Xuan'an killed Brother Hu. Xuan'an killed Brother Hu. Oh my god. Brother Hu's throat was bitten through. A chorus of gasps rippled through the crowd. The looks directed at Xuan'an shifted, filled with fear and dread. The scene spoke for itself. Those who met Xuan'an's gaze quickly averted their eyes, unwilling to provoke the madman. Chu Che and Chen Ye exchanged a look, then yawned and headed back to sleep. They trusted Uncle Bao would handle the rest. The next day, when Chen Ye saw Xuan'an again, he was taken aback. The stunningly beautiful androgynous Xuan'an of old was gone. In his place stood a figure with hair singed and disheveled like it had been burned. 7 or 8 deep bone-visible scars marred his once handsome face, the wounds gaping open to reveal raw red flesh. This man had disfigured himself. The old Xue Nen was breathtakingly beautiful. The current Xue Nen was someone you wouldn't want to look at twice.